Chapter 1. Consciousness in a state of confusion, sinking deeper and deeper. Sinking, sinking, sinking once more, as if plummeting into the abyss of the ocean. Time seemed to come to a halt within his hazy thoughts. Uncertain of how long it had been, a beam of light suddenly pierced through, prompting Liu Yu's dazed mind to begin functioning once again. In the dimly lit alley, the fallen youth slowly opened his eyes. At first, he blinked in bewilderment, but after several moments, clarity returned to his gaze, dispelling the prior emptiness. The boy struggled to prop himself up against the wall, casting a puzzled glance around. Where am I? Am I not dead yet? Having been struck by a vehicle and sent tumbling through the air in a perfect 360-degree flip before landing face first. How could he possibly still be alive? Holy cow, I am truly remarkable. However, he quickly sensed something was amiss. His body. Why did it feel as though it had shrunk? What was this attire he was wearing? It resembled the garb of a martial artist or a fantasy realm, albeit tattered and filthy. His mind felt as though it had rusted, processing thoughts at a painfully slow pace. As he grappled with his confusion, a series of unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar images suddenly flooded his mind. They were akin to a hastily accelerated slideshow, reminiscent of the opening sequence of a Marvel film. They did not belong to him, yet they were his memories. Liu Yu, you fool, if you continue to pester the little saintess, don't blame me for being unkind. A toad wishing to eat swan meat? How naive. He is the last descendant left by Uncle Liu, and we cannot harm him, but we can certainly find a way to drive him away. Having such a fool remain in our family is a disgrace. Get out of the family. Get out. Within his mind, scenes flashed by in rapid succession. Chaotic memories surged forth. There were images of his childhood, playing among the flowers with a little girl. There were memories of his later years, still foolishly clinging to that girl, enduring the scorn and beatings from her suitors. There were also recollections of a monumental blunder that led to widespread disdain and his expulsion from the family. Ugh, if memory serves, that incident seemed to have occurred just yesterday. Had he awakened a moment sooner, he might have prevented such an unfortunate event, avoiding the current state of disarray. I am Liu Yu, a disciple from the Liu family of the northern region on the true martial continent, and an outer disciple of the Qingxuan Sect. I once had a childhood sweetheart, a match made in heaven, but with the death of all my relatives in battle for the sect, that matter was never broached again, leaving only this foolish boy to persist in his unawareness. How tragic my fate is. Liu Yu chuckled bitterly, shaking his head as he gradually came to understand the events that had transpired. This was not Earth, but the true martial continent. And in this world, he was a fool. A true fool. A big fool. Existing in the depths of despair. He had survived thus far purely by luck. Yet, even such a fool, despite his disarrayed existence, could not bear to witness the suffering of others. Having already been cast out of his home, he had still attempted to rescue a small dog that was about to be killed and consumed by a group of beggars, incurring their wrath and receiving a beating in return. His head had been struck hard enough to cause a concussion. Even so, he had clutched the little dog tightly in his arms. A fool, truly pitiable in his foolishness. Yet, Liu Yu admired his courage. At the very least, he no longer possessed that impulsive willingness to sacrifice everything for a cause that pure and fervent emotion of youth had long since faded from his experience. Even in the moments before his previous life came to an end, his emotions had remained largely stagnant. One could say his heart had grown numb and hollow. Living was no different from being dead. Is there truly such a thing as soul transference or rebirth with the recovery of memories? What significance could there possibly be in choosing a half-alive wage slave like me? Liu Yu chuckled at his own self-deprecation. After the merging of memories, he was both himself and yet not himself. In fact, Liu Yu felt as though he had not so much as crossed over, but had instead been reincarnated into this world, becoming a fool. Yet, this foolishness had persisted for over a decade, until that group of beggars had inadvertently awakened his former memories after giving him a thorough beating. It was as if a dazed fool had suddenly regained consciousness. Woof woof. The plaintive bark of the little dog jolted him back to reality. Instinctively, Liu Yu looked down, drawn by the sound, and beheld a fluffy little yellow dog. Its pale yellow fur was interspersed with patches of black, appearing incredibly fluffy, with droopy ears and a wagging tail. Its bright, beans-eyed eyes stared up at him with eager anticipation. "Little one, I am not your parent." Liu Yu gently poked its nose with his finger. The little dog responded by grinning widely. Its cheerful smile brought warmth to Liu Yu's long-dead heart. Well then, with memories restored, he could no longer live in a state of aimless wandering as before. Certainly, he could not repeat the life of a busy wage slave that had led to his demise. He gently patted the little dog's furry head and softly said, "Since you are the one I risked my life to save, you shall accompany me from now on. I cannot guarantee you a feast of meat, though. I can only promise that whatever I have to eat, you shall have your share as well. Rest assured, it won't be anything unsavory." That sort of thing was simply unacceptable. A wage slave's essential skill, managing to scrape by wherever one goes while never truly earning anything. Starving but never dying, struggling yet never thriving. What challenge! However, in the future, he need not exert himself so much in this world. He was an orphan, meaning he only needed to provide for himself and this little creature. He was easy to care, for he could relish a simple meal of congee and pickled vegetables. As for this little one, he figured it would manage just fine. After all, he would ensure the pup would not go hungry. "Then I suppose I must give you a name. How about?" Cradling the little yellow dog in his arms, he raised it before him, lost in thought. Yet, Liu Yu would not linger too long over such trivial matters. After hesitating for a few seconds, he suddenly smiled, locking eyes with the pup's bright, eager gaze. A name. It was merely a label, something easy to say. Moreover, it was a name he had chosen for it. Surely it would appreciate it. Thus, he declared, "From now on, you shall be called Da Huang." After bestowing a name upon the pup, Liu Yu began to observe his surroundings more closely. This place was a dark, damp alley. The slick, grimy stone pavement exuded a foul, musty odor, compounded by the metallic scent of his own blood and the stench of decay, creating an overwhelming olfactory experience. It was indescribable. "I must leave this place at once and find somewhere to bathe." Liu Yu sighed, attempting to rise. Not far away, light streamed in, accompanied by the sounds of clamor and commotion. It must be the exit of the alley. He needed to escape this place. What if those beggars returned for a second attack? Would he not meet his demise? To die so soon after being reborn? Come on, that would be too much. My previous life was already burdensome and filled with suffering. Please, let me enjoy some comfort in this one. I do not seek great wealth or power, only peace and leisure. Oh heavens, my demands are not excessive. I hope you can open your eyes and take notice. Cradling the little dog, Liu Yu leaned against the wall, murmuring as he stood up. He staggered towards the light. The radiance emanating from the alley's exit felt akin to the rain falling during Andy Dufresne's escape in The Shawshank Redemption, heralding the dawn of a new life for them. Spot check. Do you still remember the name of the protagonist from The Shawshank Redemption? As he approached the exit, the brightness intensified and the cacophony grew louder. Liu Yu stepped through the light, squinting against its brilliance. A refreshing breeze swept through, tousling his disheveled hair. After a brief moment of adjustment, he beheld the world anew, just as he had remembered from his self-memories. This was an extraordinarily intricate and mysterious world. The streets bustled with life, pedestrians clad in a variety of garments. Some wore white coats, their long hair cascading freely. Others donned black armor, tightly wrapped, while some exhibited airy attire, subtly revealing their delicate forms. Indeed, practitioners had long shed their mortal coils. No longer subject to the seasonal extremes, they sought clothing for its functionality and individuality. How wonderful, Liu Yu murmured softly. This was the freedom he had longed for, built upon his own formidable abilities, allowing him to explore this world to his heart's content. For over a decade, he wandered through life in a state of confusion, but upon awakening one day, everything became clear. The world around him still felt overwhelmingly unfamiliar. He yearned to understand this world. He longed to explore its depths. He wished to genuinely experience the beauty of existence, to embrace the gentle breeze, to raise a toast to the luminous moon, to gallop freely across the mountains and fields, and to savor life with unrestrained joy and tranquility. There were countless aspirations swirling in his mind. Woof woof, Da Huang playfully echoed with a high-pitched bark. Is that so? It seems you share my sentiments. Liu Yu chuckled as he affectionately patted Da Huang's little head. Yet, when he glanced down at his tattered and filthy garments, a twitch of dismay crossed his lips. Very well, he would take his time. He could contemplate the gentle breeze and bright moon, the sunlit ancient city later. For now, he needed to devise a plan to bathe. First, Liu Yu turned and gazed up at the towering peak that pierced the clouds. That was where the Qingxuan Sect resided. He found himself at the foot of the Qingxuan Sect, in one of the bustling trade towns below, and even so, it thrived with vitality. This alone spoke volumes of the Qingxuan Sect's might. Impressive. Qingxuan Sect. A complex expression crossed Liu Yu's face. The Qingxuan Sect, the cradle of northern cultivators, a renowned sanctuary for spiritual practitioners in the north, was currently led by Bailan, a formidable force at the pinnacle of strength in the region. It was precisely because of her that the Qingxuan Sect had garnered such fame. After being wrongfully accused and expelled from his family yesterday, those within the clan deemed it unwise to allow him to linger nearby or perish there, as it would tarnish the family's reputation and invite unnecessary troubles. Thus, they had brought him here to fend for himself. Damn the Liu family. At least I am still an outer disciple of the Qingxuan Sect. They wouldn't dare to harm me. Liu Yu felt a twinge of frustration. His status as an outer disciple was a privilege his deceased parents had secured for him. Even as a fool, the sect had not cast him away. This was a stark contrast to the despicable Liu family. Liu Yu resolved to return to the sect and earnestly cultivate otherwise. Should he recklessly wander the world, he might not even realize how he met his demise. He probably wouldn't survive past the third chapter. The Jinwu continent was vast and fraught with dangers. This world was not governed by humanity alone, but was a tapestry of coexisting beings. Fierce and ruthless beasts, intelligent spiritual creatures capable of cultivation, and enigmatic demon clans existed, alongside many unsavory elements among humans. How absurd! In his past life, he could sleep on the streets without worry. Yet in this life, merely walking down the road could prove perilous. He could easily fall prey to malevolent cultivators for a blood sacrifice without even realizing it. It's settled. I shall return to the sect and bide my time until I have the means to protect myself before embarking on a journey through the world. With a firm resolution, Liu Yu no longer hesitated. Cradling Da Huang, he pointed in the direction of the Qingxuan Sect and smiled. Do you remember where that is? That is our home. We shall reside there from now on. Let's go, we're heading home. Where is home? Where the heart finds peace is where I belong. Dog song, the dog wants to hear a dog song. It's snowing, the dog is a dog painter. Little painter, painting plum blossoms in the snow. Paint the plum blossoms, Remember to return home once you're done. Don't forget, just go straight and that is your home. On the way back to the Qingxuan Sect, Liu Yu held Da Huang in his arms, humming cheerfully. He felt as if his body was incredibly light with every jump and skip. He could sense the vitality coursing through him. That was a unique vigor of youth, bursting with energy, feeling as if he could shoulder the weight of a mother tiger's hind legs. Liu Yu discovered that after regaining his youth, his spirit seemed to rejuvenate as well. Though he was only in his 20s, years of late nights, work, and a diet of junk food had left his body in worse shape than that of an elderly person. Today's elderly move with agility, while today's youth shatter at a mere touch. But the joy of sugary drinks is undeniably delightful. Unhealthy, yet it brings me happiness. Beer, cola, various cocktails, these were Liu Yu's favorite indulgences after work. He couldn't quit, not even if he wanted to. Da Huang, do you know what fatty happy water is? Don't know? Well, it's fine as long as I know. That's what matters. While climbing the mountain, Liu Yu rambled on to Da Huang, entertaining himself. This is how people are after prolonged solitude. They grow fond of their own company, yet they inevitably seek something to chatter about. The focus is on whether you understand or not. It suffices that I can speak. After some time, Liu Yu finally returned to the sect. At the entrance of the Qingxuan Sect stood a gatekeeper, who furrowed his brow upon seeing Liu Yu's disheveled appearance. Liu the fool, what happened to you? Were you bullied again? Later, I shall seek out the elders and the peak masters to discuss the matter, urging them to discipline those rascals properly. Within the Qingxuan Sect, nearly everyone recognizes Liu Yu. Indeed, it would be rather peculiar if anyone within the sect did not know of him. Liu Yu's notoriety is well established. He had a childhood companion, who ultimately ascended to become the sacred maiden of the Qingxuan Sect, while Liu Yu remained foolishly entangled in his affections, failing to comprehend his own status as an outer disciple. The elders could only shake their heads at his demeanor. Being elders, they could not resort to violence. Merely advising him to let go, he was impervious to their counsel, leaving them powerless as for his peers. They resorted to physical confrontation, using their fists to dissuade Liu Yu from approaching their sacred maiden. Liu Yu had endured his fair share of bullying in the past, yet he remained unperturbed, encountering minor mishaps along the way. Upon noticing someone greeting him, Liu Yu responded amicably, "I'm heading back, uncle." "Very well." Liu Yu waved his hand with a flourish, cradling the large yellow dog, and walked away without looking back, observing Liu Yu's receding figure. The gatekeeper's expression gradually transformed into one of relief that a fool, perhaps, but with a pure heart, he turned away, closing his eyes to continue his watch. A fool? Suddenly, the gatekeeper realized, opening his eyes wide with a ghostly expression. The tone in which Liu Yu the fool spoke seemed rather unusual. I anticipated that I had gained quite a reputation, albeit a notorious one. Liu Yu chuckled to himself. Woof woof, the large, furry head of the dog nudged against his palm, as if offering consolation. It's all right. I'm not saddened. That uncle from earlier was quite kind, showing concern for my well-being. Liu Yu's inner strength would not allow him to be so fragile. In his previous life, he faced challenges far more intricate than what he currently encountered. Had he been weak at heart, he would surely have found himself on the list of those who succumbed to despair. Thoughts of death were ever present, yet actions leading to such an end were non-existent. Exhaustion, confinement, pain, sorrow, and spice. These were mere trifles. Upon returning to the sect, Liu Yu noticed that most individuals regarded him with disdain. Each face bore a look of contempt, while some voiced their scorn. Liu the fool, how dare you show your face here again? I've heard whispers of your improper intentions towards your cousin, leading to your expulsion from the family. What a fool indeed! I never imagined you to be such a fool. You should hasten to leave our sect. You can't even comprehend the basics of cultivation, let alone aspire to be a practitioner. The outer disciples chattered incessantly in Liu Yu's presence. They unleashed their inner malice without reservation, alleviating their own frustrations in their eyes. He was merely a simpleton prone to foolish laughter. Being scolded and mocked held little significance. After all, he remained blissfully unaware of their meanings. The path of cultivation was tedious. It was only natural to seek out some amusement. However, today was destined to be anything but joyful for them. Oh, how intriguing! Liu Yu halted, observing them with keen interest. These youths, barely in their teens, harbored considerable resentment. This was splendid. It provided an opportunity to engage with a younger version of himself. Back in university, whenever his roommates played League of Legends, they would call Liu Yu over to take charge. For no other reason than his youthful bravado, he could effortlessly unleash a torrent of verbal prowess, dominating the battlefield with his words in those days. He spoke without restraint, each phrase laden with sarcasm and wit. The beauty of university life was intoxicating. At the time, it felt ordinary, but years later, he realized it was a period of purest joy. Now, rejuvenated in body and spirit, he found himself embracing that same youthful exuberance. Thus, Liu Yu paused, cradling the large yellow dog, and turned back, greeting the crowd with the most endearing of smiles on the day Liu Yu returned to the sect. The outer doors of the Qingxuan Sect buzzed with activity. Why the commotion? A fool had suddenly regained his wits, capable of exchanging barbs with others, even leaving them bloodied in his wake. Particularly, the phrases he unleashed left many in awe, prompting exclamations of astonishment that I am not like this lad. What? Your vulgarity is learned, whereas mine is innate. That oh my, this dog can speak. A miracle. Can you, De Huang? Don't talk to me. I have a cleanliness obsession. I had never seen a hussy so brazen, but now that I behold your demeanor, I understand. Eat less salt. You seem rather idle. Don't look at me with those eyes. I fear the red-eye disease. When my Da Huang grows up, I shall bring it over to mate with you, and you can consider yourself established. With that effeminate demeanor, even my pigs and dogs would turn their noses up at you. Best you end this farce promptly. One glance at you is unimpressive. A closer inspection reveals you to be even less, so, at such a tender age, you already know how to frighten others with your looks. If you were a flower, even cattle would shy away from droppings. Those who find me displeasing, feel free to harbor such sentiments. I derive great pleasure from it. Rumor has it that during this verbal duel, Liu Yu brought several female cultivators to tears, causing them to flee in distress, hands over their faces. Had it not been for an elder overseeing the scene, they likely would have lost their patience and resorted to violence. After all, Liu Yu was merely an ordinary individual, not even having reached the qi refining stage. Any outer disciple, even a novice girl, could easily overpower him. Once word of this spread, many found it hard to believe that someone who had once been a fool could regain normalcy. Those who had experienced it offered little explanation, merely suggesting others try it themselves. One must endure the rain to truly understand. None shall survive. After conversing with that group of young individuals, Liu Yu, with Da Huang in his arms, cheerfully made his way to his residence. Along the way, he contemplated his situation. Though he could not best anyone in combat, his unique status within the sect afforded him a measure of protection. The outer disciples dared not act against him, but of course, the circumstances would differ upon entering the inner sect. Inner disciples are the elite, carefully selected from thousands of outer disciples. While they might not kill him, they could certainly cause him trouble, as for those taken under the wing of peak masters or elders, becoming their direct disciples. Well, they would likely deem it beneath them to engage with a fool. Liu Yu swiftly established his future course of action, to maintain a low profile and develop quietly. Long live the path of survival. Long live! Liu Yu's current dwelling was situated within the Wufu of Tianwu Peak. The Wufu served as the residence of Wu Qingxuan, the peak master of Tianwu Peak, as well as the home of his childhood companion, Wu Xian'er. After Liu Yu's parents passed away, Wu Qingxuan took him in, caring for him within the Wujia, where he was well treated by the family, especially by Wu Qingxuan himself. Aware of Liu Yu's affections for his daughter, Wu Qingxuan openly expressed that as long as Wu Xian'er reciprocated Liu Yu's feelings, he would not oppose their union, even discussing marriage if it came to that Wu Qingxuan desired happiness for the two children. However, Wu Xian'er did not harbor feelings for Liu Yu. This was to be expected. After all, what woman would fall for a disheveled fool? She was no fool herself. Of course, true love is a different matter entirely. Such a convoluted relationship is quite troublesome, as he analyzed the current situation. Liu Yu arrived at his destination. Standing before the entrance of the Wufu, he gazed up at the plaque above, reflecting, at present, lacking the ability to protect myself, I shall seek refuge here, as the saying goes. The most dangerous place is often the safest. Should you wish to harm me for Wu Xian'er's sake, I shall reside here and drive you all mad. Woof woof. The large yellow creature emitted a couple of high-pitched roars. Seemingly in agreement with Liu Yu's thoughts, its demeanor adorably naive. Upon witnessing the disheveled return of Liu Yu, the guards of the Wu residence promptly retrieved a communication talisman to report. Even before Liu Yu could step through the door, a formidable man clad in a blue robe appeared at the threshold, blocking his way. This man appeared to be in his late 20s, possessing strikingly handsome features with a ruggedly chiseled visage. Yet his aura exuded an imposing authority akin to a mountain. Standing there, he resembled a continuous mountain range before Liu Yu. The newcomer was none other than the head of the Wu family, Wu Qingxuan. Legend has it that he and Liu Yu's father, Liu Yu, were once the twin prodigies of the Qingxuan Sect, serving as its representative and recruitment ambassador, although their martial prowess was on par. Their striking appearances drew admiration wherever they stood. Consequently, throngs of female disciples would flock to them. However, I digress. Had it not been for Wu Qingxuan's shelter and his familial care towards this foolish boy, Liu Yu would have likely met his demise countless times over. As Liu Yu scrutinized Wu Qingxuan, the latter was equally assessing Liu Yu, observing Liu Yu's tattered clothing stained with dried blood. Wu Qingxuan's expression grew complex, his fists clenching and relaxing as he let out a barely audible sigh. You are back, and that is what matters. He stepped forward, gently patting Liu Yu's shoulder before turning to enter the residence. Liu Yu instinctively followed in Wu Qingxuan's wake, doing so as naturally as breathing, surprising even himself. With Sienna away from home, having advanced to the foundation establishment stage to train with her senior brothers and sisters. It was advised that Liu Yu remain indoors for the time being. I've recruited a guard for you. A female cultivator at the Golden Core stage. I have assessed her thoroughly. She is attentive and patient, ensuring that no incidents of guards mistreating their charges will occur again. As for this little pup of yours, it is but a mutt, lacking spiritual intelligence and the ability to absorb the world's essence like a spiritual beast. Are you certain you wish to keep it? If you want to keep it, then do so. As long as it brings you joy, just ensure that you do not compete with the dog for food. It may feast upon refuse, but you must not. Wu Qingxuan rambled on. Liu Yu remained silent, listening quietly. In his hazy memories, this seemingly dashing man typically spoke little. Yet when addressing Liu Yu, his words flowed freely, as if he were perpetually concerned for him, hoping to imprint his advice in Liu Yu's mind. Such patience was commendable. After leading Liu Yu to his chamber and imparting a few more instructions, Wu Qingxuan turned to leave when Liu Yu spoke up. Thank you, Uncle W. In an instant, Wu Qingxuan froze, disbelief washing over him as he slowly turned back. He was unsure whether he had merely imagined the sound or if he were caught in a dream. Xiao Yu, was that you speaking just now? Wu Qingxuan inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. The peak expert of the transformation stage found himself questioning his own hearing for the first time. The voice that had just resonated was no longer muddled, but remarkably clear and bright. Akin to that of an ordinary person. It was me. Liu Yu replied with a smile and a nod. He felt immense gratitude towards Wu Qingxuan, who treated him as if he were his own son. Now, upon realizing that he had returned to normalcy, Liu Yu could already envision how this man would be overwhelmed with tears of joy and emotion, a blend of happiness and sentiment. Yet, it turned out that Liu Yu had misjudged Wu Qingxuan. Halt! Who are you to impersonate Liu Yu? Wu Qingxuan bellowed, his figure shifting backward to create distance as he assumed a defensive posture. His expression one of incredulity. Liu Yu, what on earth are you doing with that handsome face of yours? Return my heartfelt moment. I am Liu Yu, the genuine article. Liu Yu endeavored to clear his name. Nonsense. I raised my brother's son. It would be absurd for him to call me anything less than father. How could I not know what he looks like? Wu Qingxuan remained unconvinced. Woof. The large yellow creature seemed to approve. I am indeed Liu Yu. Liu Yu replied helplessly. After receiving a beating today, my previously muddled thoughts suddenly became clear, so perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Let me see. Wu Qingxuan squinted, employing his divine sense to scrutinize Liu Yu's soul. He discovered that Liu Yu's soul retained its original form, confirming that he had not been usurped. He was indeed Liu Yu, but the expert from Yaoshan Mountain had previously stated that Liu Yu possessed a naturally flawed soul, irreparable in nature. How was it now restored? No matter. The truth was undeniable. He was Liu Yu. That was sufficient. Upon realizing that Liu Yu had not been replaced, the typically stoic and composed man found his eyes welling with tears. Heaven bless! Heaven bless! What a miraculous turn of events! Wu Qingxuan approached Liu Yu, clapping him on the shoulder as he burst into hearty laughter, his voice booming. The laughter resonated throughout the Wu residence. In an instant, everyone paused their activities, drawn to the source of the joyful sound. The butler, old Fu, an elderly man with a shock of white hair, yet brimming with vitality, sighed contentedly upon hearing the exuberant laughter. The master hasn't laughed like this in ages. Having served here for many years, old Fu was well aware of the family's history. Over a decade ago, a certain demonic sect had inexplicably declared war on the Qingxuan Sect, launching a surprise assault. While both sects were among the top-tier powers in the Jinwu continent, this sudden attack left the Qingxuan Sect momentarily unprepared. Liu Yu's parents perished in that very conflict. At that time, Liu Yu was still quite young, lacking the capacity to fend for himself. Given Liu Yu's strained relationship with the Liu family, Wu Qingxuan had unhesitatingly taken Liu Yu under his wing. Time flew by, and the child of yesteryear had grown into adulthood. How swiftly time passes. Old Fu sighed, shaking his head, before returning to his duties. As long as it doesn't affect my wages, I have no stake in it. 3 mid-grade spirit stones a month is barely enough. If they dock my pay, there will be hell to pay. As the first rays of sunlight filtered into the room, Liu Yu suddenly opened his eyes. Sitting upright and raising his fist triumphantly above his head, he proclaimed solemnly, I hereby declare, work has left me weary, work has drained my spirit, and work has exhausted my body and mind. I shall reject anxiety, refuse overtime, and resist internal strife. If faced with challenges, I shall go mad. I will not squander my youth nor neglect the beauty of time. I desire delightful seaweed and crunchy fillings. The large yellow creature, startled, flipped over. What is going on? Is it morning already? Liu Yu, realizing the absurdity of his declaration, corrected himself. No, wait, I'm no longer working. There is no need for such a vow. That he felt slightly embarrassed. Recognizing the remnants of habits formed during his days as a corporate drone, in his previous life as a wage slave. Each morning, when the alarm rang, he would spring into action with an invigorating mantra, lest he linger in bed for 10 more minutes, resulting in a mere 2 minutes of slumber. And what would be the outcome? Late again. Liu Yu reclined once more, closing his eyes to savor the rare leisure time. Woof woof, the large yellow creature called out once more. Are you hungry, Big Yellow? Not hungry. Then let us endure our hunger for a while longer. Liu Yu rolled over, continuing to indulge in his laziness. However, he soon sensed an unsettling feeling, as though someone were watching him. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a strikingly handsome face nearly pressed against his own. What the? Startled, he nearly tumbled off the bed. Wu Qingxuan had entered his room unbeknownst to him. Uncle Wu, what are you doing? Could you not knock before entering? You nearly scared me to death. Liu Yu was suddenly startled awake by the unannounced arrival of Wu Qingxuan, and he responded with a hint of annoyance. Over the past few days of conversation, Liu Yu had gained a fair understanding of his martial uncle T.O. outsiders. Wu Qingxuan appeared taciturn and resembled cold. Handsome figure. However, in the company of those close to him, he was quite the chatterbox and exceptionally caring. In simple terms, his martial uncle exhibited a touch of social anxiety. That you're awake now, that I knocked on the door. But you must not have heard me, so I came in when I saw it ajar, Wu Qingxuan said cheerfully. The door had been left open to allow De Huang to relieve himself outside. After all, it wouldn't do to let him run rampant in the room. He walked over to a small round table in the room, pulled out a chair, and gestured for Liu Yu to join him. With a resigned sigh, Liu Yu realized that there would be no chance of sleeping in today. He quickly dressed and took a seat opposite Wu Qingxuan, perplexed as to why his uncle had come to disturb him so early. Weren't you saying a few days ago that you wanted to cultivate? Wu Qingxuan stated directly. Here, I have compiled a cultivation plan for you overnight, covering everything from the introduction to the cultivation techniques. He produced a tome from his storage pouch, which was several times larger and thicker than a Xinhua dictionary. The cover bore the bold inscription, Enlightenment in Cultivation, an essential guide for practitioners. From entry to mastery, that moment. Liu Yu recalled the events of the day he had returned. His memory had just begun to awaken, and after a series of exhausting travels to the Wu residence, he had been utterly fatigued. After a brief conversation with Wu Qingxuan, he had felt an overwhelming wave of drowsiness, leading him to skip dinner and a bath before collapsing into bed. He had slept soundly until dawn. He seemed to remember having asked for assistance in locating some cultivation books, but at that time, Liu had been too tired to think clearly, and now the memory eluded him. Noticing the expression on Liu Yu's face, Wu Qingxuan understood that he had recalled their earlier discussion and continued, Let me tell you, this book contains my experiences and insights on cultivation, along with fundamental knowledge of the cultivation world and techniques. It is sufficient for your journey from entry to the foundation stage. Once you reach the foundation stage and pass the assessment to become an inner disciple, I will find a suitable master for you. A master, Liu Yu mused, feeling that such considerations were still a distant thought. He took the introductory tome and opened it, immediately captivated by its contents. Perfect, you can read while you listen. That it's essential to understand some common knowledge about the cultivation world. I'm not sure what you currently know about it, so I'll give you a brief overview, Wu Qingxuan said, pointing towards the sky. Our world is the true martial realm among the 3,000 great worlds. Vast in expanse, the human race occupies only a small fraction of it. The ancient sages named the continent we inhabit the true martial continent. The true martial continent is further divided into 5 regions: the East Sea, the West Desert, the Central Plains, the Southern region, and the Northern Domain. Our Qingxuan Sect is located near the Boundless Mountains in the Northern Domain. The Boundless Mountains are one of the forbidden areas of the true martial continent, and those below the foundation stage should never enter. Even those at the foundation stage can easily perish at the edges, let alone venture into the depths. Our Qingxuan Sect is tasked with guarding and suppressing this forbidden area to prevent the terrifying creatures within from escaping and wreaking havoc in the Northern Domain. Now, let us talk about our sect. Qingxuan Sect is the largest sect in the Northern Domain, often regarded as the cradle of cultivators in the region. The core of the sect consists of 1 sect leader, 10 elders, and 20 peak masters. Liu Yu raised his hand to inquire, what does that mean? It means 1 sect leader, 10 grand elders, and 20 peak masters. Wu Qingxuan clarified, pointing to himself, I am one of the peak masters, overseeing Tian Wu Peak. Currently, I hold authority over this lineage. Liu Yu applauded, impressive. Ahem, let us keep it low-key, Wu Qingxuan replied with a chuckle. Generally, the affairs of the sect are handled by the 10 grand elders, each responsible for their respective duties to maintain the sect's development. The sect leader typically does not intervene unless there are major matters that the elders cannot resolve, at which point they will consult the sect leader for a decision. As for us peak masters like myself, we are only responsible for managing our respective lineages. Routine teachings and lessons are conducted by ordinary elders, though I occasionally offer classes to instruct disciples, share experiences, and address questions. Minor matters are delegated to the stewards. Liu Yu grasped the hierarchy: sect leader, grand elders, peak masters, elders, stewards. The sect functioned like a well-oiled machine, with each component performing its designated role for smooth operation. And the sect leader was the most vital element. After providing a brief introduction to the sect, Wu Qingxuan's expression turned serious. Xiaoyu, you must listen carefully to what I am about to say. The realms of cultivators are divided into 8 stages: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, body integration, and great ascension, with lifespans corresponding to approximately 100 years, 200 years, 500 years, 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 5,000 years, over 10,000 years, and 20,000 years. In addition to enjoying near-immortal lifespans, cultivators possess the ability to manipulate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Mighty practitioners can summon clouds and rain with a mere gesture, their vitality surging like the sea, capable of vanquishing all with a single leaf, rivaling the ancient deities with their human form. You have yet to begin your cultivation. You must first learn to sense the spiritual energy around you. Once you can feel the energy, you can learn to gather it within your body. The Qi refinement stage is further divided into 10 levels. Wu Qingxuan spoke eloquently, leaving Liu Yu in a daze as he absorbed the information. After a moment of contemplation, he arrived at a conclusion. Cultivators are indeed impressive. Despite Wu Qingxuan's compelling words, Liu Yu remained steadfast in his belief that he would not be swept up in the competitive tide. Let the prodigies put in the effort if they enjoyed exploring secret realms and seeking treasures. They could have it all. He was content to cultivate at his own pace. After all, he had no intention of dominating the world. After Wu Qingxuan had shared a plethora of information, he noticed Liu Yu's lackadaisical applause and realized the young man wasn't particularly interested in the details. However, he bore no anger or frustration. Instead, he smiled and said, "Once you become a cultivator, you will have the assurance to traverse the world. Just imagine, in the future, you will be able to roam freely through the heavens and earth. How delightful and exhilarating that would be." Wu Qingxuan's eyes sparkled with joy as he gestured towards the serene blue sky outside the window. "Liu Yu, I have explored this world, and indeed, it is beautiful and fascinating." He then shifted his gaze back to Liu Yu. "Now, it is time for you to embark on your journey." Wu Qingxuan spent the entire morning in Liu Yu's room, imparting various aspects of the cultivation world. The stories were plentiful, and he couldn't cover them all at once. So he encouraged Liu Yu to delve into the book in his hands and to feel free to ask him any questions he might have. After Wu Qingxuan departed, Liu Yu began his own cultivation. Previously, when he was still naive, Liu had already tested his spiritual root, which turned out to be a superior water root, not the top-tier or mutated kind. He understood that the quality of a spiritual root determined the speed of cultivation, and he was grateful for his decent-grade root. While he may not compare to true prodigies or monsters, he considered himself a small genius, and that was enough. Contentment is the key to happiness. There will always be better things in the world. It is impossible for every good thing to belong to you. The more one compares, the greater the disparity, leading to mental turmoil that could drive one to madness or despair. Such a fate would be a grave loss. Before beginning his cultivation, Liu Yu had someone bring him some food. Although he had little appetite, De Huang certainly did. Having promised that the dog would get its share if he had food, he could not go back on his word. Initially lacking appetite, Liu Yu found himself hungry as he watched De Huang happily munching away. So he decided to eat before starting his practice. After lunch, Liu Yu sat cross-legged on his bed and commenced his cultivation. He opened the beginner's guide and sought the sections related to cultivation. Deities refer to divine beings, the innate life forms, while immortals refer to those who have attained enlightenment through cultivation, possessing vast supernatural powers, boundless transformations, and the gift of immortality. Cultivation is the process of sensing and transforming the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Each technique has its unique methods of perception and utilization of this energy. Through relentless cultivation and refinement, one can attain a profound understanding of the spirit, consciousness, and soul, ultimately reaching a state of transcendence. The physical form of an individual is thereby exalted, endowed with a certain level of Taoist prowess and supernatural abilities. While one's fate is preordained by the heavens, some choose to defy celestial decrees in their pursuit of longevity. They harness the ethereal energies of the universe, striving for ascension and the attainment of eternal life, thus earning the titles of cultivators, practitioners, or alchemists. The path of a cultivator begins with several essential steps. Foremost among them is the possession of sufficient spiritual roots to perceive the elusive energies of the cosmos. These spiritual roots are entirely dictated by innate talent. Lacking this, the pursuit of cultivation is akin to chasing phantoms, an endeavor fraught with insurmountable challenges. This very threshold deters the majority of individuals, halting countless ordinary souls yearning for the path to immortality. Yet, despite the constraints of talent and the tribulations of cultivation, the yearning for longevity and power remains unquenchable. Consequently, those with meager gifts, yet driven by impatience, often stray onto the path of demonic cultivation. Liu Yu, unperturbed by the prospect of demonic paths, remains confident in his cultivation talents. As long as he does not falter along the way, he can at least reach the nascent soul stage. To digress. Wu Qingxuan once remarked that the foundational techniques of the Qi refinement stage are largely homogeneous, and what truly matters is the individual's chosen path post-foundation. Whether it be the sword path, blade path, Qi path, fist path, pill path, domineering path, or dual cultivation path, the choices are plentiful, and it is up to the practitioner to discern which path resonates with them. Typically, a cultivator dedicates their life to mastering a singular path, and even at the end of their days, many fail to grasp its true essence, leaving behind a legacy of unfulfilled aspirations. Thus, how should I navigate my future? Should I embrace the sword path or the blade path? Why, oh why, is there no path of laziness? Liu Yu is vexed. He is undoubtedly well suited for the path of laziness. Nevertheless, he resolves to first attain the Qi refinement stage. The technique of the Qingxuan Sect for the Qi refinement stage is known as the Dongxian Sutra. Following its instructions, Liu Yu sits cross-legged, closes his eyes, and begins to breathe deeply, expelling the stale air and inhaling the fresh. Before long, he becomes aware of the spiritual energy surrounding him, resembling glimmering specks of dust suspended in the air, permeating every corner. As the technique unfolds, these energies are drawn to him, flowing into his body and converging in his danton. This stage is referred to as Qi induction, wherein one draws the spiritual energies of the heavens and earth into their being, utilizing acupoints as reservoirs and meridians as conduits, cycling through the body to refine the spirit and temper the flesh. While also purifying the energies, The subsequent phase involves harmonizing and cultivating. After guiding the energies into his body, Liu Yu must nurture them quietly, allowing them to settle. Once the energies reach a certain level of tranquility, they will permeate his body, expelling impurities and continuously nourishing both his corporeal form and spirit. Liu Yu feels the perspiration emerging from his body, accompanied by the expulsion of dark impurities. The effects of nurturing the qi exceed his expectations. Finally, only the practice of qi refinement remains. He reflects on the essence of qi refinement. He understands it to mean the complete assimilation of the heavenly energies within oneself to wield magical techniques and powers. When night descends, Liu Yu finally opens his eyes, a fleeting blue luminescence flashing within, his garments billowing without wind. Sensing the continuous surge of power emanating from his being and the newfound lightness of his form, Liu Yu breaks into a low yet ecstatic laughter, which soon escalates into a frenzied cackle. I have succeeded. I have become a Taoist. This sudden outburst startles De Huang, who had been peacefully slumbering, causing him to scurry away. Tucking his tail between his legs and peeking out from behind the table, bewildered by Liu Yu's madness, as night deepens in the backyard of the Wu residence, on a grassy slope, Liu Yu reclines among the blades of grass, a smile gracing his features as he immerses himself in his personal sanctuary. The breeze stirs the grass, and the evening wind caresses his face, whispering reminders to cherish the world. Gazing through the swaying leaves toward the blue-gray sky, he notices a crescent moon has ascended the branches, casting a serene glow over all that it feels as though everything in the universe is imbued with beauty. Woof, woof, a fluffy little head approaches. Its short tail wags vigorously, and its bright, black eyes sparkle with joy. The little dog embodies simplicity. When it is happy, it circles around you, and you become its entire universe. When you are joyous, it rejoices. When you are sorrowful, it whimpers. Oh, you little rascal! Are you plotting to ambush me? Liu Yu playfully raises his hands and scoops the pup into his embrace. The little creature does not resist, its face adorned with a silly grin as it barks a few more times. Its voice sweet and innocent. Liu Yu chuckles heartily, reveling in joy. Grow quickly, little one. Grow quickly. From now on, we shall rely on each other. He holds the pup's paws, playfully moving its little legs back and forth. This fluffy companion truly brings healing. After a delightful session of play, he cradles the pup against his chest. Unbeknownst to him, in the gentle embrace of night, Liu Yu drifts in his slumber, one person and one dog resting peacefully together. The next day, both awaken to a common cold. Time flies like an arrow, the days and months slipping by. Once immersed in cultivation, time accelerates remarkably. Liu Yu quickly comprehends why esteemed masters often retreat for years at a time. During the throes of cultivation, one becomes wholly absorbed, seemingly impervious to the passage of time. What feels like merely a few days has, in fact, stretched into a month. Indeed, a month has elapsed since he embarked on his cultivation journey. Upon concluding his training, Liu Yu exhales a breath of stale air. Rising to his feet, he opens the door to his room. Sunlight bathes his face, warm and comforting. Over the course of this month, he has advanced from the onset of his cultivation journey to the third level of qi refinement. A remarkable progress, whereas Da Huang, during his period of cultivation, Da Huang has taken to frolicking outside during the day, only returning at night for meals and rest. Liu Yu wonders where this mischievous dog has been. Faintly, he hears the chattering voices and the barking of Da Huang beyond the courtyard. Da Huang, don't run away. Come here, let me give you a pat. Come for a kiss, I want to eat you. I will only cherish you, in a playful tone reminiscent of a teasing goddess. I have treats for you. Come here and let me pet you, and I shall reward you, woof, woof. As Liu Yu steps outside, he finds Da Huang being chased by a throng of giggling maidens. The sight of its short legs flailing in a comical panic, paired with its nervous whimpers, ignites excitement in the women, who derive great delight from this playful chase. Liu Yu watches with envy, though he refrains from expressing whom he envies. Upon spotting Liu Yu, Da Huang's eyes shine with recognition, and without hesitation, it dashes over to seek refuge behind him, trembling as it clings to his leg. The maidens, upon noticing Liu Yu, pause momentarily, Then bow respectfully. Point one of the maids remarks, "Young Master Liu Yu, the head of the household wishes to see you once you conclude your retreat. He should be at the pavilion by the lake now." "Very well, I shall go at once." Liu Yu acknowledges them with a smile and departs with the Huang and Tow. As they leave, the maids exchange glances, their eyes sparkling with intrigue, resuming their whispered conversations. The topics of discussion among women can often be more scandalous than one might expect, akin to the type of chatter that prompts frantic deletions of group messages to preserve one's reputation. Is it truly young Master Liu Yu? Has he recovered? Has he always been so handsome? Wasn't he always disheveled, with a dirty face and a silly grin? I had no idea he could look so enchanting in his normal state. You mischievous girl, once again in a state of spring fever, deserving of a good thrashing. Oh, why not summon someone to administer that punishment to me? One isn't enough. You ought to gather several. Summon 5 burly men to keep you occupied. Just 5? Look at your flirtatious demeanor. I truly wonder how that old water buffalo at home endures your antics without being utterly drained. On a side note, I've noticed that her old companion, Yu, has recently grown quite gaunt, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes, perpetually listless and yawning. It's clear that this little enchantress has siphoned off his vitality. Hold on, ladies. Let us cease our chatter. It's time for us to attend to our duties. The maidens parted with laughter, each tending to their respective tasks. The rules of the martial estate were not as rigidly oppressive as those of the mundane world, thus the atmosphere was far from stifling. Rather, it was imbued with a sense of joy, presenting a vibrant tableau of life. Meanwhile, Liu Yu was engaged in a spirited reprimand of De Huang. As he walked, he admonished the dog with indignation. "Oh, you wretched creature, abandoning me to frolic with a young lady. Enjoying yourself, are you? Woof! Silence, you shameless scoundrel! Do you dare to retort? Woof, woof! The world is indeed in decline. I never anticipated you to be such a disreputable dog." As their banter continued, Liu Yu and De Huang arrived at the pavilion in the middle of the lake, where Wu Qingxuan awaited him. The pavilion, situated at the lake's center, was connected to the shore by a wooden bridge. Inside, there was a stone table and stone stools, adorned with a flask of wine, 2 drinking cups, and an assortment of snacks. Upon entering, Liu Yu was gestured to take a seat by Wu Qingxuan. "Shall we indulge in a drink?" Wu Qingxuan inquired, lifting the wine jug. "Let's have a sip." Liu Yu, who had always enjoyed drinking, found solace in alcohol after a taxing day at work. He relished the state of mild inebriation, where he remained conscious enough to avoid becoming a burden to others while momentarily escaping the pains of reality. Why do people indulge in drinking? Because they're discontent. Put it in a more cheerful light. Enjoying a cold beer after work is simply exhilarating. As they savored their drinks, Liu Yu expressed some questions he had encountered during his cultivation, to which Wu Qingxuan provided thoughtful answers. With such a distinguished mentor, Liu Yu felt his knowledge expanding rapidly. "By the way, I called you over to discuss 2 matters." After a brief conversation, Wu Qingxuan recalled certain points. "Firstly, in due time, I shall introduce you to a master, one who shares your water affinity. Although her temperament may be somewhat lackluster, I trust her capabilities. However, it remains to be seen if she will take a liking to you. Only a meeting will reveal the truth. Indeed, a mentor is essential for one's journey." Liu Yu felt reassured by Wu Qingxuan's endorsement, and he was open to this prospect. As for the second matter, Wu Qingxuan's expression turned somewhat complex, and my daughter will be returning soon from her training. Liu Yu paused mid-sip, then naturally downed the rest of his drink. "Curse it, my tranquil life is likely coming to an end. If it's all right, Uncle Wu, I understand your concerns regarding my relationship with Xian'er, but we shall manage it ourselves." Liu Yu wished to alleviate Wu Qingxuan's worries. Moreover, he harbored little romantic feelings for Wu Xian'er at present. What lingered were only the hazy memories of childhood, more reliant than affectionate. Perhaps he regarded her as an older sister should be. Right? "I just want to ask, Liu Yu, do you still harbor feelings for Xian'er?" Liu Yu replied without hesitation. "No, I do not." That Wu Qingxuan retorted. "In the past, you were simply immature, not grasping the concept of marriage, which led you to cling to her. Now that you are enlightened, you shall not repeat such folly." "What folly? My daughter is a celestial beauty, extraordinarily gifted, dedicated to the path of cultivation. such a tender age, she has already attained the foundational realm and has been accepted as a direct disciple by the sect leader, by Lan. Becoming the sect's saintess, the sect leader is one of the pinnacle cultivators of our time. With her guidance, my daughter is destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the true martial realm. Given these factors, the number of suitors within the sect who admire her is in the hundreds, if not thousands, and when considering those outside the sect, the count is truly incalculable. Yet this young man dares to disdain his daughter. The father was irate, his displeasure evident. Uncle Wu, you wouldn't understand. When you reach my age, you'll know. Liu Yu's expression was grave that Wu Qingxuan was still youthful, and he would come to comprehend in due time. Setting down his cup, he rose, scooping up the Huang and waving its tiny paw. We must take our leave now. Come, De Huang, bid farewell to Uncle Wu Wolf. Very well, you young ones handle your affairs yourselves. Though I wish for you to become Siena's husband, such matters cannot be forced. Arrange them as you see fit. Wu Qingxuan sighed. He too had been young once, and relationships were often fraught with complications. He hoped these two children would not part ways in discord. As night fell, Liu found himself somewhat distracted by the news of Wu Xiener's impending return. Focusing on cultivation is crucial. Thus he refrained from meditating that evening, opting instead to lie in bed and prepare for sleep. Yet, sleep eluded him as memories relentlessly invaded his mind, causing him irritation that wasn't the trial supposed to last half a year. How could she return so swiftly? Liu Yu grimaced, dressing and stepping outside to gaze at the stars. He often found solace in such moments of contemplation, for staring at the stars made him feel insignificant, rendering his perceived troubles even smaller, gradually freeing him from their grip. He understood that Wu Xiener did not harbor feelings for him. He had no desire to impose his affections upon her. Such efforts would only invite disdain. Originally, he intended to wait until he reached the foundational realm to participate in the annual inter-sect disciple assessment. Upon becoming an inner disciple, he would depart the Wu estate, establishing a home for himself or constructing a secluded cultivation cave. Regardless of the location, having a cozy little nest was essential. When feeling unhappy, he could retreat to his abode. When weary, he could return home to rest. Even in sorrow, he could find solace in his sanctuary. Indeed, as long as he had a small dwelling and the company of a silly dog, that was all Liu Yu truly desired, far more enticing than the elusive promise of immortality. Resolved, he declared, I must hasten to reach the foundational realm. Liu Yu clenched his fist, encouraging himself, Wu Xiener, you may walk your sunlit path while I traverse my own shadowy passage. Let our waters remain separate. Marriage was not something Liu Yu would force. He would leave it to fate. Finding the right person would lead to a lifetime of romance. Finding the wrong one would mean a life of endless conflict. His primary goal was now clear, to become a foundational realm cultivator and create his own warm little abode, De Huang. Let us charge forth towards our goal. Liu Yu cradled De Huang in one arm, extending the other towards the horizon, his face alight with hope. That moment, a cough interrupted Liu Yu's youthful exuberance. Liu Yu turned his head with difficulty, only to discover Uncle Fu had appeared by his side, a mix of amusement and restraint on his face. Liu Yu sighed. I detest when I act foolishly while others watch. Were you hoping I might carve out a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes for your convenience? Uncle Fu, why are you out here scaring people in the middle of the night? And if you intend to frighten me, at least wait a few years until you become a ghost. Liu Yu expressed his dissatisfaction, exclaiming, this old rascal is clearly up to no good. Fu Bo, with a sly grin, rubbed his waist and remarked, old age makes it difficult to sleep. Alas, if I were younger, I too would express my innermost thoughts and seek a brighter future amidst the darkness, charging forth towards the light. Liu Yu, feeling awkward, fidgeted with his toes. This old man truly was incorrigible. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yu chuckled and said, let me share a bedtime story with you. Fu Bo, you can tell stories? Of course. Allow me to regale you with a tale of an illustrious detective solving a case. Oh, do tell. Fu Bo raised his eyebrows, curiosity piqued. Thus, Liu Yu spun a captivating tale about Di Renjia, filled with twists and turns that held the listener's rapt attention, culminating in a mystery that beckoned pursuit. However, just as he reached a pivotal moment, Liu Yu abruptly halted his narrative. He glanced at the old man beside him, who was deep in thought, and, satisfied, nodded and said, "It's getting late. I must return to rest. Farewell, Fu Bo." Fu Bo, momentarily taken aback, quickly stopped Liu Yu, urging him to continue to please tell me who the murderer is. Liu Yu, still smiling, insisted that it was too late and that they could discuss it another day. He turned and retreated to his room, closing the door firmly, leaving Fu Bo outside. That night, Fu Bo became so engrossed in the story that he transformed into Di Renjia, tirelessly pursuing the culprit. Unable to sleep in the deep of night, within a chamber of the Wu mansion, an old man suddenly sat upright in bed, as if resurrected. With bloodshot eyes, he cursed, "So, is the murderer bamboo leaf green wine? Woof woof, bamboo leaf green wine, woof woof, delicious and smooth, woof woof woof." In Qingfeng town, nestled at the foot of the Qingxuan Sect, a 16-year-old boy languidly leaned over a table, calling out weakly. At his feet lay a puppy. Barely 2 months old, its scruffy yellow fur unmistakably marking it as a local mutt. The boy and the dog exchanged calls, creating a surprisingly harmonious atmosphere for passers-by. Of course, there were few buyers, as 30 spirit stones for a pound of wine was a steep price, making it difficult for anyone to purchase without sacrificing their sect duties for the month. Observing the bustling crowd, Liu Yu sighed, feeling it was yet another fruitless day. Da Huang, why is it so incredibly difficult to earn spirit stones? Liu Yu murmured, petting the dog affectionately. A few days prior, upon hearing that Wu Xiener would soon return, he realized it was time to put his plans into action. To build a private sanctuary, he needed both cultivation and wealth. His cultivation was gradually improving, but that was a slow process. Laying a solid foundation was crucial, as everything done in the qi refining stage was in preparation for foundation establishment. The first threshold in cultivation was the quality of one's foundation. As for wealth, or spirit stones, Liu Yu found himself a loss. Although Wu Qingshan would undoubtedly provide him with whatever he needed, Liu Yu yearned to earn it himself, as achieving this goal would bring a greater sense of fulfillment, making his future residence all the more comfortable. When Fu Bo inadvertently learned of Liu Yu's troubles, he pointed him towards a potential solution. Despite being somewhat miffed that Liu Yu had not revealed the identity of the murderer, Fu Bo offered a suggestion. If Liu Yu wanted spirit stones, he should take on a sect mission. He then introduced Liu Yu to a simple and manageable task, selling wine in Qingfeng town at the foot of the mountain. This spirit wine was generally beyond the means of most cultivators, with the reward for a qi refining disciple's mission hovering around 30 spirit stones. Purchasing the wine would equate to working for free that month. Fu Bo was indifferent to whether the wine sold or not. If it did, he would offer Liu Yu a commission on top of the 30 spirit stones. Indeed, the wine shop belonged to Fu Bo due to my lack of talent. I have long since given up on advancing beyond the golden core stage. Fortunately, my grandson has successfully entered the Qingxuan Sect, allowing me to settle here for a peaceful retirement while keeping myself occupied. He had once said, "The Wu Mansion is excellent, but that wretched dog master keeps shortchanging my wages. One day, I shall rise against him." Qingfeng town, located at the foot of the Qingxuan Sect, boasted a large trading market for cultivators, where one could find countless intriguing goods, spirit herbs, hunted spirit beasts, elixirs, talismans, and weapons, showcasing a plethora of marvels and eccentricities. Here, one could truly witness the bizarre, such as individuals ascending into the air with one foot on the other. Not amaze enough. What if I told you there were those who could perform splits and urinate while hovering in mid-air? Do not question how such individuals exist. The true martial continent is an incredibly inclusive and wondrous place. Liu Yu just witnessed one such spectacle. Moments ago, an unexpected commotion outside had caught his attention. Adhering to his principle of seeking out excitement and entertainment, he dashed out from behind the counter, with Da Huang closely following. Together, they squatted by the entrance, watching in awe as a disheveled figure performed astonishing feats in the street. This madman was leaping with one foot on the other, ascending to a certain height before executing a 180-degree mid-air rotation, then mischievously dropping his trousers to unleash a display of heavenly flowers, sending the onlookers scattering in terror. 5 inches, barely adequate. Some bold female cultivators nearby were commenting on his antics, bursting into melodic laughter, while the surrounding male cultivators hurried past, covering their laps, fearful of becoming the subject of ridicule. Of course, the reveler did not remain free for long. As a cultivator from the Qingxuan Sect swiftly subdued him and led him away, the madman still shouting, "I am not insane. I am not insane. Help me up. I can still cultivate. I can still cultivate." This scene left a profound impression on Liu Yu. How splendid! Is this truly the world of cultivation? It seems to harbor all manner of demons and wonders. He marveled. "Woof," De Huang chimed in, echoing his agreement. Just as the boy and the dog were lost in their musings, a melodious female voice interjected, "That man is likely a rogue cultivator who, without proper guidance, practiced certain secret techniques, resulting in his current state of madness." Liu Yu turned to his side, noticing a disheveled woman in red standing at the entrance of the wine shop, her hair unkempt and her face, as well as much of her clothing, smeared with soot, giving her the appearance of having been scorched. Compared to the earlier madman, her appearance was equally disheveled. Yet, what drew attention was her hair, not black, but a brilliant red that shimmered like flames in the sunlight, dazzling in its brilliance. Liu Yu observed her for a moment before silently returning to the shop. That a few seconds later, he emerged with several steamed buns, which he pressed in her hands while she looked on in bewilderment. "Miss, these buns are merely a distraction from my boredom. Now they are yours. Live well." With that, Liu Yu turned and re-entered the shop to resume his work. The woman glanced at the buns in her hands, then at the dog, which was drooling and gazing up at her, and anger surged within her. "Who do you think you are? I merely made a mistake while refining pills, resulting in this appearance. Not that I am a beggar." Bai Jiu fumed, raising her hand to throw the bun away, but suddenly paused. "How long has it been since I last ate? It seems like it has been about a decade." She gazed at the steamed bun in her hand, lost in thought. The bun, too, appeared quite fragrant. Soon, passers-by on the street witnessed an odd scene. At the entrance of a tavern, a red-haired woman was furiously gnawing on a bun, emitting displeased grunts with every bite, leaving onlookers bewildered about her true feelings. In her haste, a piece of the bun accidentally fell to the ground. The woman crouched down, using one hand to fend off the approaching large yellow dog while the other retrieved the fallen bun. "Oh, right, De Huang. We're having tomato beef brisket tonight." Liu Yu emerged, intending to take De Huang inside to discuss their dinner plans, only to be met with the sight of the disheveled woman struggling with the dog over food. For a fleeting moment, the scene seemed to freeze. Liu Yu silently shut his mouth, stepped forward to lift the reluctant De Huang, and turned away, unwilling to witness this heart-wrenching tableau. "No, it's not what you think. Speak up. Don't look at me with that expression." The woman clutched Liu Yu's clothing, her face flushed. "It's fine. I've begged before too. I understand." Liu Yu's empathetic response softened his gaze. "I in this day and age. Who is living well? Sighed, "No, truly. It's not as you imagine that I have money. I have spirit stones." The woman, in a fit of frustration, attempted to produce spirit stones as proof, but upon checking the spot where she usually kept them, fell silent. It seemed she had taken them out while refining pills and placed them elsewhere. Liu Yu opted for silence, shaking his head as he returned to the counter. Having no money is not frightening. What is truly terrifying is pretending to be affluent while being broke. Sigh. Bai Jiu stood outside the tavern, her fists clenched, trembling with rage. "I am furious, absolutely furious. Bai Jiu, have never endured such humiliation." A wave of anger turned her face crimson, yet it was smeared with a layer of dirt, giving her a dark, flushed appearance. After emerging from her seclusion, she simply wished to buy a drink and ended up in this predicament. How infuriating. The problem is, she didn't even know who to be angry with. "Just wait. I'll return with spirit stones to crush you." Bai Jiu stormed away, laden with resentment. Inside the tavern, Liu Yu was scolding the large yellow dog for wandering aimlessly. "De Huang, I'm not talking about you, but do pay attention to your walking posture. Have you never been taught how to walk? Look at your peers. It is said that dogs resemble their owners, mimicking their behavior. Yet Liu Yu could swear he had never taught De Huang to walk in such a manner. What kind of good person S-dog walks with a limp?" Liu Yu rambled on, while De Huang, overwhelmed, tilted his head back, wearing an expression that seemed to plead for mercy. After a lengthy tirade, Liu Yu glanced at the sky. It was getting late, and today's work was done. Time to clock out. I can't endure this job any longer. Liu Yu gleefully closed the shop, and a Huang, tail wagging, followed eagerly behind him. Hooray! Time to go home for dinner, still limping along. The setting sun gradually turned a muted yellow. As Liu Yu and De Huang strolled down the street, occasionally stopping to buy delicious snacks from roadside vendors, they shared skewers, their mouths greasy with delight, utterly carefree. Qingxuan town was not solely inhabited by cultivators. Mortals thrived here as well, and they constituted a significant portion of the population. In the northern domain, there exists a dynasty known as the Bailiang dynasty, from which most of the mortals here had migrated, hoping to tread the elusive path to immortality or to engage in lucrative business ventures. The shops operated by mortals primarily dealt in ordinary food that did not involve spiritual energy. Accepting not spirit stones, but rather Bailiang coins, often referred to simply as currency. 1 spirit stone could be exchanged for a substantial amount of coins, but converting coins back into spirit stones was a rare occurrence. Wealthy merchants among the mortals were particularly fond of collecting items from cultivators, especially spirit stones. They believed that even if they could not absorb the spiritual energy contained within the stones, regular contact or wearing them could enhance their health and extend their lifespan. Once one accumulates sufficient wealth, money ceases to be a pursuit. It transforms into a yearning for longevity. They do not dare to aspire for immortality, but merely wish for a few more years of life. Liu Yu had advanced a portion of his salary with Uncle Fu and then exchanged a spirit stone for a significant amount of coins in Qingfeng town, thus rendering him a minor affluent figure among mortals. He spent generously, happily purchasing 2 portions of grilled squid for himself and a Huang as they walked. Upon reaching a stone arch bridge, Liu Yu paused to lean against the railing, taking in the breathtaking sunset. The horizon was ablaze with fiery clouds, and a pale moon had risen unbeknownst to him, reflecting upon the river below, beautifully adorned with lotus flowers. Supporting his chin with his hand, he gazed dreamily at the sunset. His eyes slightly misty, he spoke softly, sharing thoughts known only to himself. To Huang, I truly love this place. Oh, you know how my life used to be. I worked from 9 to 8 every day, just earn a few $1,000s, exhausting myself to the point where I lived worse than a dog. But back then, I had no choice. My unreliable older brother had borrowed money online and was constantly being pursued by creditors. And my father fell ill. Cancer. No less, I had only graduated a few years prior, and a series of events bore down on me so heavily that I could hardly breathe. Yet I could not allow myself to relax. If I faltered, our family would surely fall apart. Then one day, in a daze after work, I was struck by a car at a crosswalk. I don't resent the driver who hit me. That young lady appeared quite wealthy. After my death, my family would likely receive a substantial compensation, along with insurance and various other payouts, sufficient to help them through this crisis. But sometimes I truly feel a pang of loneliness. I can never see them again, and I wonder if they think of me. Liu Yu's expression grew melancholic. Some matters simply do not go as one wishes. At tea times, he suddenly feels an overwhelming sense of solitude. No one understands you. No one accompanies you. Occasionally, you act out like a madman, as if you are out of place in this world. People invariably move forward through pain, growing amid sorrow. De Huang sat quietly on the ground, without a sound, his dark brown eyes gazing steadily at Liu Yu. After a brief moment, Liu Yu crouched down, stroking De Huang's head with a smile. But here, at least I still have you. You're my last family, so you must stay safe. Woof! Ha! Don't lick my face, it tickles. Woof woof! Under the setting sun, atop the stone arch bridge, the duo of man and dog formed a harmonious tableau. Passers-by inadvertently cast envious glances, reminiscing about when they too had experienced such joy, though the memory felt distant. Liu Yu like tea that moment. A cool voice shattered the serenity of the scene. Liu Yu looked up to find a slender maiden at the opposite end of the bridge. Clad in a white robe adorned with gold-trimmed cloud patterns, her expression aloof, exuding an ethereal grace. In an instant, his pupils constricted slightly. Wu Xianer. This was a name etched into his memory, impossible to forget. Liu Yu had thought that seeing Wu Xianer again would elicit no emotional upheaval, but he had underestimated the residual memories embedded within this body. The mere encounter stirred his heart and soul. The fluttering of his heart revealed his dependence and affection for her, an emotion beyond Liu Yu's control, akin to instinct. How foolish of you. You actually followed Sienna all the way here. You truly are as foolish as they come. A voice laced with sarcasm pierced the air, drawing his gaze away from Wu Xian'er, allowing him to notice the disciples surrounding her. Those clad in azure and white attire were none other than the inner disciples of the Qingxuan Sect. The outer disciples donned blue robes, while the inner disciples wore azure and white, and the direct disciples were distinguished by their black and white garments. Liu Yu, at present, was adorned in the blue attire of an outer disciple. Simple yet aesthetically pleasing as for Wu Xian'er, she wore the white and gold-trimmed robes of a direct disciple, resembling a pristine jasmine flower blooming beneath an amber crescent moon. Beautiful, pure, and utterly unattainable, and so distant. Not that he ever wished to reach for it. Hey, fool, I'm talking to you. What are you staring at? The incessant chatter grated on Liu Yu's nerves. He turned his displeased gaze towards the irritating individual, a man clad in the inner disciple's garb of the Qingxuan Sect, who furrowed his brow in response. This fool's gaze makes me uncomfortable. He was one of Wu Xian'er's guardians, possessing mid-foundation cultivation. Ranked 17th within the inner sect, proficient in boxing, and known as Shattering Mountain Fist Zhou. His fists were immensely powerful, capable of shattering stones and splitting mountains with a single blow, making him a rare opponent among his peers. Exemplary individuals are seldom without their share of equally remarkable companions. Or rather, one might say that where beautiful flowers bloom, lush foliage often flourishes. That Wu Xian'er, as a direct disciple, was similarly surrounded by a throng of sycophants. They cast curious glances at Liu Yu, intrigued by his apparent transformation, yet they remained steadfast in their propensity for mockery. Haha, Brother Zhou, this fool probably can't even understand our words. It's impressive how thick-skinned he is. Coming to seek out Sienna after being ignored so many times. If it were me, I would have slapped him away ages ago. Oh, I just realized this fool isn't actually bad-looking. That if no one wants you, you can always come find me. Sister can help you. One woman trailed off, a sudden chill creeping up her spine, though it quickly dissipated, leaving her bewildered. Strange. Why do I feel as though a beast is watching me? She instinctively shrank back, choosing to remain silent. Wu Xian'er, her expression impassive, withdrew her gaze. The cacophony of their taunts gradually drew Liu Yu back to reality, and he regarded the troop of clowns with resignation. Ah, here we go. The typical henchman shouting segment. One of the favorite scenes of the mediocre web novel authors, as it allows them to write without thinking. That I used to wonder how such foolish side characters could exist. Yet here they are, right before me. Damn it, if I weren't currently at a disadvantage, I'd love to take them on one by one and toss them all into the river. The authors penning such tales should be thrown in too. Sometimes Liu Yu fantasized about being a mere henchman, indulging in food and drink while delivering a hefty slap to their faces. That if something went awry, he could simply exclaim, "Simi ma lo de huang." Let us go. Woof. Liu Yu, wishing to avoid trouble, signaled to De Huang and intended to turn away, but he had underestimated the sycophants surrounding Wu Xian'er. As he attempted to make a move, one of the lackeys swiftly stepped in to block him. De Huang, startled, retreated beneath Liu Yu's feet, watching the newcomer warily. "I warn you to cease your pursuit of Sienna." Zhou Yi approached Liu Yu, casting a disdainful glance his way as he spoke in a low, stern voice. "Do not use your childhood friendship to ensnare Sienna. She owes you nothing." "Exactly. I advise you to recognize your situation and leave the sect." Brother Zhou speaks wisely. Aren't we being a bit harsh on this fool? Though his constant harassment of Wu Xian'er is indeed quite bothersome. Harsh. The real troublemaker is him. Sienna is plagued by his incessant advances. What if it affect her cultivation? She is the future hope of the Qingxuan Sect. The crowd erupted again, each person eager to witness Zhou Yi deliver a proper reprimand to Liu Yu. Again and again, it was tiresome. Liu Yu met Zhou Yi's gaze directly, his voice laced with mockery. "Am I your father or grandfather? My affairs are not yours to meddle in, you ungrateful wretch. And don't stand so close. Did you step in dog feces? You stink to high heaven." His words were clear and resonant, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. This fool spoke more coherently than they could manage. Was he truly a fool? No. Why did they feel more like fools themselves? Wu Xian'er's eyes shimmered with a peculiar light as she regarded Liu Yu. You, shut your mouth, you little pest. Zhou Yi's face flushed red with anger. Their group had just returned from the edge of the Endless Mountains, looking somewhat disheveled after a prolonged encounter with spirit beasts. Yet, how dare this previously disheveled fool speak so boldly? When did this fool become so sharp-tongued? Seeking death are we. Whether I wish to live or die is my own affair. I do not require a dutiful child such as you to concern yourself with it. Fine, fine. I have warned you. Do not pursue Xian'er any further. Zhou Yi's aura suddenly surged, and Liu Yu could see the surrounding earth attribute spirit energy converging upon him, deducing that the man must possess a soil spiritual root. Although a foundation cultivator may not yet exert pressure, he still bore a certain imposing presence against lower-tier cultivators. Unfortunately, Liu Yu had witnessed far stronger auras in his past life. In his eyes, even the heirs of his previous superiors were more formidable. Came from Dunhuang. Did you? So many murals. Liu Yu rolled his eyes, feeling no fear whatsoever. After all, fighting was prohibited in the city, and with regulations to protect him. He felt emboldened to speak freely. When faced with uncertainty, one should simply act out. Why endure such grievances in silence? Did he not have a mouth to use? Who told him that he had to entangle himself with her here? Did this bridge belong to his family? Could he not simply be admiring the scenery or waiting for someone else? Did he have to look like a fool, staring at the sky with his backside in the air? The crowd stared at Liu Yu in disbelief, unable to fathom how a fool who previously struggled to articulate his thoughts could now deliver such incisive remarks. Even Wu Xian'er raised an eyebrow. Her gaze toward Liu Yu imbued with a strange significance. As for Zhou Yi, his face shifted through hues of green and white, his teeth nearly grinding to dust from frustration. Yet he continued to dismiss Liu Yu's words. You fool. Who would come looking for you? Who would be so blind? Just then, a melodious voice drifted from behind the crowd to me. A voice so sweet and intoxicating sent shivers down the spines of those present. And as they turned to look, they were left in a state of shock that a woman, exuding an otherworldly aura reminiscent of a celestial being, approached them with a smile. Her smooth, fiery red hair danced in the evening breeze, and her crimson attire glimmered in the sunset, bathing her in a golden glow akin to the descent of a fire deity, leaving onlookers entranced. Make way, do not block my path. An invisible force pushed everyone aside, except for Wu Xian'er. Creating a wide passage, with a poised demeanor and a radiant smile, she walked toward Liu Yu. The crowd collectively held their breath, praying she was merely passing by and not approaching Liu Yu. How could this fool possibly encounter a woman of such ethereal beauty? It was inconceivable. Yet once again, their hopes were dashed. Apologies for my tardiness. Let us go and enjoy some delicious food. The woman waved at Liu Yu playfully, winking at him. Her demeanor was utterly captivating to any male present. You. Liu Yu gazed at the enchanting woman before him, finally recognizing her fiery hair. It dawned on him. She was the beggar who had snatched food from Dunhuang. Wu Xian'er, upon seeing her, felt her previously tranquil expression ripple with emotion. Master? Not quite. You're not my master. You are, by Jiu, my esteemed senior. Upon hearing Wu Xian'er's words, everyone gazed in disbelief at the stunning woman with fiery red hair. There exists a legend within the Qingxuan Sect. It is said that one should never approach a person clad in red with red hair, especially if their name happens to be Bai Jiu. For such proximity invites calamity, true calamity. Rumor has it that those who dare to challenge this belief return battered and bruised, fleeing in disgrace. When questioned about their ordeal, they fell silent, their expressions pale, eyes filled with terror, clutching themselves tightly, resembling a bullied maiden. It was utterly outrageous. Who could fathom what they had truly endured? In an instant, everyone silently withdrew, unwilling to draw near. Didn't we agree to wait for me on the bridge? Just because I arrived a tad late, you wish to abandon me and feast alone. Let us go. We shall dine at the Xian'er Pavilion. Unperturbed by the actions of others, Bai Jiu approached Liu Yu, gently patting the boy's back before draping her arm around his neck and leading him away. Dunhuang, observing this audacious theft of his meal companion, scampered after them, determined not to let her whisk away his master. As Liu Yu opened his mouth to speak, a voice whispered in his ear, "Keep your gaze forward, stand tall. Do not allow others to underestimate you." Liu Yu maintained a stoic expression, yet internally he was taken aback. He had noticed that when Bai Jiu spoke, her lips did not part, yet he still heard her voice. This must be the sound transmission technique recorded in the Beginner's Guide. The Beginner's Guide. The cultivation manual gifted to him by Wu Qingxuan proved to be immensely useful, and Liu Yu had recommended that everyone possess a copy. Upon hearing her words, Liu Yu did not struggle to free himself from her grasp. For the individuals before him were foundational disciples of the inner sect, and as a mere third-layer Qi refinement stage novice, he could not contend with them. For now, it was best to bide his time. Those who have endured the harshness of society understand that pretending to be formidable without the means is sheer folly. So, he resolved to wait for the opportune moment to turn the tables. Thus, Liu Yu was led away by Bai Jiu, who never cast a glance at Wu Xian'er, and Liu Yu too refrained from looking back. That it was instead Wu Xian'er who watched Liu Yu's figure recede until it vanished around a corner at the end of the street before she withdrew her gaze. "Let us depart," Wu Xian'er announced, prompting a palpable easing of tension among Zhou, Yi, and the others. After a few paces, Wu Xian'er suddenly halted, as if struck by a thought, and turned to address the group. "I will handle matters between Liu Yu and myself. During this time, do not create trouble for me or allow others to misinterpret our relationship, for it would tarnish my reputation." With that, she strode away. The surrounding disciples, upon hearing her words, chimed in, "Xian'er, your family has been diligent in caring for him over the years. You owe him nothing. Indeed, after his parents' demise, it was you who looked after him. Any trouble he caused was resolved by sect leader Wu, so the debt of gratitude has long been repaid. Truly, our Xian'er is both beautiful and kind-hearted. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely expelled that fool from the sect long ago. If it weren't for Senior Lin being in seclusion to break through, he would surely have found a way to assist you with these matters." Senior Lin, yin among the direct disciples. The surrounding clamor was vexing that Wu Xian'er remained silent, simply continuing on her path. Thank goodness. Zhou Yi, trailing behind Wu Xian'er, secretly exhaled in relief. As long as that fool kept his distance from her, all would be well. The mere thought of Senior Lin discovering Liu Yu had encountered Wu Xian'er again sent a shiver down his spine, his eyes betraying a hint of fear. "What brings you here, in a place unseen by others?" Liu Yu removed the delicate hand that had encircled his neck. The presence before him, unexpectedly coming to his aid, was beyond his expectations. I merely wish to enhance your image a bit," Bai Jiu replied, a playful smile dancing on her lips. "How does it feel to witness their astonished and disbelieving expressions? Quite exhilarating, isn't it?" The setting sun bathed her face in warm light, her crimson hair reminiscent of a twilight sky, while her flawless visage resembled a blossoming rose, vibrant and exquisite. In that fleeting moment, Liu Yu felt his heart race uncontrollably. He too broke into a smile. Indeed, quite exhilarating, as the evening breeze swept through. The figures of the girl, the boy, and the dog seemed intoxicated, inexplicably filled with joy. This woman possessed a remarkable quality that ensnared those around her, making them feel alive and elated. Truly, she embodied her name. Bai Jiu playfully suggested, "Why not treat me to a drink? But I lack any spirit stones. I'll wait until I receive my wages." "Life is not about waiting," she declared, "since you've thought of it. Let's act upon it. Come on, I'll treat you this time. Let us go drink, but that might not be appropriate." Liu Yu protested, though he couldn't help but wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth. He too longed for a drink. "Well, will you drink or not?" "I will." "Then where are we going?" "To your place, of course. Did you think I returned to see you for no reason? Have you not tasted the bamboo leaf essence spirit wine you sell? It's a unique treasure of Qingfeng town, but I've closed the shop. Enough of that, we can reopen it." Bai Jiu grasped the boy's wrist, dashing towards the tavern while calling out, "Hurry, hurry, I'm dying for a drink." Slow down, De Huang can't keep up." Woof, woof, woof. In the twilight, the girl, the boy, and the dog raced towards the last golden rays of light on the horizon, chasing the fading warmth of summer. This was the most vividly felt day Liu Yu had experienced since arriving here. Life is invariably filled with surprises and serendipitous encounters. Sometimes, when fate arrives, people inexplicably meet and come together. Liu Yu, enchanted by Bai Jiu's smile, found himself smiling in return. This sensation was delightful. In the Wu manor, within Wu Qingxuan study, I heard Liu Yu is working for you. Wu Qingxuan, seated behind his desk, narrowed his eyes at the old steward. Who told you that, master? Such rumors are unfounded and unreliable, Fu Bo replied, maintaining his composure, though inwardly he cursed the master. Not going to speak. If you're unclear about something, how am I to convey it? Qingfeng Town, at the Linglu Tavern. Master, you truly possess an uncanny foresight. Even without stepping outside, you can manage everything and be aware of all matters. Truly impressive. You insolent steward, Wu Qingxuan retorted with a chuckle. You've lost 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Wu Qingxuan interlaced his fingers, gazing at Fu Bo with a knowing look. In that instant, Fu Bo felt his heart race. However, Wu Qingxuan suddenly shifted his tone, a cunning glint appearing on his handsome face. If you raise Liu Yu's salary a bit, I believe I could also consider giving you a raise. Out of course, do not mention that this matter is related to me. Oh, Fu Bo understood. At the same time, in Qingfeng Town, at a tavern named Linglu, it was expected that the tavern would be closed at this hour, yet inexplicably, the dim establishment was now aglow. Should anyone pass by the tavern entrance at this moment, they would glimpse a boy, a girl, and a dog sharing drinks. Initially, Liu had no intention of allowing De Huang to drink. Can dogs drink? Surely not. Bai Jiu insisted it was harmless, suggesting a small sip would bolster his constitution. Thus, after a sip of wine, De Huang became a tipsy pup, staggering about unsteadily, before soon collapsing to the ground, howling like a wolf. Rest well, my dear pup. Bai Jiu disdainfully shook her head, deeming this the most inebriated creature she had ever encountered. From now on, those who could not hold their liquor should be seated at the same table as De Huang. Liu Yu, upon inspection, discovered that the creature was merely inebriated and asleep, which alleviated his worries. De Huang was just an ordinary little dog, not a spirit beast. It was commendable enough that it could drink at all, and no need to concern yourself with it. Come, let us continue. You provide the funds. I'll risk my life, and together we shall drink ourselves into madness. Liu Yu returned to his seat and raised his glass, gesturing toward Bai Jiu. After more than half an hour, Bai Jiu observed Liu Yu sprawled across the table, a look of contempt crossing her features. You are indeed a reflection of your master. Both are mere trifles. As Liu Yu became increasingly inebriated, he gradually shed his inhibitions. That it was not that he lacked vigilance, but rather that vigilance seemed futile. It was better to go with the flow. After all, she was a direct disciple of the martial immortal, someone whom even the sect's holy maiden would regard with utmost reverence. What was he but a mere foot soldier? Although he could not ascertain her strength, Liu Yu estimated that with a mere flick of her finger, she could extinguish his life, much like crushing an ant, a gentle press, and he would burst asunder, his essence splattering forth. Liu Yu leaned on the table, bleary-eyed, and addressed Bai Jiu, "Shouldn't I be more respectful toward you? After all, it seems the martial immortals regard you with great trepidation. The moment you appear, they look as if they've encountered something terrifying. Oh, their expressions are simply priceless. Enough of that. This is quite satisfactory as it stands." She chuckled. "You are rather peculiar, you know? Hey. I practically descended like a deity to rescue you today. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Then why did you help me? Because you caught my eye? That's not true, be honest. When I came to beg today, when I sought to purchase wine, I sensed a celestial aura emanating from you. Initially uncertain, I confirmed upon interaction that you possess the protection of the celestial way." Bai Jiu narrowed her eyes, a rare seriousness gracing her visage. "What does that entail?" "Essentially a form of certification. A boon from the celestial way, an acknowledgement from it. Remarkably extraordinary. Can it transform me into light?" "No, then it is of no use." Liu Yu expressed his disappointment. "If it can't turn me into light, what good is it? I want to be like Digga. Puffed. Those blessed by the celestial way experience rapid cultivation speeds, profound comprehension abilities, and can easily overcome bottlenecks in their training. It can be said that with the celestial way as favor, you are its favored child. destined to attract the affection and attention of various beings, with luck that surpasses that of ordinary folk. You truly take advantage, yet feign innocence. Bai Jiu rolled her eyes, clearly exasperated with Liu Yu's ignorance of the celestial way's significance. Anything linked to the celestial way was no mere trifle. Countless individuals yearned for it, yet could not attain it. What do you mean I'm lucky? I don't feel that way at all. I was even confronted today. Mentioning this, Liu Yu felt a wave of gloom wash over him. Out of nowhere, I had those fools seeking trouble with me. It was utterly disgusting. Didn't I come to your rescue? I'm a hidden big shot within the sect. Saving you should count as your good fortune, no? Yes, thank you, Bai Jiu Shu. His voice dripped with insincerity. I truly wonder why the celestial way favors you. Did you save the world in your past life? In my previous life, I was merely a diligent, pitiful wage slave, toiling from dawn till dusk, returning to an empty rental apartment. Where would I find the time to save the world? How tragic, how tragic. Oh, you remember your past life? Yes. Suddenly, the inebriated Liu Yu became acutely sober, his complexion paling in an instant. Holy smokes, holy smokes, holy smokes. Drinking can lead to calamity. False wine is treacherous. Just as he contemplated continuing his act of ignorance, Bai Jiu's words struck him like a bolt from the blue. Don't bother concocting excuses. Your reaction has revealed everything. He looked up to meet Bai Jiu's haunting gaze in that moment, it felt as though his blood had turned to ice. Language is the truest exposer of a person. As long as you speak, I can understand you. The wine dulled the senses, rendering one loose-lipped and unguarded. Thus, Liu Yu felt as if his demise was imminent, that I was merely jesting. You wouldn't take it seriously. Would you? Ha! Liu Yu attempted to wriggle free, only to see Bai Jiu grinning at him. Sometimes, the truth is often cloaked in jest. Liu Yu. He kicked De Huang, who was blissfully asleep beneath the table. Get up, you mutt. We're in dire straits. De Huang whimpered and resumed drooling in slumber. As cold sweat trickled down Liu Yu's brow. Bai Jiu took a sip of her drink, laughing. How fascinating. Such bizarre occurrences indeed. You needn't fret over your loose tongue. I added a little something to your drink, a little. Something to lower your guard and expose your inner self. Liu Yu's eyes widened in shock. If you play me like this, I might have to report you. That's a 3-year minimum. The stunning woman before him, draped in red, resembled a beautiful yet mischievous little demon. That moment, Liu Yu could only think. Indeed. The weasel comes bearing ill intentions. Are you speaking ill of me in your heart? Liu Yu's face flushed with indignation. How can you think that of me? That's outrageous. Don't we have even a shred of trust between us? Would you care to see your current expression? It's overly theatrical. Bai Jiu admired Liu Yu's acting skills. Such a performance was unparalleled. Fear not. I shan't harm you, and will keep your secret. In return, you must agree to one condition. What condition? Tell me about your world. What kind of place is it? I'm quite curious. A lengthy existence also meant enduring a protracted passage of time. Bai Jiu found herself bored, even contemplating burying herself somewhere, hoping a tomb raider might fortuitously unearth her. Now that she had encountered such an intriguing affair, she was determined to delve deeper. She endeavored to make her mundane life more palatable. That's it? Liu Yu expressed disbelief. Indeed. What else did you expect? You didn't think I would kill you or employ some soul-searching technique to extract your memories, did you? Look at how terrified you are. Bai Jiu chuckled, finding amusement in Liu Yu's easily frightened demeanor. By the way, would you care to be my disciple? Being my pupil comes with numerous benefits. When I have the time, I can teach you to cultivate. And I'm also an alchemist. There's no shortage of pills for you. Bai Jiu tempted him. Liu Yu, what is the catch? Tell me. Bai Jiu tilted her head, playfully grinning. Can't you think of something good about me? Didn't I mention that a long life requires some amusement, or else it would be dreadfully dull? I feel there would be much joy in your company. I don't Her words made Liu Yu's heart race, and he averted his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. This is too dangerous. How can any man withstand such allure? She bore no resemblance to those lofty great cultivators. Rather, she seemed like an exuberant, ordinary woman, a stunning mature woman with the heart of a pure maiden. It was said that great cultivators, upon reaching their peak, would return to simplicity, Was this what it meant? Liu Yu raised his cup and took another sip. Pondering, yet ultimately shook his head. I want tea. He was content with his life alongside De Huang and had no desire to introduce any further variables. His goal remained steadfast, to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage and build a small house. This was a dream he had never forgotten. Tisk, having uncovered your secret, allow me to share one of mine. Bai Ju lifted her wine glass and downed its contents in a single gulp. She gazed at Liu Yu, her words laced with seduction. In truth, the secret of the 9 characters lies with me. If you consent to become my disciple, I shall impart it to you. Liu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. The 9 great secrets. They were documented in the novice manual, each character representing a distinct mystical ability. Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jia, Lai, Zhen, Qian, Xing, each method possessing its own extraordinary power. The Xing character, an epitome of speed, could significantly enhance the practitioner's agility, endowing them with lightning-like swiftness, and even enabling them to traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye, surpassing the limits of their realm. Mastering any one of the 9 characters would render crossing boundaries to eliminate foes a trivial matter. After the initial shock, Liu Yu lowered his head, lost in contemplation. Goodness, she actually used this to test the candidates. The following morning, as the light of dawn bathed the earth, the world slowly awakened from its slumber, except for 1 person and 1 dog in a certain tavern. Tsk, I wish to learn more. And is this where it ends? Bai Jiu observed the man and dog curled up beneath the table and shook her head disdainfully. Upon discovering Liu Yu's secret, he no longer chose to conceal his own matters, thus adding 1 more soul to the list of those privy to his hidden truths. Curiously, revealing what lay within one's heart often brings a wave of relief and ease. Some secrets can weigh heavily, like a boulder pressing upon one's chest, causing feelings of oppression and unease. Yet when one finally gathers the courage to voice them, it feels as though that weight has been lifted, allowing one to breathe freely and experience an unprecedented sense of lightness and comfort. That night, Liu Yu's aura broke through, reaching the 4th level of the Qi refining stage. This pace of cultivation was beyond Liu Yu's expectations, as for his refusal to become Bai Jiu's disciple. He had turned her down the previous night. Very well, seems the time is not ripe. Perhaps I was too eager. Bai Jiu sighed, but she was not in a hurry. Some matters cannot be rushed, and there would be time to continue her coaxing in the future if she could bring this individual, blessed by the heavenly Tao, under her tutelage. She hoped that when the time came for ascendance, the Tao would show her leniency, considering her role as his master. Just a little would suffice. Hey, wake up! Liu Yu awakened. In his hazy state, Liu thought he saw Fu Bo seemed to be tugging at his collar, saying something, but when he noticed Liu Yu's lack of response, he raised his hand with a sinister grin. Smack! A sharp sound jolted Liu Yu awake, leaving him dazed. Old man, why did you hit me? Liu Yu asked, clutching his swollen face in bewilderment. The assailant wore an innocent expression, as if the joy he had displayed moments earlier was merely an illusion. I did not strike you. It must have been your imagination. Young Master Liu, you ought to drink less in the future. I've been calling you for ages and you remained unresponsive. Upon seeing Fu Bo's kind and innocent demeanor, Liu Yu narrowed his eyes. This old rascal definitely hit me. Noticing Liu Yu's increasingly unfriendly gaze, Fu Bo cleared his throat and swiftly changed the subject. By the way, what happened to you? Were you not supposed to be selling wine? Why did you drink it all yourself? Self-production and self-consumption. He pointed to the empty wine jars surrounding them. This mention. Liu Yu perked up. He chuckled, rising slowly to dust off his clothes, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Suddenly, Fu Bo felt an overwhelming aura bearing down on him. This batch has all been sold. Please call me Sales Champion Liu. Really? Yesterday, I transformed into a male model to accompany the customers, drank to the point of inebriation. Could that be false? Although I cannot comprehend entirely. It seems you have worked hard at so. Can you give me a raise? Certainly. Upon witnessing Fu Bo nodding with a smile, Liu Yu found it hard to believe when his salary was actually increased. He lowered his head, pondered, and arrived at a conclusion that, I understand now. This person before me is no ordinary human. After regaining his senses, Liu Yu jumped back, looking warily at Fu Bo halt. What kind of impostor dares to masquerade as that stingy old man Fu Bo? Reveal your true form at once. Fu Bo's smile froze for a moment, but he quickly resumed his chuckle. He offered no further explanation, though the veins on his forehead appeared somewhat engorged. It seems you were just like that foolish family head, unwilling to listen to reason. Huh. It proves that this realm of cultivation indeed operates on the principle of strength. Liu Yu had barely awakened when Fu Bo struck him, thoroughly sobering him up. An elder at the golden core stage is not to be trifled with. Liu Yu would dare not challenge him again. That's so? Fu Bo, what brings you here? Liu Yu asked, cradling his now swollen face. Feeling somewhat disgruntled. Surely, he did not come merely to give me a beating. While tidying the shop, Fu Bo replied, Firstly, considering your diligent work, I've come to grant you a salary increase. Secondly, my grandson is due to return from his training in the boundless mountain range, and I am preparing to welcome him back. You have a grandson? Of course. Liu, in the future, if anyone bullies you within the inner sect, I shall have my grandson help you retaliate. Hee hee. Liu Yu chuckled. Remaining silent, if you have the ability, let him go confront Wu Xian'er. Fu Bo was currently immersed in pride as he spoke of his grandson, incessantly detailing his virtues and filial piety. However, when it came to character, Fu Bo displayed an unusual look of despair, and my grandson is somewhat dull-witted. Liu Yu, when the time comes, please take him out to socialize and meet more young ladies. He spends all his time clutching that broken sword. I suspect he may end up marrying it. Liu Yu, marrying a sword? Terrifying images instinctively flashed through Liu Yu's mind, and he experienced a phantom pain, his complexion turning pale as he shook his head vigorously. No, that simply won't do. That would be excruciating. What difference is there from using a small knife to sharpen a pencil? After Fu Bo finished packing his things, he hurriedly departed, leaving Liu Yu to tend the shop. Following Fu Bo's antics, Liu Yu found himself wide awake, engaging in cultivation while managing the tavern, eagerly anticipating the end of his shift. Isn't the purpose of working simply to wait for the end of the day? What else could it be? Relishing in the gradual strengthening of his abilities, Liu Yu felt an immense sense of joy. Cultivation is splendid. My body feels robust, and I need not worry about sudden death from staying up late or working overtime. Truly an essential skill for an office worker. By the way, do not casually wish a working person good night, for they may still have to work the night shift. The inner sect of the Qingxuan Sect is the true elite of the sect. Recruitment occurs only once a year, selecting the top 10 disciples from the annual grand competition held among the outer sect. From tens of thousands, only 10 are chosen, making the competition exceedingly ruthless. Those who emerge victorious are hailed as geniuses among the young cultivators. Upon entering the inner sect, these so-called geniuses find themselves in an entirely different realm, a breeding ground for the extraordinary. Here, mediocrity is absent, as everyone surrounding them is a genius. In such an environment, they compete with one another like venomous creatures, continuously striving to ascend, devouring each other until they stand at the pinnacle of the inner sect. Yet above the pinnacle of the inner sect, there exists a select group of direct disciples. Only those of the elder level possess the authority to accept direct disciples. Each direct disciple is an object of admiration for these geniuses, representing the zenith of strength among the younger generation, a symbol of unparalleled honor. Within a secluded cave, a direct disciple in closed-door meditation gradually released his aura, slowly opening his eyes. The energy of the golden core stage emanated from the young man. It is time. Xian'er should have returned by now. He rose to his feet, a smile gracing his countenance as he opened the secluded chamber. The brilliant sunlight streamed in, dazzling and bright, while a refreshing breeze swept towards him, as if all these elements were heralding a promising future. However, just over an hour later, his smile vanished. Within a residence of the inner sect of Qingxuan Sect, he sat in the principal seat, casting a downward gaze upon those gathered below. Among them were Zhou, Yi, and several individuals surrounding Wu Xian'er. His darkened expression resembled an impending storm at sea, instilling a sense of trepidation in those present, who dared not look him in the eye. What on earth is going on? Lin Yan's voice broke the silence, prompting everyone to realize that they could no longer remain timid. After exchanging glances, they began to speak in unison. During your seclusion, That fool was beaten by us many times, but we couldn't resort to lethal measures. Indeed, that Wu Qingxuan has always protected him within the sect. If we go too far, we might face accountability from the punishment department. But rest assured, Senior Brother Lin, we have reached an agreement with the Liu family and successfully expelled him from their ranks. That fool suddenly not being foolish is of no concern. He poses no threat. Yes, yes. Zhou, he recalled his encounter with Liu Yu that day, and, after some contemplation, mustered the courage to add, Senior Brother Lin. It is indeed true that the fool seems off, but he doesn't appear to harbor intentions of pursuing Wu Xian'er any further. This statement seemed to strike a nerve with Lin Yan, whose expression darkened instantly as he shot a venomous glare at him. I am not worried about him pursuing Wu Xian'er. My concern lies in the possibility of Wu Xian'er becoming entangled with him. Lin Yan's words came forth with a ferocious intensity. Surely not. How could Wu Xian'er develop feelings for that fellow? Zhou Yi's voice trailed off. Gradually succumbing to silence, he suddenly recalled the current Liu Yu. While he was not exceptionally handsome, he possessed an alluring charisma, standing tall like a jade tree and smiling like the radiant moon, evoking a sense of yearning even in him, let alone the women. Moreover, he was Wu Xian'er's childhood companion. With a betrothal in place this Zhou, he seemed to grasp the reason behind Lin Yan's vehement opposition to Liu Yu. It was indeed necessary to address this matter. No one could afford to overlook such a formidable rival lurking nearby. Observing the expressions of those below, Lin Yan sneered coldly and declared, from this moment forth, we must ensure that fool is expelled from the sect or devise a means to cripple him, rendering him a useless individual. I cannot tolerate any unstable factors lingering around Wu Xian'er, especially not a man who resides with her. This person must be expelled. Zhou Yi, I entrust this matter to you. The others will assist you in your endeavors. Anyone who fails to cooperate will face my wrath. The aura of the golden core emanated from Lin Yan, causing the pupils of those present to contract sharply. He had truly broken through to the golden core. Zhou Yi. Damn it, this time it's over. Having boarded the ship of life, one must embrace the role of a joyful pirate. Liu Yu felt that his current days were indeed filled with joy. Cultivating, sleeping, feasting, and scolding to Huang. This canine's gait was sometimes normal, yet at other times utterly abstract. Each time Liu Yu witnessed that peculiar stance, he couldn't help but berate I in response. De Huang would tone it down a notch, wagging its tail and grinning foolishly as it approached Liu Yu, begging for buns. The buns may not be delectable, but they were akin to apples, something to indulge in during moments of boredom. Watching De Huang joyfully munching on a bun, Liu Yu's mood inevitably lightened, and he affectionately patted its head. Ruffling the little dog's fur, he felt that there was nothing to worry about. Life was truly splendid. With food, drink, and a dog, it seemed perfectly acceptable to continue living in such a manner. Liu Yu sighed contentedly as he exited the tavern, glancing at the sky. The golden red expanse was enchanting and magnificent. As he observed the morning light and evening clouds, the fiery sunset promised another clear day ahead. Of course, tomorrow's matters could wait until tomorrow. The most important tasks of today remained unfulfilled. Noticing the time, he deemed it was time to proceed. De Huang. Liu Yu turned and called out, prompting the dog to perk up and look at him. Their gazes met, both reflecting a shared seriousness. De Huang responded to the call. Rising to its feet, Liu Yu inhaled deeply and shouted, quitting time. Whiff, 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 whiff. Liu Yu's exuberant shout sent De Huang bounding joyfully, quitting time. Another day of cultivation comes to an end. Today marks yet another day of blissful, paid leisure. There was no enthusiasm during work hours, nor was there hesitation when it came time to leave. Swiftly securing the shop, the duo, one man and one dog, bounced towards the bustling Water Street. Some might not understand what Water Street was. It referred to the streets or communities located near water bodies such as rivers, lakes, or canals. Water Street served not only as a residential area, but also as a commercial hub. The street bustled with merchants and throngs of people, and its geographical position by the water facilitated trade and transportation, attracting numerous merchants and visitors. An abundance of merchants and tourists meant one thing. There was an abundance of delicious food. Boss, 2 portions of grilled fish, extra green onions, extra cumin, extra spice. All right, boss, 2 servings of stinky tofu. Extra green onions, extra tofu, extra spice. Sure, boss, 2 bowls of beef noodles. Extra green onions, extra beef, no noodles, scram. All right, Liu Yu and Huang found themselves shooed away from the beef noodle stall. Retreating in defeat, the man and the dog grumbled and criticized the shop service before continuing their quest for the next delectable dish. The streets were adorned with vibrant lights, radiantly bright. Liu Yu felt that this place was even more lively and prosperous than the Tang dynasty's nightless city. The streets were filled with a myriad of pedestrians, peculiar sights, and delightful foods, along with numerous spectacular performances and dances. However, Liu Yu and Huang had no interest in the shows. Their objective was clear: delicious food. Before long, they had their sights set on a barbecue stall. Liu Yu approached, stating, "Boss, I frequent your stall for barbecue. I'm a regular. Can you give me a discount?" The owner scrutinized Liu Yu for a moment, replying, "I've failed in business. Today is my first day setting up a stall." Liu Yu. This was indeed a rather awkward situation. Observing Liu Yu's embarrassed fidgeting, the barbecue stall owner chuckled and said, "What do you want? Just say it. I'll give you a discount. Boss, you're generous." Woof. Money must be saved where possible and spent when necessary. If one cannot relinquish their pride, they're destined to suffer losses. While waiting for the barbecue, Liu Yu engaged in casual conversation with the owner. "Young man, judging by your attire, you must be a cultivator, right? Indeed, it's rare to see cultivators come here. Those who frequent this place are truly few and far between." "Ah, everyone has their own pursuits. Some chase immortality, power, and glory. My pursuit is simply to live each day in a manner that honors every moment of time." Liu Yu spoke while munching on the stinky tofu he had purchased earlier. To him, countless honors paled in comparison to the minutiae of daily life. An eternity of life, devoid of a wish or goal for support, would inevitably lead to suffering. Our illustrious ancestor, Qingxuan, pursued immortality because his grand ambitions remained unfulfilled. The world was not yet entirely unified, and he had not yet witnessed the entirety of the world. There were still many things he wished to do. Unwilling to simply perish, he sought immortality to realize his vision with infinite time. But what did this have to do with Liu Yu? He was merely a salted fish, uninterested in ruling the world, desiring only to live joyfully, preferably with a bit of pocket change. Well said. "Young man, you are quite the oddity. In light of my eloquent speech, how about reducing my fees a tad? It's a modest business. After all, there must be some profit to be made." Liu Yu chuckled heartily, prompting the proprietor to smile in kind as he began to recount his tale. Once, he had been embroiled in business, only to be treacherously betrayed by those closest to him, leaving him burdened with debt. Times, he even contemplated ending his life by leaping into the river. Yet, as he stood by the water's edge, gazing at the reflection of his own figure in the flowing current, he found himself reconsidering the thought of jumping. Life is akin to a profound journey. Discontent often outweighs joy in times of triumph. One may behold the beauty of Chang'an in a single day. During hardship, one may find solace in the dregs of a wine cup. Having traversed the wrong path once, he, being diligent and resilient, indifferent to the opinions of others, pondered why he could not rise again, nay, surpass his former self. Upon hearing this, Liu Yu applauded enthusiastically, wishing the proprietor success, invoking the return of the Dragon King to vanquish all treacherous hounds. This was well articulated, yet the ring of grease around Liu Yu's mouth appeared somewhat comical. After the barbecue was ready, Liu Yu took his share and strolled away with De Huang, disappearing into the sea of humanity. Meanwhile, the barbecue vendor lowered his gaze to his palm. His cultivation had been squandered, his spiritual roots destroyed. They had allowed him to depart, wishing to see him suffer in this world, since the path to immortality was unattainable. He would seek an alternative point one day, he vowed. "I shall again reign over Chaoga's city." He clenched his fist, as if grasping his destiny. One could have anticipated that their chance encounter and casual conversation could alter the course of a life. At that moment, the one who had inadvertently offered guidance was engaged in a battle with a dog for food. De Huang. "No need to rush. Take your time. We shall share fairly. 1 skewer for you. 1 skewer for me. 1 skewer for you. 1 skewer for me. How fair does that sound? Woof woof." De Huang wagged his tail joyfully, grinning widely. Liu Yu also smiled with satisfaction. After all, one could only bully a dog that couldn't T-count. Another day dawned, bright and promising, heralded by a resounding motto that we do not rely on our parents, nor on our jobs or wealth. We, the laborers, strive with all our might. Onward! Laborers! Liu Yu awoke, raised his hand, and bellowed as if rallying troops before battle. De Huang jumped in fright. Upon realizing it was Liu Yu once more losing his mind, he humanely sighed and settled back down. Sooner or later, this creature would exhaust him with its antics. Liu Yu had set up a bed on the second floor of the tavern, finding it bothersome to traverse back and forth between the sect and Qingxuan town. If he were a foundational cultivator, capable of long-distance sword flight, it would be a different matter. Alas, he was merely a qi refining practitioner, with his dantian filled with qi, having just begun to master the use of spiritual techniques, but unable to fast or sustain prolonged sword flight due to insufficient internal qi, a troublesome predicament indeed. Who would want to wake up early to run to work? Just the thought of running sounded exhausting. When work hours arrived, Liu Yu and De Huang appeared punctually at the tavern, ready to commence their day's operations, or rather, their leisurely pursuits. Work, cultivation, meals, and teasing De Huang constituted Liu Yu's daily itinerary. Under the scorching sun at midday, the toil of labor was arduous. After a morning's work, there was still an afternoon to endure. De Huang, when will this life ever come to an end? Other protagonists traversing the world of cultivation likely pondered how to establish harems, pursue immortality, or seek ultimate power. Was it really acceptable for me to be so lethargic? Liu Yu lay sprawled across the counter, wearing a look of defeat. Work. He swayed like a reed in the wind. While after hours, he was uncatchable by the dog. De Huang curled up by his feet, dozing, his ears twitching at Liu Yu's words. Yet he chose to ignore him. Work was merely a prelude to the end of the day. How dull. De Huang, shall we grant ourselves a half-day holiday? Upon hearing Liu Yu's suggestion, De Huang perked up, gazing at Liu Yu with eager eyes, the meaning unmistakable. Leave? Woof! Without further ado, the two swiftly locked the door and ventured out to explore the streets. The throngs in Qingfeng town were immense. A larger crowd often meant an abundance of amusing happenings. While wandering, the man and his dog stumbled upon a lavish banquet at a wealthy household. Unsure whether it was a birthday celebration or another occasion, Liu Yu decided to take De Huang to partake in the feast. He would enjoy the meat, while De Huang relished the bones. Both were quite content. However, they were soon discovered for failing to pay their dues and were unceremoniously ejected, tails tucked between their legs, as they fled in embarrassment. I told you not to poke your head out. Yet you wouldn't listen. Now look where it's gotten us. Thrown out with nothing to eat. Did you only reveal yourself when your tail was stepped on? That dog dared to step on you. You didn't retaliate. What? It was me who stepped on him? Oh, well then. Onlookers witnessed a young man incessantly chiding a dog, the latter wearing a comical, ingratiating grin, softly whining in response, its tail wagging excitedly. It was a peculiar sight indeed. Many were unaware that dogs could display such sycophantic smiles. Today had broadened their horizons, just as Liu Yu prepared to lead De Huang to another destination. A group of cultivators clad in the attire of the outer disciples of the Qingxuan Sect, led by an inner disciple, approached Liu Yu's direction with great fanfare. Tiske, how ostentatious. Trouble is surely brewing. Liu Yu, feeling disgruntled, guided De Huang to the side. Allowing ample space for the group to pass, he had no desire to attract trouble. Trouble was the last thing he wished for. Regrettably, the very troubles one most wishes to avoid often manifest with alarming ease. Contrary to Liu Yu's expectations, they did not merely pass by. Instead, they encircled him. You certainly know how to hide, don't you? We spent so long searching for you. The leading inner disciple stepped forward, his gaze filled with malice. Woof, woof, woof. De Huang, startled by the sudden hostility of the approaching figures, clung to Liu Yu's leg, cowering behind him as he barked incessantly at the group. The dog was truly embodying the adage of bullying others under the shelter of a person. Truly, he was a canine of merit. Could you kindly be quiet? Liu Yu admonished, clasping De Huang's mouth shut. If you wish to bully me, I have no objection, but it's quite evident they intend to take me down as well. He awkwardly addressed the group with a forced laugh. You must have mistaken me for someone else. I'll be on my way now. This individual seemed somewhat familiar to Liu Yu, yet he could not recall from where. After all, he was clearly not a protagonist. His unremarkable visage blended seamlessly into the crowd, drawing no attention whatsoever. What? Planning to pretend not to recognize me and slip away. Who might you be? Zhou Yi. Remember this name well. It shall become your nightmare henceforth. Observing Liu Yu's genuinely bewildered expression, Zhou Yi's face contorted with rage as he stepped closer, nearly invading Liu Yu's personal space. Come with me. There are matters we need to discuss. Should you refuse to comply, we have our ways of making you listen. With that, Zhou Yi turned and walked away. What a bother. Liu Yu gently patted the head of Dahuang. Feeling somewhat helpless, yet still choosing to follow along, he understood that if he did not keep pace, he would likely encounter trouble in the future. Point 1. Cannot perpetually evade challenges. It is essential to first comprehend the situation. If the problem proves insurmountable, then fleeing later may be an option. Zhou Yi walked ahead, followed closely by Liu Yu, while others trailed behind, encircling him. Thus, this group made their way toward the heart of Qingxuan Town. In Qingxuan Town, private duels were strictly prohibited. Should one encounter an enemy within the town, they could opt to settle matters in the martial arena located at the center. Once on the arena stage, life and death hinged upon fate, with the possibility of determining victor and vanquished, or even settling matters of life and death. That we have arrived. Among these outer disciples, choose one to duel if you emerge victorious. We shall refrain from troubling you for the week. However, should you lose, do not blame us for being ruthless. Zhou Yi cast a glance at Liu Yu, a fleeting glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Today, the fool must bleed. Otherwise, he would have difficulty justifying his return or not even think of escaping. Although the Qingxuan Sect forbids disciples from killing one another, it does not prohibit sparring. Thus you cannot evade this fate. Liu Yu gazed at the arena, his expression tinged with frustration. Damn it, what an undeserved calamity. Wu Xianer, you truly are a femme fatale. Choose swiftly, do not dawdle. There is no escape for you. Zhou Yi, resembling a grim reaper, incessantly urged him, his persistence vexing. Were it not for the fact that Liu Yu was no match for those at the Foundation establishment stage, he might have rolled up his sleeves and challenged Zhou Yi to a one-on-one bout. Recognizing the futility of evasion, Liu Yu patted Dahuang's head, signaling it to wait. Sensing something amiss, Dahuang displayed a sorrowful whimper, its first moment of profound discontent since following Liu Yu. All right, I'll be back shortly. Don't wander off, you silly dog. Woof, Liu Yu sighed and approached the arena. That moment, the individual responsible for maintaining order of the martial stage opened his eyes, and upon realizing Liu Yu was not stepping onto the deathmatch platform, he shook his head in disappointment. How dull. Nonetheless, order must be upheld. He rose and briefed Liu Yu and the others on the rules before gesturing for them to proceed, standing atop the arena. Liu Yu looked down upon Zhou Yi and his entourage, each one emanating a far stronger aura than his own, the weakest among them at the 7th level of Qi refinement, a stark contrast to his own meager 4th level. Fortunately, they were still within the Qi refinement realm. He could still fight. With this thought, Liu Yu pointed to a disciple at the 7th level of Qi refinement. You there, the potato? Step forward. Yes, you. The one singled out was a short cultivator, appearing a year or two older than Liu Yu. Upon being called a potato, his face darkened with anger. How dare you insult me? Just wait and see how you perish. As he ascended the stage, he began to remove his outer garments, revealing a muscular physique. How muscular! Like a miniature version of Van Ma Yongjiro. Gulp. Liu Yu swallowed hard, suddenly filled with regret. Damn it! Is it too late to run now? Surely, those still awake should not be asleep, yet, if I am not mistaken, I must be right. Liu Yu yearned to return to sleep. He did not wish to stand foolishly on the arena under the azure sky, preparing to engage in mutual brawling. Oh no, amid sparring that seemed utterly pointless. If only he could face someone weaker for a more meaningful exchange than on the arena. The little Van Ma Yongjiro strode confidently with his bare torso, casually twisting his neck and moving his body, producing a series of cracking sounds that made Liu Yu involuntarily gasp. He could already envision himself being reduced to a crumpled heap, taking a deep breath. Liu Yu fixed a serious gaze upon his opponent and said, "Brother, do you know something?" "What is it?" The brother, caught off guard, paused mid-stretch. 1 minute on the stage equates to 60 seconds of your life slipping away. Ah. The brother blinked in confusion. Every time you squander a mere 60 seconds in life, a minute of your existence dissipates. Little Van Ma Yangjiro. What on earth are you trying to convey? Liu Yu, maintaining a serious demeanor, responded, "Let us not waste time. Shall we forego the fight?" "No. TSK. It seems this battle is unavoidable. Mark my words. My name is Xiao Wogua, not Potato." His irritation at being called a potato was palpable. "Little Kabocha, a splendid name." Liu Yu commended him. "Humph. At this juncture, your flattery is futile." Xiao Wogua's internal energy surged, a golden aura enveloping him, gradually transforming his form into a resplendent gold, exuding an aura of impenetrability. He pounded his chest, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal. Why golden refinement technique renders me invincible among those in the chi refinement stage. Liu Yu, do not accuse me of bullying you. I shall grant you the first move. Xiao Wogua crossed his arms, his legs firmly planted in a martial stance, confidently gazing at Liu Yu. A mere novice, barely a 4th-level practitioner, was no match for him. He could not possibly breach his defenses. Liu Yu raised an eyebrow at his words. Instantly, his previously tense body relaxed, a spark of interest igniting within him as he circled around Xiao Wogua, formulating a plan. Once behind him, Liu Yu declared, "Brother Kabocha, I shall make my move now. Prepare yourself." Before he could finish, Liu Yu's eyes widened in horror as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his groin, curling up like a boiled shrimp. Beast, alive. In that moment, it seemed as though everyone present heard the sound of an egg shattering. Even the arena official, who had previously closed his eyes to ignore the children's scuffles, was startled into alertness. That powerful kick, charged with internal energy, was devastating. Even the golden refinement technique could not withstand it. Liu Yu withdrew his foot, his expression impassive as he said, "Thank you for the match." All eyes were on the prone figure of the brother, groaning in pain, each one instinctively shielding their own groin and retreating from Liu Yu. In that instant, he was no longer merely Liu Yu. He was a devil, a demon. "Liu Yu, how could you resort to such despicable tactics? You are utterly shameless." Zhou Yi watched on, unable to suppress his disapproval as he observed Xiao Wogua, who lay on the arena floor, clutching his groin and rolling his eyes in agony. They merely wished to teach him a lesson, yet he had employed such a treacherous blow. No one realized that Liu Yu was indeed capable of fighting back. And employing such a dirty tactic at that, in the past, they had mercilessly bullied Liu Yu, never having witnessed him retaliate. Even when beaten to a pulp, he would simply chuckle foolishly. Thus, over the years, they had unwittingly overlooked the fact that Liu Yu possessed such a ruthless heart, striking directly at a fatal weakness. They were in for a surprise. No, it was this fellow who was exceedingly cunning. This sly beast. As the group finally grasped the situation, they erupted in outrage, as if it were themselves who had been struck. "Liu Yu, you exploited our lack of vigilance to launch an unexpected underhanded attack. You are truly devious." "Indeed, it was merely a spar. Was such a heavy-handed approach necessary? I believe he is not merely returning to normalcy, but rather possessed by an external evil spirit. Otherwise, how could he be so malicious? Such a person is a menace to our sect. Liu Yu, if you have the ability, challenge me instead. You treacherous scoundrel, just a dirty trickster. Just wait, this matter is far from over," observing the expressions of the people below the stage. Liu Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter, fueled by a mix of anger and amusement. It dawned on him that in moments of speechlessness, one might indeed be compelled to laugh involuntarily. He refrained from speaking immediately, instead approaching Xiao Wogua, and as he gazed at the curled-up figure of his senior brother, Liu Yu revealed a smile that was both enigmatic and thought-provoking. "So, this is how you all have treated me in the past? Let me ponder. Yes, it seems it was indeed like this." As Liu Yu spoke, he lifted his foot and kicked Xiao Wogua, sending him crashing into the crowd below. Zhou Yi and the others scrambled to catch Xiao Wogua, hastily sending a few of the quicker ones to the medical hall in Qingxuan town for treatment. Though they were all disciples in the chi refinement stage, they lacked any miraculous pills to aid him. Ah, how refreshing. Now, for the next week, do not disturb me. Liu Yu continued, of course, if you refuse to acknowledge this, I could always return to the sect and shout daily at the task hall, letting them witness your disgrace as a Foundation establishment senior brother who plays the rogue and cannot bear defeat. With a yawn, Liu Yu felt he had entertained these people enough and was ready to return to his duties. Zhou Yi, still unwilling to accept being humiliated by Liu Yu, retorted with a stern expression. Are you not afraid that after such a heavy blow, he might wake up and escalate the situation? Liu Yu scoffed dismissively, stepping off the stage to stroke the head of De Huang. Before turning to Zhou Yi in response, are you certain you wish to escalate matters? Do you dare? Do not forget the reason you came to provoke me. If the person involved were to learn of this, do you think she would remain calm? Pointing at Zhou Yi's head, Liu Yu added sarcastically, give your head a shake and listen for the sound of the S-E-I in the past. You could manipulate me at will. Now you still dare to threaten and entice me as before. Have you lost your mind? Let me reiterate, Wu Xiener has no connection to me. I am unaware of how I have offended you all. If you insist on targeting me, I shall not sit idly, but if you wish to bite me, I shall shatter your teeth. Language is a double-edged sword. It can communicate as well as wound. Moreover, the mouth is a useful tool. It can eat, speak, and swallow. Well, perhaps that last part is best left unsaid. After all, a mouth is meant to be used. Bottling up words could suffocate a person in the past. Liu Yu found those who kept their thoughts to themselves utterly exasperating, hiding their frustrations while claiming they did not want to worry others. Once misunderstood, they felt wronged, believing others failed to understand them, ultimately resorting to dramatics. For heaven's sake, would it kill you to use that mouth of yours to speak? How can I comprehend you if you remain silent? Should I use my head to understand? Forgive me, but I lack the capacity for such understanding. Please, enlighten me. At that moment, Liu Yu's tongue was as sharp as a blade, ready to confront anyone, man or dog, who dared approach. Zhou Yi felt this deeply throughout the day. Boss, I would like 2 servings of beef noodles, Wong. Oh, and add 2 braised eggs to TA stall in the Water Street night market. Liu Yu wearily placed his order. Today had been fraught with trivial annoyances. Zhou Yi, Xiao Fan, Ma Yong, and so on. Each encounter more irritating than the last. Work itself was already tedious. Encountering such nonsense only added to his frustration. Moreover, who on earth claimed that entering the world of cultivation meant one could forego labor? Ridiculous. How did other transmigrated cultivators manage their initial accumulation of wealth? How did they become prosperous? It simply defied logic. Not for sale. The stall owner glanced at Liu Yu before returning to his work. Oh, Liu Yu raised an eyebrow, snapping back to reality. Why is it not for sale? For no particular reason. Then do sell it. I don't wish to sell you look down on me, and De Huang. Be careful, or I shall have De Huang bite you. Woof woof. TSK. Not for sale means not for sale. Why? The owner, now angered, glared at Liu Yu, pointing at his sign and bellowing, I run a stinky tofu stall. I do not sell beef noodles. Liu Yu and De Huang took a step back, finally noticing the sign. Truly stinky tofu, he exclaimed, realizing the absurdity. Where had the beef noodles come from? Liu Yu pointed at a customer devouring beef noodles with great relish at the stall. Realizing he had been misled. Who in their right mind would come to a stinky tofu stall for beef noodles? Wasn't he that misleading? I don't know. Just scram. The stall owner hastily shooed them away. Already irked by work, Liu Yu found himself further irritated by such foolishness. Damn it. This is even more annoying. Watching the owner brandish his spatula, Liu Yu, recognizing the wisdom of discretion, decided to retreat with De Huang. After putting some distance between them and ensuring the owner couldn't hear, the duo turned back to shout, What kind of person chases away customers? Be careful, or I'll steal your spatula to play with. After exchanging a few parting shots, the man and his dog aimlessly wandered the streets, hoping to find something delectable. Cultivators in the Qi refinement stage could not fast. They still required sustenance, though they could endure hunger longer. It was unnecessary. Who would voluntarily starve themselves when they could indulge? With money in hand, one should enjoy food and drink, for one must never neglect their own stomach, upholding the principle that a lack of enthusiasm for food indicates a problem. Liu Yu ultimately found himself back at the barbecue stall from the previous night. There was simply no other place that could compare in flavor. Boss, I'm a returning customer. Offer me a discount. Liu Yu skillfully found a seat, with De Huang sitting beside him. It's you. Good to see you. The barbecue stall owner nodded in acknowledgement. Good man. May a good man enjoy a life of peace. What would you like to eat? 20 skewers of grilled pigtails, 2 lamb kidneys, 10 skewers of chives. Forget it. This foolish dog doesn't eat chives. Just 10 skewers of dude. I also want 2 grilled fish. 30 beef skewers and 10 okra skewers. Liu Yu ordered a mountain of food. Knowing both he and De Huang had hearty appetites, if they couldn't finish, they would pack it up for a late-night snack. The barbecue arrived steadily until the last item was finished, at which point the owner hung a sign indicating they were closing for the night. He gestured toward the seat opposite Liu Yu. Would you mind if I sat here? Please do. Your cooking is fantastic. The heat, the seasoning, absolutely splendid. As the conversation flowed, Liu Yu suddenly felt a tinge of regret. If only there was some liquor to accompany this. He had underestimated the need to borrow a storage bag from Uncle Wu. It would make carrying things, especially some small bottles of liquor, much easier. Care for a drink? Do you have any? The owner smiled without speaking, retrieving a bottle of liquor and 2 small cups from beneath the stall. Excellent. Liu Yu accepted the cup from the owner, took a sip, and couldn't help but exclaim with delight. It felt reminiscent of those days after work spent enjoying chilled beer. De Huang leaned in, seemingly wanting a taste, but Liu Yu ruthlessly pushed him away. No, this isn't home. If you get drunk, I'll have to drag you back. Gore. De Huang, feeling dejected, turned away and continued nibbling on his barbecue. If you want to share, it's not worth having. That stuff must not taste good. The owner looked at De Huang with curiosity. This dog, just an ordinary one. It seems quite intelligent. By the way, why don't you simply raise a spirit beast? He is no ordinary dog. Liu Yu replied with a serious expression. In truth, he is a celestial dog. Celestial dog? Indeed, he's a dog from beyond the heavens, once living carefree in the heavenly realm. However, this perverted dog chased after celestial maidens and was subsequently banished by the Jade Emperor, resulting in his current form. The owner chuckled and shook his head. This young man is quite amusing, spinning a web of nonsense, yet remaining endearing. You seem to be perpetually cheerful. Do you have no worries? Oh, I do. Quite a few, in fact. Liu Yu, with a sorrowful expression, lamented to his boss. Do you know, boss, that a thief broke into my home last night and stole my money? I searched with him all night long, yet we found nothing. Where do you think my money has gone? His boss chuckled heartily. Oh, you rascal. As the two shared drinks, their conversation deepened. Liu Yu recounted some of his recent misfortunes and amusing anecdotes, while his boss, Yu Juanxiong, shared tales from his own travels over the years. In this exchange, Liu Yu learned the boss's name, a rather imposing one, indeed, and a surname that was exceedingly rare. That Yu Juanxiong revealed that he was not a native of the northern region, but had come from Zhongzhou. He had fallen afoul of certain individuals there, resulting in his expulsion, a fate that barred him from ever returning to his homeland. The barbecue stall owner, appearing to be in his 30s, had an upright and handsome visage. With a faint stubble along his jawline that lent him an air of maturity, he embodied the essence of a charmingly rugged and sophisticated gentleman. As their conversation stretched into the night, and the nearby patrons began to disperse, Liu Yu prepared to take his leave. It had been quite some time since he had engaged in such a delightful exchange, and he had momentarily lost track of the hour. I should head back now, but I shall return when I have the time. Yu Juanxiong raised his gaze to Liu Yu, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Earlier today, I saw you surrounded by a group of disciples from the Qingxuan Sect. Led on to the arena, Liu Yu was taken aback, but soon donned a face of utter despair. How indifferent you are, boss. After all, I am your customer. If they were to beat me to death, it would diminish your clientele. You need not worry. The rules here are strict, and even the disciples of the Qingxuan Sect would not dare to transgress them. Yu Juanxiong took a sip of his drink, chuckling, and added, Speaking of which, do you not wish to retaliate? Of course I do. How could I not? I dream of smashing their heads one by one. Liu Yu declared fiercely, shaking his fist. He longed for revenge. Yet he recognized his own limitations. He was acutely aware that pretending to be formidable would lead to his downfall. If not death, then certainly discomfort. He was not the protagonist of a cultivation story. Lacking both skills to allocate and a wise elder to guide him, He was merely an idle man from the tomato-salty fish district, subsisting without any extraordinary encounters with powerful mentors. Such occurrences were utterly improbable. Liu Yu, in a moment of self-deprecation, raised his glass and downed its contents in one go. "Would you care to learn my magical arts?" Liu Yu instantly spat out the wine in his mouth. Coughing, he exclaimed, "What did you say?" He looked at the barbecue stall owner, scrutinizing him from head to toe, finding it hard to believe that this man resembled a hidden master. No need to stare. "I am indeed an ordinary person now and unable to cultivate. However, I possess certain knowledge that I wish to pass on." While Yu Juanxiong calmly wiped his face with his sleeve and continued. "My path to immortality has been severed, and I must seek another way. The techniques of celestial arts that I once mastered can no longer be wielded. These are mere useless remnants of knowledge in my possession, and I would rather teach you, allowing you to carry it forward." "What knowledge?" Yu Juanxiong seemed to drift into reminiscence, his gaze distant. "The secret arts of celestial paths, the art of external manifestation." Lin Yin, in his 20s, had achieved the golden core stage, placing him among the most elite talents, even in the true martial continent. He was a direct disciple of the fourth elder of the Qingxuan Sect and a scion of the second elder's family. From birth, he had enjoyed a charmed life, with access to nearly all desired resources. Yet throughout his journey, he harbored two significant regrets. First, he was perpetually overshadowed by a monstrous peer among the younger generation of the sect. Second, the one he adored did not reciprocate his feelings. He sought to enhance his strength, convinced that he could eventually challenge that rival. As for the second issue, an unexpected variable had arisen in his plans. He now needed to eliminate this variable, yet his underlings were of little use. Are you all worthless? A seventh-layer Qi refinement disciple cannot even defeat a fourth-layer one, and that too is so-called drug-enhanced waste. Lin Yin seethed with frustration. His followers were proving disappointingly inadequate. Internal disciples were merely internal disciples, unworthy of the title, and external disciples. In his eyes, they were nothing more than laughable runners-up. They had failed to keep pace with their talented counterparts from start, and the gap would only widen. Yet now, among these dismissible external disciples, a fool was causing him considerable annoyance, if not for the sect prohibition against private duels and the killing of fellow disciples. He would have acted long ago. The more Lin Yin contemplated, the more vexed he became. It was infuriating that someone he could easily dispatch was shielded by sect rules. Returning to the matter at hand, he knew that when he reached the foundation establishment stage, he would have to venture into the Wujishan mountain range for training, providing him with an opportunity. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes at the thought. "Lin, my brother, do not fret. Grant me a little more time, and I will ensure he receives a thorough lesson," compelling him to leave the sect. In the meeting room, Zhou Yi rose and addressed Lin Yin in the main seat. "This time, I will not repeat my previous mistakes, that I will stop at nothing to drive him out of the sect." Besides Zhou Yi, others present were also Lin Yan's followers. They acted on his behalf, wielding his reputation to operate with impunity within the sect. Upon hearing someone speak up, they quickly joined in. "Indeed, Lin, brother, we never anticipated that fool would resort to such underhanded tactics. His actions are utterly reprehensible. Beyond human decency." "Exactly. It is said that after Xiao awoke to find his egg shattered, he was so enraged he fainted again. How cruel!" That fool, or rather Liu Yu, was now entirely different from before, cunning beyond measure. Their moment of unpreparedness had led to this trap, but fear not, brother. We will repay the humiliation tenfold. A Qi refinement brat. Leave it to our brother Zhou. He will handle it with ease. Zhou Yi. "I heard that. You better watch out. I might just stab you in the back someday, or this matter will never be resolved." Lin Yin observed the group below him and let out a barely audible sigh. He began to doubt whether Jin Changming, Wu Xian'er, and the others had completely siphoned off the sect's fortune. Otherwise, why was the quality of disciples received over the years so dismal? Though they were a top-tier presence in the northern region, they paled in comparison to the direct disciples. Remember your words. Now, leave. He waved his hand, signaling them to depart. Once everyone had exited, a figure returned to the meeting room, the disciple tasked with monitoring Wu Xian'er's movements. "How is Xian'er?" Since her return, she has been in closed-door meditation at the Wu residence. It seems she has gained new insights from this journey. Millennia nodded, satisfied. Indeed, she is worthy of my affection. If she leaves, inform me at once. Now go. Understood, brother. Beauty begets trouble. Beauty begets trouble. Why should I bear the blame for the misdeeds of Wu Xiener? I have no connection with her, so why do those fools relentlessly pursue me like a rabid dog? At the Linglu wine shop, Liu Yu squatted, pinching the cheeks of De Huang while continuously complaining. After returning from his drinking escapades, he felt somewhat lightheaded. The thought of yesterday's events troubled him, and he knew it was just the beginning. More annoyances awaited him. Alas, let the world be destroyed. De Huang appeared profoundly drowsy, showing no inclination to tend to this foolish creature. Observing De Huang, who seemed utterly compliant and resistant to any form of opposition, Liu Yu chose not to disturb its slumber and let it be. Returning to the counter, Liu Yu picked up a jade slip, infusing it with his consciousness, and once more perused the contents inscribed within, etching the celestial techniques deeply into his mind. The Qi refinement stage already endowed him with divine awareness. This stage marks the beginning of a cultivator's journey from the realm of mortals into the world of immortality, signifying the commencement of absorbing the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth and gathering it within the Dantian at this juncture. Cultivators not only gain a rudimentary grasp of spiritual techniques, but also develop divine awareness. This awareness can be likened to an unseen pair of eyes or a radar for the cultivator. Even with closed eyes, they can perceive their surroundings in greater detail and specificity as one's cultivation level ascends. The range of this awareness expands significantly. From the Qi refinement stage onward, cultivators possess this essential sensory ability, which is crucial for perceiving and controlling their environment, making it an indispensable part of their cultivation journey. I digress. Returning to the matter at hand, during an evening of revelry, Yu Juanxiong presented a transmission jade slip to him, urging him to explore its contents with his divine awareness. Celestial secret technique, external avatar, created by ancient immortals, can only be cultivated by those at the golden core stage. Practitioners of this secret technique can condense their own avatars. The avatar possesses the combat strength of the original body, can cultivate independently, merge with the original to enhance cultivation, or even fight alongside the original. As long as the original's golden core or nascent soul resides within the avatar, it may even allow for rebirth through the avatar. What a divine skill this is! At that moment, Liu Yu is utterly astounded. Possessing the celestial secret technique is akin to having an automatic cultivation cheat. One can frolic outside while leaving an avatar in the room to cultivate. Once the spiritual essence accumulates sufficiently, the avatar can be recalled. Incredible! Brother, we are enjoying barbecue and sipping wine, and you so casually bestowed this divine skill upon me. You trust me that much? No matter. Yu Juanxiong chuckled as he sipped his drink. The moon hung high, stars sparse in the cold night sky, casting a serene light upon him, rendering him ethereal that I can no longer tread the path of immortality. This item is merely useless trash to me. Since you seem agreeable, I shall pass it to you. Are you not worried that I might be a scoundrel, taking your possession and selling it off in an instant? Whether to sell it or cultivate for oneself is entirely your prerogative, and besides, those who love dogs cannot be scoundrels. That why Yu Juanxiong reached out to stroke De Huang's head, savoring its soft texture, and sighed inwardly. The more one interacts with others, the more one appreciates dogs, for they harbor no deceit. What ill intentions could a puppy possibly possess? At most, it hopes to trick its owner into granting it an extra treat tonight. You speak the truth. Everyone's pursuits are different, which is why I have decided to depart. So soon. You have only been here a few days. It matters not how many days, had I not encountered you or engaged in conversation. I might have languished here for a lifetime. What people truly need is merely that fleeting moment of enlightenment. Liu Yu pondered, then inquired, "Where are you headed?" Yu Juanxiong rose, his figure towering magnificently. He raised his cup to invite the moon, whispering softly, to seek my own path. The mountains are high and the roads long. I will explore the world, and in doing so, find myself. A new day dawned, yet it was another day devoid of funds, a day filled with financial woes. It was yet another morning, but Liu Yu felt no inclination to greet the world, for today his spirits were low. Propping his chin on his hand, he listlessly watched the passers-by on the street. Suddenly, an absurdly cold joke crossed his mind. One should never despair over a lack of money in youth, for there will be plenty of days ahead when money is scarce. Ha ha! How chilling. A garbage-hell joke. Perhaps it would be best to obliterate this world. Liu Yu felt himself on the brink of boredom. He did not wish to remain in this shop, yearning instead to wander, to bask in the refreshing breeze and the bright moonlight. Yet, unexpectedly, for mere 30 spiritual stones, he had willingly descended into the depths of labor. Enough is enough, that I command my own destiny, not the heavens. I will defy fate. Young man, bring me 10 pounds of morning dew spiritual wine. Spotting a customer approaching, Liu Yu abruptly lifted his head, revealing a radiant, exuberant smile brimming with enthusiasm. Certainly, coming right up. This is it. I've hit the jackpot. I have a commission of 3 spiritual stones now. I adore this world. The setting sun cast its golden glow upon the earth as pedestrians chatted and laughed, returning to their homes. Liu Yu, accompanied by De Huang, prepared to seek out some delectable food, though there were scarcely a few establishments that catered to their tastes. This moment, Liu Yu couldn't help but reminisce about the barbecue stall owner, Yu Juanxiong. His culinary creations were truly exquisite. His mastery of heat was impeccable. Alas, he had embarked on his own path, and it remained uncertain whether he would ever again savor the barbecues he crafted. Reflecting on this, Liu Yu could not help but lament. Indeed, it is often the inconspicuous street vendors who produce the most delectable dishes. As for those lavish and opulent establishments, he had never dined there. Who knows? Just as Liu Yu contemplated wandering further, a group of individuals obstructed his path. At the forefront stood none other than, wait, is that not Zhou Yi? Why has he suddenly grown a bushy beard? Liu Yu initially thought Zhou Yi, in his shamelessness, had returned, but the figure before him was not Zhou Yi, but rather a man strikingly akin to Zhang Fei, myself included. Had he not wronged this man? Liu Yu, you cannot escape this time. Will you leave the sect voluntarily, or shall we assist you in your departure? Has he lost his mind? Someone disapproves of you, wishing for your departure from the sect. So it will be best for you to leave on your own rather than compel us to take action. Otherwise, we shall have to trouble you. Junior brother Liu. Liu Yu rolled his eyes, a sense of indescribable frustration washing over him. Who are you exactly? Why do you persist in seeking trouble? And for heaven's sake, it's only been a week. Does he have a mental issue? Why doesn't he just confine me himself? Moreover, could you not adopt a more varied approach in your methods of harassment? Is there truly no other way to provoke me? If you can't think of alternative methods, just tell me, and I'll offer you some suggestions. You could, and then do this and that. Or perhaps, how utterly foolish. The individual stood there, dumbfounded, with some even taking notes, nodding in agreement, exclaiming, brilliant! Liu Yu was genuinely exasperated by these trivial matters. Indeed, one should not overindulge. See, after feasting, they come to find trouble due to idle hands. The man resembling Zhang Fei oscillated between reverence and conflict in his expression. No, now is not the time for astonishment. This time, I must express my gratitude to Senior Brother Lin Yan, for he still possesses the foundation establishment pill that I desire. For the sake of my cultivation, I am truly sorry, Junior Brother Liu. It seems you must be sacrificed. Having resolved in his heart, he chose a path of unyielding darkness. Liu Yu, this time you cannot escape. Come quietly with us. We must have you participate in a match at the arena. It will facilitate our return with a satisfactory report. It is not that we deliberately wish to trouble you. It is simply that the rewards are too great, and you are too weak. Sighing, he expressed a semblance of sympathy. In the realm of cultivation, weakness is a sin. But does Liu Yu require his sympathy? He does not. What he desires is for these individuals to vanish forever, never to appear within his sight again. Qingfeng Town, Martial Arena. Just you wait. I will procure a weapon and come for you. Liu Yu took a deep breath and coldly spoke, after finishing his words. Without waiting for anyone to react, he charged through their encirclement with De Huang, heading towards the direction of the weapon shop. Damn it. Master Bai Jiu claimed to be a favored individual under the protection of the heavens, and boasted of possessing a superior spiritual root. Except for a few freaks, The cultivation level of Qi refinement stage practitioners is rather comparable. Who fears whom? Good-hearted people are often taken advantage of. Let us deal with him. The burly man halted those attempting to obstruct Liu Yu's path. There's no need to pay him any mind. I recognize that look in his eyes. He will come. Let us head to the arena and await his arrival. Liu Yu purchased a spear at the weapon shop. This weapon boasts a long attack range. It can serve as a staff or stab at foes, a must-have for beginners. As for swords and daggers, he was not yet skilled enough to wield them. Liu Yu promptly produced Bei Liang coins to buy it, then prepared to head towards the arena with De Huang. However, as he walked, he glanced at the spear in his hand, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. After a brief moment of contemplation, he conceived a clever idea. If one does not offend me, I shall not retaliate, but if one dares to provoke me, I shall make them regret it. He hurried to the spot where De Huang frequently relieved himself, vigorously stirring the ground, allowing some filth to cling to the spearhead. Woof! De Huang seemed to understand Liu Yu's intentions. Suddenly digging into the earth and squatting down, good brother. Fresh out of the oven, Liu Yu chuckled. It appears those earlier meals were not in vain. Moments later, he gazed at the yellowish-black spearhead with satisfaction. Perfect! The spear, now tainted, will bring death to whomever it strikes. Enchantment successful. Mental damage 1. Shortly thereafter, Liu Yu arrived at the designated arena. Oh, we thought you were too scared to show up. One jeered. What a fool. Engaging in actions that ordinary people would avoid. That's the hallmark of a fool. Well done. You truly have the gall to return and court death. Impressive. Another chimed in. And what of that filthy spear? Do you even know how to use it? As the crowd beheld Liu Yu, mocking smiles adorned their faces, but soon those smiles faded. An unusual stench wafted through the air, causing everyone to wrinkle their noses in disgust. What is that smell? Do you detect a foul odor? Could it be that Liu Yu soiled himself? At that moment, some perceptive individuals began to realize something was amiss, pointing at the spear firmly grasped in Liu Yu's hand. What is that on the spearhead? Liu Yu scoffed with a derisive smile. This is the cradle of bacterial viruses, the progenitor of biochemical weaponry. Even Jiasu from the Three Kingdoms lauded its efficacy, giving it a 5-star review and highly recommending this mysterious compound number 5. Speak plainly. Its feces, yes, as soon as the words left his mouth, a wide area around them suddenly cleared. All gazes turned to the blackish-yellow substance on the spear. Then back to Liu Yu, who silently retreated a few steps. Unstable. Step back. Hey, weren't you all claiming you wanted to spar? Who will face me first? Liu Yu brandished the spear, pointing at the crowd, beckoning them forward with a gesture. Come here. His demeanor exuded an aura of invincibility, as if with just one man, one spear and one dog, he could conquer legions. The crowd's faces drained of color as they hesitated. Wu Fan, you suggested this. You go, me? Oh, my stomach hurts. I must take my leave. I just remember my dog isn't eaten. I must return to feed it. Farewell. My wife is calling me home for dinner. I must depart. A disorganized mob fled before the terrifying pressure emanating from the enchanted spear, scattering in chaos. What a joke. Win, and you're covered in filth. Lose, and you earn a stench that lingers for eternity. Why bother fighting? Liu Yu chased after them, wielding the spear, as panic ensued among the group. Tisich, a bunch of cowards. Liu Yu sneered, relishing his moment of invincible solitude. De Huang. Let us go. Tonight's dinner will include an extra chicken leg to celebrate our victorious first battle. Liu Yu intended to invite De Huang to revel in their triumph. But upon turning, he was met with the astonished gaze of Wu Xian. She looked at the enchanted spear, then at Liu Yu, and silently took a few steps back. Not safe. Retreat further. Liu Yu mused. Is it too late to discard this spear? More than half an hour earlier, in the residence of the Wu family. Within Wu Xin's chamber, the room of the legendary holy maiden of the Qingxuan Sect was quite simple, devoid of any extravagant items, appearing rather ordinary on the bed. A girl clad in white and gold attire opened her eyes, exuding a faint blue spiritual energy that gradually receded into her body. The soft breath escaping her delicate red lips carried a chill, causing the room's temperature to drop noticeably. She mused. The mid-stage foundation establishment is still far from sufficient. Lin Yan must have reached the golden core stage by now. she murmured, a hint of worry etching her previously serene face. Lin Yin's presence had always loomed over her like a mountain. One she yearned to overcome. To defeat him would require time, but not many years, she estimated. Wu Xian'er shook her head, dismissing the thoughts. Enough of this. I shall rest well. Rising, she opened the door and stepped outside. It was now evening, the sky darkening, but the gentle evening breeze felt particularly soothing, like invisible feathers brushing against her cheeks. The clouds painted the horizon in hues of crimson, breathtaking in their beauty. At home, she often witnessed this stunning scene at dusk. Yet, despite having seen it countless times, it remained captivating. However, the cheerful clamor that once surrounded her was now absent, leaving her feeling somewhat desolate. Strangely, she thought of Liu Yu. In the past, upon seeing her return, he would rush to her with a silly grin, stumbling over his words in concern for her. There was no malice, no ulterior motives, just an extraordinarily pure heart. His heart, indeed, was whiter than paper. Everyone possesses a mirror in their hearts, reflecting the images of others. In the mirror of Liu Yu's heart, only her true self was reflected. I wonder what that fool is up to now. Wu Xian'er couldn't help but murmur that no, he could no longer be referred to as a fool. It seemed he was no longer foolish. After hesitating for a moment, she made her way to Wu Qingxuan's study. Wanting to inquire about the events that transpired during her training and how Liu Yu had suddenly recovered. Though she was pleased for him, she worried that he might have fallen victim to some malevolent entity. Upon reaching Wu Qingxuan's study, before she could even speak, Wu Qingxuan smiled upon seeing her. You're out. How does it feel to be in mid-stage foundation establishment? Very well, as expected of my daughter. Wu Qingxuan beamed even more. By the way, since you've returned, Liu Yu is well now. Let us host a banquet tonight to celebrate at our residence. Liu Yu is currently at the Linglu Tavern in Qingfeng Town. Xian'er, could you run over and invite him back for dinner? Also, I have some matters to discuss with him tonight. I found him a master. Wu Xian'er nodded. Having a master for cultivation would indeed be beneficial. She pondered and finally voiced her concern. Liu Yu, did he recover suddenly? Wu Qingxuan understood his daughter's thoughts. Fear not. I've examined his soul. It is indeed Liu Yu. The perfect harmony of soul and body cannot be achieved through possession. Although I am unsure how the ailment of his fractured soul was cured, it is a good thing. Perhaps he encountered some great opportunity, or maybe heaven took pity on him. In any case, it is not as you feared, that he was possessed. Moreover, did you not mention that your esteemed master Baijio is acquainted with Xiao Yu? Surely you cannot doubt my discernment, always placing your trust in her. The master I found for Liu Yu is indeed her. Just a few days ago, she unexpectedly paid us a visit, expressing her desire to take Xiao Yu as her disciple and requesting our assistance in this matter. What a coincidence it is that you, as the disciple of the sect leader, might find it rather amusing if her junior sister were to become Liu Yu's master. Alas, it is a pity she does not possess water attributes. Otherwise, it would be utterly perfect. Wu Qingxuan found the notion intriguing. Wu Xian'er recalled Baijio's demeanor towards Liu Yu, and her brow furrowed slightly. I recall that the sect still has a water attribute elder who has yet to take on a personal disciple. It seems she is the 10th elder, correct? I believe she could serve as Liu Yu's master. The 10th elder? Huh. Wu Qingxuan chuckled derisively, his face displaying an unusual expression of disdain. Impossible. Absolutely out of the question. That unreliable individual should first ensure her own sustenance before considering anything else. I would never entrust my dear brother's son to her vast pit of misfortune. Enough about her. Quickly, go fetch Xiao Yu. Hurry along. Observing her father hastily dismissing her, Wu Xian'er sighed and exited the room. This is not her father, but rather Liu Yu's father. Summoning her spirit sword from her storage bag, she gracefully ascended, alighting gently upon the sword's surface before transforming into a faint blue streak of light, swiftly making her way toward Qingfeng Town at the foot of the mountain. Upon landing in the town, she sought out the Spirit Brew Tavern, only to find it regrettably closed. It seems he is not present. For some reason, Wu Xian'er felt a subtle sense of relief wash over her. She still remembered the indifferent gaze Liu Yu had cast upon her during their last encounter. It was so mundane that it left her feeling somewhat unsettled. That moment. A cacophony of voices erupted from all directions. Upon closer inspection, it was regarding the martial arena. Come, come. A cultivator has informed us that a duel will soon take place at the Qingxuan martial arena in the town center. Let us go and witness the spectacle. What, boss, I no longer want the pancakes. I'm off to see the commotion. I shall join you as well. Boss, are you abandoning your business? Ah, you wouldn't understand. Boss, why are you carrying a heavy sack? What could possibly be inside? Sunflower seeds. Do you not enjoy munching on seeds while watching the excitement? Or perhaps the boss is considering a lucrative venture, destined for success. Ha ha. Stay low-key. Stay low-key. The passers-by on the streets and the shopkeepers, upon hearing of the impending excitement, all eagerly set aside their tasks. Business can wait, but the opportunity to witness a spectacle is fleeting. Watching the once bustling streets suddenly become deserted, Wu Xian'er felt her lips twitch slightly. These people are rather carefree. The martial arena. Suddenly, an unsettling thought crossed her mind. Her eyes narrowed as she shot forward like a leopard. Upon reaching the martial arena, she gazed at the empty stage, finding it devoid of any participants. Thank goodness, she thought. Perhaps she had fretted unnecessarily. However, with Liu Yu absent from both the shop and the arena, where could he possibly be? As she pondered, the crowd gathered beneath the stage erupted into a series of raucous cheers, and she seemed to catch snippets of Liu Yu's name, followed by a voice she recognized all too well. What have you smeared on your spearhead? This is the cradle of bacterial viruses, the progenitor of biochemical weapons. Even Jiasu from the Three Kingdoms praised it highly and awarded it a 5-star recommendation. Speak plainly, shit, that Wu Xian'er. She turned abruptly towards the source of the voice, and, unsurprisingly, she beheld Liu Yu. What on earth? Corpse rice. Huh. Yet, this was not the end. Liu Yu proceeded to stage a performance, brandishing a spear and pursuing the crowd. With the spear smeared in excrement, the sheer shock of the scene overwhelmed Wu Xian'er, causing her to forget about maintaining her composure. This was simply absurd, an outrageous spectacle. Has anyone else noticed that winter truly feels much colder than summer? Yet at this moment, Liu Yu sensed that winter's chill bore no comparison to the atmosphere between him and Wu Xian'er. As far as he knew, he was utterly unaware of the current Wu Xian'er, leaving him no choice but to engage in awkward small talk. Liu Yu, what brings you here? Wu Xian'er, to see you, playing with shit? Liu Yu, Wu Xian'er. Well, that certainly killed the conversation. Liu Yu mused to himself that Wu Xian'er's master must have never taught her the art of conversation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have so effectively extinguished the dialogue. As for Liu Yu's own issues, he had not been taught by a master, so the fault lay entirely with them for failing to instruct him. A reasonable conclusion. You came to mock me? Liu Yu quickly regained his composure. After all, these matters were his own, and he cared little for her opinions. If he were to concern himself with others' perceptions, he would only end up suffering himself. Father wants me to call you home for dinner. Wu Shu. Then let us go. Liu Yu did not decline. Why refuse a meal? If he were hungry, he could not let De Huang go hungry either. De Huang. Hey, where's De Huang? At this moment, Liu Yu finally realized something was amiss. In his fervor to chase down those miscreants, he had completely neglected to keep track of De Huang. De Huang. De Huang, where are you? This time, Liu Yu was genuinely anxious. He searched frantically, even whistling, yet the creature offered no response. Liu Yu was beside himself with worried eye in this world. He possessed nothing, save for De Huang, if it were to vanish as well. He could not bear the thought. It must be found. It must be retrieved. Observing Liu Yu gradually losing his composure, Wu Xian'er contemplated briefly before speaking. Is it De Huang you mentioned, a large yellow dog? Yes, yes, yes. Do you know where it went? Upon hearing this, Liu Yu cast aside his enchanted spear, grasping Wu Xian'er's shoulders with fervent intensity as he inquired. Liu Yu was unaware that, at this moment, his strength had surged tremendously, even though Wu Xian'er attempted to resist with her spiritual energy. She still felt a twinge of pain. I just saw a cultivator take advantage of the chaos and carry it away. Wu Xian'er gazed at Liu Yu in astonishment. He had not even utilized his own spiritual energy, yet he could inflict pain upon this foundational cultivator. Do you recall the direction he went? Do you remember what that man looked like? That direction, a man with a bushy beard. Let us go. After Wu Xian'er pointed out the direction, Liu Yu wasted no time. seizing her hand and racing towards where she indicated. Where to? What a foolish question. We're pursuing him. If you dawdle, he will escape. Hurry. Oh, Wu Xin'er, bewildered, followed his lead as they sped towards the man's location. Who am I? Why am I here? Why does it feel as though something is amiss? Their pace was remarkably swift, bolstered by her unique spiritual energy. Wu Xin'er's speed rivaled that of late-stage foundational cultivators. As they sprinted, Wu Xin'er glanced curiously at Liu Yu. Despite her foundational cultivation, he was merely in the qi refining stage, and yet his speed matched her own. How absurd! Found you! Liu Yu suddenly roared, his speed surging once more as he spotted the figure of the bushy-bearded man, along with De Huang, which he was grasping by the scruff of its neck. You dare to steal my dog? Seeing the ferocious expression on Liu Yu's face, the bushy-bearded man involuntarily gasped, feeling a chill run down his spine. However, he recalled that he was a 10th-layer qi refining cultivator, just a step away from becoming a foundational cultivator. What is there to fear? He tossed De Huang aside before quickly forming hand seals. Qingmu, a layer of azure protective shield materialized, just as he was about to continue casting his spells. Liu Yu was preempted by a swift kick from the furious Liu Yu. In his blind rage, Liu Yu paid no heed to the disparity in their realms, charging forward and delivering a kick that shattered the bearded man's protective barrier, following through with another strike that landed squarely on his body. Merely receiving a kick, the bearded man felt as though he had been struck by the magic of a foundational cultivator. His body was sent hurtling backward, carving a deep groove along the street before finally colliding with a tree at the roadside, which brought him to a halt, in the moments before losing consciousness. One thought consumed him. What in the world was that power? It was not just him. Even Wu Xin'er and the onlookers were left in stunned disbelief. Good heavens, the heavenly destruction kick? Isn't this fellow merely at the 4th level of qi refinement? How could he be so formidable? This young man is impressive. He broke through the protective barrier of a quasi-foundational cultivator with a single kick and nearly sent the man flying. T-Siege, what is there to it? If he were to kick me, I would undoubtedly perish, and when he seeks to resurrect me, I would refuse. Before his demise, he was still alive. To hear a word from you is as if to hear a word from you. Liu Yu paid no mind to the crowd. Instead, he rushed to De Huang, gripping its neck and delivering a flurry of slaps to its face. De Huang, please don't die, he cried out, alternating between slapping and weeping. It was a scene that would bring tears to the eyes of any witness. After a mere 10 seconds of this relentless assault, Wu Xin'er could no longer bear to watch. It hasn't died. But if you keep choking it and slapping it, it soon will. It's not dead. Tisich. Liu Yu was momentarily taken aback, then clicked his tongue in displeasure. Wu Xin'er, what exactly do you want? Do you wish for it to live or die? No, perhaps this fool knows it's alive and is merely seeking an excuse to slap the dog that moment, after enduring a barrage of slaps. De Huang finally regained consciousness. Upon awakening, its first reaction was not one of relief, but rather wariness, as it felt an overwhelming suspicion that Liu Yu had struck it numerous times while it was asleep. Wu, De Huang, my De Huang, how could I possibly live without you? Thankfully you have returned, otherwise I would have had to drown my sorrows in 2 extra bowls of food tonight. Seeing Liu Yu so genuinely emotional, De Huang finally set aside its defenses, embracing Liu Yu and howling in unison. Wu Xin'er watched as Liu Yu and De Huang formed a weeping heap, her lips twitching in bemusement. For a moment, she could not discern whether this fool had recovered or had merely transformed into a madman. From a fool to a lunatic? Well, that seems quite fitting. This dog is also peculiar. It is not a spirit beast, yet possesses considerable intelligence. Oddities attract oddities. Just as Liu Yu believed the situation had reached a harmonious conclusion, unexpected individuals appeared and a group of enforcers clad in black uniforms emerged from all directions, surrounding Liu Yu and his companions. These individuals were akin to cockroaches lurking in the shadows, typically unseen, yet they would suddenly emerge from every corner when least expected, startling all. They were cultivators stationed by the Qingxuan Sect, identifiable by their distinctive black uniforms, which differed from the sect's standard attire. Liu Yu recognized them. Having witnessed a rogue cultivator being mercilessly subdued and taken away not long ago, was rumored that this rogue was dismembered and fed to dogs. Though such tales were often dismissed as mere gossip. Yet, what if there was truth to it? How tragic, such a dreadful fate. Liu Yu had no desire to meet a similar end, nor did he wish to feed De Huang to the dogs. De Huang also recognized these individuals. Its earlier sentiment of gratitude, swiftly transforming into terror, were doomed so scared. Man and dog huddled together, trembling in fear. Holy Maiden, you are here too. What has transpired? The lead enforcer, initially frowning and exuding an air of menace, found his fury dissipating upon seeing Wu Xian'er. How foolish it would be to provoke potentially the next sect leader. This girl before him, who was merely in her early teens, she could very well be his future boss. Wu Xian'er nodded to the lead enforcer and recounted the events. The enforcer glanced at Liu Yu and, upon witnessing his pitiful and pathetic demeanor, was momentarily speechless. Am I truly that frightening? Damn, why is the dog in my arms also afraid of me? Have I reached the point where I am despised by both man and beast? It is somewhat disheartening that I am aware of the situation. He has committed theft, and I shall handle it. You need not worry. Upon hearing this, Liu Yu immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, the enforcer suddenly added, Liu Yu, could you not complete your sentence in one go? It truly tires the heart. Indeed. The enforcer looked at Liu Yu, a glimmer of schadenfreude in his eyes, and said, regarding the damage caused to public property during your altercation, we are not liable and require each of you to cover half the repair costs. Liu Yu, please just kill me. Death resolves all debts. Come, do not spare me. Unfortunately, none present had any intention of taking Liu Yu's life, thus he continued to survive another day. Once matters concluded, Liu Yu, cradling De Huang, hitched a ride on Wu Xian'er's swift transport, the Wind Sword, as they soared toward the sect. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yu turned to Wu Xian'er and uttered, thank you, and no need for thanks. Wu Xian'er replied with a radiant and sincere smile. You will repay your debts yourself. Liu Yu, I thank you too soon? Damn, why hasn't this world been destroyed yet? Speaking of which, all my recent troubles stem from you. And you have no intention of extending a helping hand? On the journey back, Liu Yu contemplated sharing his situation with Wu Xian'er, curious to see her reaction. Upon hearing Liu Yu's words, Wu Xian'er gazed deeply at him and said softly, So you have finally decided to speak? Liu Yu was taken aback. Unsure of her meaning, he hesitated, reflecting. Then it dawned on him, damn it, given Wu Xian'er's character and their relationship, she ought not to be so callous as to watch him be bullied without intervening. The reality was that he had always been the one to suffer. In the past, when he was still a fool and was bullied, Wu Xian'er had always protected him, though it proved ineffective. Once she was no longer by his side, the bullying intensified. Witnessing Wu Xian'er repeatedly argue on his behalf, the foolish Liu Yu felt a mix of joy and sorrow. He did not wish to see her angered or embroiled in conflict because of him. Thus, he gradually ceased to confide in her about his troubles. Whenever questioned about who had bullied him, he would merely chuckle foolishly. Even a fool can deflect inquiries. His naivety and kindness were utterly despairing. It was precisely for this reason that Wu Xian'er had no choice but to adopt an alternative means of protecting him, by keeping as much distance as possible from Liu Yu. Indeed, by maintaining her distance, fewer people sought to trouble Liu Yu. Wu Xian'er understood that this predicament arose because of her. After that, she devoted herself to her cultivation, gradually growing colder toward Liu Yu, urging him to keep his distance to prevent further harm. Damn, I've just realized. Liu Yu covered his face, his expression a mix of depression and despair. How foolish I was, despite being in dire straits. I still sought to worry about others. How naive I truly was that, as he delved deeper into his memories of the past, he suddenly recalled an incident. Once, when Wu Qingxuan saw the woefully bullied Liu Yu, he was filled with indignation and sought an explanation. Yet he returned with a pallid expression that it seemed that the individual seeking trouble with him possessed formidable power and influence. Liu Yu pondered the events that had transpired before and deduced a possible explanation. The only entity capable of rendering the peak master Wu Qingxuan helpless was the Grand Elder. The troublemaker was a direct disciple. Liu Yu furrowed his brow. This was indeed not auspicious news. He found himself ensnared in the fierce competition among direct disciples. Do you know who orchestrated all this? Yes. Can you tell me their name? I need to prepare myself. Lin Yin, Wu Xian'er said with a grave expression. He is likely already at the golden core stage of cultivation. And you cannot contend with him, the golden core cultivator, coming to trouble me. Liu Yu felt somewhat helpless. Damn it. This is absurd. The disparity in cultivation levels is too great. Otherwise, I could devise a scheme to outsmart him. In the face of absolute power, his strategies seemed futile. Perhaps it was best to focus on diligent cultivation for now. Liu Yu, how do you plan to handle this matter? Wu Xian'er, I intend to set aside all else and immerse myself in arduous training to resolve the issue at its source. Eliminate that troublesome origin. Indeed, when the time comes, take me along. I wish to avenge this grievance as well. Very well. Liu Yu, do you harbor any hatred for me? Wu Xian'er turned to him, her eyes clear and bright. Would you prefer to hear the truth or a falsehood? Both, please. The falsehood is that I detest you. I loathe you immensely for leaving me with such a mess to clean up. Am I your father, tasked with tidying up after you? And the truth? The truth is, well, it is what it is. After all, I was the one who clung to you, which is why I became their target. Consider my just deserts for entangling you. Wu Xian'er gazed at Liu Yu in astonishment. Are you surprised? A little. Liu Yu chuckled. Why? You don't think I actually like you, do you? I did like you, but not anymore. He scooped up Da Huang, pinching its mouth and gesturing toward Wu Xian'er. Da Huang. Tell her that Liu Yu no longer likes her, and that they are merely childhood friends now. Wu Xian'er fell silent, for reasons unknown. She suddenly felt a mix of emotions that it seemed as if something precious had vanished forever. The foolish boy who used to revolve around her would no longer return. The pure white amidst the vibrant world had faded away. The two fell into silence. The stillness encapsulated the night. Liu Yu mused that, if he were a flower, he might fear the departure of spring. But he was spring itself. He would always have flowers. Wu Xian'er was also spring, so she too should not fear her own departure, shouldn't she? In the Wu residence, within the courtyard. Little Yu, you're back. Oh, Da Huang, long time no see. Have you put on weight? Wu Qingxuan's eyes lit up upon seeing Liu Yu with Da Huang. He approached, ruffling Da Huang's head, then wrapped an arm around Liu Yu's shoulder, inquiring about recent happenings as they walked inside. Father, it seems I am your daughter, right? Wu Xian'er could no longer hold back. Did her biological father just ignore her? Why did she suddenly feel superfluous? Wu Qingxuan turned back, a look of bewilderment on his face. As if to say, you're still here? Struggling to suppress the urge to elbow her father, Wu Xian'er strode past the two men, muttering to herself. Those two rascals, along with that dead dog, are insufferable. Why get angry? It was just a joke. Little Yu, you mustn't follow her example. All right? After a brief conversation, the family banquet commenced as usual. Wu Qingxuan first congratulated Liu Yu on her recovery and then praised his daughter for breaking through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. With no outsiders present, Wu Qingxuan felt at ease, sipping wine, enjoying dishes, and engaging in casual banter. The atmosphere was exceedingly harmonious. As the banquet drew to a close, Wu Qingxuan suddenly addressed Liu Yu. I have found you a master, someone whose cultivation exceeds mine. In the future, should you have any questions on your path of cultivation, you may consult her. Is someone speaking of me? Suddenly, a voice floated through the air. The person had yet to appear. But the voice was unmistakable. Liu Yu had never heard it before, but Wu Qingxuan certainly had. In that instant, his face went pale. Damn it! What is this fool doing here? Just as the family banquet was about to conclude, an unexpected guest arrived. Wu Qingxuan had no choice but to escort this uninvited visitor along with Liu Yu to the reception hall, leaving Wu Xian'er and Da Huang exchanging bewildered glances at the dining table. Once seated in the reception hall, the newcomer scrutinized Liu Yu, who likewise assessed her. The woman had a melodious and enchanting voice, and her beauty was striking. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders, her small face beaming with delight. The white collar of her attire seemed to conceal two pairs of large thunderbolts, and her gait was lively, exuding an air of weightiness that seemed capable of overwhelming others. Clad in a white dress adorned with golden cloud patterns, her slender waist appeared to be easily grasped, and her white lace stockings enveloped her long legs, lending her a tall and commanding presence. Her pure and stunning visage, combined with her flirtatious peach blossom eyes, made her an embodiment of both angelic grace and devilish allure. Li, a renowned beauty in the cultivation realm, was celebrated as the most stunning woman of the Qingxuan Sect, yet also acknowledged as a beautiful but utterly useless waste in the eyes of her sect. Liu Yu recognized her, having seen her likeness circulating secretly in Qingfeng town, rumored to be quite popular. As for its purpose, well, it was for use that don't ask how it was simply for use out of course. Liu never purchased it. He lacked the funds that a client had come by to buy wine and casually flaunted it before him, which was why he remembered her. Little did he expect to see the real person standing before him now. Upon their first meeting, Liu Yu found Li to be remarkably striking. White. Incredibly white, whiter than he would be after 3 days in the grave. Her flawless complexion and stunning features, along with her sweet demeanor, made her outfit appear puffy, and her white stockings received high praise. Which celestial sweet maiden has descended? She seemed even more beautiful than in the portrait. Heavily laden, she appeared to carry more weight than depicted. But once she spoke, alas, the charm dissipated. Is this my disciple? Why does he look so gaunt? Liu Yu, you're the one who looks gaunt. Your entire family is gaunt. I call this a slender physique. Li was perfect in every aspect, except for her rather unappealing manner of speaking. Her luscious red lips were alluring, making one wish to kiss or nibble them, or perhaps find something to stuff in there to keep her silent. In any case, she should not be allowed to speak. Once she did, any desire would plummet by 80%. Li, why have you suddenly come to visit? Today is the Wu family banquet. Perhaps you could come another day. Wu Qingxuan stood up, forcing himself to speak. He needed to usher this troublesome guest away. He couldn't let her disrupt little Yu. Today was of utmost importance, extremely critical. Critical matters can wait until tomorrow. There's no rush that I'm here to take on a disciple. Liu Yu, indeed, you jest fairy. My little Yu possesses superior spiritual roots, and this fellow has a rather lackadaisical approach to cultivation, practicing only intermittently, which may not meet your standards. Slacking off, huh? Li's eyes sparkled. That sounds splendid. He can slack while I fish. We'll progress together. Life is not about slacking off. That would rob us of half the joy. Wu Qingxuan. Liu Yu. This person must be unwell. They take on disciples yet have no intention of teaching. What purpose does it serve to have them as a master? Merely to watch. That is utterly useless. Just as Liu Yu was about to decline, Li spoke up. Xiao Jiu has spoken of your circumstances. She mentioned that you are a protector of the heavenly Tao. Be my disciple, and henceforth, what is mine shall be mine, and what is yours shall be yours, that we shall rely on each other as master and disciple. Excellent. What secrets has Bai Jiu divulged? At that moment, Liu Yu suddenly recalled Bai Jiu's words from their drinking session. She had pounded her ample chest with a resounding thump, declaring with great bravado, I, Bai Jiu, am the tightest-lipped in the entire sect. Huh. A woman's words are the very essence of deceit. I thought it peculiar that she would so suddenly come to take me as a disciple. It turns out it was all about this. What on earth is this heavenly Tao protection? Why do all these powerful figures seem so eager for it? Uncle Wu, are you saying this is the master you found for me? Can we find someone else? This person appears rather unreliable. Liu Yu refrained from voicing these thoughts. Both his expression and heart were filled with refusal. If this individual were to become his master, his joyous life would likely vanish in an instant. This time, Liu Yu failed to notice Wu Qingxuan's ashen face, filled with despair and terror. Good heavens, this troublesome person has come to me. She is not the master I sought for you. Wu Qingxuan, standing behind Li, frantically shook his head, hands forming an X, his face a portrait of anxious panic that he mouthed the words, do not agree to her. Although he did not utter a sound, Liu Yu felt as if he had shouted himself hoarse. Li, sensing something, turned to glance at him. Ah, exquisite tea. Li, would you care for a cup as well? Wu Qingxuan sat upright, taking a delicate sip of hot tea, a smile of utmost elegance gracing his lips. Liu Yu, such a swift change of demeanor, impressive, after casting a warning glance at Wu Qingxuan to refrain from interfering. Yili turned back to Liu Yu, continuing with a cheerful demeanor. If you become my disciple, I shall bestow upon you a grand gift. Fairy, it is not merely a question of gifts. A celestial artifact, a heavenly artifact. At this moment, even Wu Qingxuan, who had consistently opposed, fell silent. Damn, he too yearned for it. Wu Qingxuan's own life treasure was merely of earthly grade to offer such a high stake. Who could possibly refuse? Magical artifacts are classified into 5 tiers: mortal, yellow, mysterious, earthly, heavenly, and celestial. The highest tier, celestial artifacts, are exceedingly rare in the realm of cultivation. The only one confirmed in the Qingxuan Sect is a celestial sword possessed by the sect leader. Little did I expect that this fool also possesses a celestial artifact. Fearing Liu Yu may not believe her, Yili retrieved a nearly transparent orb from her storage bag. The orb glimmered with a white luminescence akin to a moonlit night, a mysterious aura enveloping it. The moment the orb appeared, Liu Yu felt a wave of thirst surge within him, akin to a famished person yearning for sustenance. His instincts told him he desperately needed this object. Yili, with a smug grin, proclaimed, "This is a celestial artifact. The creation pearl.it can assist in your cultivation. With the pearl's enhancement, your progress will accelerate tremendously, and the spirit energy within you will become pure. Even while you sleep, the creation pearl will operate autonomously, elevating your cultivation. With it, you are perpetually growing stronger. Come, young man. This is a celestial artifact. What are you hesitating for?" Yili, much like a siren, placed immense benefits before Liu Yu, weaving a web of temptation around him. She succeeded. Without a hint of hesitation, Liu Yu knelt in a mere 0.003 seconds. "Master, please allow your disciple to pay respects." There was no loss in becoming her disciple, and he stood to gain a celestial artifact. The creation pearl is akin to an experience-boosting cheat with no side effects. If someone offered you 1 billion, claiming they wish to be your father, how would you respond? Naturally, one would hastily bow and call them father. Goodness, that is 1 billion. To hesitate even a second would be a grave disrespect to money to not deem Liu Yu as lacking ambition. No one can escape the allure of the truth. His actions were remarkably fluid, leaving Wu Qingxuan dumbfounded. However, Wu Qingxuan was not surprised by Liu Yu's decision. He too wished to inquire if Yili was still accepting disciples. Though he had lived for centuries, he was still at an age eager to learn. This conversation left both Liu Yu and Yili in high spirits, while Wu Qingxuan appeared somewhat troubled. Is this truly without issue? Yili is the 10th elder of the sect, recently appointed. The previous 10th elder perished in a surprise attack by the demonic sect over a decade ago. To fill the vacancy, the sect leader and Bai Jiu must have summoned this individual from somewhere. Though she is exceedingly beautiful and possesses an alluring figure, she is utterly useless. She is widely recognized within the sect as a beautiful waste. Usually disheveled and unkempt, today she dressed herself up to entice Liu Yu. Typically, she resembles a ghost. She is lazy, enjoys fine wine, delectable food, beautiful women, sleep, and gambling. In short, she is a rogue, a grand rogue, Liu Yu becoming her disciple. Sigh. One can only say it is fate. May he fend for himself. Wu Qingxuan shook his head and rose, leaving the parlor to provide space for the master and disciple. At this point, there was no choice but to let nature take its course. Once the spacious parlor was left with only the two of them, Liu Yu felt a twinge of awkwardness. After some thought, he spoke up. "Shouldn't we hold a ceremony for accepting a disciple?" Yili sipped her tea, lazily raising her gaze to Liu Yu. Do you possess spirit stones? No, then that is precisely it. I do not have any either. We cannot afford it. But with a celestial artifact and a heavenly artifact in your possession, how could you possibly lack funds? Yili's face flushed slightly as she fidgeted for a moment before finally admitting, "To be frank, those 2 items are my last assets. As for spirit stones, I have spent them on gambling and drinking." Her pockets were cleaner than her face. If it weren't for the free air, she might not have survived to this day. "Liu Yu, I shall not become your disciple. Farewell." Liu Yu stood to leave, having thought she was a wealthy patron he could rely on, only to realize he had overestimated. Suddenly, Liu Yu felt something tugging at his leg, preventing him from moving. Looking down, he saw Yili clinging to his leg, gazing up at him with a pitiful expression. The weight of Yi Li's soft form pressed against his leg was quite overwhelming, yet Liu Yu had no desire to admire or feel it. He merely wished to shake off this troublesome individual. The sect leader has spoken. If I do not take a disciple and leave some legacy, I shall be expelled. Let go, let go. Your expulsion is of no concern to me. I am not the one being ousted. I refuse to accept this. I do not understand why they claim I am lazy when I have done nothing. That is precisely the greatest issue. After finally managing to get into this place, where there is food, drink, abundant spirit energy, and even money, once I leave here, I will not find such favorable treatment again that I do not want to go. Goodness, how can it be considered just if you are not expelled? How can you be so heartless? There are plenty of outer disciples. You can simply choose another. No, I, Yi Li, am not just anyone to become my disciple. One must meet my standards. Actually, I can change to make myself less appealing. In that case, I would prefer that even more. You intend to exploit my heavenly Tao protection, don't you, from the very first glance? Liu Yu sensed that this individual was untrustworthy, yet he never anticipated her to be so exceptional. How has the sect not expelled her yet? Liu Yu pushed the face of his rather unworthy master, but her thick skin rendered his efforts futile. Ultimately, Liu Yu surrendered to the futility of escape, feeling utterly despondent. Upon witnessing Liu Yu's resignation, Yi Li revealed a mischievous, victorious smile. Little disciple, I got you under my thumb. Once they returned to their respective seats, Liu Yu maintained an expression of profound despair, while Yi Li elegantly lifted her teacup, savoring a delicate sip. Accompanied by a sweet smile, it seemed as though the person who had just lamented about being expelled from the sect was not her at all. You are right. We ought to conduct a formal disciple-taking ceremony. Otherwise, it feels quite unsatisfactory. Liu Yu, wearied and indifferent, replied, Oh, disciple. Good disciple. With veins pulsating on his forehead, Liu Yu forced out a response through gritted teeth. Present. Master, what do you wish to say? In response, Yi Li's playful demeanor became more composed. Pour me a cup of tea. From now on, I shall be your master if I have a bowl of food. You shall wash one. Thank you, Liu Yu, resigned to his fate, lethargically poured a cup of tea. Rising, he knelt before Yi Li, presenting the tea. Observing the reluctant little creature before her, Yi Li couldn't help but chuckle. In the past, she had been like a cat in an old alley, free yet without a home. Now, she had found one. The past was lonely and protracted. She hoped that from this day forth, there would only be sunshine and smiles. Just as she was about to accept the teacup, a figure darted in like the wind, swiftly kicking over both Yi Li and her chair. Tea? I'll treat you to urine. The familiar voice startled Liu Yu. It was Master Bai Jiu. What was she doing here, and why did it seem she had some grievances with his unworthy master? At that moment, the hurriedly arrived Bai Jiu squatted down. Pinching Yi Li's delicate cheek, gazing down at this little rascal, I heard that you shamelessly snatched my disciple. A shy smile crept across Yi Li's face. Hey, speak up. Hey, are you playing this game, huh? This is the rare opportunity one discovered. And you treat me like I'm nothing? Hey, what about you? Speak, you chatterbox. Feigning innocence, Yi Li blinked her large eyes, attempting to evoke a hint of camaraderie from Bai Jiu. I just found him quite endearing. Plus, I have no disciples, so I thought I might take him in. Fine. Just wait until I squeeze your voluptuous self flat. Please, my disciple is watching. Have some decency, Not so hard. You still know to care about your reputation. You snatch my disciple and still want to save face. Help, disciple. Save me. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything that I just want to squeeze. I didn't see anything. Or I'll just watch. What's wrong? The scenery is truly lovely. Liu Yu silently rose, returned to his seat to enjoy the spectacle. Yes, right there. Squeeze harder. Ouch. Just looking at it hurts. Liu Yu nodded in satisfaction, feeling quite pleased. Such sights are one of life's great wonders. One must gaze upon them a little longer. It was all their fault, flaunting their affections in front of him, leaving him unsure where to look, so he settled on watching the action instead. May everyone treat themselves well. If they must blame someone, let not be themselves. Since that day as family banquet, Liu Yu resumed his mundane and dull daily life, plain yet comfortable, quite enjoyable indeed. In the morning, he sat at the counter, resting his chin on his hand, observing the bustling street. Occasionally, he glanced at the sky, where fluffy white clouds drifted by, appearing soft and inviting, perhaps even softer than his master's demeanor. Speaking of his unworthy master, after tossing him that fateful creation pearl, she had disappeared, claiming that the month's activity period had concluded and she was off to cultivate in slumber. The key point: sleeping. Lazy pig. Success is born from diligent effort, so perhaps he ought to rest for the next couple of days. This, too, is a form of self-discipline that I slacked off the day before yesterday, slacked off today, and will slack off tomorrow. What else could this be but self-discipline? My resting equals my discipline equals my effort equals my success. This was Yi Li's parting wisdom, and Liu noted her remarkable ability to twist concepts to her advantage. Perfect. Upon his discharge, fortunately, Liu Yu held no expectations for this individual that in truth, having such a master was rather pleasant. At least she wouldn't impose constraints on him, as she herself was the very epitome of a carefree slacker. Though untrustworthy, she offered a significant degree of freedom. This was a crucial reason Liu Yu agreed to become her disciple. With a yawn of boredom, Liu Yu noticed that De Huang, the dog at his feet, mirrored his yawn. They say owners resemble their dogs. This was becoming increasingly evident. With nothing to do, Liu Yu took out the creation pearl to examine it once more. Although it was a celestial artifact, its appearance did not align with Liu Yu's expectations that in his imagination, celestial artifacts should be resplendent, exuding an aura of power and magnificence. Yet this nearly transparent pearl, while beautiful and emitting a cold, moonlit glow, possessed no extraordinary attributes beyond that if he were to be killed, one could easily toss the creation pearl aside while looting him. However, it must be said that the pearl's functions were indeed remarkable. It was a veritable boon for lazy cultivators. Simply by affixing this creation pearl to his body and circulating his energy, it would memorize the route of his cultivation. Even if he ceased deliberate training, the pearl would continue to channel energy within him, accelerating his cultivation speed and purifying his spiritual essence. This was undoubtedly a godsend for lazy practitioners. Unbelievable. Now, Liu Yu no longer trained at night. He simply went home to sleep, drifting into dreamland. While nighttime cultivation was beneficial for replenishing energy, it could not compare to the restorative powers of sleep. Indulging in slumber was an essential skill for the lazy. Even Yi Li, formidable as she was, spent her days sleeping soundly in her cave. For her, life was far too lengthy. She was too lethargic to move, and with no one to accompany her. What else could she do but sleep? If she had a smartphone or a computer, she would undoubtedly transform into a gaming addict, glued to the screen day and night, engaging in true cultivation, illusory cultivation, meditative practice, true cultivation, sleepless nights spent gaming. After toying with the creation pearl, Liu Yu tucked it away close to him, glancing at De Huang as he pondered a few matters. This lazy dog. What to do? De Huang could not cultivate. The lifespan of ordinary dogs is not long. He needed to devise a plan to see if it could also train. Liu Yu mused that he should visit the sect's library to search for relevant records. A dog's wealth should never be forgotten. Just because he could cultivate, he could not disregard his canine companion. Otherwise, what would be the difference between him and that certain divine king? There was no rush. After all, De Huang was barely a year old, and time was on their side. Just as Liu Yu was lost in thought, a customer entered. Welcome. Upon seeing the newcomer, Liu Yu's expression darkened instantly. It seems you've been living quite well. That infuriating voice could belong to no one else but Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi. Damn it, it's Zhou Yi again. Sooner or later, he would beat him to a pulp and stuff his own excrement back down his throat. Let him eat to his heart's content. Damn. What do you want? Speak your piece or get lost. Liu Yu was utterly unceremonious in issuing an eviction order. The intruder was a malicious guest, one who could hardly be considered a true visitor. Such a character must be driven away like a rabid dog. With a week's time elapsed, he had come to check on you, and by chance, to find fault with you. How outrageous! The mere mention of this matter roused Liu Yu's ire, prompting him to curse vehemently. A week? Just a few days, and a bearded man is already seeking trouble with me. Moreover, how does this fellow manage to discuss finding faults so casually, as if it were mere small talk? Where is his sense of propriety? It appears that others have also come to trouble you. but that is of no concern to me. Upon observing Liu Yu's demeanor, Zhou Yi immediately grasped the situation. It was clear that senior brother Lin Yin, distrusting his ability to handle matters, had secretly dispatched additional personnel. The evidence proved him right. Senior brother Lin Yin indeed had not misjudged. He had truly botched the task at hand. Alas, we are merely following orders, so would you kindly endure a little inconvenience and allow me to complete my assignment? Huh. What advantage is there in that for me? Liu Yu dismissed him with disdain. I will share half of the reward with you that I demand 80%. Are you robbing me? I shall be the one to suffer. Fine, fine. Since we cannot reach an agreement, do not blame me for what follows. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's gritted teeth threat, Liu Yu instead burst into laughter, then took a deep breath and bellowed, "Come, people! Ah, someone is causing a ruckus in Qingxuan Town." Zhou Yi and his lackeys exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes widening in disbelief as they instinctively lunged towards Liu Yu to silence him. Unfortunately, this scene was fortuitously witnessed by the ever-elusive cockroach squad, the law enforcement team. How splendid! He has truly jumped into the Yellow River and cannot wash himself clean. You, Liu Yu, you are slandering me. Zhou Yi was on the verge of tears. This fool had become far too difficult to deal with once he ceased to be foolish, cunning, truly cunning. The leading enforcer gazed at Zhou Yi with a smile. Uninterested in hearing him spout more nonsense, he presented him with two unappealing choices. Ultimately, Zhou Yi chose to surrender. As he was escorted out of the tavern, he instinctively glanced back. There he saw Liu Yu cradling De Huang in one arm, while the other hand wiped away non-existent tears from the corner of his eye, his expression mournful and forlorn, reminiscent of a grieving wife bidding farewell to her husband on the way to the gallows. Damn, Zhou Yi muttered under his breath, turning away and hastily departing from that unfortunate place, wanting to distance himself from such distasteful business. What was wrong with him? Why did he even glance back? Now he felt nauseated once more. Speaking of which, he had already been taken away, yet Liu Yu still made sure to rub salt in his wounds. Was he out of his mind? As for Liu Yu, upon witnessing Zhou Yi's face, which resembled one who had just consumed a fly, he nodded with satisfaction, a smile of contentment gracing his features. Good. That feels satisfying. Inside the prison of Qingfeng Town, Zhou Yi and his companions were confined in a standard cell. This cell was utterly unremarkable. With a bit of earnestness, they could easily break free. Yet no one dared to act. For now, it was merely a warning with fines and detainment. If they attempted a breakout, the situation would be entirely different. The enforcers would immediately gain the authority to execute them, each one grinning wickedly as they carried out their grim task. The thought alone was terrifying. After being imprisoned, Zhou Yi sat cross-legged on the stone bed to cultivate. With nothing else to occupy his time, this was the only way to pass the hours after some time had passed. One of his subordinates poked Zhou Yi, pulling him from his meditative state. "What is the matter?" The subordinate hesitated before speaking. "Boss, earlier we claimed we came to buy wine. That should mean we're in the clear, right?" Zhou Yi replied. "It seems that is the case, but why didn't you mention this sooner? Do you not have a mouth?" At this moment, Liu Yu's posture was exceedingly arrogant, with one leg propped upon the counter. Reclining in his chair, hands clasped behind his head, he exuded an aura that made one want to deliver a punch. Having sent Zhou Yi away, Liu Yu was in high spirits. He felt elated. "No, today is too good a day. I shall forego my duties." The more he thought about it, the happier he became. Sitting up, Liu Yu slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "De Huang! Woof! Let us skip work! Woof, woof, woof!" De Huang's ears perked up, and he quickly jumped up from the ground, joyfully circling around Liu Yu. Leaping towards him, he had transformed from a lethargic creature into a lively companion. Indeed, during work hours, even dogs feel drowsy. Exiting the tavern, Liu Yu swiftly locked the door behind him, his motions so fluid they took no more than 2 seconds. Man and dog exchanged satisfied smiles, both appreciating the efficiency of their actions. "Xiao Yu, skipping work again? You often leave before your shift ends. Aren't you afraid your employer will dock your pay?" "Lu Xiao Ge, we are diligent workers. If you keep threatening to dock my pay, just wait. I will report you to your employer." The surrounding shopkeepers and their assistants could no longer contain themselves. voicing their discontent. This rascal is sowing discord among us. He ought to be dragged out and dealt with. TSK. Such words. I have sold more wine this month than in the previous 2 combined. I am the sales champion. The sales champion is free. Do you understand? Thanks to Uncle Baigio for his contribution. Liu Yu rolled his eyes, hands clasped behind his back, sauntering away with De Huang in tow. The onlookers watched his retreating figure, envy gnawing at their hearts. They truly envied him. One assistant from a tavern gazed longingly at Liu Yu's departing silhouette, eyes filled with a yearning for freedom. You can do it too, the owner behind the counter, without lifting his gaze, casually remarked. Really? Boss, you are too kind. The assistant's eyes lit up with a broad smile, ready to dash out the door, only to be completely sobered by the owner's next words. If you step out that door, don't expect me to follow. I'll fire you on the spot. Assistant. Damn it, he silently retracted his foot, tossed the towel over his shoulder, and expressionless turned back to continue his work. Attending to the esteemed patrons, the owner glanced at the assistant. What's wrong? Any objections? None. Then recite our motto. Point 1 Shout for workers. A lifetime of workers. Born a worker, died a worker's soul. In this life, we are workers. In the next life, still workers. Excellent. Return to work. Bah, dog of a boss. If it weren't for the generous pay, I would have long since abandoned you and sought refuge in that tavern across the street. Within the city, Liu Yu had grown weary of wandering, yet one cannot deny the beauty of the surroundings. The ancient city, with its blue bricks, wide roads, and clean streets, boasts crystal-clear waters. Willow trees line the riverbanks, swaying gently in the breeze. This city possesses the charm of ancient architecture, yet lacks the disorder and squalor of bygone eras. The environment here feels even better than that of second-tier cities from the previous life. This was largely thanks to the ever-elusive Cockroach Squad, the law enforcement team. With a month-long sect mission, 2/3 of the time had already elapsed. What shall the next task be? Perhaps I should continue to enjoy a leisurely life for a while longer. Liu Yu wandered along a shaded avenue, his hands clasped behind his head, gazing upwards at the dappled light filtering through the leaves above. A sense of melancholy enveloped him. His current job was quite satisfactory. Providing him with 40 spirit stones, Fu Bo had promised him an additional 10. Among the tasks available to disciples in the Qi refinement stage, they were all notably lucrative. Most importantly, he could afford to be lazy. With both wealth and leisure, he could leisurely cultivate here and, once he reached the foundation establishment stage, transition to other sect tasks. Such a notion was indeed appealing to De Huang. Woof, the lively De Huang, bounding alongside Liu Yu, looked at him with curiosity. What shall our next task be? Do you have any good suggestions? I prefer to avoid jobs that involve too much interaction with others. People, you see, can be quite a slippery slope. Occasional contact is manageable in the absence of conflicting interests, but prolonged exposure inevitably leads to a gradual assimilation into their ways. The more individuals you encounter, the further you drift from your true self, and happiness seems to recede further away. How terrifying. Woof woof. What did you say? Woof woof. Alas, I cannot comprehend. How could a human understand a dog bark unless... Wait. Goodness. I realize now. You were trying to alert me to something ahead. Liu Yu felt as though he had been struck by a truck, the force sending him flying 10 meters before he landed and rolled several times, finally coming to a stop against a large tree. Although he had managed to shield himself with spiritual energy to avoid serious harm, his head still spun in confusion. He looked up to see a woman clad in purple, standing where he had just been, her beautiful, elongated eyes scrutinizing him. Goodness, walking without paying attention. And now I've collided with a powerful cultivator, nearly meeting my end once more. The woman before him was undoubtedly a practitioner, and her cultivation level was certainly formidable. While Liu Yu was still reeling from the encounter, the woman spoke. Why are you sitting on the ground? Liu Yu, what do you think? Are you really asking me? The ground is quite cool. After a moment of changing expressions, Liu Yu ultimately conceded. Refraining from lashing out, he recognized that he too bore some responsibility, having forgotten the perilous winds of this world. However, the woman was also rather peculiar, lacking any presence, almost as if she were a specter. She had struck him before he even had a chance to react. Woof, woof, woof. De Huang cowered protectively in front of Liu Yu, appearing both timid and brave, which almost made Liu Yu chuckle. "It's all right, De Huang. Don't worry. Good dog. No need to get upset." Liu Yu grinned through gritted teeth, patting De Huang's head to soothe the whimpering creature before attempting to rise. However, as he pushed against the ground with his left hand, a searing pain shot through him. His arm inexplicably felt weak. "Mm." Liu Yu let out a muffled grunt. Sensing something was amiss, he touched his left collarbone and felt a distinct break. The human body is indeed a marvel. Each bone serves its own purpose. For instance, the collarbone. Do you know the implications of its fracture? It results in the shoulder drooping inexorably. A healthy collarbone, when traced from the throat to the shoulder with a fingertip, is remarkably smooth. In contrast, a broken collarbone presents a stark sensation of dislocation, accompanied by sharp pain, as if something were pressing against the flesh and skin, yearning to burst forth. That feeling is quite exquisite. "Damn it, the collarbone is definitely broken. Are you all right?" The woman in purple tilted her head, her smile a blend of amusement and mischief. This expression irked Liu Yu. "I am fine, it feels like my collarbone is broken," Liu Yu replied, falling into silence. This was absurd. It was evident that traversing this cultivation world was fraught with danger. This seemingly delicate beauty had managed to fracture his collarbone with a mere nudge. Damn it! Now he understood why Lord Dio had chosen to forsake humanity. Humans are truly fragile. Your collarbone is broken. How unfortunate. Little brother, please remember to watch where you're going next time. To demonstrate my sincerity. Allow me to help you up. She feigned concern as she approached Liu Yu, grasping his arm to pull him up. Ugh. Liu Yu emitted a muffled grunt, his complexion paling further. "Why does your face look even paler?" Yuri pulling on the broken side. Oh dear, I'm sorry, Liu Shitty. You 1T, hold this against me, will you?" The senior sister laughed lightly. "Huh, Liu Shitty, you truly are magnanimous." She playfully patted his shoulder. His left shoulder, Liu Yu gritted his teeth, veins throbbing on his forehead. Was she out of her mind? The once clear sky had inexplicably darkened. The gentle breeze transformed from the vivacious spirit of youth into the tempestuous demeanor of an irate matron. It seemed rain was imminent. Liu Yu could not discern the woman's cultivation level, but he was certain she was an entity far beyond his reach. He attempted to calm the increasingly agitated De Huang beside him and glanced at the ominous sky. The faint mist that had appeared around them heightened his sense of crisis. The scenery had drastically changed, and pedestrians had vanished without a trace. This realm felt isolated from the mundane world, leaving only him and her, with De Huang mysteriously absent. "Senior sister, given that the sky is growing darker and rain is approaching, shall we part ways here?" Liu Yu ventured tentatively. He had reined in his playful demeanor. Exceptional circumstances warranted exceptional responses. "Are you planning to just run away after colliding with me, Shitty? You truly are mischievous," the enchanting woman in purple said with a smile, her tone teasing. Her playful inflection confirmed Liu Yu's suspicions. This was no mere accident. A conspiracy. Damn it. Having pieced everything together, Liu Yu took a deep breath, calming himself. His eyes gleamed with resolve as he pushed aside the pain of his injuries, contemplating before inquiring, "Senior sister, how should I address you?" The woman's crimson lips parted in a smile as she replied, "Liz, Liz." That name sounded oddly familiar. Observing her resplendent purple attire, Liu Yu felt it suited her well that a person is often a reflection of their name. "Senior sister in purple, may I inquire how I have offended you?" "Why would you think that, little brother? You, a mere Qi refinement stage ant, could never provoke me." She laughed heartily. "Then it seems someone must have taken issue with me and sought your assistance in dealing with me," Liu Yu surmised, causing Li's smile to falter momentarily before a wicked grin crept back on her face. Her delicate, snow-white arm lifted, her palm reaching towards Liu Yu. "Come." This was bad. Liu Yu sensed trouble as she raised her hand, attempting to evade her grasp. Yet, a Qi refinement stage cultivator's abilities were inherently limited. The powerful force suddenly surged, drawing him towards Li Zi. In an instant, Liu Yu frantically channeled his internal spiritual energy, enveloping himself in a pale blue glow. However, even that was insufficient to resist the overwhelming pull. Before he knew it, Li Zi had seized his throat. Liu Yu was acutely aware of the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. Yet he was unwilling to surrender without a fight. Channeling his spiritual energy, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at her face. Holding nothing back, bang! The fist struck Li Zi's face with considerable force. Yet Liu Yu felt no sensation of flesh meeting flesh. Instead, it was as though his blow had landed upon stone. That moment, Liu Yu noticed a faint lavender aura enveloping Li Zi. He realized that he had not even managed to breach her protective spiritual barrier. How intriguing. While her spiritual power may not be formidable, her raw strength certainly matched that of a foundation-building cultivator. But that was the extent of it. Liu Yu, the fool Liu. With a disdainful smile, Li Zi leaned closer to Liu Yu. Even I have heard tales of your legend within the sect. Are you aware of the saying that circulates among the inner disciples? There are 3 scourges in the sect: the wicked woman, the fool, and the bandit. Among them, the fool lacks any real ability, merely skilled in repugnant tricks. Yet upon meeting you, I realized they were mistaken. You are not foolish at all, not in the slightest. Moreover, Li Zi pinched Liu Yu's face with her other hand, a playful smile dancing on her lips. You are rather handsome, and you carry a pleasant fragrance. Hardly repulsive at all. Thank you for the compliment. Liu Yu forced a smile. It appeared that evasion was no longer an option. He exerted all his strength in a futile struggle. The disparity in their realms was insurmountable. The spiritual energy within him was continuously suppressed by the delicate lavender power emanating from Li Zi. They say a strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake, yet this powerful dragon was no ordinary beast. And the snake in question was but a mere hatchling, incapable of contending against her. This insufferable woman was at least a nascent soul cultivator. Are you waiting for those elusive enforcers who appear like cockroaches to come to your rescue? Liu Yu remained silent, unwilling to respond. While this girl was somewhat deranged, her perception was remarkably acute. They will not come, she continued. Have you not noticed the thin mist that has arisen around us? That is my concealment formation, designed to shroud one's presence and silence all movements within its bounds. As for those enforcers, they are merely nascent soul cultivators like myself, and among nascent souls, I have yet to encounter an equal. Li Zi tightened her grip around Liu Yu's neck, her expression one of arrogance tinged with contempt. She had once been the top disciple of the Qingxuan Sect, dominating all her contemporaries, although she had erred and lost her title to that wretched woman. Subsequently exiled to the cliff of reflection for over a decade of solitary contemplation, her essence remained untarnished. So, you wish to kill me? Liu Yu replied, his face devoid of emotion. In moments of peril, one must remain composed. Some individuals are carefree and frivolous in their demeanor, yet when faced with danger, they exhibit an unnerving calm. In his previous life, Liu Yu had fallen off his electric bike on a rainy night, injuring his arm and head. Yet when he got back up, he did not scream or shout, but merely sighed in resignation, propping the bike against the roadside before calling for a ride to the hospital. The doctor, upon examination, looked at him in awe, noting that his shoulder and collarbone were shattered, yet he remained unfazed. Observing Liu Yu's current expression, Li Zi raised an eyebrow. Did this lad truly believe he was safe from wrath? Yet he had indeed guessed correctly. I will not kill you, but Li Zi's grip on Liu Yu's arm tightened, her smile transforming into something chilling. With a gentle squeeze, a sharp crack echoed as his arm broke. In an instant, an excruciating pain surged through Liu Yu, his eyes widening as he clenched his teeth, suppressing a muffled groan, his body trembling in resistance. Damn! This mad woman! This lunatic! The sensation of having an arm forcibly snapped was agonizing. Tough as nails, yet not a word escaped his lips. Who said I was silent? Liu Yu managed a sardonic grin, attempting to find humor amidst his suffering. Truly, the world of cultivation is one where the weak are devoured by the strong. Lacking power, anyone can trample upon you, even amidst a facade of rules. There will always be those who defy them. Break the impasse. One must possess sufficient strength. If this were a novel, and he were the protagonist, encountering such humiliation would surely be a significant plot point. What kind of virtuous hero would endure such indignity? As the gloomy sky began to weep, the rain soon intensified into a torrential downpour. Countless raindrops fell like a deluge, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, transforming the world into a cacophony. The surrounding light dimmed unbeknownst to him. The falling rain did not touch Li Zi, yet Liu Yu was drenched. Looking utterly desolate, for reasons unknown, Li Zi suddenly felt a wave of disinterest wash over her. Are you not going to utter some harsh words? Something along the lines of I'll make you pay for this or I'll capture you and make you my slave? Your reaction is simply tiresome. Liu Yu chose not to engage, his head bowed. Was he feeling wronged? Indeed. Was he resentful? Certainly. Was he enraged? Absolutely. Yet with no power, he could only endure. Remember, useless howling only serves to make one appear more like a defeated hound. Boring, Li Zi scoffed, flicking her wrist to send Liu Yu crashing against a tree before landing awkwardly in the mud. She approached him, looking down from her elevated position at the boy sprawled in the mire. Her gaze cold as I see, oh, you despise me. Do you harbor resentment? Oh, no need to answer. Your eyes reveal everything. Feeling indignant. In truth, there is nothing to be indignant about. I'm stronger than you. Thus I can treat you as I please. Should you become stronger than me in the future, you may also treat me thusly. Of course, that will never happen. Ah! This madwoman laughed maniacally. Liu Yu remained silent, his disheveled hair and garments caked in mud. Looking utterly miserable that I am certainly not the protagonist, he mused. Had this been another spirited narrative, the hero would have struggled to rise, falling repeatedly, yet standing up again. Such indomitable spirit would likely earn the madwoman's admiration, possibly even turning enmity into friendship. Yet Liu Yu felt he lacked such fortitude he would lay where he fell, waiting for the storm to pass before rising anew. Observing Liu Yu's silence, Li Zi clicked her tongue in annoyance. Boring. This is no longer entertaining. With a delicate gesture, a faint purple vortex shot from her fingertip, rendering Liu Yu unconscious. That will suffice for today. Consider it your misfortune, Li Zi declared, turning to leave that moment. An icy voice pierced the air. Had your fun, did you? Now it is my turn. A chilling sensation enveloped Li Zi. She spun around, only to find a fiery red figure had appeared behind her. Without a moment's hesitation, she transformed into a streak of purple light, fleeing immediately. Yet that streak of light was intercepted by the crimson figure. Bai Jiu, for reasons unknown, had materialized here, resting a hand on Li Zi's shoulder. Her smile unsettling. Is it amusing to bully those weaker than you? Li Zi's face drained of color, her expression a blend of terror and disbelief. She attempted to struggle, but Bai Jiu's formidable aura pinned her down, rendering her utterly immobilized. Just as the chasm between Liu Yu and her was unfathomable, so too was the disparity between her and Bai Jiu, perhaps even more so. Refining Qi, establishing foundations, golden core, nascent soul. Transformation, refining void, harmonization, great ascension. A practitioner in the refining Qi stage has merely embarked upon the path of cultivation that a nascent soul cultivator could extinguish a refining Qi practitioner with a mere fingertip. Similarly, a great ascension cultivator could annihilate a nascent soul practitioner with the same ease. Each significant realm bestows immense enhancements upon the cultivator, while one may bridge a gap of a single realm through talent, techniques, or spiritual artifacts. A chasm of an entire realm is nearly insurmountable. Bai Jiu smirked as she patted Li Zi's cheek, saying coldly, I mentioned before, I do not concern myself with conflicts among those of the same realm. But I detest the behavior of the strong picking on the weak, as it tarnishes the reputation of our Qingxuan Sect. Seems you have not heeded my words at all. I thought that confining you to the cliff of reflection for 10 years would allow you to comprehend human language, but it appears I have underestimated you. Truly, you are the infamous demoness of the Qingxuan Sect. Li Zi, forever oblivious. Zi's expression darkened. Wasn't she supposed to be in seclusion refining pills? How could she emerge after merely 10 years? Curious about why I am here, are you? Perhaps his fate at play. Bai Jiu discerned the thoughts swirling in Li Zi's mind and continued. Recently, I have felt a sense of unease, just as the pills I had labored over for a decade were on the verge of completion. My alchemical furnace exploded, rendering my efforts futile. Disheartened, I emerged seeking some wine, only to encounter a little rascal. Yes, the very same little creature you had just bullied. He was meant to be my disciple. This opportunity was rightfully mine, but alas, it was snatched away by a shameless thief. Bai Jiu cast a glance at the unconscious Liu Yu, her expression heavy with discontent. Just moments ago, I found myself yearning for a drink, only to stumble upon such a captivating scene. Truly, the heavens delight in their games. I am not his master, yet here I am, compelled to rescue him. Damn that Yi Li! Achoo! In a cavern within a certain mountain range of the Qingxuan Sect, a beautiful woman clad in soft nightwear, exposing a generous expanse of her snow-white skin, sneezed, then turned over, scratching her rounded backside before continuing to slumber. Her sleeping visage was serene, drool escaping her lips. Yi Li, this carefree manager, was quite comfortable in her role. After subduing Li Zi, Bai Jiu gently beckoned Liu Yu with a flick of her wrist, encasing him in a sphere of crimson light. Lifting him before her, observing Liu Yu's bruised arm and uneven shoulders, Bai Jiu sighed. This is a lesson for you. Desiring the leisurely and carefree life like your wayward master is not inherently wrong. But she possesses strength, and you do not. That is your folly. Savor this humiliation, and use it as fuel to forge ahead. After all, no one will always be by your side. The only reliance you can trust is yourself. Leaning on mountains may lead to their collapse. Relying on others may result in their downfall. Only what is grasped in one's own hands can provide true security, whether it be wealth or ability. As for you, Bai Jiu's gaze shifted back to Li Zi. Her penetrating stare caused Li Zi's hair to stand on end. This is dire. I have truly fallen this time. Within the Qingxuan Sect, the only figure she feared was this woman before her. Other elders, even the 10 grand elders, would overlook her egregious behavior in light of her monstrous cultivation talent. But this woman is different. She seems like a divine instrument of retribution, exceedingly harsh towards her. Moreover, this woman is even more malevolent than herself, employing methods of torment that are anything but ordinary. For instance, when she merely forced back some talentless disciples. Bai Jiu reprimanded her severely upon learning of the incident. Disobedience would lead to immediate action. In terms of background, she could not compare to her. In terms of strength, Bai Jiu could crush her with a single finger. Unable to fight back, nor dare to retort, she felt utterly stifled. Even when this woman smirked in response to her threat of leaving the sect, Li Zi was certain that had she uttered one more word, she would have been expelled from a sect. What? Now you know fear. Indeed, a dog cannot change its nature. The ingrained tendency to bully the weak and fear the strong is utterly useless. What good is your high cultivation talent if you fail to cultivate your character? Ultimately, you are but a waste. Bai Jiu scoffed, shaking her head. She had seen many geniuses. How many could survive? How many could reach the pinnacle? 1 in 10,000. The Qingxuan Sect is heralded as the cradle of cultivators in the northern region. Yet this phrase carries an inherent ambiguity. The sect protects them well, rendering these disciples akin to infants. It is only upon leaving the sect that they truly experience the world. Human nature, schemes, conspiracies. These are far more arduous than battling for treasures in cultivation. The very person you could have entrusted your back to one moment may, in the next, unhesitatingly plunge a dagger into you. Human hearts are the most malevolent, rapidly increasing in cultivation, yet their hearts remain shackled to the past, possessing a pure malice akin to that of a child, unrepentant. If that is so, then I shall diligently temper your disposition. Bai Jiu's slender fingers danced across various points on Li Zi's body. In an instant, an overwhelming force of restriction erupted within her. Liz felt her inner spiritual power grow dormant. Her nascent soul ensnared by nearly transparent, invisible chains, one after another. The nascent soul within her could no longer be summoned at will. As it once was, startled and enraged, she roared at Bai Jiu, "What have you done to me?" The crimson-clad woman merely chuckled. "I have placed some restrictions on you. For the next 10 years, you shall remain by Liu Yu's side, reflecting upon your actions, or seek his forgiveness. Since you consider yourself exceptional, disregarding others and remaining unrepentant, you shall now experience the sensation of falling to the mortal realm. I shall inform Liu Yu of the method to lift the restrictions. Pray for his mercy." Upon hearing Bai Jiu's words, Li Zi's countenance darkened immensely. She exerted every ounce of her strength to resist, yet against absolute power, it was ultimately futile. This sensation was unbearable, just like this torrential rain. The sticky, humid air, the damp ground. It was all wretched. Today is not suitable for venturing out. I refuse to accept this. Her eyes widened, blood vessels creeping across her eyeballs. Bai Jiu gazed down at her with indifference, just as she had looked down upon Liu Yu moments prior. There is nothing to contest. You are stronger than Liu Yu, hence you may act wantonly towards him, but I am stronger than you. Therefore, I may act wantonly towards you, that if you wish to blame someone, blame your misfortune in encountering me. Thunder rumbled incessantly. Lightning illuminated Li Zi's disheveled appearance. Those familiar words momentarily stunned her. Hadn't she uttered them herself? On a street in Qingxuan town, a small yellow dog barked frantically at a large tree, occasionally whimpering. Even in the face of the fierce wind and torrential rain, it did not retreat. It seemed that there was something of utmost importance to it there. Should anyone happen to pass by and observe the yellow dog's expression, they would surely be astonished. Its anxiety was palpable, as it turns out that dogs can exhibit such rich emotions. Finally, after a thunderous roar, the tree before the big dog twisted and then returned to its original form. 3 figures materialized before its eyes. Woof! Upon seeing the youth clad in green, unconscious before it, the big dog's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, it dashed forward. The boy was enveloped in red spiritual energy, suspended in midair, and the dog could only circle around, emitting mournful whines. That sound was akin to a lament. Look at the mess you've caused. Even the dog has been harmed by you. There, do not cry. Bai Jiu approached De Huang and gently patted its head, signaling it to remain calm. Whimpering softly, De Huang recognized Bai Jiu and did not resist. It merely continued to emit pitiful sounds. This made Bai Jiu's heart ache. It's all right. Liu Yu is fine, and I've dealt with that wicked woman for you. Now, we must take Liu Yu back to the tavern and wait for him to awaken. Upon finishing her words, the spiritual energy that had enveloped Liu Yu like a sphere began to retract, forming a faint crimson glow around his body. What are you staring at? Hurry up and carry him. Bai Jiu pointed at Liu Yu, releasing her hold on Li Zi. You want me to carry him? Upon regaining her freedom, Li Zi looked at Bai Jiu in disbelief. How could she, a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, be expected to carry someone at the Qi refining stage? Has she lost her mind? TSK, it seems you cannot comprehend human speech. What is so remarkable about a nascent soul cultivator? Bai Jiu remarked, slightly annoyed at Li Zi's defiance. If responding to her summons. The thunder and lightning drifting in the overcast sky erupted in a cacophony of brilliance. Boom! In an instant, the dark world was illuminated by flashes of lightning, akin to a divine miracle that transformed night into day. Some individuals within Qingxuan Sect suddenly felt a stirring sensation, turning their gazes toward Qingfeng town. Each of them exuded an otherworldly aura. Is it Xiaojiu? What is that woman up to now? She has emerged from seclusion, and it feels like Qingxuan Sect is about to descend into chaos. Goodness, how frightening. TSK, she is not inferior to the sect leader. If it weren't for the constraints of this world, she might have already shattered the void and ascended to the celestial realm. Bai Jiu's power had advanced further, yet I too am not far behind. After sensing the commotion, the onlookers returned their attention, choosing not to dwell on it. However, the disciples of Qingxuan Sect were treated to an astonishing spectacle. Boom! Crackle! Thunderous, lightning dragons cascaded from the heavens, dancing wildly above Qingfeng town, the crackling electricity resonating like a prelude to apocalyptic doom. The destructive force contained within each lightning dragon sent shivers down their spines. This divine retribution. No, this is a supernatural ability wielded by a great cultivator. What realm must one reach to manifest such power? At the very least, it must be a cultivator at the Mahayana stage. Only a quasi-mortal could possess such capabilities. How terrifying! My golden core cultivation feels utterly insignificant in the face of such overwhelming pressure that I cannot even muster the thought of resistance. After the initial shock, a wave of fervor surged within them. If only they could possess such powers. Merely contemplating this ignited an unprecedented fervor for cultivation among the younger generation of cultivators. Conversely, the inhabitants of Qingxuan town were engulfed in dread. Their faces turned pale that this divine punishment. Has a supreme practitioner from the demonic path come to annihilate Qingxuan town? My life is forfeit. Oh heavens, I was wrong. I should not have made such reckless vows. I am a wretch. I have betrayed 7 women, 1 for each day. I was wrong. I beg the heavens, do not strike me down. Some ordinary folk knelt on the ground, bowing and praying in desperation. In the face of such an apocalyptic scene, all they could do was implore the divine for protection. Liz, witnessing the spectacle, was momentarily stunned. Such miraculous feats were beyond her capabilities. Fortunately, she quickly adjusted her mindset. It's fine. I will reach such heights in the future. She has merely practiced longer than I have. I am Liz, a genius often referred to as a prodigy. If we had trained for the same duration, I would surely not lag behind her. She reassured herself. In the vast realm of Jinwu, there are many prodigies, and she has always been among the very best. The challenges and humiliations she faced now were merely trials on her path to the pinnacle. Small obstacles to overcome. Just wait that I will return this humiliation tenfold. Observing the effect of her intimidation, Bai Jiu retracted her hand. Instantly, the deafening thunder fell silent, and the sky, once bright as noon, regained its somber demeanor. This is the power of a great cultivator, possessing the ability to bring devastation to the world, embodying the ultimate deterrent. Only a sect with Mahayana cultivators deserves to be called a top-tier sect. So, what is there for you, a nascent soul cultivator, to be proud of? Still not moving. Be careful, or I might just strike you down with a bolt of lightning. Bai Jiu scoffed, lifting her chin slightly toward Liu Yu, urging her to act swiftly. Aware that there was no escaping this predicament, Liz gritted her teeth and approached Liu Yu, reluctantly hoisting him onto her back. Even through the thin veil of spiritual energy, she could feel Liu Yu's warmth and presence. This sensation was utterly unpleasant. She had never had such contact with a male. The soft, warm touch made her feel nauseous, provoking a strong impulse to toss him to the ground and kick him mercilessly. The torrential rain continued to pour. The wind howled, and the trees swayed. Without the barrier of spiritual energy, millions of raindrops fell upon her, soaking her purple attire and intensifying the contact with the person behind her. The faint sound of his breathing at her neck sent chills down her spine. Woof! De Huang, watching from the side, bared its teeth, warily eyeing the woman. It was all because of her that Liu Yu found himself in such trouble. It longed to sink its teeth into her. You dare to snarl at me again, and I will devour you whole. Liz shot a sideways glare. Yet, her intimidation lasted no more than 3 seconds, as Bai Jiu swiftly kicked her calf, interrupting her threat that, if you keep babbling, I'll deal with you first. Bai Jiu snapped irritably. This person clearly never learns. Liu Yu was jolted awake by the thunderous noise. Groggily, he attempted to open his eyes, but the moment his consciousness returned, searing pain shot through his shoulder and arm. Damn, it hurts. The pain jolted him upright, and he warily scanned his surroundings. What met his eyes was an exceedingly familiar layout, a room on the 2nd floor of the tavern, which had previously served as a storage area for wine. Liu Yu had created a makeshift bed here for resting. Now, he found himself lying on it. What happened? How did I end up back here? Observing the disarray of his attire, Liu Yu realized that everything that transpired before he fainted was no dream, but an unbearably real and humiliating reality. Before he could even feel anger, another important thought struck him. Oh no! Where's De Huang? Where's my dog? His expression shifted dramatically as he disregarded his pain, struggling to get off the BEAS if responding to his commotion. A figure suddenly rushed up the stairs and leaped onto Liu Yu. Woo woo woo, woof woof. De Huang's ears flattened back as it whined joyfully, its tail wagging vigorously, licking Liu Yu enthusiastically. Hiss! The abrupt collision from De Huang forced Liu Yu to gasp in surprise. You little rascal! Are you trying to murder me so you can inherit my spirit stones to buy dog food? He chuckled through the pain, clutching his shoulder. I could see that moment. The weight on his heart lifted. As long as De Huang was safe, everything else could wait to be settled later. To maintain an open mind in all matters is essential for a vibrant life. After reassuring De Huang, Liu Yu heard a familiar voice resonating from downstairs. Liu Yu, tend to your wounds, and once you're finished, come down that I have some matters to discuss with you, Bai Jiu said languidly while sipping on her drink. The table and floor were strewn with wine jars. Beside her stood a stunning woman clad in purple, reluctantly pouring her another drink. Upon hearing Bai Jiu's voice, Liu Yu surmised that she must have brought him back. He responded affirmatively and began to attend to his shoulder and arm. Fortunately, it was his left hand and collarbone that were fractured, leaving his right arm unaffected. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to manage the situation. First and foremost, Liu Yu gazed at his drooping shoulder, gritting his teeth with determination. Hemph! He bore through the excruciating pain, lifting his sagging shoulder, instantly realigning the dislocated joint AS for the fractured bone. He enveloped it with spiritual energy for support and stabilization, facilitating the healing process. The advantages of this cultivation world are indeed plentiful, with spiritual energy serving myriad purposes. Liu Yu exhaled deeply, his complexion pale, upon using his spiritual sense to assess his physical condition. He found that his shoulder and arm were merely fractured and not shattered. Otherwise, he would have faced considerable trouble. Next, he wrapped his shoulder in gauze for immobilization, similarly treating his arm and creating a makeshift sling to support his arm. 100 days of recuperation is required for such injuries. Thankfully, a Qi refinement cultivator possesses a physique superior to that of an ordinary person, and with the nourishment of spiritual energy, even a fracture could heal within a month and a half. Reflecting on the instigator of his plight, Liu Yu felt a surge of anger. That woman must be deranged. Did I provoke her? Not at all. I have no recollection of her. She is undoubtedly being manipulated by someone. Sending a nascent soul cultivator to deal with a Qi refinement cultivator. How shameless. Liu Yu grimaced in pain. Who would use a cannon to shoot a mosquito? A golden core cultivator would suffice. At least I could struggle and call for help. What does it mean for a nascent soul cultivator to come after me? Is it only in my demise that she finds satisfaction? After venting his frustration, Liu Yu descended the stairs with De Huang, only to behold the cannon. Instantly, his expression darkened. His assessment of Li Zi was, this person is indeed somewhat deranged. Those afflicted should be kept at a distance. Liu Yu, come quickly, have a drink to ease your pain, Bai Jiu called out, noticing Liu Yu's arrival, raising her wine glass with sparkling eyes. Drinking alone is dreadfully dull. Indeed, enjoying a drink is far more delightful with company. Engaging in idle chatter, Liu Yu chose to disregard Li Zi's presence and took a seat opposite Bai Jiu, saying, Thank you, Bai Jiu Shu. For what? For saving you. Oh, it was merely a trifling matter. Bai Jiu replied, handing him a cup while casting a glare at Li Zi. Are you blind? The guest is seated. Can't you pour a drink? Li Zi, gritting her teeth, thought, I endure. Under Bai Jiu's intimidating presence. She reluctantly poured a drink for Liu Yu. Thank you, Shiji. However, I must admit, I find this demeanor of yours quite unusual. I preferred your previously unruly attitude, Liu Yu remarked cheekily. You little rascal. Although unaware of the specifics, Bai Jiu could sense the general situation. Now is not the time for schadenfreude. Li Zi's face turned ashen as she glanced at Bai Jiu, suppressing her anger. You wretched creature. Once that plague is gone, I shall end you. How do you feel after this ordeal? Bai Jiu inquired, raising her wine glass with a smile. Clink. After clinking glasses with Bai Jiu and downing the drink, Liu Yu sighed deeply. Feeling dejected, I intended no disturbance. Yet the winds of fate stirred the dust. I thought that remaining within a regulated environment would ensure my safety, but it appears I was mistaken. Liu Yu shook his head. A hint of self-mockery in his expression, he patted De Huang's head, relieved that this young pup had not shared in his misfortune. Strength. Indeed, strength is the fundamental basis for survival in the realm of cultivation. It seems this beating was not in vain, Bai Jiu remarked approvingly. The most concerning are those who endure beatings yet fail to learn, for they are lost in a fog of ignorance. Devoid of salvation, reflection is vital. One must learn and remember. Do you blame me for not intervening? Do you resent me for not offering assistance? Not at all, Liu Yu replied, extending his cup in gratitude. Bai Jiu clinked her glass with his, taking a small sip and smiling. Would you consider changing your sect, abandoning your useless master to join mine? Li Zi, overhearing this, was momentarily stunned. This notorious villain wishes to take on disciples. Liu Yu shook his head, feeling somewhat downcast, and declined Bai Jiu's offer. After all, he had already taken that wretch as his master and accepted her gifts. Even if she was unreliable and incompetent, she was still his master. Tsk. Bai Jiu clicked her tongue in displeasure, her desire to eliminate Yi Li, that brazen cow, intensifying. How did she and Bai Lan, in their folly, invite such a deceitful individual into their sect? Now, it seems, her disciple has been poached. They must have been bewitched that day, I say. Can you refrain from wandering about during work hours? Be cautious, or I shall have the proprietor dock your wages. After several rounds of drinks, Bai Jiu and Liu Yu gradually entered a more relaxed state. She shot a glare at the little rascal, irritated that he had skipped work to indulge, forcing her to seek out someone just to enjoy a drink. Is there no sense of duty in him as a worker? Yes, yes. I shall endeavor to stay put in the future. Liu Yu replied sheepishly. It was indeed his fault. How could he expect his benefactor to wait for him? The two conversed for a while, with Bai Jiu posing questions and Liu Yu responding. She expressed great interest in the tales of Earth that Liu Yu shared, with Li Zi's malicious ears shielded. Liu Yu satisfied her curiosity while also presenting the challenges he faced in his cultivation. Bai Jiu offered her insights in return. Your cultivation speed is remarkably swift. It won't be long before you break through to the foundation establishment stage. However, as your cultivation progresses, you must also enhance your combat skills. You cannot focus solely on cultivation. Others have learned techniques and secret arts that allow them to unleash their spiritual energy fully, even exceeding normal limits, wielding devastating offensive capabilities that if you neglect to learn any offensive techniques and merely gather your internal spiritual energy to haphazardly strike, you will become the subject of ridicule. When Bai Jiu spoke these words, her gaze was piercing, a subtle yet chilling aura enveloping the air. Of course, since you have only recently begun your cultivation, your primary focus should remain on advancing your realm. As for offensive techniques, you may seek them out in the Sect's library once you break through to the foundation establishment stage. Should you find nothing suitable, you can always approach your brainless master for some offensive techniques. Bai Jiu generally displayed disdain when discussing Yi Li, yet when it came to this subject, she couldn't help but express admiration. Despite her demeanor, her destructive power is unparalleled within the true martial realm. That lazy bum? Liu Yu blinked, involuntarily recalling the visage of his master. With her long, flowing black hair resembling that of a sweet fairy, her snow-white skin appeared delicate and fragile, her ample bosom and curvaceous figure accentuated as she hugged her own thighs. Gazing at him with pitifully innocent eyes, coercing him to become her disciple, threatening that she would not relent otherwise, the impression he gathered, a beautiful vase. Who would have thought? Was she truly so formidable? I know what you're thinking. That person indeed appears quite unreliable, and in truth is exceedingly so, yet she possesses her own worth. Otherwise, she could not have ascended to the position of the 10th elder of the Qingxuan Sect. Upon having his thoughts laid bare, Liu Yu offered an embarrassed smile. The two conversed for quite some time. It was only late into the night that Bai Jiu, still reluctant to depart, prepared to take her leave. At that moment, she pointed at Li Zi, who stood nearby, saying, "She will accompany you for a while. Be sure to temper her temperament. If she were to stray onto the path of darkness, she would undoubtedly become a formidable dark saintess. Yet she has chosen to join our Qingxuan Sect. For now, she has not committed any fundamental errors. Killing her would be ill-advised, but should we continue to allow her to act recklessly, it would likely be only a matter of time." Therefore, Bai Jiu rose from her seat and approached Liu Yu, patting him on the shoulder. With a teasing expression, she declared, "The monumental responsibility of saving countless lives has been entrusted to you. To prevent her from wreaking untold havoc on the Jinwu continent once she departs from the sect, you must diligently refine her temperament and see if you can rein in her malevolent nature. If you fail, our sect will lose a genius and gain a calamity. I hope you will rise to the occasion." Bai Jiu flashed a playful smile and gave Liu Yu a thumbs up. "I have high hopes for you," Liu Yu responded with a look of rejection. What a joke. That girl could easily eliminate him with a single slap. How could he possibly temper her? It would be more likely for her to pin him to the ground and rub him into submission. Ah, I know what you're thinking. Bai Jiu waved her hand dismissively, signaling Liu Yu not to worry. She produced an ancient-looking bell and a jade slip, tossing them to Liu Yu. Here, take this. Inside, you will find instructions on how to restrain her, as well as the method of using the bell. Liu Yu accepted the bell and jade slip. Initially, he scanned the contents of the jade slip with his divine sense, and, as he perused the recorded information, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. Liz's cultivation had been sealed, greatly diminishing her threat. Simultaneously, the bell in his hand could also impose certain punishments. Once infused with spiritual energy and shaken, she would suffer a splitting headache. This plot seems oddly familiar, almost reminiscent of something from domestic productions that, oh right, isn't this just the tightening spell? So this is the bell version of the tightening spell? Is she Sun Wukong? Liu Yu chuckled. What's Sun Wukong? It's nothing, just a story that suddenly came to mind, titled My Heartless One. Do not desire beautiful companions, but instead accompany 3 ugly men to the Western paradise. I'll tell you about it when I have time. Sounds good. Bai Jiu's eyes sparkled. That title sounded quite intriguing. That a gentleman's word is hard to retract. Indeed. That is a must. Satisfied with Liu Yu's promise, Bai Jiu finally took her leave, after escorting her out. Liu Yu was left staring blankly at Li Zi. No. There was also a dog, which was staring at Li Zi as well. The tavern fell into an eerie silence. Liz narrowed her elongated eyes and broke the silence first. I advise you. Ding, 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 ding. Liu Yu produced the bell, shaking it vigorously with a blank expression. The crisp sounds echoed throughout the tavern. Liz felt as though hundreds, even thousands, were pricking her head with needles. Ah! Stop! Please stop! Ah! The intense pain elicited a scream from her, causing her to sway unsteadily. Once the bell ceased, she appeared as though she had endured a cruel punishment. Her face devoid of color and beads of sweat dotting her forehead. In that moment, she seemed to exhibit a touch of softness, lacking the sharpness she previously held. Of course, this was contingent upon ignoring her predatory gaze. What are you doing, you little brat? Do you want to die? Li Zi hissed through gritted teeth. She had yet to utter a word, yet he was already shaking that damned bell. What does that mean? Oh, it's nothing. I just had a premonition that you were about to say something unpleasant, and I didn't wish to hear it. So I shook the bell. Liu Yu yawned lazily, his demeanor relaxed. By the way, did you just insult me? Thus, the bell made its appearance once more. Liz's pupils constricted as she hurriedly attempted to intervene. No, please don't. Ding, 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 a flurry of rapid bell chimes. To Li Zi's ears, it sounded like a torturous melody from hell. The pain in her head felt as if it would explode. Pain, pain, pain. Ah. Please stop shaking it. Please stop. In agony, she rolled on the ground, even repeatedly banging her head against the floor, as if that would alleviate her suffering. Witnessing her in such a state, Liu Yu nodded in satisfaction. Perfect, De Huang. Let us go home and sleep, he called out to De Huang, ignoring Li Zi any further. Woof. De Huang happily trotted after Liu Yu. Just as Li Zi regained her composure, Liu Yu's sardonic voice echoed back. By the way, I tend to speak rather harshly. If I ever say anything that hurts you, please let me know, and I will repeat it louder for you. Enraged, she clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. On the second floor of the tavern, in the dead of night, 1 man and 1 dog had already fallen asleep, in a hazy state. Liu Yu felt a figure pressing down on him. Shortly thereafter, he sensed a grip around his neck, and delicate hands pinned his arms above his head, the pain and suffocating sensation causing him to frown and open his eyes in the darkness. A woman straddled his waist, leaning in to peer down at him. The position was exceedingly intimate. Her soft abdomen brushed against his, creating a delightful sensation. The woman was indeed beautiful, but her gaze could easily induce impotence. Lift the restrictions placed upon me, now. Otherwise, I will kill you immediately. Li Zi, like a haunting specter, attempted to seize control while Liu Yu was asleep. Even though her cultivation had been sealed, a nascent soul cultivator's physical form was still beyond Liu Yu's capacity to contend with. Yet, she dared to threaten him. Liu Yu was not one to be easily intimidated. You dare to kill me. After you kill me, can you escape from here? Can you escape from the grasp of Master Bai Jiu? Oh, and I have a good uncle. If he learns of my predicament, he will undoubtedly hunt you down until he kills you. Liu Yu's expression bore a mocking tone. They may overlook trivial matters. But when it came to principles, it was not so simple that as for Master Yi Li, the fairy, she was worthless, better left unmentioned. You really should die. Li Zi seethed with rage, just as she was about to teach Liu Yu a lesson. Da Huang, alerted by the commotion, lunged at her. But how could an ordinary little dog possibly attack a cultivator? Even with her cultivation sealed, she could effortlessly eliminate a Qi refinement stage cultivator, let alone a mere dog. Seeking death, Li Zi released her grip on Liu Yu's neck, swiftly redirecting her hands to seize the throat of Da Huang. And no matter how it struggled, it could not budge her in the slightest. Just as she was about to strangle Da Huang to death, a sudden wave of impending doom halted her actions. Following that instinct, she glanced down and met the boy's piercing gaze that moment. She felt as though she were not pinning down a human, but rather a venomous serpent that sent chills down her spine. I advise you to let it go. The boy's expression imparted a crucial realization to her. It appears you care quite a bit for this little yellow dog. Liz regarded Liu Yu with a teasing smirk, tightening her grip around a Huang's neck, causing it to emit pitiful whimpers. Yet, despite this, its expression remained fierce. Good dog. Too bad you've chosen the wrong master. Liu Yu's eyes gleamed with cold fury, his anger flaring. Release it, or you'd better kill me. Otherwise, I will ensure your torment is endless. His voice was chilling. Stung by Liu Yu's words, Li Zi retorted with indignation. Do you really think I wouldn't dare? Then come at me. Liu Yu struggled fiercely, his face flushed. Come, kill me. Go on. Seeing the manic look in Liu Yu's eyes and hearing his bone-chilling voice, Li Zi involuntarily felt goosebumps rise on her skin. In that moment, she understood the predicament of being unable to retreat. If she truly killed the dog, this boy would undoubtedly seek her vengeance. It was clear to her that Liu Yu was genuinely willing to risk his life against hers. If she were to slay Liu Yu, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. But reason ultimately prevailed. Damn it. This is such a mess. Li Zi cursed in frustration that if she did kill him, she was sure it would seal her own fate. Bai Jiu, that woman, Liu Yu's protective uncle, and that childhood friend Wu Xiener would undoubtedly seek retribution, not to mention Liu Yu seemed to have a master. In an instant, Li Zi's expression grew grim. She was not foolish, just as Bai Jiu had previously told her. She preferred to bully the weak rather than confront the strong. Only a fool would pit an egg against a rock that IT was pointless. Originally, she only intended to teach him a lesson, to punish him without threatening his life, ensuring that those behind Liu Yu would not react too violently. But who could have anticipated Bai Jiu's sudden interference, throwing her plans into disarray? Now, she had become this boy's captive, and he was far more formidable than she had anticipated. Unyielding and resolute, he bore an attitude that declared, if you can kill me, do it. Otherwise, this matter is far from over. Damn it. She should never have intervened. Outside, the rain continued to fall in a gentle patter, droplets trickling down the eaves and onto the green bricks and foliage. The room fell into a heavy silence. After a moment of contemplation, Li Zi exhaled deeply, rolling off Liu Yu and releasing both Da Huang and Liu Yu. In truth, I was merely jesting. Ultimately, Li Zi relented. She would not stake the life of a Yuan Ing stage cultivator on the life of a Qi refining stage cultivator. That IT was not worth it. Is that so? Liu Yu rubbed his neck, beaming with a radiant smile. Of course, I thought you were just too sound asleep and wanted to wake you for some cultivation. Look at you. You're merely at the Qi refining stage. When will you reach the foundation establishment stage? How about I guide your training? We can coexist peacefully. Liz smiled back, her expression bright and cheerful. All right, that sounds good. Liu Yu nodded, his demeanor amiable, but before that, I must first settle the score. Without hesitation, he produced a rattling bell, wearing a look of surprise and delight. Liz's pupils constricted as she lunged to snatch the bell from Liu Yu's grasp. But she was too late. The bell chimed melodiously, and Li Zi's expression contorted in agony. Stop! Stop it! Please stop! She clutched her head, veins bulging on her forehead. "Oh dear, senior sister, why are you lying on the ground? It's so cold down there." Liu Yu shook the bell expressionlessly, launching a verbal assault. "You beast! You wretched creature! Very well, you can still curse. Keep it up at ah. I was wrong, I was wrong. Liu Yu, I was wrong. Please stop shaking it. Not sensing your sincerity. Continue. Really. I was truly wrong. I shouldn't have troubled you." The intense pain had Li Zi weeping uncontrollably, appearing utterly disheveled that moment. Liu Yu ceased shaking the bell. Seeing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in Li Zi's eyes. She felt her plan had succeeded. The innocence of youth often led to compassion. As long as she portrayed her suffering vividly, he would surely relent. "Da Huang, it's your turn to play." "Woof." Li Zi was momentarily taken aback, questioning her own hearing. Looking up, she saw Liu Yu handing the bell to Da Huang, who eagerly seized it and began to frolic joyfully. The sight was utterly delightful. However, while this boy and dog reveled in happiness, Li Zi endured profound torment. That night, Li Zi lost track of how she endured the hours until she finally succumbed to unconsciousness from the agony. Just before she fainted, one thought consumed her mind. "I will absolutely make sure to eliminate these two wretched creatures." Without fail, after a passionate midnight, Liu Yu slept soundly through the night, awakening to find his shoulders and arms swollen. Though he had anticipated this, it was still painful. "Damn it, may this wretched world explode." Liu Yu grumbled as he got out of bed. Of course, his current condition was far better than before. In his last life, he had suffered a compound fracture of the collarbone, which was excruciating. After surgery, he could barely get out of bed, and even relieving himself was an arduous task. Perhaps none of you have experienced the ordeal of hospitalization and surgery, and may you never have to. At that time, Liu Yu had only one thought. Being able to stand and urinate is truly bliss. This body was certainly more resilient than his last. Thus, the collarbone and arm fractures were not as detrimental. Aside from the immobility of his left upper body, everything else was manageable. He possessed some ordinary elixirs, not particularly miraculous, but they could alleviate some injuries. In this era, carrying a bit of medicine was certainly wise. Bai Jiao had elixirs, but she clearly wanted him to learn from this lesson, to understand that relying on others was inferior to relying on oneself. Liu Yu had no complaints. She was not his parent, and the assistance she had provided was already substantial. He dared not ask for more. He only lamented his own inadequacy. If only he had spirit stones, he could purchase a miraculous elixir to heal his wounds. Alas, his nearsightedness was worsening. He could barely see the spirit stones in his pouch. Sighed Huang. "When will the spirit stone pouch ever show some sense? I've slapped it countless times, yet it never swells." Liu Yu angrily ruffled Da Huang's fluffy head, lost in thought. Poverty is not dreadful. What is truly terrifying is that the impoverished person is me. Cursing softly, Liu Yu glanced at Li Zi, still unconscious on the ground. Contemplating how to deal with her, he would not dwell on it. He reassured himself. He harbored no nefarious intentions, that a gentleman must remain virtuous. Understand, it is believed that none of you enjoy those grotesque scenes. So Liu Yu has decided against displaying them. Even if he were to showcase something, it would not be her. Primarily, he fears for his life. This troublesome woman certainly cannot be disposed of, nor can she be toyed with. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to Bai Jiao. Thus, Liu Yu raised an eyebrow as an excellent idea surged into his mind. Is he not in need of money? Here comes a free laborer. As he pondered, his eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. He scrutinized Li Zi closely. This woman, with her fair skin, stunning beauty, and long legs, disregarding her unpleasant temperament, certainly possesses an image that is quite acceptable. You struck me, and I wish to retaliate, but who could blame me for being the soft-hearted deity? Let us just find another way for compensation. Although Liu Yu still harbored thoughts of making her weep, given the disparity in their strengths, he dared not act on them. Hey, dawn has arrived. Time to get to work. Liu Yu activated his ruthless capitalist mode, giving Li Zi a light kick on her rear. Her voluptuous backside felt quite pleasant to kick. After just 3 taps, Li Zi opened her elongated eyes. You kick my backside? No, you'd better speak the truth that I, Liu Yu, swear by my master-esque character that it absolutely was not me. Achoo! Somewhere within the depths of Qingxuan Sect, A certain individual sneezed, then rolled over to continue enjoying a beautiful slumber. It seems she has been mentioned quite frequently these past few days. One wonders if her obedient disciple has been thinking of her. Liu Yu felt a twinge of regret. He had wished to deliver a couple more kicks to Li Zi's backside, for it was far more enjoyable than kicking a football. Yet, faced with the murderous glare she shot at him while clutching her tender rear, he hesitated. Neither dared to harm the other. A confrontation would only result in mutual destruction. Utterly meaningless, clearing his throat. Liu Yu shifted the conversation. Come downstairs with me. There are matters I wish to inquire about. With that, he led the way down the stairs, accompanied by De Huang. Left behind, Li Zi first glanced at her disheveled attire, which, although chaotic, was likely a result of her own rolling about the previous day. At least the fool retained a semblance of humanity. Li Zi let out a sigh of relief. Upon descending, she found Liu Yu seated at the table, with De Huang lying at his feet. Hearing her footsteps, De Huang perked up, baring its teeth at her in a mock threat. However, still in its juvenile stage, it appeared more endearing than intimidating. Are you not going to manage your dog? Be cautious. It might bring you trouble and own need for your concern. Liu Yu replied with a smirk. Da-da. Sister, heed my advice. Should you encounter trouble in the future, you won't have time to weep. That if I truly listened, it would be I who weeps. Liu Yu coolly pointed to his left arm, his expression nonchalant. I have a fracture in my arm and collarbone. Liz responded with a quizzical look. You did this. So, you owe me compensation. Liu Yu regarded Li Zi with utmost seriousness. Liz scoffed. Is that all? Indeed. Very well. If you release the constraints within me, I shall retrieve spirit stones from my storage pouch. Cannot be done. What do you mean? The method to lift the seal bestowed upon me by Master Baijio requires one to reach the foundation establishment stage. Damn it. Li Zi's face turned ashen as she slammed her fist onto the table, producing a thunderous noise. Crack. Boom. Liu Yu watched as the table began to splinter and then collapsed with a resounding crash. De Huang, frightened, tucked its tail between its legs, seeking refuge behind Liu Yu while casting wary glances about. Very well, that's one more for your compensation. I shall only provide you with recompense when you have lifted my restraints. Li Zi inhaled deeply, gradually calming her demeanor before speaking once more. Liu Yu flatly refused. No deal. That Liz's anger flared. Are you truly so brazen as to disregard my face? What do you intend to do? Are you looking for fight? Observing her rolling up her sleeves, prepared for a brawl, Liu Yu calmly produced a rattle, wearing a congenial smile. Sister, you surely do not wish to face my rattle, do you? Li Zi fell silent, reluctantly lowering her sleeves and sitting upright in her chair. Appearing obedient. My sister is so well behaved. Liu Yu beamed with satisfaction. This smile made Li Zi's fists clench instinctively. She longed to pummel that handsome face into a pulp. Beast, not human. Her fists tightened and then relaxed, a cycle that left her feeling utterly frustrated. Ultimately, she resigned herself, releasing her tightly clenched fists, her nails nearly digging into her palms. Speak. What do you desire? She slumped in her chair, her expression somewhat despondent. How had she fallen to such a lowly state, threatened by a mere chi-refining cultivator? It was a humiliation, yet she found herself powerless at a few simple conditions. Liu Yu, smiling broadly, laid out his terms. First, you have injured me, and I require 100,000 spirit stones as compensation. No objections. I trust? None. Spirit stone compensation is acceptable. Second, you have injured me, so you must reveal the identity of the mastermind behind your troubles. I will seek them out henceforth. No objections. I trust. Upon hearing Liu Yu's second condition, Li Zi instinctively shook her head. I cannot agree to that. Propose another. Why? Is that person familiar to you, making it difficult for you to betray them? No one instructed me. I heard of your situation and came to provoke you. Liz fell silent for a moment, still denying it. I see. Liu Yu nodded, trusting her was out of the question. Even without her confession, Liu Yu could surmise that apart from that lovesick fool, Lin Yin, who, instead of cultivating, preferred to stir jealousy, there was no one else so idle as to summon a nascent soul cultivator for such frivolities. Lovesick fools ought to be fed to zombies. Having come to this realization, Liu Yu dismissed the matter and proposed a different condition. Very well, for the second condition, since you have injured me, you must work for me for a period. During this time, you will heed my commands and owe objections, I trust. Humph. I advise you to retract that unrealistic notion. Liz scoffed coldly, mocking, there are more people who dislike me than those who dislike you. If they were to discover I am here, your tavern would likely close down. Liu Yu. After a prolonged silence, he sighed, how utterly pathetic are you? How dare you criticize me? Liz fumed. That is irrelevant. My past self is not my present self. Liu Yu asserted. There is a saying, a scholar should be treated with respect after 3 days of absence. I am not the same as before. Though I still have no money, what difference does that make? I have turned over a new leaf. Humph. Fine, I won't argue further. You are indeed bound to work for me. Is there another condition? That was only 3. You make it sound as if I am demanding your life. Liu Yu cast her a sidelong glance. The third condition, the most crucial one, is that since you have caused this mess by injuring me, you are forbidden from laying a hand on me in the future. Liz hesitated. She fell silent, and the air grew heavy with tension. What are you hesitating for? I ask you, what are you hesitating for? Liu Yu's anger flared. This person still wished to strike him. How infuriating, heartless. After a flurry of turmoil, Liu Yu and Liz finally established their terms of agreement. Both parties reached a reconciliation, or so it seemed. The summer rains always arrive with such abruptness and brevity. After a night of thunderous roars, the torrential downpour gradually subsided, leaving the air infused with the fragrant scent of damp earth and a subtle hint of fresh grass. The day after, Qingxuan town was imbued with a refreshing coolness, providing a delightful comfort, save for the 2 individuals in the Linglu tavern. They found themselves overwhelmed by a throbbing headache, like the tea the break of dawn. A new conflict erupted between them. What is the meaning of this outfit? Liz seethed, suppressing her anger as she flung the garment onto Liu Yu's face. Her expression was dark and menacing. Her fists clenched with a creaking sound, as if poised to strike him at any moment. But don't be angry, don't be angry. It's merely for work, Liu Yu urged gently, holding up the maid outfit. Just look at how adorable this attire is. If you wear it, you'll undoubtedly be the most stunning girl on this street. Indeed, it was a maid outfit, a complete set at that, light and delicate in black and white, complemented by white stockings and little leather shoes. Liu Yu had commissioned it from a tailor across the street, and he still vividly recalled the tailor's gaze upon him, one that suggested a perception of him as a deviant. The customs of the true martial world were hardly innocent. People's thoughts were exceedingly liberal. After all, cultivators, having lived long lives, often sought amusement in various eccentric ways, with fashion reflecting a plethora of styles. This was especially true for the Qingxuan Sect, which championed freedom, abandon, and individuality, boasting garments that were truly extraordinary. According to a certain idler statistics, the Qingxuan Sect exhibited severe polarization, either resplendently glamorous or starkly naked. Yet the tailor was merely an ordinary man, and this was too stimulating for him. Liu Yu, however, was unconcerned, as it was not he who would be wearing it. Did you forget our agreement from yesterday? There was no mention of this. It doesn't matter. It's all for work. Liu Yu pressed on. Put on, am I supposed to lose my dignity? Liz retorted furiously. Huh. Liu Yu was taken aback, gazing at her in surprise. After a moment's hesitation, he produced a white smiley face mask, looking at her with admiration. How did you know I was planning to cover your face? Liz replied, I didn't know, but I do know that at this moment, I want to kill someone, especially a fool named Liu Yu. What are you hesitating for? Is this outfit not to your liking? Or do you lack confidence in your figure? Worry not. My eyes are the measure. Liu Yu expressed his confidence in his gaze. Your figure is exceptionally fine, standing at 168 centimeters with a slender build, neither too ample in the chest nor too plump in the rear. Your proportions are simply perfect. And those long, straight legs resemble that of a comic character. Liu Yu's confident declarations caused Liz's complexion to oscillate between shades of blue and white. Finally, she exhaled slowly, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. She restrained herself, reminding herself that she could not kill him. So, you are resistant to persuasion, are you? Seeing Liz's unwillingness to cooperate, Liu Yu's patience waned, and he brandished a rattle, glaring at the rebellious senior sister. Change or not, will you change? You better hope you never fall into my hands. I will make you suffer. Li Zi seethed with rage. Oh, how terrifying. Liu scoffed, unperturbed. Half an hour later, amid a tug of war, Li Zi finally donned the outrageously embarrassing maid outfit. The black and white attire, paired with white stockings and adorned with shameful cat ears, was nothing short of spectacular. Liu Yu relished the sight of the white stockings, finding them to be clean and pure. He was not a depraved individual. He was merely a youth with a passion for cosplay. Come now, be more natural in your demeanor. Your expression shouldn't be so fierce, as if you intend to slaughter my entire family. I want to kill your entire family. Must you be so extreme? I will indeed kill your entire family. You cannot. Liu Yu casually replied. Did you forget? I am an orphan. Liz's expression froze. Indeed, how had she forgotten his circumstances? This scoundrel had been an orphan since childhood, living a life even more tragic than her OW. Liz fell silent, refraining from further banter with Liu Yu, which displeased him. Silence. That wouldn't do. Do you not think you can escape so easily? Remember, this predicament is a result of your actions, and thus you must bear the responsibility. Liu Yu initiated a moral coercion, though such tactics require the counterpart to possess a sense of morality. While it was likely that Li Zi lacked such a trait, it did not deter Liu Yu from continuing his manipulation. He extended the mask toward Li Zi with a mischievous grin. Here, wear this. Senior sister, you wouldn't want your activities to be known by someone familiar, would you? Damn it. Liu Yu's avaricious demeanor caused Li Zi's forehead to pulse with veins. Very well, I've changed my mind. I will not kill your entire family, but I shall kill you instead. The storm did not linger long. Like a tornado, it swept in with swiftness, obliterating all fragile things before departing by the third day. The sky once again cleared. The townsfolk, who had been hiding in their homes, emerged like mushrooms after a rain, and each time Liu Yu witnessed this, he felt they resembled refreshed NPCs on a map. Before long, a particular street in Qingxuan town became lively. Though it was not the main thoroughfare and typically saw few pedestrians or tourists, it now buzzed with an unusual vibrancy. Some bewildered residents and visitors exchanged glances, comprehending each other's sentiments. Tasks could wait. Children could be born another day. But this excitement would not last. They were oblivious to what lay ahead, but seeing a throng gathered piqued their curiosity. Compelling them to join in the center of the commotion stood a tavern. Taverns were hardly remarkable, but the exquisite woman stationed at the entrance was a sight to behold, clad in a striking black and white outfit. Adorned with a white mask and sporting cat ear accessories, her skin was pale and delicate. Despite the simplicity of her black and white attire, she exuded an unparalleled allure, particularly with her long, slender legs, which incited onlookers to scrutinize every detail, some even fantasizing about being trampled by her. That sensation must be exhilarating. The young lady, wearing a mask, possessed an enigmatic beauty that ignited the imaginations of those around her, enhancing their perception of her attractiveness. The mask obscured her face, yet the perfection of her other features allowed the mind to embellish the concealed parts, creating an idealized vision of beauty. This phenomenon is known as the Gestalt effect or imaginative illusion, where the mind fills in the invisible parts with enhancements drawn from experience and cognition, thus amplifying overall appeal. Now it becomes clear why masked individuals are often perceived as beauties. Wow, those legs are simply stunning. From my extensive experience as a regular at the Qingxuan Sect, I would rate those long legs a 9. No, they deserve a perfect score. What do you know? I can't give that last point because I haven't touched them. You are indeed a seasoned connoisseur. Look, she is blushing and trembling. Oh, how adorable she is. The crowd enthusiastically critiqued Li Zi, especially noting her seemingly bashful demeanor and the slight tremors of her delicate form, which only incited further cheers and praises. Bravo! I must confess, I am particularly fond of observing such bashful maidens. Of course, cannot be said that Li Zi is shy. Rather, one might characterize her demeanor as a result of accumulated modesty transforming into anger. As the number of onlookers swelled, Liu Yu cheerfully began to call out, "Come, come, stroll on by. Take a look. The Royal Casino of Macau is here. The Qingxuan Town Spirit Wine Shop is now open. Enjoy our beverage promotions with a 10% discount and a plethora of exciting activities. It is sure to satisfy all you valiant heroes. Are you still tormented by the dilemma of what to present as a gift when visiting friends? Are you at a loss regarding what wine to offer your father-in-law? Are you lamenting the inability to intoxicate the goddess? Then congratulations, for today, you have resolved these vexations. Simply make a purchase today, and you will receive a special service. Those in need, please line up as our lovely waitstaff will personally pour your drinks. The crowd, upon hearing the preceding announcements, found themselves drowsy and yawning. Yet the final proclamation ignited the entire venue. Some were less than pleased, booing in response. Liu Yu stood at the entrance of the wine shop, hearing a chorus of jeers from the crowd. "Oh dear, little boss, your approach lacks transparency. We do not desire drink-pouring services. You know what we truly seek? Yes, we want to touch legs. Touch legs, touch legs, touch legs. Be a bit more forthcoming, brother. It's just 30 spirit stones. I have plenty. This year I found true love, yet you suggest we can merely observe. Brother, do you wish for my demise? I have saved spirit stones for 20 years. Is it not for this very moment? Just give a word, and I will shower you with coins." In stark contrast to the fervent crowd, Li Zi felt an unsettling calm wash over her. She struggled to suppress her murderous instincts, fighting the urge to slay these lecherous old men and that scoundrel. Liu Yu, however, paid her no heed. He gazed at the throng, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Money. This is all money. These delightful souls are the benefactors adding bricks to my abode. Everyone, my attendant, is quite formidable, and touching is off limits. Anyone who seeks to court their own demise, consider this my warning. The law enforcement team is lurking in the shadows, and we do not engage in unlawful transactions, Liu Yu kindly advised. Yet, should someone wish to jeopardize themselves, he could not intervene. Even though Li Zi's powers were restricted, her physique as a nascent soul cultivator was no laughing matter. A single punch could easily dispatch a foundation establishment cultivator. Upon hearing Liu Yu's tone-deaf remarks, the crowd erupted into another wave of boos, but soon fell back into an orderly line. Although they could not touch legs, it was better than having nothing at all. Observing from a close distance was a pleasant alternative. The crowd formed a lengthy queue, each person akin to hungry pups gazing longingly at Li Zi. The power of the old lechers was undeniable. What good is a man if he is not lustful? How are you? Li Zi gazed at this scene, her expression somewhat dazed. After a prolonged moment, she turned to Liu Yu, her eyes blazing with fury. Why must I engage in such activities? Liu Yu deciphered her gaze and responded with a grin, producing a bell to signal her. Will you do it? If you refuse, I shall take your place. Are you still human? Li Zi could not help but curse aloud. Liu Yu calmly replied, If you desire, I too can forego my humanity tonight. He tilted his chin toward the eager crowd, indicating she should not dawdle. Under the pressure of Liu Yu's dominance, Li Zi relinquished her dignity and reluctantly began serving drinks, her disdainful glare akin to one directed at filth, causing the crowd to squirm. She decisively circled to the back of the line, ready to start anew. This was the sensation she craved. Ah, how delightful! On this day, customers were thoroughly satisfied. Liu Yu's salesword, Liz, was seething with rage. Crash! Crash! That night, within the Spirit Dew wine shop, sounds reminiscent of domestic violence echoed. With the continuous shattering of porcelain filling the air, passers-by hesitated, contemplating whether to summon the law enforcement team, but ultimately shook their heads and walked away. Better to avoid meddling. It ensures one's longevity. Inside, dressed in a maid's outfit, Li's forehead throbbed with veins, her once exquisite features now contorted in fury as she hurled empty jars toward Liu Yu, the scoundrel, as she smashed the jars to smithereens. She roared, Die! You foolish Liu, do you comprehend the nature of your actions? This is coercing virtue into vice. Liu Yu remained unperturbed, simply dodging with ease, tolerating her tantrum with a smile. What choice did he have? After all, she was his fortune incarnate. All right. No need to be angry. No need to be angry. The money earned is shared with you. It is not as though you are working for free. I lack your trifling contributions. Liu Yu extended his hand, his face alight with expectation. Absurdly brazen, yet somehow justified. Liz found herself laughing in spite of her anger. I shall give you nothing until the restrictions are lifted. How can I possibly comply? This scoundrel was undoubtedly her nemesis. No, rather, he was a scourge upon himself. Ever since encountering him, she had faced a string of misfortunes, each worse than the last, the more she contemplated. The angrier she became, leading to another outburst until every jar in the shop lay in ruins. Yet her chest heaved with indignation. De Huang, perched on the staircase, yawned languidly, disinterested in the woman's tirade, retaining his ill feelings toward Li Zi. However, since Liu Yu had instructed him not to bite her, he decided to let her be. Once Li Zi gradually regained her composure, Liu Yu spoke. All right, UVE helped me earn 100,000 spirit stones. I shall not force you to continue working. How much did we make today? After deductions, it amounted to around 3,000 spirit stones. So little. That is quite a lot. It may even dwindle further in the future. Liz's face soured, filled with discontent. 3,000 in a day was paltry, and such earnings were not guaranteed daily. How long must she toil? Were her powers intact, she could effortlessly hunt a nascent soul spirit beast for far greater rewards. Not overthink. Just get it done. Liu Yu offered her an encouraging glance. Li Zi rolled her eyes, feeling utterly drained from arguing with this scoundrel. Since meeting him, her frustrations had multiplied beyond measure. Observing that Li Zi's mood had somewhat stabilized, Liu Yu beckoned to Huang, who immediately scampered over to his side, both man and dog in perfect sync. Liu Yu then turned to Li Zi with a smile, saying, "To celebrate today's modest gain, let us indulge in a grand feast." "I will not go." Liz, seated in a chair, crossed her long, slender legs adorned in white silk, turning her head away. "Playing coy, are we? I'm treating. What scheme is this?" "Oh, what do you take me for?" The youth, devoid of any self-awareness, replied innocently, "I isn't this to acknowledge your hard work today. Although a nascent soul cultivator can subsist without earthly sustenance, the pleasure of taste is undeniably delightful. Life is meant to be cherished, particularly through food and love." Li Zi narrowed her elongated eyes, skepticism etched upon her features. "No ulterior motives?" Liu Yu pressed his fingers together and swore to the heavens. "I swear by my ample-bosomed, rotund master, absolutely none." The night in Qingxuan town is resplendent with vivacity. Pedestrians are enveloped in joyous laughter, while an incessant stream of visitors meanders through the streets. The enticing aroma of food wafts through the balmy evening breeze, igniting the appetites of many ravenous travelers. Nearby the riverbank, a barbecue stall welcomes two rather unique patrons. Liu Yu, with an air of familiarity, takes a seat, while De Huang, equally at ease, squats beside Liu Yu, tongue lolling, eagerly eyeing the grilled meats. Liz, furrowing her brow, sits opposite Liu Yu. She is not particularly fond of crowded places, and the thick smell of smoke is far from ideal for a practitioner. As she surveys her surroundings, Liu Yu has already struck up a conversation with the stall owner. "Boss, do you remember our last agreement? I brought a lovely lady with me. Does that mean half price tonight?" "No problem. I keep my word, but I hope your method for attracting beautiful ladies works." The owner then glances at Liu Yu's arm. "What happened to your arm?" "It was inflicted by my wife." Liu Yu replies. The barbecue stall owner narrows his eyes at Liu Yu, then glances at Li Zi, choosing not to comment further, but throwing Liu Yu a look that suggests he should consider himself fortunate. He, too, has a fierce wife, akin to a bandit. Upon hearing their exchange, Li Zi raises an eyebrow, suddenly realizing something, and her expression darkens. "You wagered with the owner before, and now you've brought me here to fulfill your bet?" The owner's skills are commendable. "I've visited several times and have grown familiar with him." Liu Yu responds cheerfully, sidestepping the question. "Do not evade the issue. Are you exploiting me to complete your wager?" "It truly is quite good, especially this beef tendon. I've heard it's quite nourishing. You should indulge," he remarks. Liu Yu, you fool, frustrated with Liu Yu's persistent feigned ignorance. Li Zi can no longer contain her anger and prepares to overturn the table. Fortunately, Liu Yu had anticipated her reaction and quickly intervenes. Hey. No table flipping. It's not appropriate to act out in public. We can do that at home." Has this woman entered menopause? She is so irritable. Li, too, notices her growing temper. She rarely lost her composure like this before. She relished the feeling of looking down upon others, feeling proud and solitary. Now, with her cultivation sealed, she finds herself constrained by others, subjected to their whims. This is deeply unsettling for her. Liu Yu understands that Bai Jiao is deliberately suppressing her cultivation, when one's state of mind does not keep pace with their cultivation. It is akin to a child wielding a nuclear button, unaware of when they might playfully invoke calamity. Cultivators must refine both body and spirit. Both are indispensable. Liz is aware of this principle. Yet her temperament cannot be altered in a day. With her cultivation sealed, her former reliance has vanished, leaving her in a state of unease, devoid of security. In this moment, she resembles a hedgehog, using her anger as spines to protect herself, injuring anyone who dares to approach in a bid to find a semblance of safety. The stall owner, sensing the tension between the two, hastily tosses a menu into their midst to diffuse the situation. "You retreating today, right?" Li, still simmering, coldly remarks as she examines the menu. Indeed. With Liu Yu's affirmative reply, she smirks and no longer hesitates. If in retaliation against Liu Yu, she orders a significant amount from the menu. Liu Yu does not intervene, allowing her to indulge. Once the barbecue arrives, she sheds her usual demeanor, wielding skewers in her left hand and a jug of wine in her right, gorging herself with abandon. Like a famished refugee who has gone days without food, she shoves anything edible into her mouth, mumbling incoherently between bites, "I'll eat you out of house and home." The barbecue stall owner looks on in astonishment. How can such a delicate, beautiful lady, with her luscious, crimson lips, consume so much? Even De Huang is taken aback. Previously, when out with Liu Yu, they would share the skewers, but today he is confronted with someone intent on hogging it all. "Woof, woof," he barks at Li Zi in frustration, upon receiving a fleeting glance from her before she ignores him. De Huang lowers his head and begins to sulk, unwilling to concede. Liu Yu affectionately pats De Huang's head, savoring a sip of wine while gazing up at the full moon. Indeed, sharing a meal makes barbecue far more enjoyable. How wonderful it would be if De Huang could speak. Just as he ponders this fleeting thought, Li Zi deftly snatches his beef tendon. Hey, save me a few skewers," Liu Yu exclaims, hastily joining the fray. After they have thoroughly feasted, both recline contentedly in their chairs, stroking their round bellies, which resemble those of expectant mothers. De Huang, too, is utterly spent, too lethargic to move. Liz gazes at the moon, lost in thought. This moment, she feels an unprecedented sense of tranquility. It has been ages since she last gathered with others like this. When exactly did that cease? Perhaps it began when she embarked on her path of cultivation. Her journey has not been as effortless and pleasant as others perceive. The hardships are ones only she can truly fathom. Once, she did not possess such a domineering temperament, but when did she transform into this? It seems she has been in perpetual flux. Everything that ought to change has changed. Liz inexplicably thinks of Liu Yu. Would he change as well? She glances down at Liu Yu, who wears an expression of bliss, and exhales a long sigh. Fools are fortunate, always cheerful and devoid of worries. She concedes, well, the days ahead are long. I shall gradually come to understand the world and reshape myself. Days spent earnestly earning money always pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month has flown by. While Liu Yu earns money, he does not neglect his cultivation. After all, the shop's affairs do not require his attention, especially with a demure maidservant attending to matters, allowing him to focus solely on his cultivation and collecting payments. Occasionally, when a maidservant throws a minor tantrum, he placates her, and should she become particularly obstinate, he simply rings a bell. With the sound of the bell, peace reigns. However, her furious expression, as though she would tear herself apart, is somewhat terrifying. Her countenance resembles that of a ghoul emerging from the depths of hell. During this time, Liu Yu's arm and shoulder injuries have healed, and his cultivation has progressed from the 4th to the 5th level of qi refining. Cultivation is a protracted journey, and Liu Yu's rate of advancement is indeed remarkable. It remains uncertain whether Zhou Yi, who was taken away by the enforcement team, has completed his sentence or if Lin Yan, the cunning rogue, is wary of something. But for the time being, Liu Yu has been fortunate enough to avoid any bothersome nuisances, such as cause for celebration. One morning, half a month later, Liu Yu rises early, solemnly arranging his appearance. Woof, woof. De Huang, standing beside him, gazes curiously as though eager to understand his unusual demeanor. Liu Yu bends down to rub De Huang's head, adopting a serious tone. De Huang, today is a special day. Today is payday, money, my beloved spirit stones. Their sparkling appearance is simply irresistible. Upon descending the stairs, Liu Yu encounters Li Zi, who is busy tidying up. Compared to half a month prior, her temperament has mellowed considerably. She no longer resembles a powder keg ready to explode at the slightest provocation. Now, she has upgraded from a powder keg to a C4 bomb. Progress, indeed, that if only the C4 had a slightly smaller explosive power. Oh, you're awake, she remarks, rolling her eyes upon seeing Liu Yu, speaking with a hint of sarcasm. You certainly enjoy being a hands-off manager, don't you? You don't have to do anything, while I handle everything. Although her disdain for Liu Yu persists, it is not as vehement as before. After living together for over half a month, they have come to a general understanding of one another. In Li Zi's eyes, Liu Yu a foolish buffoon. De Huang a petty and vengeful glutton. Who told you to injure my shoulder and arm? Can you blame me? Liu Yu readily deflects the blame. Why should I bear the burden for someone else's faults? Every strand of one's hair is precious. It must not be squandered on trivial matters. This is not the first time Li Zi has witnessed Liu Yu's unabashed audacity, yet each occasion he manages to surpass her expectations of impropriety. Enough is enough. You always resort to this excuse. Do you have no other justifications? Oh, I'm lazy and don't wish to move. After all, there's a maid present. Why not delegate the work to her and indulge in idleness? Are you not even pretending anymore? Oh dear, you are such a troublesome woman, always deeming this or that unacceptable. What do you want? Are you planning a rebellion? Liu Yu waved his hand impatiently, his face a portrait of disdain. This wretched person! Li Zi was so infuriated she nearly snapped the broomstick in her hands. Just then, Liu Yu seemed to sense something, abruptly turning his head towards the shop's entrance. The figure of Uncle Fu appeared at the door. Backlit and resembling an angel sent by the heavens to rescue the souls of the world. Radiating magnificence. No, he is my personal angel. Liu Yu slid forward, kneeling at Uncle Fu's feet, tears glistening in his eyes as he clutched the elder's leg. Savior, you have finally arrived? Uncle Fu, what nonsense is this? He lifted his leg, disdainfully shaking it several times to dislodge Liu Yu as he walked inside. He also caught sight of Li Zi in her maid outfit and mask, but did not pay her much heed. Woof! De Huang, upon seeing Uncle Fu, joyfully bounded around him. During their time at the Wu residence, it had developed the best rapport with Uncle Fu as Uncle Fu spotted De Huang. His wrinkled face instantly broke into a radiant smile as he scooped up the dog, joyfully petting it. This made Liu Yu acutely aware of the adage that sometimes a person may be less valued than a dog. As Uncle Fu continued to stroke De Huang's head while making his way inside. Liu Yu, ever observant, pulled out a chair, elegantly gesturing for Uncle Fu to take a seat. The latter had no intention of being polite and sat down without hesitation as he surveyed the pristine surroundings of the wine shop and, satisfied, remarked, "You've done well, my boy. This month's revenue has reached a new high, and the cleanliness is impeccable. Not a speck of trash to be found, so what's my reward?" Liu Yu rubbed his hands together, a sycophantic grin on his face. "Besides the fixed salary and commission I promised you, I'll also grant you some spirit stones as a bonus. Uncle Fu, long live you. I love working." Li Zi glanced at the jubilant Liu Yu and let out a cold snort. "This is all my doing. He has no part in it whatsoever. Love working, my foot. He merely sits behind the counter collecting money, idling away and amusing himself with the dog. He is the biggest nuisance. I truly wish I could sweep him out of here." Uncle Fu, however, appreciated Liu Yu's exuberance, believing it to be the spirit that young people should embody. "If only my ineffectual grandson possessed even a fraction of your vitality." The thought of his taciturn grandson brought Uncle Fu a wave of headache. By the way, the task deadline is a month, and now that the time has elapsed, if you wish to continue here, I will issue a new long-term task, allowing you to earn rewards and accumulate contributions to the sect. However, I advise you to think carefully before making a decision. Qingxuan Town lies outside the sect's jurisdiction, and the spiritual energy here is rather thin. If you wish to enhance your cultivation swiftly, I suggest you opt for tasks within the sect, such as tending to spirit herbs or caring for the spirit beasts at the Spirit Beast Peak. Both are excellent choices. Uncle Fu recalled that Liu Yu had been here for a month, and it was time for him to make a choice, to stay or to conclude the task. Liu Yu had already contemplated this matter. With the celestial artifact, the creation pearl, his cultivation speed was no longer a concern. Rather, it was the acquisition of spirit stones that posed a challenge. Working at the Linglu wine shop was leisurely, allowed for substantial earnings in spirit stones, and was safe. At present, there was no better option. Ultimately, Liu Yu decided to remain at the wine shop, planning to seek a new position once he reached the foundation establishment stage. By then, he would likely follow in the footsteps of most foundation establishment cultivators from the Qingxuan Sect, venturing into the boundless mountains to seek treasures and adventures. Generally, cultivators from the Qingxuan Sect were quite affluent, provided they were not afraid to risk their lives. After all, the boundless mountains, often deemed a forbidden area in the northern regions, harbored numerous opportunities. Of course, it was also exceedingly perilous. Those who entered such forbidden lands gambled their lives for opportunities. The two continued their conversation for a while before Uncle Fu, having relayed some information, stood up to leave. By the way, here is your payment for this month. Reluctantly, he set Da Huang down and tossed Liu Yu a small pouch reminiscent of a brocade bag. This is a spirit stone pouch specifically designed for storing spirit stones. Although it appears small, it can hold a significant number of spirit stones, and most importantly, it can be stored within a spatial pouch without any adverse effects. Liu Yu scanned the spirit stone pouch with his spiritual sense, counting the amount and feeling somewhat astonished. The pouch was filled not with ordinary spirit stones, but with mid-grade spirit stones, each equivalent to 10 ordinary ones. And within the pouch were a full 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. That amounts to a staggering 10,000 spirit stones. Uncle Fu, did you make a mistake? Liu Yu asked cautiously, fearing it was merely a fleeting joy. No mistake, this is what you rightfully earned. Work hard, young man. I'm off now. Uncle Fu waved his hand, departing with flair. After watching his benefactor leave at the entrance of the wine shop, Liu Yu returned inside with a blank expression. Then, he began to go wild. Ha ha ha. Da Huang, we've struck it rich. 10,000 spirit stones. This brings us one step closer to our goal. Liu Yu embraced Da Huang, dancing joyously and singing with glee. The north wind blows, the autumn breeze is cool, whose lovely wife is keeping an empty house. If you are in trouble, I will lend a helping hand. I live next door, my surname is Wang. Li Zi's eyes twitched violently, and she silently took a few steps back. He has gone mad. This guy is utterly insane. Sleeping on the floor today, becoming a boss tomorrow. I found a penny by the roadside, 80,000. 80,000. The cacophony of Liu Yu's exuberance within the Linglu wine shop startled passersby, causing them to instinctively glance toward the establishment. Good heavens! A lunatic is dancing with a dog, convulsing as if he were one of the rumored living dead. Terrifying to behold. Witnesses hurriedly quickened their pace, fearing the madman might leap out and bite them. Its over. He was foolish before, but now he is both foolish and insane. Li Zi murmured to herself, utterly perplexed. Its merely 10,000 spirit stones. Why such madness? What if he were to discover he had 500,000 spirit stones? Would he consider committing homicide for them? No, this guy might actually do that. Li Zi shivered. She resolved to feign poverty in Liu Yu's presence from now on. Should he suddenly lose his mind again, she could only imagine the dire consequences she might face. After venting his exuberant emotions, Liu Yu noticed the little maid sister was still present, so he approached Li Zi with a mysterious smile on his face. You, what do you want to do? Don't come over here. Li Zi felt a chill run down her spine at his smile, which was even more enigmatic than the Mona Lisa's. This beast wouldn't he have developed some bizarre thoughts about me? Would he? No. I must act first to gain the upper hand. A glint of coldness flashed in Li Zi's eyes as she clenched her fists, prepared to punch Liu Yu. However, Liu Yu tossed her a spirit stone pouch. She instinctively caught it, her expression one of confusion. What is this supposed to mean? What do you mean? It's your payment. Liu Yu raised an eyebrow, thinking she found it insufficient that if you look down on these spirit stones, then give them back. Saying this, he reached out his hand towards Li Zi. There are 3,000 spirit stones in there. This is no trivial sum to him. The audacity he displayed was truly remarkable. In this day and age, one must be shameless to earn money that in no way. This is my hard-earned income. Li Zi finally came to her senses. She swiftly tucked the spirit stone pouch into her pocket, casting a vigilant glance at Liu Yu, resembling a guardian of her treasures, her expression fierce and unyielding. Tch! Liu Yu scoffed, initially thinking she might disdain him or perhaps reject the spirit stones he had given her, which would have brought him one step closer to his small goal. However, as his gaze shifted away from her face, he caught a glimpse of a slight smile playing at the corners of Li Zi's lips. Yet when he turned back to examine her further, she had reverted to her previous impassive demeanor. Did you just smile? Liu Yu inquired uncertainly. Since she had become his captive, she had never graced him with a pleasant countenance. No, Li Zi replied, her expression devoid of emotion as she changed the subject. What do you plan to do with the spirit stones? Liu Yu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm upon hearing this, and he eagerly declared, build a house. Li Zi frowned. She found it difficult to comprehend why anyone would wish to allocate spirit stones for such a purpose that a dwelling was merely a place to rest. It sufficed to carve out a cave on a mountain peak. Ensuring it was sufficiently concealed and secured a house was an unnecessary extravagance. Liu Yu chose not to elaborate. It wasn't as though he could divulge that he had never possessed a home in his past life, and simply wished to experience that in this one. Human perspectives are ever-changing to the very least. Liu Yu's objective was clear. First, to break through to the foundation establishment stage, and then to construct a house. He crouched down, affectionately ruffling the fur of the large yellow dog, and cheerfully remarked to Li Zi, I'll save a room for you. If you find yourself without a place to go, you can always come to me. Li Zi's face reflected disdain, as if suggesting he intended for her to become his permanent servant. You can see through my intentions, Liu Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Unless I were deaf and blind, it would be impossible not to, she retorted, gradually acclimating to Liu Yu's occasional eccentricities and keeping pace with his rhythm. Today, in a good mood, she reminded Liu Yu, spirit stones are highly precious to cultivators. They can be used to purchase rare spiritual artifacts, elixirs, and talismans. Most importantly, the spiritual energy contained within spirit stones can be directly absorbed by cultivators, rapidly replenishing their own energy without the complex transformation of the natural spirit energy. Although this practice is indeed somewhat extravagant, it serves as a vital last resort. If a cultivator pulls out spirit stones in the midst of battle to replenish their energy, it likely indicates they have exhausted their supply of elixirs. That I advise you to save more spirit stones, she concluded, returning to her task of tidying up as the mundane chores Liu Yu had assigned her remained unfinished. If she neglected them, he would likely resort to threatening her with a bell again. Over the course of their interactions, Li Zi had come to understand Liu Yu somewhat. While he might be crass, he was not malicious and would not torment others without reason. However, when he did choose to act foolishly, it was not a trivial matter. The exuberance of a 3 to 4 month old puppy is unparalleled. They are full of life, bounding about with energy that made Liu Yu, whose heart was marred by desolation, feel alive again. The fluffy, rotund body of the large yellow dog beckoned to be petted. Its warm, soft texture had a soothing effect on the soul. Liu Yu adored petting the large yellow dog. It was not the purpose of existing in this noisy world to pet dogs. Yet, for some unknown reason, the large yellow dog had recently appeared lethargic, as if disinterested in everything, sprawled out on the ground with limbs splayed, a pitiful sight indeed that he worried that the large yellow dog might be ill. Yet it hardly seemed so. It remained enthusiastic during mealtime, though it appeared listless otherwise. Wait a moment. Could it be that this child was feeling cooped up and bored here? Liu Yu pondered for a moment before instinctively glancing at his industrious little maid. Li Zi, after completing her tasks, she too bore an expression of ennui, sitting by the window, gazing at the sky, lost in thought. Alas, I am truly not a good shopkeeper, Liu Yu thought, feeling a tinge of shame. His own days had been fulfilling, filled with reading, cultivating, and mastering the use of spiritual energy to lay a solid foundation for the future. And as for the nights, well, they were reserved for sleep. He had been living a rich life. After all, it was not like he was the one working. However, he had forgotten that the large yellow dog could not cultivate, and Li Zi, constrained by her proximity to him, was unable to indulge in her usual antics. It was only natural for her to feel bored. After a brief contemplation, he made a decisive resolution. "All right, let us go on an outing," he exclaimed, suddenly rising to his feet. "Huh, woof!" Li Zi and the large yellow dog tilted their heads in unison, puzzled by his declaration that now that the wages have been distributed, it would be nice to take a break occasionally. "Let us venture outside the city for some leisure. I heard from a tailor shop owner across the street that there's a place near Qingxuan town with breathtaking scenery, with summer nearing its end. We should seize the opportunity to relish the joys of the season," Liu Yu declared, not allowing the large yellow dog or Li Zi a chance to respond. He swiftly scooped up the lethargic large yellow dog and nudged Li Zi out of the tavern, locking the door behind them. While Li Zi still wore a bewildered expression, Liu Yu had already pulled her out of the city. After some trekking over hills and through valleys, they arrived at a picturesque forest lake. It all felt like a dream, but by the time she regained her bearings, they were in an entirely different realm. Moreover, this place felt strangely familiar. Woof! Once in a while, the large yellow dog regained its former vitality. The little creature darted about the grassy expanse, occasionally stumbling over pebbles and rolling in delight. In no time, it was covered in bits of grass. Its bright, round eyes sparkled with joy as butterflies fluttered nearby, landing on its little black nose, only to be chased away when it shook its head, pursuing the butterflies across the meadow. Once Liu Yu confirmed that the area was safe, he allowed the large yellow dog to revel in its freedom. After all, the dog had been cooped up in the tavern with him, confined to a minuscule space that it was only natural that the poor pup felt stifled. Hell, Iz glanced at the mat that had been laid out on the ground, as well as the assortment of fruits, dried meats, and pastries that Liu Yu had somehow produced, and finally snapped back to reality. How had she gone from idly daydreaming by the window to this? "What madness are you indulging in now?" she questioned, somewhat irked. Liu Yu bristled at the implication. "What do you mean by madness? This is simply a breath of fresh air. I noticed you've been working hard lately, so I thought it best to grant you a break. A balance of work and leisure. Do you genuinely possess such goodwill?" Li Zi regarded Liu Yu, who was busying himself with a fishing rod. Her tone laced with skepticism. She found it hard to believe that Liu Yu would consider her efforts worthy of such recognition. "Am I truly so despicable in your eyes?" Liu Yu shot her an incredulous glance as he picked up the fishing rod and made his way toward the nearby lake. This was a rod he had borrowed from the tailor shop owner. He would have to return it later. The owner had claimed that this fishing rod was crafted from hundreds of years' worth of Inyang bamboo, renowned for its resilience, and had accompanied him for over 20 years, having traversed numerous rivers and lakes, never returning empty-handed. As the shadows deepened, Liu Yu felt an overwhelming urge to succumb to darkness. However, the owner of the tailor shop had warned him that if anything were to happen to the fishing rod, he would find a way to turn himself into one. Thus, Liu Yu reluctantly abandoned certain inappropriate thoughts. He merely wished to cast his line, not to be treated like a rod himself. Arriving at the lakeside, Liu Yu commenced his fishing. Liz did not follow him. Instead, she sat on a mat, entranced by the scene before her. The shadows of the trees danced, and dappled light filtered through the leaves, casting playful patterns upon her. The rich scent of fresh grass and the cool breeze emanating from the lake brought a profound sense of tranquility to her spirit. Wong Wong, the golden retriever, was chasing butterflies, but soon found himself in a bit of trouble, provoking a few plump little bees that chased him as he yelped in dismay. Liu Yu, stationed by the lake, gazed intently at the fish, which leaped from the water only to plunge back down, sending splashes cascading around him. He gasped for breath, his eyes ablaze with frustration. Some fish swam near the shore, spitting water at him, which infuriated him to the point of exclaiming that he would drain the lake dry. He would not indulge them. Observing his exasperated demeanor, Li Zi couldn't help but chuckle. "Serves you right for being so insufferable." As laughter bubbled forth, she reclined back, closing her eyes to relish the gentle caress of the breeze and the sweet symphony of birdsong and floral fragrances. Feeling as though she were melding in nature itself, it was an exquisite sensation, a rare moment of relaxation that she had never before experienced. How leisurely it was. This was a feeling she had yet to encounter. Li hailed from a family of cultivators, yet she was not of noble birth, but rather the daughter of a lowly maid. Fortunately, her extraordinary talent was discovered by the family, leading to her enrollment in Qingxuan Sect, where she became a disciple. From a young age, she had witnessed the brutal realities of the cultivation world, driving her to fervently seek to elevate her strength. She had traversed the boundless mountains and battled spirit beasts, contended with practitioners from other sects in secret realms, and fought fiercely against a cultivator of a higher realm for revenge. With her exceptional aptitude, she practiced diligently, swiftly surpassing her peers and standing in a realm they could only dream of reaching. Reflecting on her life, it seemed that aside from cultivation, there was little of genuine significance. Lying here now, engaging in such leisurely idleness was a novel experience. Yet this feeling was not unpleasant, at least for now. She found joy in it. As she released the tension that had long gripped her, she gradually drifted into slumber. Unbeknownst to her, she dreamt of something that brought a subtle smile to her delicate visage, embodying a harmonious beauty between humanity and nature. Time slipped away quietly within Li's delightful dreams, vanishing amidst the joyful commotion of Wang shaking his head. As Liu Yu's frustrated shouts echoed, evening gradually descended. The dim light grew increasingly faint as darkness threatened to engulf the world. A soft, delicate sound stirred the sleeping beauty from her dreams. Is it already so late? Li rubbed her eyes and lazily stretched. Liu, idiot, have you caught enough? We should return, she called out, but after several moments of silence, her heart sank with an icy chill. With a sudden jolt, she opened her eyes to find Liu Yu and Wang had vanished without a trace. The surroundings had transformed into an uncanny silence. Even the wind had ceased its whispering in the dim light. The world was gradually shrouded in darkness. Little Z, my little Z, a voice she could never forget echoed behind her. Startled, she turned, her pupils dilating as she beheld the figure. Li's dark eyes reflected the silhouette of a disheveled woman, clad in tattered rags, with hair obscuring her face. Her ragged attire revealed her scarred arms and legs, each wound a grotesque reminder of pain. Little Z, my little Z, you've finally come. The woman's form trembled, her voice steeped in sorrow. You see me now. Why do you not save me? Do you resent me for how I treated you? It hurts so much. Why did I have to give birth to you? It's all your fault. All your fault. Her voice turned piercing, akin to nails scraping glass, causing Li's throat to constrict as she murmured. Mother. This figure was all too familiar, a shadow that had haunted her thoughts. Upon receiving Li's acknowledgement, the figure abruptly lifted her head, revealing hollow, dark eye sockets from which blackened blood trickled forth. My little Z, you responded to me. The woman's body quaked violently, her form flickering in and out of existence before materializing before Li. Her scarred hands gripped Li's throat, cursing her with venomous words. You should die. You should die. Die. It is you who caused me such anguish, you who subjected me to this torment. How dare you still live? Come, join me. Join me. A suffocating sensation enveloped Li under the oppressive shadow of death. She recalled the familiarity she had felt upon arriving here. She realized this was the nightmarish lake, located at the edge of the boundless mountains. She had once traversed it with her sword. Casting a hurried glance, which explained the sense of uncanny familiarity upon her arrival. The nightmarish lake, a notorious feature at the borders of the boundless mountains, was said to house an ancient demon god beneath its depths. Its power had seeped over the years, causing the lake to transform into a realm of horror. Those who fell into slumber near its shores, be they human or spirit beast, would be drawn into nightmares from which they could not awaken. Visions of their deepest fears manifesting to claim their lives. There There were also tales that Qingxuan Sect refrained from sending powerful practitioners to eradicate this cursed lake from the map due to their trepidation of the ancient demon god suppressed beneath its surface. Li could scarcely believe that Liu Yu would take her on an outing to such a marked location on the map. Damn it, this is absurd. This guy, he truly is my nemesis. Gritting her teeth, Li struggled against the bonds of this nightmare. However, her efforts proved futile, and the suffocating sensation dulled her consciousness. Just as she felt herself slipping away, she thought she heard a sound. Clink, clink, clink. The crisp sound of a bell echoed in the stillness. Once irritating, the sound now struck Li as melodious. The nightmare figure sensed a shift, its expression morphing. Blood surged from its hollow eye sockets. And the grip on Li's throat tightened, its face contorted in rage. No. You cannot awaken. You are mine. Yet, even as it writhed in desperation, it was in vain. Liz managed to force a mocking smile. Get lost, trash. In the next moment, the fabric of reality shattered, and the world plunged into darkness. Wake up! Wake up! The bell rang until smoke billowed forth, yet she remained unresponsive. Wong, move your head aside. Let me try slapping her awake. A cheeky voice pierced through Li's consciousness. She jolted awake, her eyes meeting Liu Yu's astonished expression, along with his rolled-up sleeves. Looking at him, a sense of relief washed over her, accompanied by a smile. I heard you were going to slap me. Time rewound slightly. After a day of fishing, Liu Yu felt rejuvenated. He raised an impudent finger towards the setting sun, which was about to completely disappear behind the towering mountains. Are you descending so swiftly because you fear I might catch a great fish? If you possess the ability, why not linger a while longer? Of course, the sunset paid him no heed. Only a fish leaped from the lake with a splash before diving back in. As if offering a response, this act nearly provoked Liu Yu to leap into the lake himself, eager to demonstrate to those foolish fish what it truly meant to be a fishing master. I must draw out the water. Once I become a formidable overlord, I shall return to drain this lake dry. Grumbling, Liu Yu packed his belongings and scooped up the yawning Great Yellow, striding towards Li, who had been asleep throughout the day. This fellow had indeed slumbered the entire day away. Liu Yu had glanced at her a few times, noticing her deep, sweet repose, and had chosen not to disturb her. Hey, wake up! Have you not had enough sleep since noon until sunset? Liu Yu squatted down and poked her shoulder, but she showed no reaction. Humph. Suddenly, Li emitted a muffled groan, her brow furrowing in the next moment. To Liu Yu and Great Yellow's astonishment, she abruptly raised her hand and grasped her own neck. Her hands exerted relentless pressure, as if she intended to strangle herself. What a fierce individual, even in slumber. She sought to harm herself. Are you attempting to take yourself out because you cannot harm me? Impressive, senior sister. Liu Yu raised a thumb in admiration. Yet he soon sensed something was amiss. Liz truly appeared intent on self-destruction. No way. Liu Yu desperately tried to halt her self-destructive actions. You can't be serious? Stop, my golden goose. You cannot die. Have you truly lost your mind? Liu Yu hurriedly reached out, attempting to pry her hands away. But her grip was astonishingly firm, making it nearly impossible to break free. Even if he managed to loosen her hold slightly, she would immediately revert to squeezing. What a fierce individual. Liu Yu was perplexed, but suddenly recalled the beginner's manual that Wu Qingshan had given him, which described a phenomenon remarkably similar to Li's current state. Could this be the Nightmare Lake? Liu Yu abruptly turned to gaze at the lake where he had been fishing. The golden glow of the setting sun shimmered on the lake's surface, creating a picturesque scene. Yet, a chill ran down his spine. He felt his life was truly precarious. Thankfully, he hadn't dozed off while fishing. Thank heavens. Even the divine consciousness of a Yuanying stage cultivator could not resist the invasion of the Nightmare Lake, let alone his own Qi refining stage. As Liu pondered, Li was nearing her limit. This was a mental assault. The strength of one's divine consciousness was the key to breaking the spell. If only he were a transformation stage cultivator, he could directly attack her spirit, using spiritual damage to awaken her consciousness and pull her back from the realm of nightmares. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Liu Yu's eyes brightened. It was all because this maid sister had been rather subdued lately, causing him to neglect his incantations for a period, nearly forgetting about this tool. He retrieved a rattle from his storage bag and immediately began to shake it. The clear sound of the rattle pierced through Li Zi's dream, and her previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed, her grip on her neck loosening. Liu Yu pried her hand away and gently nudged her shoulder, attempting to rouse her awareness. Wake up! Wake up! This rattle is even releasing smoke, and you still show no reaction. Seeing that she remained unresponsive, Liu Yu felt a pang of anxiety. Glancing at her delicate, fair face, he suddenly felt a mischievous urge. Great Yellow, move your head aside. I shall give her a couple of slaps to see if that works. He pushed Great Yellow aside and leaned toward Li Zi, rolling up his sleeves for better leverage. This was not an opportunity for revenge. It was merely a matter of urgency. However, before he could take action, Li Zi's eyes suddenly flew open. Liu Yu stood there, dumbfounded, his raised sleeves caught in her gaze. Liz looked at him and smiled. This rascal has forgotten the pain after the scar has healed. He seems to have forgotten how he was struck before being tethered. Hasn't he? I heard you intended to slap me. Liu Yu chuckled awkwardly. No, you must have misheard. Oh, really? Then why are your hands raised? Ah, don't mind that. Besides, I haven't slapped you yet, have I? Liu Yu gestured dramatically, mimicking her previous actions, and proclaimed with a righteous expression, I merely wish to wake you promptly. You have no idea how urgent the situation was just now. He chuckled. Ultimately, Li Zi chose not to hold it against Liu Yu. After all, he had saved her. That was a fact. All right, now that you are awake, we should return. Upon seeing that Li Zi was unharmed, Liu Yu indicated it was time to leave. Why now? Darkness had settled in. The sounds of wild beasts' roars echoed around them, accompanied by rustling noises from the distant woods as the trees swayed. All of this indicated that the area was far from safe to Liu Yu's surprise. However, Li Zi shook her head in refusal. You cannot fly with your sword, and with my cultivation sealed, I am unable to do so either tonight. The woods will be teeming with beasts, and spiritual creatures are likely in abundance as well. Considering we are on the edge of the boundless mountains, traveling at night is not a wise choice. Liu Yu's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. Are we to spend the night here? That seems even more dangerous, doesn't it? Fear not, spiritual beasts possess intelligence and can sense danger. They will not approach. As for the wild beasts, do you still worry about not being able to handle them? Liu Yu pondered briefly before reaching a decision. He would heed Li Zi's advice. She had experience entering the boundless mountains. One of Liu Yu's commendable traits was his willingness to listen to counsel. Just as he was about to gather some branches for a fire to provide light during the night, the faint sound of dry twigs and leaves cracking underfoot caught his attention. His brow furrowed, but he had not expected these beasts to be so eager to hunt. Woof, woof! Great Yellow seemed to have heard the noises as well, barking incessantly in that direction. Yet gradually, as more rustling sounds surrounded them, Great Yellow's barking began to wane. The sun had completely sunk below the horizon. The feeble light of the sky was entirely consumed by darkness. In the shadowy woods, pairs of eerie green eyes emerged from all directions, their hungry, bloodthirsty gazes sending chills down one's spine. Whimper, whimper. Great Yellow whimpered, retreating to hide behind Liu Yu, quaking in fear as it peeked out with its little head. What a coward. Liu Yu was used to this. He could hardly recall where this dog had found the courage to attempt to bite Li Zi before. Senior sister, please help me look after Great Yellow while I deal with him. Liu Yu squatted down, gently placing Great Yellow beside Li Zi. You don't need me to intervene? Li Zi narrowed her eyes, intrigued that this fellow, who typically shunned conflict, would choose to take action himself. Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut seems a bit extravagant. Liu Yu extracted a long blade from his storage bag. A faint azure glow emanated from his palm, enveloping the hilt and cascading along the blade's length. In the darkness of night, this pale, blue luminescence was strikingly conspicuous as Liu Yu swung the sword, causing the azure light to slice through the obsidian shadows. Even ordinary weapons, when imbued with spiritual energy, would gain enhancement, making the act of cleaving these beasts akin to slicing through vegetables without dulling the edge. With a long sword in hand, Liu Yu boldly advanced towards the forest. He had no desire to engage in combat. Yet he found himself with no alternative. Observe, the moment he stepped away from the sect and the safety of his sanctuary, dangers began to relentlessly pursue him. The realm of cultivation is a brutal arena where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. He could not remain sheltered within the sect indefinitely. Thus he must learn the art of battle, that he must adapt to the chaos of slaughter. Now that suitable targets had presented themselves, Liu Yu would not let this opportunity slip by. Roar! His various bizarre cries of beasts echoed in succession. As they beheld the approaching human, their insatiable hunger grew increasingly difficult to suppress. Nestled at the edge of the boundless mountains, they dared not provoke the spirit beasts. And most of the time, ordinary animals were left to engage in their own brutal skirmishes. But now, two humans, thin-skinned, juicy, and delectably tender, had appeared, and they were determined not to let this chance pass. Even though the human wielding the long sword seemed formidable, they would rather confront him than the spirit beasts. Liu Yu plunged into the woods, vanishing into the enveloping darkness. Roar! Oh! Soon, the forest was filled with the furious roars of beasts. Occasionally, a flash of blue light would dart by, abruptly silencing the growls. Woof! De Huang glanced anxiously towards the woods, letting out a few dry howls. Fear not. Even at Qi refinement stage, cultivator poses no threat to these beasts. Li Zi reassured softly. Once one embarks on the path of cultivation, their existence transcends the ordinary. Even with 100 beasts confronting him in open battle, Liu Yu would remain unscathed. She diverted her attention from the tumult in the woods and began gathering dry twigs and branches, piling them together to ignite a campfire. Gradually, the anguished roars of the beasts faded into the night. A bloodied figure emerged slowly from the shadows. Wu! De Huang's eyes sparkled as it suddenly dashed towards the figure. Crack! Crackle! The campfire emitted a bright orange glow, accompanied by the crackling sounds of burning wood. The rich aroma of burning timber brought a sense of tranquility. Above, thick black clouds loomed, casting the world into a profound darkness. After partaking in a brutal skirmish, Liu Yu washed himself in the lake, and then he and Li Zi sat by the campfire, quietly observing the flames dance. Throughout the night, both remained vigilant, unable to succumb to slumber. They needed to be wary of the beasts, but even more so of the nightmarish lake itself. As for the battle he had just experienced, Liu Yu felt remarkably unfazed, his mental fortitude exceeding his own expectations. De Huang, with its little tongue lolling out, curled up behind Liu Yu. It was not particularly fond of the fire. In the sweltering heat, its fur was already unbearable, and it feared that a stray spark might ignite its coat. Liu Yu gazed into the flickering flames, lost in reverie that in his previous life, his family had been impoverished, residing in a red brick house that was unbearably cold in winter and stiflingly hot in summer. Thus, Liu Yu preferred the outdoors, where a small stove in the courtyard served as the site for cooking with firewood. The stove was stuffed with chopped logs, and the not-quite-dried firewood crackled like celebratory firecrackers during the new year. The air was thick with smoke, and life felt simple and joyous. He would sit beside his mother, basking in the warm evening breeze, humming the melodies he had heard that day, swinging his legs in delight. In retrospect, although those days were challenging, they seemed devoid of worry. There was no need for contemplation, just a consistent state of blissful ignorance. As he reminisced, a smile unconsciously crept across Liu Yu's face. Once thoughts were stirred, memories flooded back, and as he recalled gentle souls, his gaze softened. Liz, calm and collected, watched the bright fire, occasionally adding more wood. Reflecting on the day's events, a wave of trepidation washed over her. In the past, she would never have slept outdoors, let alone relax so completely, dropping her guard entirely. What has come over me, she pondered. She had always been vigilant, trusting no one, maintaining a sense of crisis, and struggling upwards amidst uncertainty. Nothing in life came easily. One must exert tremendous effort to appear effortless. Yet now, after her cultivation was sealed, she seemed to be gradually changing. Unconsciously, she glanced at Liu Yu. The evening breeze fluttered as the dancing flames swayed unpredictably, casting his profile in a play of light and shadow. At times, he appeared angelic. At others, demonic. Li Zi could not help but acknowledged that this fellow possessed a unique allure when silent, particularly evident in the brightness of his eyes, which always seemed to harbor a captivating smile. It felt as if he was not as they had described. She murmured. The youth's handsome visage was far from the ugliness they attributed to him. His demeanor was not arrogant. Although he was still infuriating, a wretched scoundrel, he had not crossed the threshold in a truly reprehensible behavior. Compared to her own nature, he was quite admirable. He exuded a subtle aura, not a fragrance, but an indescribable essence. In his presence, her restless emotions gradually settled. Though he occasionally provoked irritation, he somehow managed to impart a sense of tranquility and reliability. This youth possessed a maturity that belied his age, as if he had traversed through the complexities of human nature, experiencing the vicissitudes of life. Why do you keep staring at me? Liu Yu, sensing Li Zi's gaze, instinctively turned to her. The gentle smile that had unconsciously surfaced while reminiscing about childhood memories lingered on his face. His warm, smiling eyes seemed capable of ensnaring one's very soul. For a fleeting moment, Li Zi found herself entranced, her heart skipping a beat. I was admiring your looks, she replied, redirecting her gaze to the fire. Her heart steady. Having spent too much time with someone so audacious, her own demeanor had grown bolder. Your taste seems impeccable today, Liu Yu declared with a touch of vanity, playfully pinching his own cheek. Li Zi rolled her eyes, unable to suppress a laugh as she shook her head. Ultimately, she realized her own blindness. What does your head shaking signify? Oh, it's nothing. Just found the cacophony of beasts around us rather bothersome. Li Zi suddenly recalled Liu Yu's penchant for self-amusement and suggested, you often hum those peculiar tunes in the tavern. Why not sing one? Song requests come at a cost. Here, take 100 spirit stones. She tossed her spirit stone pouch to him, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Was she serious? You said it, and I will not hold back. After accepting the 100 spirit stones, Liu Yu returned the pouch. Ahem, what song would this esteemed guest like to hear? I'm not sure. You decide, she replied. Liu Yu, not dwelling too much on it, casually sang a song he had sung by the campfire during his childhood. Though his singing lacked polish, he at least stayed in tune. A little breeze comes drifting by. Please take a moment to rest. The waves upon the sea bloom. I have just arrived at the shore, so you too cherish the splendor of the waves, which is why you have come to the seaside. Li Zi rested her chin on her hand, quietly listening, yet she did not feel particularly moved or captivated. Instead, she found the melody of the song refreshingly natural, allowing her body and mind to unconsciously relax, evoking a sense of the simple beauty of life. This 100 spirit stones were indeed worth it. Liu Shatzi, after all, had a penchant for spirit stones. Perhaps it would be wise to suggest he try his hand at singing and performing. Suddenly, an uncontrollable image flashed in her mind of Liu Yu, beard in tow, playing a battered eru while hawking his wares on the street. She couldn't help but chuckle softly. Hey, I haven't finished my song yet. Please don't disrupt me. Show a little respect, will you? Liu Yu grumbled in dissatisfaction. My apologies. I was merely reminded of something amusing and couldn't restrain my laughter. Why do I sense her laughter is somewhat offensive? The sound of their laughter echoed from beside the bonfire, infusing the dark night with vitality. The firelight illuminated the gentle smiles on their faces. In that moment, the dark clouds above parted, revealing a starry sky that enveloped the earth. Li Zi gazed up at the heavens, feeling the gloom within her dissipate entirely. At this very moment, she experienced an unprecedented sense of ease, as though her body had become considerably lighter. Life is not merely about rushing forward. It is about savoring the journey. Walk slowly, for the scenery is abundant, and light accompanies you. There is no need to hurry. All that is beautiful shall arrive in due time, be why the bonfire, shadows intertwined, painting the profundity of the night. Morning arrived. The dawn's light blossomed on the horizon. The inky sky faded, transforming into a bluish-gray hue. The cacophony of beasts that had roared throughout the night gradually subsided, and the bonfire no longer blazed fiercely, leaving behind a pile of glowing embers exuding warmth. That night, Li Zi and Liu Yu set aside their grievances. Previously, the tempestuous white-haired maid had dealt him a blow, and recently, he had retaliated in kind. They tacitly agreed not to mention the incident again, As Liu Yu noticed the daybreak, he stood up, cradling De Huang. Let us depart. The dawn has arrived, and the beasts should have retreated. Along with the spirit beasts returning to their lairs, they nodded in agreement. Indeed, as the sky brightened, those lurking dangers within the forest would return to their nests. The spirit beasts, having gained intelligence, witnessed the gruesome cases of their kind being hunted by cultivators during the day. They had learned their lesson well. Woof! De Huang let out a weak bark. It was rather unfair to expect a little dog to stay awake all night. Endure it, De Huang. It is unsafe to sleep here, that if you were to be dragged into the nightmare lake, it would be disastrous. Allow me to rouse you. After saying this, Liu Yu grabbed De Huang's belly and spun him around in place. Oh, whoa, whoa! De Huang whimpered, its short legs clinging tightly to Liu Yu's hand, trembling in fright. Very well. You are instantly awake. The journey back was uneventful, and they returned safely. Near noon, they arrived back at the Linglu Tavern in Qingxuan Town. In the afternoon, the tavern reopened for business. Liu Yu lounged lazily behind the counter, practicing and reflecting on his experiences battling the beasts. Liz continued bustling about the shop, but she no longer seemed as easily irked as before. Seeking to stir up trouble or create noise, in the evenings, Liu Yu still enjoyed taking De Huang to the water street for food and drink, prioritizing the satisfaction of his palate. He indulged in whatever he desired. Li Zi gradually joined them. Although consuming the fasting pills was convenient, their taste left much to be desired. Unbeknownst to them, their once solitary figures of one person and one dog on this street gradually transformed into two people and one dog. It seemed as though nothing had changed, yet something was quietly evolving. Above Qingfeng Town, unnoticed by its inhabitants, two figures, one red and one black, stood suspended in the void. Bai Jiu, clad in red, fluttered in the cold wind, her hair dancing with it. She glanced at the pale-faced man in black beside her and said with a hint of pride, "See, I told you she could be steered back on course. It's just that she advanced her cultivation too rapidly and became arrogant. A little pressure will suffice." Humph! The man in black grunted, lowering his gaze to the ground. His eyes pierced through layers of mist, settling on Li Zi. After a moment, he turned his gaze back to Bai Jiu and said coolly, "Do not seal her cultivation again. Regardless of her temperament, she is still my disciple." With that, the man in black vanished into the air. Bai Jiu pouted, "That's her master. You don't even know how to guide your disciple. You hand over the techniques and then neglect her. I have to step in." The elders of the Qingxuan Sect were hardly reliable. The high-ranking officials of the Qingxuan Sect each had distinct personalities, but their flaws were equally evident. They were a group of individuals who followed their own whims, especially that useless fellow with the surname Yi. Even after taking on a disciple, he remained unchanged, showing no concern whatsoever. "No, I must find a time to drag her out. The protection of the sect is not something to be taken for granted." The thought of her made Bai Jiu grind her teeth in frustration, wishing she could crush that pair of brazenly voluptuous breasts. Casting a glance at Liu Yu, Bai Jiu suppressed her anger and waved at him with a bright smile. Even though he could not see her, a dark cloud passed overhead, obscuring her form. Well in your cultivation. Who knows what great deeds you accomplished in your past life to earn the protection of the heavens. According to those old bald men, you are undoubtedly a person of great virtue, recognized by the world, and we ought to treat you kindly. I hope you can bring good fortune to the sect and those around you. Bai Jiu's murmurs gradually faded. Once the dark cloud dissipated, her figure had long since vanished. The trees donned their golden attire, and the long, hot summer silently slipped away. Time waits for no one. A refreshing autumn breeze blew, golden leaves spiraling down into the delicate palms. Autumn has arrived. Li Zi still wore that white maid outfit, having not changed back in her purple attire for quite some time. After all, cultivators' bodies were impervious to seasonal changes. She had grown accustomed to this attire, in the true martial realm. The clothing of cultivators was forever indistinguishable by season. Even in winter, beautiful female cultivators still dressed lightly. Notably, some well-meaning individuals conducted interviews and surveys. Discovering that many from the Qingxuan Sect favored winter, they claimed that battling in the snow was exceedingly enjoyable. "What are you dawdling for at the entrance? Hurry back in, or I shall dock you pay later," Liu Yu called out, poking his head through the tavern window, urging her to return to work. He too wore a simple yet clean and tidy outfit in shades of azure and white. Although plain in style, it was comfortable to wear. Woof! De Huang stood atop a stool, mimicking Liu Yu as he poked his dog head out. The expressions of the man and the dog could not be said to be entirely unrelated. Rather, they were strikingly identical. "What for dinner tonight?" Li Zi asked as she returned to the tavern, seamlessly engaging Liu Yu in a discussion about their evening meal. Having frequently accompanied Liu Yu to dine, she gradually developed a fondness for indulging in culinary delights. After all, with her current inability to cultivate, her options were limited to eating and sleeping. Liu Yu yawned, resting his chin on the table. A look of utter despair etched across his face that, "I don't know. It's so boring. I wish I could stir up some trouble." He truly felt a profound sense of ennui, unsure what to do next. With the support of the transformation beads in his cultivation, he had no need for other secret arts or techniques of the moment. The paltry spiritual energy within his qi refining stage body was barely sufficient for a full-body defense. According to the game's logic, he lacked the requisite level and mana. He couldn't even unleash the skills he had learned. Furthermore, Li Zi's demeanor towards him had shifted, making it difficult for him to act subserviently, which was quite stifling for someone of his nature. But he longed, oh how he longed, for someone to engage in a verbal spar with him. Liu Yu slumped in his chair like a puddle of mud. At that moment, he mused about how wonderful it would be if he could establish his foundation right now, allowing him to soar through the skies on his sword, taking De Huang along for a thrilling bungee jump. De Huang would surely enjoy that. Observing Liu Yu's dejected state, Li Zi let out a resigned sigh. Why was this person regarded as a threat, and why was he being targeted? She found it utterly perplexing. Just as she was about to fetch a jar of wine to share with Liu Yu, the tavern, which had been quiet for some time, finally welcomed its first customer of the day. It was a man dressed in pale yellow attire. He had short hair and small eyes, but his gaze was menacing. Upon entering the establishment, he scanned the room, his eyes pausing briefly on Liu Yu before settling on Li Zi. The man squinted, a smirk playing on his lips. "Liz, my dear disciple, so you are here." The sudden arrival of the man startled both Liu Yu and Li Zi. However, when he uttered Li Zi's name, they instinctively narrowed their eyes, their expressions growing cold. "This fellow was here to cause trouble. It seemed that the task entrusted to you by your master remains unfulfilled, failing your family's mission. You choose to linger here instead." "Hey, someone's causing a ruckus." Before the man could finish his sentence, a roar interrupted him. "What?" He stared at Liu Yu in shock. "I'm not. I haven't done anything." "He's slandering me." While the man was still in a daze, the cockroaches lurking in the corners of the town suddenly opened their eyes, their crimson gaze terrifying in the darkness. Upon hearing the commotion, they rushed toward Linglu Tavern without hesitation. Moments later, they gathered into a swarm. "His business is here. He is mine. You all can perish. Ha! Just one more person and I'll meet this month's quota." "Don't steal my prey. Didn't you hear him calling for me? He is calling for your mother." Members of the law enforcement team hurried toward Liu Yu, each eager not to miss out on the opportunity to claim a part of the bounty. Recently, a new mayor had taken office in Qingxuan town. Right from the start, she had been ruthless, implementing various reforms that left them overwhelmed. Thanks to her, anyone below the nascent soul stage who dared to cause trouble would be dealt with swiftly, apprehended to boost their performance metrics. Thus, the man in the yellow attire witnessed a horde of enforcers rushing toward him, their eyes glowing red, panting heavily, and looking at him as a starving wolf would eye a plump lamb. It was terrifying. "Wait, I'm not." He hastily waved his hands, his face contorted with fear as he tried to prove his innocence. The leading enforcers exchanged knowing glances, then silently coordinated their actions, wind spirit binding. One member restrained him in place. "Earth bullet." Another conjured dirt and stuffed it into his mouth. "Take that." A third was launched by his partner, crashing into the man in yellow's abdomen, forcing him into silence and causing him to collapse in pain. The projectile rose, grinning with satisfaction at his handiwork. "Now you'll be quiet. If you reveal that our performance is lacking, we're in trouble," as they capitalized on the loopholes in the system. The time to act was now. Later, when the rules were tightened, they would be in real trouble. Applause erupted from Liu Yu, De Huang, and Li Zi as they silently witnessed the entire spectacle. The leading enforcer, slightly embarrassed, raised his hand to signal for silence, and "Oh, need to disturb you further. I'll take this man for questioning. Farewell." He grasped the man's leg and dragged him away with a swift, smooth motion. Professional indeed. Liu Yu nodded in approval. After all, they were disciples of the Qingxuan Sect. Liz also nodded, indicating that few from that sect were truly earnest. Suddenly, Liu Yu recalled something, casting a sidelong glance at his senior sister. "You were quite professional when you struck me earlier, setting up formations and all. After all, I was the former chief." Liz fidgeted with her clothing, bashfully admitting, "I was the former chief. After all." Liu Yu and De Huang rolled their eyes. "Woof, don't do that. It's disgusting. Mind your own business. So, what is for dinner tonight? Beef noodles?" "Woof woof, I don't want that. I want plain noodles with an egg, but De Huang just said he wanted beef noodles." Liz pointed out. "You two can have beef noodles. I'll order plain noodles myself." As the three of them casually discussed their dinner plans, it was as if the earlier commotion had never occurred. They continued to eat and drink without a care, completely unfazed by the incident. Meanwhile, the unfortunate man had been dragged into the Qingfeng town jail, facing interrogation from a group of burly men. "Are you going to talk or not?" "Wah, if you want to talk, don't blame me for using some methods." "Humph, wah, fine, you're tough, huh?" Not saying a word. The man in yellow, bound to the interrogation chair, was on the verge of exploding with anger. "You stuffed a filthy rag in my mouth. How can I speak?" One of the enforcers, unable to bear it any longer, tugged at the captain's sleeve and whispered, "Captain, his mouth." "Oh." The captain in charge of the interrogation blushed with embarrassment. "I haven't interrogated in a while. I'm a bit rusty. My apologies." With a look of regret, he removed the rag from the man's mouth, promising, "I'll be more careful next time." Once the rag was taken out, tears streamed down the man's face. What kind of decent person interrogate a prisoner by gagging them? "You're just looking for an excuse to beat me up." But being on their turf, he could only swallow his anger. Enduring the twisting pain in his abdomen, the man forced a smile that, "No, it's nothing. Can you let me go? Today's incident was just a misunderstanding. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, I should be able to leave, right?" The captain looked at him with a bewildered expression, as if to say, "What are you talking about? We made a mistake, so we have to go through the process again. Please cooperate." "Huh." While he pondered the meaning behind those words, a massive fist slammed into his face, leaving him dazed. "Speak. Who sent you here?" Faced with the ferocious enforcers, he broke down in tears. "Damn it. This guy is definitely doing this on purpose." A series of heart-wrenching screams echoed from the interrogation room, sending shivers down the spines of passing law enforcement members. At the entrance stood two guards, their reactions to the horrific sounds markedly different. One of the newcomers voiced his concerns, questioning whether their captain had gone too is it appropriate for us to behave this way? Has the captain perhaps overstepped his bounds? He glanced apprehensively into the room, taking in the grim scene. "Fear not," replied a seasoned officer dismissively, "if it weren't for the Newtown mayor's orders. We wouldn't dare treat him like this." He chuckled, adding, "Of all the people to provoke, why choose a woman? Doesn't he realize how vengeful and meticulous they can be? Now that you mention it, I am rather curious about how he managed to offend the mayor." The rookie mused. "Isn't he usually either asleep or on his way to sleep? It seems improbable that he could have angered the mayor." "Enough of your worries. The thoughts of those in power are beyond our comprehension, so let us refrain from speculation. What shall we do with him? Perhaps a daily beating, and then release him after a week. Let us observe a moment of silence for him." Just as the two fell silent, paying their respects to the unfortunate man in yellow, the door to the interrogation room swung open. The captain emerged, wiping the blood from his hands with a cloth, and addressed them. "We've confirmed that this man has indeed committed several offenses. His name is Lin Jianren, a disgraced disciple of the Qingxuan Sect, who once harbored nefarious intentions towards the female disciples of Baiwa Peak, but was thwarted in his attempts. Though he is a scion of the second elder and hails from the Lin family, he was expelled from the sect rather than punished at the discipline peak. However, he has continued his misdeeds, albeit outside the sect, and now that he has fallen into our hands, we must rectify his behavior." The captain's expression hardened as he tossed aside the bloodied cloth. Such individuals must be punished, educated, and if necessary, eliminated. It is no longer just a matter of detention. To secure his release, we will require the intervention of his family. The seasoned officer and the rookie exchanged glances, sharing a moment of silent understanding. Let him rot, they muttered in unison. Time remains the ultimate arbiter. IT cannot be halted, affecting all equally, be they beggars on the streets or emperors in their palaces. All are destined to return to dust, in the face of time. The world and all its creations appear woefully fragile and insignificant. Yet this is of little concern to Liu Yu, who has no desire for immortality. He simply wishes to live a life filled with joy and happiness. As for the duration of his existence, he remains indifferent. Living a single joyful day is a gain in itself. That a month has passed since Lin Jianren was taken away by the law enforcement team, during which Liu Yu's cultivation has successfully ascended to the 8th level of Qi refinement. With the aid of the creation pearl, the speed at which he condenses spiritual power has far exceeded his expectations. Yet he now finds himself plagued by a rather blissful dilemma: boredom. Having spent too much time fishing with his senior sister, the fish have grown weary, and the shop is devoid of customers, rendering idle days quite unproductive. After some contemplation, he proposed to Li Zi and to Huang, "I have a splendid idea. Why don't we venture to the edge of the Wujishan Mountains in search of treasure?" Liu Yu grinned mischievously, adopting a rather lewd expression. Liz rolled her eyes, realizing that individuals of average appearance often care excessively about their image, while the handsome seem unconcerned with such trivialities. Regardless of his eccentricities, he remains undeniably radiant. At the entrance of the small jail in Qingfeng town, the seasoned officer and the youthful rookie approached the prison doors, carrying something between them. Upon opening the doors, they counted to 3 and, in perfect unison, tossed something out. With a thud, a man clad in pale yellow was unceremoniously discarded like refused. He rolled on the ground several times, even getting run over by a passing cart, leaving behind a wheel mark. Off you go. Return to your training and strive to pass the assessment to become an external law enforcement officer. Life in prison isn't so bad. At least it's safe. Pathetic. A true man should aspire to greater things. I refuse to spend my life in this prison. The duo, having carelessly disposed of him, muttered as they returned inside, slamming the iron door behind them. Once they departed, the figure on the ground finally stirred. He cautiously opened his eyes, ensuring they had truly left before leaping to his feet. "I'm free. I, Lin Jianren, am finally free." He raised his arms to the sky, tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed with gratitude for surviving his ordeal. The sky is so blue. The ground is so solid. That little girl is so... A passing young girl looked curiously at Lin Jianren. Observing him coated in dust and acting deranged, she pointed at him and, glancing up at her mother, innocently asked, "Mommy, why does he call himself a scoundrel?" The mother, filled with affection, gently stroked her daughter's head. "Dear child, it's not his fault. After all, his parents named him that." Lin Jianren thought, "That little girl is so annoying." He shot a fierce glare at the innocent mother and daughter, successfully scaring them away, earning himself a -2 in merit. Moments later, as his emotions settled, he glanced towards the direction of the Linglu Tavern, his eyes filled with malice. "Liu Yu, Li Zi, you will all pay for this." He had endured much suffering at the hands of those hunting dogs. All thanks to this detestable duo. If it weren't for that one shout, he would never have faced such dire consequences. The law enforcement team had powerful backing. He could not confront them. However, he had plenty of ways to deal with Liu Yu and Li Zi. After a mere 10 minutes, he found himself at the entrance of the Linglu Tavern once more. Unsurprisingly, an unexpected notice awaited him. "Our establishment is closed today for business. We are taking a day off to walk the dog." That a notice was affixed to the locked door, complete with a cute little dog icon in the bottom right corner. Lin Jianren stood in silence for a long while, contemplating his feelings of the day. As the saying goes, one either erupts in silence or becomes twisted in silence. Lin Jianren chose the latter. He tore down the notice, clenched his fists, and with a contorted face he roared, "Beasts! Beasts! How dare you take a day off? While I suffer, you revel in life. How is that fair? You all must endure the same suffering as I." Like a madman, he muttered to himself as he left. Consumed by the torment he had endured, only to witness the instigators living so freely and carelessly, leaving him in a state of extreme imbalance. Finally, he lost his composure, but he needed to return to his family to retrieve something that would make Li Zi, that wicked woman, obedient to his will. The Lin family, one of the three great families of the Northern Domain, boasts a powerful ancestor in the Ascension stage and two others in the Integration stage, wielding immense influence among the various families in the Northern Domain. Lin Jianren took to the skies on his sword, making his way to the family base. With his current cultivation at the initial stage of the Golden Core, the journey would take him several days. Upon returning to the family, he wasted no time recounting his experiences. Though the family was generally aware of the situation, their attitude shifted dramatically once Lin Jianren implicated Li Zi as the cause of his troubles. During a family meeting, 7 or 8 individuals debated the matter. Reaching a consensus, the master may strike the dog, but the dog must not bite the master. Initially, they had considered persuading the master to mentor Li Zi, but it was clear he had little regard for her now. Thus, her value as a pawn had diminished significantly. Let us execute her. In a few simple sentences, the fate of Li Zi was decided by them. The individuals in power displayed an air of indifference, as if their decree was not the extinguishing of a human life, but rather the casual squashing of an ant. If one is deemed useless, then annihilation is the answer. Upon learning the outcome of the family meeting, Lin Jianren could not suppress a sinister smile. He was not the least bit surprised. The family cared not for one's extraordinary talents. Their only concern was obedience. After all, you are merely the daughter of a servant in the Lin family. What they grant you can just as easily be taken away. With his desired results and authority secured, Lin Jianren hastened towards Qingxuan town, eagerly anticipating the fearful expressions on Liu Yu and Li Zi's faces. The thought alone was exhilarating. Yet he had miscalculated. Upon his return, he was met with a closed door at the Linglu Tavern. Damn it! Why haven't they returned yet? Wasn't it agreed they would rest for a day? How long has it been? Lin Jianren cursed in frustration. After a bout of mindless venting, he gradually regained his composure. He then found a spot at the tavern's entrance, squatting down to begin his lengthy wait. Time passed in a blur, and suddenly, a familiar childlike voice reached his ears. Mother, he looks so pitiful. Let's help him. But a little girl tugged at her mother's dress, her bright eyes blinking earnestly. All right, our darling is so sweet. The woman lovingly pinched the girl's cheek before pulling out some coins. Clink, clink. A handful of coins were tossed at Lin Jianren's feet. As he stood there, still in a daze, the mother and daughter pair walked away. Laughing and chatting, he stared at the coins, and once he grasped the situation, he snatched them up and stood, searching for the pair. Unfortunately, they had vanished without a trace. Enraged, Lin Jianren hurled the coins to the ground and shouted in fury. Damn it! I am not a beggar! 2 days later, Liu Yu and his companions finally returned. Upon their arrival, they beheld Lin Jianren squatting at the tavern's entrance, his eyes glaring as if afflicted by some ailment. You have finally returned. Finally! Are you foolish? Why venture to the edge of the boundless mountains in search of treasure? Now look, not only have you found no treasure, but you nearly became their meal. Were you planning to serve them dinner to improve their diet? On the streets of Qingfeng town, a man, a woman, and a dog appeared before the crowd. Although they walked side by side, the woman was fiercely berating the man and the dog. In her ire, she even kicked the boy in the dog's rear with her delicate leg, which had a tear in it. The boy and the dog hung their heads in defeat, complying with her scolding. They had no choice. Their survival these days relied entirely on this sister. Without her, the two brothers would have surely become fertilizer for the earth. After enduring another scolding from Li Zi, Liu Yu managed to smile, trying to appease her with a somewhat sycophantic, calm down, we didn't die, huh? Under Li Zi's icy gaze, Liu Yu lowered his head, unable to continue. Bored, he had wandered to the edge, only to discover that the perils of the boundless mountains were far more daunting than he had anticipated. Truly deserving of the title, Human Life's Forbidden Zone. On the first day at the mountain's edge, Liu Yu encountered a spirit beast of the 8th layer of the Qi refining stage, engaging in a fierce battle. Though he emerged victorious, he bore injuries from a claw that left him in agony. On the second day, he stumbled upon a spirit herb, only to find a foundational spirit beast guarding it. Liu Yu, undeterred, attempted to approach, only to be sent flying by its tail. Fortunately, Li Zi intervened, delivering a crushing blow that felled the foundational beast. It was only thanks to his white silk maid sister that Liu Yu dared to explore. Otherwise, he would not have had the audacity. However, it seemed his luck had run dry 2 days prior to on the third day. They encountered 3 foundational spirit beasts and were forced to flee. Liz scooped up Liu Yu and Huang. Sprinting at breakneck speed, evaded the 3 foundational beasts. They dodged and hid for several days. However, as they fled, they realized not only had they failed to shake off the 3 foundational beasts, but they were also being pursued by a large group of spirit beasts that had joined the chase. Even Li Zi felt her scalp prickling with fear. After a harrowing escape, they finally managed to shake them off. And Li Zi quickly dug a hole to hide. They remained concealed for quite some time, until the gathering of spirit beasts abandoned their search and departed, allowing Li Zi to take Liu Yu back to Qingxuan town. Reflecting on that scene still sent shivers down Li Zi's spine. How had she never noticed the enthusiasm of the spirit beasts before? Spirit beasts rarely congregated, as they often battled and devoured one another. They typically gathered for 2 reasons, either to heed the commands of the Forbidden Zone's ruler, namely, the Beast King deep within the Boundless Mountains, or in anticipation of spirit objects' impending emergence, ready to protect and later contend for it. Thus, encountering a swarm of spirit beasts in pursuit was utterly unexpected for Li Zi. Next time, when you advance to the foundational stage, then you may go. Otherwise, I will not accompany you to your demise. Li Zi warned Liu Yu once more, her apprehension towards him growing. He had a troubling tendency to act on whims, nearly leading them to disaster every time. All right, I promise. Next time, definitely. Liu Yu chuckled awkwardly. Woof, 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 De Huang chimed in, eagerly echoing his master. Liz could only roll her eyes in exasperation, hoping he would genuinely learn from this. However, when they returned to the Linglu Tavern, their spirits plummeted once more. The tavern entrance had transformed into a dumping ground. Coins and scraps littered the ground. In the center of it all stood a figure, glaring at them with intensity. You truly are relentless. Liu Yu stared at Lin Jianren, blocking their entrance, momentarily at a loss for words. Who could hold a grudge like this? It was merely a shout, and he reacted as if he had been grievously wronged, sending chills down Liu Yu's spine. Relentless? Perhaps you should reflect on what you have done to me. Lin Jianren's face twisted with rage. You have any idea what I endured in that small prison? I experienced hell, you beast. Those fiends deprived me of my cultivation, my sleep, and my freedom, tormenting me daily. I did nothing heinous. I merely took the lives of a few mortals. They were just mortals, not cultivators. And I'm a member of the Lin family. How could they accuse me for those mere mortal women? Why? Lin Jianren's hands clutched his face, his fingers scratching furiously. His gloomy, almost deranged visage soon bore deep crimson marks, rendering him all the more grotesque. He laughed and cried, exuding an indescribable eeriness. Yet, this had nothing to do with Liu Yu. Liu Yu dug at his ear, wearing an expression that screamed, "You are such a nuisance." Lin Jianren nearly lost control, on the verge of violence. So, what do you want to say? Speak your mind, or get lost, Liu Yu exclaimed, adopting a demeanor that suggested he wanted to be left alone, which only served to inflame Lin Jianren's agitation. But then, as if struck by a thought, Lin Jianren's expression gradually shifted to one of eerie calmness, though his eyes darkened further. Never mind. I almost forgot I did not come to find you. Lin Jianren pointed ominously at Li Zi beside Liu Yu, stating, I am here for her. Liu Yu bristled. Then there's nothing to discuss. Sister, please expel him. Liz. Isn't it true that you were quite arrogant when you hit me? Why do you fall silent when it comes to hitting him? Liu Yu rolled his eyes. All right. So you favor the weak and fear the strong, do you? Li Zi's fist tightened, her head lowered, obscuring her expression. It seemed as though she was making a tremendous effort to restrain herself. Hit me? Ha! She scoffed. She wouldn't dare, nor could she. Lin Jianren's expression was laced with mockery as he directed his gaze towards Li Zi, stating, It appears you've sensed it too. Indeed, your soul contract is in my possession. Lin Jianren produced a sheet of yellowed paper from his bosom, squinting with delight as he waved it in front of Li Zi. Care to struggle a bit? However, do keep in mind that it contains a clause prohibiting harm to the holder of the soul contract. If you don't believe me, feel free to test it. Lin Jinren's expression turned maniacal as he burst into laughter. I could see that moment. Liu Yu suddenly comprehended why Li Zi had tolerated the insolence of such a petty clown. That it was not that she did not wish to retaliate, but rather that she was powerless to do so. Noticing Li Zi's silence, Lin Jinren shifted his ire towards Liu Yu, glaring at him as he scolded. And you little wretch, you've been cast out by the Liu family. Scum without a family background should just crawl away quietly. Our ancestral lineage boasts a peak existence in the Mahayana realm. If you seek death, we won't hesitate to dispose of you. Lin Jinren felt an exhilarating sense of relief. He had been harboring a pent-up frustration for days, and now it was finally unleashed. Yet this was still insufficient. Far from enough, they all must perish, to die in regret. Lin Jinren had already devised a plan. Should Lin Zi complete the tasks he had arranged, she would either die or be gravely wounded. At that moment, he would take her before this foolish Liu and then proceed to eliminate this fool in front of Li Zi. As a cultivator at the initial stage of the Golden Core, killing a Qi refinement stage practitioner would be a mere formality. Just the thought of it made Lin Jinren tremble with excitement. He instinctively glanced at Li Zi, who had returned from the boundless mountain range, her attire still tattered from the journey. Particularly, her long, slender legs clad in torn white stockings were irresistibly alluring. Her snowy skin glimmered with radiance. The contours of her legs exquisitely beautiful. Lin Jinren's gaze grew hazy, his breath becoming heavy and rapid. I could see that moment. Liu Yu stepped in front of Li Zi, smiling as he positioned himself between her and Lin Jinren. Hey, your eyes seem to be glued to her legs. I know my senior sister's legs are stunning and probably quite nice to touch, but could you perhaps exercise a bit of restraint and maintain some dignity? Lin Jinren shot a venomous glare at Liu Yu, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Wow. I advise you not to provoke me. Liu Yu couldn't help but take a step back. The intensity of Lin Jinren's gaze was truly unnerving. It felt as though nightmares awaited him that very night. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Li Zi, who had remained silent with her head bowed, finally spoke. Why is the soul contract I signed with my family in your hands? Her voice was hoarse, imbued with an indescribable bitterness. Lin Jinren, a twisted and perverse individual, relished the sensation of controlling others' fates. He waved the soul contract in his hand, stating, "This document has been entrusted to me. What do you think? You see, I merely informed the family that you were disobedient, and they promptly handed over your soul contract to me." Lin Jinren's tone was chilling. The family has no need for disobedient dogs. Li Zi kept her head lowered, her expression inscrutable. However, Liu Yu keenly observed that her hands trembled slightly, crimson blood seeping from her palms. The experience of being abandoned by a family that had once exploited her must have been profoundly painful. Liu Yu was at a loss for how to comfort her, so he placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "It's all right. I'm here." Li Zi suddenly lifted her gaze towards Liu Yu in that moment. All her confusion and insecurity vanished. Gazing at the figure standing protectively before her, Li Zi felt a fleeting sense of disorientation. Although this boy was significantly younger than herself, at that moment, he appeared immensely formidable. No one had ever stood in front of her before. No one had ever spoken up for her, and no one had ever shown anger on her behalf. Liz felt her eyes prickling with tears. Was this the sensation of having someone stand up for her? It felt wonderful. How wonderful it was. While others had parents to shield them from life's storms in their youth, companions to share burdens during their growth, and lovers to rely upon in adulthood, she had none. No parents, no friends, no lovers. All along, she had been utterly alone. Yet now, there was someone willing to stand in front of her, to speak for her. Liz suddenly felt a wave of vulnerability wash over her. She found herself elated by a single action, a mere phrase from another. She even felt the urge to cry. Liu Yu nodded at her, signaling that she need not worry. He then turned his gaze towards Lin Jinren and calmly asked, "What do you want?" Wong Wong. The large yellow dog remained cowering behind Liu Yu, poking its head out to bark furiously at Lin Jinren, clearly expressing its disdain. Lin Jianren's words echoed, declaring that the family's conclusion was that she was of no further use and ordered her execution. Liz did not find this surprising. From the moment she signed the soul contract with the Lin family in her childhood, she may have already anticipated her fate, preparing herself for a life of solitude. She was born of servant's lineage, a possession of the Lin family. Later, she was wielded as a weapon, to put it bluntly. She was merely a dog of the Lin family. A weapon requires no emotions. The dog exists to obey its master's commands. The moment she defied either of these principles, her demise seemed preordained. She had resigned herself to being discarded once she had outlived her usefulness to the Lin family. Believing that her future would not involve deep connections with others, she did not expect to experience such a fate. Or perhaps she had never dared to contemplate it. Yet it seemed that what one fears most inevitably comes to pass. Now she was afraid. The corner of her heart roared with indignation. She was quite satisfied with her current life. She was happy. She still needed to help that fool Liu Yu manage the shop and protect him from his impulsive ideas. She still longed to continue rubbing the large yellow dog's head, relishing its delightful fur, and to take it for strolls to witness the amusing happenings in town. She wished to share delightful meals with Liu Yu and the large yellow dog at night, making up for the leisurely moments she had missed in the past. She did not want to die. She feared dying without purpose. Lin Jianren noticed Li Zi's reaction and smiled with satisfaction upon seeing her fear. Good. Fear is a sign of weakness. Weakness can be exploited. You may not realize this, but the family's decisions are immutable, he continued, shifting his tone, observing that both Liu Yu and Li Zi were captivated by his words. He knew his scheme had succeeded halfway. However, dear Miss Li, having contributed so much to the family, how could I bear to execute you outright? I shall offer you an opportunity. If you assist me with a task, I will lift the soul contract. I am not deceiving you. When you signed with the family elder, he was the contract's master, the only one who could dissolve it. But now, with the family's intention to execute you, they can send anyone to do it, so the elder has transferred the rights to me. You see, the name of the contract's master now bears my name. Lin Jianren pointed to the bottom of the soul contract, where indeed his name was inscribed. Lin Jianren, a fitting name, indeed. Liu found himself somewhat impressed by Lin Jianren's parents for choosing such an apt name for him. If you don't shut your mouth, I'll tear the soul contract to shreds right now. Lin Jianren wore a grim expression as he reached for the soul contract, prompting Liu Yu to hurriedly intervene. Oh, come now. Brother Lin was merely jesting. I am well aware of your magnanimity, and that you wouldn't stoop to scold a poor, parentless child like me. By the way, you mentioned needing our assistance with something? Rest assured, we shall see it done with utmost diligence. Liu Yu said with a disingenuous smile, displaying a remarkable lack of dignity. When one seeks to deceive others, it is oft best to allow them to underestimate you. Lin Jianren regarded Liu Yu with disdain, letting out a scoff as he relished Liu Yu's demeanor. Accompany me into the boundless mountains and retrieve an item for me. You may refuse, but you know the consequences. As night enveloped the Linglu tavern, an air of silence permeated. Liu Yu, Li Zi, and a Huang, along with their canine companion, sat around the table, staring at the barbecue they once relished, yet remained unmoving. Eventually, Liu Yu broke the stillness. That he turned to Li Zi, his gaze profound, and spoke in a low voice. Sister, may I touch your leg? Are you out of your mind? Now of all times, Li Zi shot him a glare, questioning the appropriateness of his words. Can't you choose a more suitable moment? I merely thought your woeful expression warranted a change of subject. And to Huang, you may continue eating without waiting for us. Your presence is of little consequence. Woof, Da Huang retorted, but soon realized he had little impact on the situation, so he lowered his head and obediently resumed eating. He needed to fill his belly. Only then would he have the strength to bite a foe. Were it not for the absence of spiritual energy emanating from Da Huang, Li Zi would have suspected him to be a spirit beast. This was her first encounter with such a perceptive dog. Disregarding him, she decided to share her own tale. After some persuasion, Lin Jianren granted them a respite, instructing them to gather outside the town the following morning. Thus, this moment became optimal for uncovering the events leading to their current predicament and devising a strategy. Li Zi hesitated, seemingly contemplating where to begin. Ultimately, she resolved to disclose everything about herself. She was born into the Lin family of the northern region, yet was not of their bloodline, but rather the offspring of a humble maidservant. Her birth was an accident, the result of a Lin family scion's drunken debauchery. After being forced to bear her, her mother harbored a deep-seated loathing for her existence, descending into madness within a few years, and ultimately perishing in a tragic drowning incident. The last image Li Zi had of her mother was one of despair, her eyes wide open, refusing to close, filled with hopelessness and resentment. She had not anticipated that fate would be so cruel, subjecting her to such tribulations. Her purity was sullied, her beloved husband brutally slain, and even the child she wished to forsake was beyond her reach. The Lin family loomed over her like a suffocating mountain. In the throes of madness and resentment, her mother met her end. This incident cast a long shadow over Li Zi's childhood. Despite exhibiting exceptional talent for cultivation from a young age, she remained unrecognized by the Lin family, as she was merely the daughter of a servant. Even her surname mirrored that of her mother. They had witnessed numerous prodigies, yet without protection, they fell like meteors, quickly extinguished. They coerced the young Li Zi into signing a soul contract before sending her to the Qingxuan Sect, hoping to curry favor with one of the 10 elders. Unfortunately, while the elder accepted her as a disciple, he treated her with indifference, ignoring her even as she stirred trouble. Even when she faced punishment, he never intervened. Liz had only seen her master twice, once during her initiation and once after her foundation establishment when he imparted techniques to her. Thereafter, he never contacted her again. She learned to thrive in the wild, becoming fierce and arrogant to avoid complications, until she eventually encountered an insurmountable obstacle. After Liu Yu concluded her tale, he sighed deeply. We've all had our share of misfortune. Between the three of us, we can't even muster a single mother to Liz, De Huang. While you speak the truth, you needn't have said it. I grasp your situation. Liu Yu suddenly shifted his expression to one of seriousness, earnestly questioning Li Zi. So, are you content? Are you willing to remain obedient and never resist? Are you satisfied to let others dictate your life? Are you ready to meet your end? Li Zi clenched her fists. She was not content. She raised her head, her eyes ablaze with fervor. You are cunning. Tell me what to do, and I shall follow your lead. Hey. Mind your words. What do you mean I am cunning? Liu Yu shot her a glance of exasperation. I am but an honest young man. Tomorrow, we shall proceed normally to fulfill the task. Leave the rest to me. I will devise a plan. Liu Yu perceived this as an opportunity, one that could enable Li Zi to entirely extricate herself from the Lin family's grasp. If it were any other member of the Lin family, he might have felt the situation was troublesome, but Lin Jianren. Liu Yu could not fathom a reason for his own defeat. Tomorrow, I will help you alleviate some of the restrictions, allowing you to regain your golden core cultivation. At that point, you will be tasked with protecting me. De Huang will not accompany us. I will ask that fisherman from the tailor shop to watch over him. Li Zi nodded in agreement. All right. Yet she soon sensed something amiss. Doubting her ears, she inquired suspiciously, You can alleviate some restrictions? Indeed, else you think I would dare wander near the boundless mountains? Then why didn't you do it sooner? Li Zi seized Liu Yu's attire, her face contorted with rage. You scoundrel! I've been hounded by a horde of spirit beasts for days, all to protect 2 worthless dogs. Otherwise, I could have simply turned back and annihilated them. Liu Yu calmly brushed off the saliva she had sprayed onto his face. But we haven't reached the point of danger yet. Besides, Master Baijiu said not to easily lift your restrictions. That woman! Li Zi trembled with fury. As the night deepened, the Linglu Tavern succumbed to darkness on the 2nd floor. De Huang lay comfortably in the doghouse crafted by Liu Yu, occasionally twitching as if experiencing a nightmare. Li Zi now resided on the same floor, having erected makeshift walls to separate her space from Liu Yu and the others. Since her cultivation had ceased, she relied on sleep to endure the long, dark nights. However, just moments ago, Liu Yu had restored her golden core cultivation, and a surge of spiritual energy refreshed her body like rain after a drought, banishing her weariness, sitting cross-legged on her bed. She pondered what clever plan Liu Yu might devise when she suddenly noticed him slipping out through the window. Standing by the window, she watched as his figure melded into the inky night. Unable to help herself, she muttered, That guy. He wouldn't he be considering fleeing at such a crucial moment? Would he? Though she knew he wouldn't he, the uncertainty lingered, for this was Liu Yu, and her knowledge of him was not entirely reliable. It was a perplexing situation. However, upon seeing De Huang still in a deep slumber, she felt reassured as long as De Huang was present. He wouldn't he abandon them. The following morning, Liu Yu and Li Zi walked side by side towards the town's outskirts. Along the way, Liu Yu couldn't suppress several yawns, prompting Li Zi to glance at him curiously. "Did you go thieving last night?" Liu Yu rolled his eyes, replying irritably, "Indeed, considering I'm about to die. I figured I might as well indulge in a night of revelry at the pleasure house." "What is wrong with that?" Li Zi spoke with a serious expression, saying, "From now on, you must refrain from venturing to that place. If you truly cannot resist, then—" At this point, she faltered, her face flushing crimson as if lost in thought, revealing that her mind was not occupied with anything serious. Liu Yu rubbed his eyes wearily and replied, "Last night, I took extra precautions to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Pay no heed. I assure you, I will handle this matter. All you need to do is follow my lead." Exhausted from several sleepless nights, he felt utterly drained. This morning, he had sent De Huang to the tailor's shop. Although De Huang had whimpered and wished to accompany him, after a stern reprimand from Liu Yu, it could only accept its master's decision with a drooping spirit. Liu Yu did not wish to bring it along, for the task at hand was exceedingly perilous. Upon exiting the town, they encountered Lin Jianren, who had been waiting for them at the city gate. Today he appeared considerably better, though still somewhat haggard. "If you had delayed any longer, I might have been compelled to annul our soul contract," he said with a light-hearted chuckle, though the underlying threat was unmistakable. "Rest assured, senior brother Lin, since I promised to assist you, I will certainly arrive." Liu Yu patted his chest, exuding an air of determination. In the next breath, he adopted a sycophantic demeanor, saying, "Is it now convenient for senior brother Lin to disclose the details of the mission? We are all here, and I assure you, this information will remain confidential." Lin Jianren nodded. It made sense to inform them now. Allowing them to prepare, sending them to their deaths without forewarning was not part of his strategy. He needed to extract their value first. "Follow me. We can discuss it en route." He drew his spirit sword, leaping onto its blade, which shot into the sky like a yellow comet. Liz and Liu Yu exchanged glances. She summoned her own spirit sword and swiftly positioned herself atop it. Liu Yu lightly touched the ground, and his body floated onto the sword, which then surged forward, quickly catching up to Lin Jianren. During their journey, Lin Jianren informed them of their mission. "Your task is to retrieve a rare celestial treasure. If you succeed, I will release you from the contract upon your return." Previously, while training in the boundless mountain range, he had stumbled upon a cave where he discovered a celestial treasure known as stalactite essence. This substance could refine one's body and was exceedingly precious. Practically priceless, he sought this essence to enhance his own capabilities. However, the stalactite essence was guarded by a formidable black-horned rock python at the nascent soul stage, and he had narrowly escaped with his life. Fortunately, once he exited the cave, the python did not pursue him further. After listening to Lin Jianren's description last night, Liu Yu immediately grasped his intentions that he had refrained from executing Li Zi at the behest of his family because he needed her to secure greater profits. Once Li Zi and the Blackhorn Rock Python were mutually weakened, he could step in to reap the benefits. At that point, he would acquire the Python's corpse, the stalactite essence, and the beautiful senior sister, all without lifting a finger. He suspected he would even be inclined to eliminate her himself when the time came, given the way she had looked at him yesterday. Should they defeat the guardian beast unharmed, he would likely still bind Li Zi with a soul contract, ready to annul it should she disobey him. Ensuring he faced no loss in any scenario, the odds favored him. How intriguing. "If you wish to play, I shall grant you this opportunity," Liu Yu thought, his eyes glinting coldly as he observed Lin Jianren leading the way on his sword. He relished gamblers, for they tread the fine line between triumph and failure. Bets made at the gaming table could yield rewards, yet they also risked losing everything. Now, it remained to be seen who would emerge as the ultimate victor. With the sword-flying speed typical of a golden core cultivator, they arrived at their destination in no time. Situated by a river, The area was characterized by towering mountains, with many rocky outcrops exposed. Lin Jianren skillfully guided them through the terrain until they reached the mouth of a cave. "This is the place. Proceed inside. I will wait here for you to bring out the stalactite essence. Should I fail to see what I desire, you understand the consequences," he admonished, gesturing toward the dark cave entrance, urging them to hurry. Without resistance, Liu Yu and Li Zi entered the cave, one after the other. The rock formations were exceedingly hard, and the entrance as well as the passage were somewhat narrow. After traversing a distance, they noticed the humidity increasing. The once dry ground had turned damp, and water droplets seeped from walls. Stalactites, formed over countless years, rose majestically from the ground, glimmering in hues of white jade and brownish yellow. Before long, the initially narrow path opened up dramatically, revealing a vast chamber with the ceiling soaring several meters above. The scale of this cavern was immense. At its center lay a small mound, on which coiled a massive serpent, a blackhorn python of enormous proportions, its body a striking light gray with black horns. Upon entering the cave, Li Zi had cast some concealment talismans on both Liu Yu and herself. Given their distance from the python, and the fact that it was currently in slumber while digesting the stalactite essence, they remained undetected. Upon sighting the creature, Liu Yu could not help but feel a profound he had never encountered such an extraordinary beast in his past life. Suddenly, Li Zi tugged at Liu Yu's sleeve and pointed in a specific direction. Following her gesture, Liu Yu noticed a stalactite hanging from the cave's ceiling, slowly dripping a drop of milky white essence into a shallow pool below. Clearly, this was their objective. "Let us proceed according to plan. Senior sister, it is time for you to showcase your abilities," Liu Yu urged, his mouth moving in silent encouragement. Without hesitation, Li Zi brandished her spirit sword and dashed toward the blackhorn python like a bolt of lightning. Sensing the presence of a living being, the python roused from its slumber, its golden vertical pupils devoid of emotion, immediately retaliating against Li Zi's sudden assault. IT regarded a golden core cultivator with disdain. Yet it would soon learn the folly of its underestimation. "Release," Liu Yu exclaimed, gesturing as he forcefully lifted Li Zi's restrictions, allowing her to regain her full strength for a brief period. In an instant, his complexion turned ashen. Even with the correct method to lift the restrictions, his cultivation at the 8th level of Qi refinement was insufficient to completely annul the contract. He could only temporarily relieve the constraints. Although this respite lasted mere minutes, it was ample time to alter the tide of battle. What followed was a one-sided onslaught within the depths of the underground cave in the boundless mountain range. The air was thick with moisture, the walls encrusted with calcified stone, and the temperature was a good 10 degrees lower than outside. Originally an excellent summer retreat, it soon descended into chaos. Boom! A series of terrifying shockwaves reverberated within the cavern. The pressure inside the cave surged abruptly, and a fierce wind pressure dispersed in all directions, cutting into Liu Yu's face like a razor. Even from a considerable distance away from the center of the cave, Liu Yu found it difficult to maintain his footing, grasping a nearby rock with one hand to steady himself. His gaze remained fixed on the chaotic battle unfolding within the cavern. The temporarily unleashed Li Zi was a force to be reckoned with. She stood atop the void, wielding a spiritual sword as she continuously inscribed intricate formations in the AI in mere moments. The surroundings were filled with arrays radiating a vibrant purple light. Each formation varied in shape, yet all emanated an overwhelming power. Liz, having restored her cultivation to the nascent soul stage, bore a serene expression, her eyes brimming with confidence. Purple spiritual energy coiled around her figure, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. The blackhorned rock python below roared in fury, its once indifferent golden vertical pupils now brimming with rage and urgency. Time and again, it attempted to launch itself into the air to thwart her formation. But each time it was repelled by the barriers surrounding Li Zi, crashing back to the ground and leaving deep craters in the solid rock. Even its colossal, unyielding body began to show signs of fatigue, the once formidable rock-like scales shattering and littering the ground. Outside the cavern, Lin Jianren observed the tremors coursing through the mountain as fragments of stone tumbled from the peak and rolled down the slope. Sensing the commotion stirred up by Li Zi's battle with the black-horned rock python, he narrowed his eyes with a sinister glee. It seemed the conflict had commenced. Let them fight, the more intense. The better. Once they are mutually exhausted, it will be my moment to shine. Lin Jianren lingered near the cave entrance, unwilling to venture inside. Should the black-horned rock python, in its death throes, suddenly detonate and take everyone with it, it would spell disaster. He certainly did not possess the same resilience as Li Zi. Moreover, he harbored concerns that she might allow the black-horned rock python to self-destruct, using it to eliminate him. He gazed toward the cavern's mouth, where torrents of violent spiritual energy surged forth. Even from such a distance, he could still feel the terrifying aura emanating from the battle. His expression turned wistful as he murmured to himself, "Soon, very soon, I shall possess such power. Once I obtain the stalactite spiritual liquid to cleanse my spiritual root and enhance my aptitude, I too will swiftly cultivate to the nascent soul stage." Ha ha! The nascent soul stage. My lifespan and cultivation will witness a monumental enhancement. However, I hope that insufferable Z does not perish too swiftly. To the very least, let me indulge myself before her demise. As for that foolish lad Liu Yu, a bit of torment followed by a swift end will suffice. After all, once we leave the Qingxuan Sect, who would care about the fate of a mere Qi refinement stage cultivator? Lin Jianren could no longer repress his fantasies about the events that would soon unfold, his expression turning ravenous and sinister. The patience that it will come soon, very soon. This is the essence of a nascent soul battle. Terrifying indeed. Liu Yu watched the clash between Li Zi and the black-horned rock python, filled with emotion. The roar of combat never ceased. Each strike from either side sent tremors through the earth. In a mere moment, the cavern had transformed into a scene of devastation. What once was a relatively smooth space had become riddled with craters and chaos. Fortunately, both the black-horned rock python and Li Zi had deliberately avoided the stone pillars that produced the stalactite spiritual liquid. Otherwise, even a victory would come at a great cost. Suddenly, a wave of weakness washed over him. Liu Yu's legs felt unsteady. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted. "Hurry! I cannot hold on much longer," Liu Yu shouted. He was under immense pressure. There was a task suited for the Foundation establishment stage. Yet here he was forcibly attempting it at the 8th level of Qi refinement, an unreasonable demand that Liz and the black-horned rock python heard Liu Yu's cry. Seeing a mere Qi refinement stage human, the black-horned rock python paid him no mind. Its entire focus was consumed by Li Zi. Should it let its guard down for even a moment, it would be met with a tempest of assaults. That human female was also at the nascent soul stage, yet her methods effectively restrained it, preventing it from unleashing its full potential. Truly, had you devoted yourself to cultivation, you would not be in such a weakened state now. Liz scoffed, but began the final stages of her endeavor. Unbeknownst to the black-horned rock python, the formations that had originally surrounded her had quietly spread throughout the vast cavern. As Li Zi pointed her sword at the black-horned rock python, it finally sensed something amiss, but by then it was too late. Demon slaughter locking spirit formation. Lock, Li Zi whispered softly. In an instant, all the formations erupted with formidable energy. Each independent formation intertwining to form a colossal array that enveloped the entire cavern. Chains of purple energy coalesced from the formation. Array Master, Li Zi, please instruct, she proclaimed, standing in midair with an extraordinary poise. Exuding an air of confidence born from her overwhelming strength, the black-horned rock python's golden vertical pupils widened in alarm. The sound of its hissing reverberating throughout the space. It was prepared to fight with all its might. With a tremendous crash, its powerful tail slammed into the ground, fracturing the earth. Its black horn radiated a dark glow, channeling nearly all its spiritual energy into the horn. The purple chains surged from all directions. This time it did not evade. The black horn locked onto Li Zi. The destructive black beam shot forth toward Li Zi. This attack was rapid, leaving her little time to evade completely. But fortunately, she was surrounded by dozens of defensive formations. She positioned these formations in front of herself to block the lethal assault of the black beam. Crack, bang. Formation after formation shattered instantaneously, and soon only a few defensive formations remained. However, the time they bought was sufficient for Liu to evade the black beam's attack. In a swift motion, she vanished like a specter, reappearing at another location. Yet the black beam did not relent. With a force that could obliterate anything in its path, it shattered the remaining defensive formations, crashing through the mountains and shooting toward the horizon in the skies above. A giant eagle-shaped spirit beast failed to evade the attack, suffering a direct hit and instantly disintegrating into a fine powder scattered across the heavens and earth. In unforeseen calamity, in the world of cultivation, tomorrow is always unpredictable, and one never knows what disaster may strike first. Thankfully, I did not venture inside. Lin Jinren's face turned ashen outside the cavern. The battle of the nascent soul stage was beyond the reach of a golden core stage cultivator like himself. Had he been present and seen as a threat by the black-horned rock python, the consequences would be unimaginable, but he felt a profound relief for the decision he had made. Sister, hurry up. If you dawdle any longer, you'll truly run out of strength. Inside the cavern, Liu Yu knelt on the ground, his face devoid of color. Beads of sweat coated his forehead like a fine mist. The sensation of his spiritual energy drying up was unbearable, akin to having pulled several all-nighters, on the verge of collapsing. Liu paid no heed to Liu Yu. She was already exerting herself. After all, the opponent was a mid-nascent soul stage spirit beast, and who knew how much stalactite spiritual liquid it had consumed. Its body was incredibly resilient, far more challenging to subdue than she had anticipated. Fortunately, after evading the black-horned rock python's final strike, she had managed to gain control over it. The countless purple spiritual binding chains conjured by the demon slaughter locking spirit formation ensnared the black-horned rock python securely. It opened its massive jaws, struggling desperately but failing to break free from its bonds. Done. Liu exhaled in relief upon witnessing this. It had gone more smoothly than she had anticipated. Phew. Liu Yu, hearing this, finally lowered his hand that had been maintaining the gesture. Collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion, he felt utterly drained. That was close. He nearly got completely drained by this sister of his. She a succubus or something? Liu Yu leaned against the stone wall, gasping for breath. Just as he reveled in this hard-won victory, a shadow loomed over him. Unbeknownst to him, Liu had approached, her face twisted in displeasure, looking down at this little rascal from a height. Master, senior sister? Liu Yu suddenly felt a pang of panic. Why did it seem like his white-clad maid sister was itching to give him a beating? Surely not. He had just won, after all. Indeed, Liu had the urge to strike Liu Yu. Yet, seeing him weak and drenched in sweat, looking rather pitiable, her heart softened. She couldn't bring herself to harm him. However, after much contemplation, her irritation resurfaced, and she flicked his forehead with force. How much have you kept from me? Liu was seething with frustration. He had revealed not a single detail, whether it pertained to restoring his golden core strength or the temporary lifting of restrictions. Had there not been an urgent situation, he likely intended to keep her in the dark for a lifetime. Enough, enough. Liu Yu waved his hand, indicating that he had disclosed everything he needed to why spiritual energy is nearly depleted. Senior sister, could you spare me 2 more recovery pills? I've finished the ones you gave me earlier. Liu Yu extended his hand, boldly begging. He was unable to afford the pills, but Liu was different. She had once been a Yuanying stage cultivator, possessing an abundance of spirit stones and elixirs. Now that she had regained some of her strength and could wield spiritual energy, she could naturally retrieve items from her storage bag. Liu was not stingy. She promptly tossed several bottles of elixirs to Liu Yu, who gratefully accepted them all. After swallowing 2 recovery pills, Liu Yu felt significantly better. Let us go have a proper chat with this blackhorn rock python, Liu said, her movements far more agile now that she had regained her golden core cultivation. She placed her hand on Liu Yu's shoulder and with a gentle push from her toes, they landed before the tightly bound black horn giant python, which had only its large head exposed. The python regarded the 2 humans with indifference in its golden slit pupils, having been restrained. It had already resigned itself to death. Yet, When it attempted to self-destruct, it found its spiritual energy firmly suppressed by the chains, rendering even suicide impossible. Liu Yu, enduring the python's oppressive aura, spoke. The novice handbook states that spiritual beasts can understand human speech. And those of the Yuanying stage can even speak human language. I believe we can have a conversation. The blackhorn rock python fixed its golden gaze on him, remaining silent. Silence ensued. The cavern echoed with his awkwardness. All right, no words then. Liu Yu laughed heartily. He snapped his fingers, looked up at his senior sister, and made a slicing gesture across his throat. Kill it. Once it's dealt with, we can proceed with Plan B. He was quite decisive. Liu Yu detested such dilly-dallying. Liz did not hesitate. She raised her spiritual sword and slashed at the python's head. Wait, what do you want to discuss under the shadow of death? The blackhorn rock python finally spoke, its voice grand and echoing, as if it were meant for a voice actor in a previous life. Are you not shameless? Why must you threaten me to get me to listen? Liu Yu kicked the python, which was bound by layers of chains. Though it did not inflict harm, it did relieve some of his frustration, but he could not tolerate being wronged. Life was too splendid. Why endure grievances? He was no punching bag. After kicking, he looked at the blackhorn rock python and got straight to the point. Cooperate with me, assist me with a small task, and then provide me with a portion of the stalactite spiritual liquid, after which we shall part ways. Why should I trust your word? Humans are as cunning as foxes. It had no choice. Death loomed or a gamble awaited. TSK, still hesitating? Liu Yu clicked his tongue in annoyance and gestured for Liz to act. She was equally resolute, drawing her sword to strike. If we can act, we shall not dawdle. Although now at the golden core stage, she could not finish it off in one blow. She had already left the creature battered and bruised. Many scales had fallen from its head, providing ample opportunity to strike. Wait, stop! After enduring several strikes, blood that shimmered with hints of gold oozed from the python. The intense pain triggered instinctual howls as it writhed and struggled. After Liz delivered about 10 blows, Liu Yu finally commanded her to cease. The severely wounded blackhorn rock python now understood. It could either comply or face death. Under duress, it chose to yield. At least there was hope. It would not give up. I agreed to cooperate, see? It would have been better to agree earlier rather than wait for a beating, Liu Yu remarked, signaling Liz to strike twice more. The blackhorn rock python with wide eyes protested, Did I not just say I would cooperate? Why must you still strike me? The plan is as such. How can we deceive the one outside without inflicting some harm upon you? Liu Yu flashed an innocent smile. Be good, and I shall make it up to you later. Soon, the cavern echoed with the python's anguished shrieks. Outside the cave, Lin Jianren also heard the wails. Instantly, excitement surged within him. The desperate cries of a creature on the brink of death. Soon, he would obtain what he desired. He envisioned his future self, undoubtedly standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, overlooking all beings. The lament of the blackhorn rock python as it faced death was heartrending. Its cries disturbed the surrounding creatures. Several spiritual beasts at the Qi refining and even foundation establishment stages fled in terror, unwilling to linger nearby. They understood the principle that when celestial beings clash, mortals suffer. Lin Jianren waited a while longer, estimating the time, and concluded that they should be emerging soon if they did not. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. He carried the sole contract of Liz with him. Should there be no movement shortly, he would tear it up. After all, she was just a woman, nothing compared to his own life. Another 10 minutes passed. As he had anticipated, movement finally stirred at the entrance of the cave. Just as he eagerly leaned forward to look, what met his eyes was not Liu Yu and Liz, but the menacing head of a grayish giant python adorned with black horns. Well, what? It's still alive. Why is this beast not dead? Lin Jianren was momentarily paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling. The terror he once felt when being hunted by the blackhorn rock python surged back. Just as he drew his spiritual sword, determined to flee, a voice called out to him. Senior Brother Lin, where are you going? Liu Yu's voice emerged from beneath the python's head, effectively disrupting Lin Jianren's escape plan. Liu Yu. Lin Jianren warily scrutinized the cave entrance. As the massive python drew nearer, he spotted Liu Yu beneath its head. The python's colossal body obscured most of Liu Yu, and coupled with Lin Jianren's earlier panic. He had failed to discern the situation accurately, leading to this misunderstanding. Lin Jianren exhaled in relief, though irritation bubbled beneath the surface. This fool must be deliberately trying to make a spectacle of him. Yet it was not the time to turn hostile. He remained cautious, observing Liu Yu, or more precisely, the corpse of the black-horned rock python that Liu Yu had laid before him. The guardian of the stalactite's spiritual liquid lay dead at his feet. Truly, it was a testament to the power of a Yuanying stage spiritual beast. They were said to be treasures in themselves. Liu Yu stood beside the black-horned rock python, moving his shoulders to ease the tension. Lin Jianren, however, did not approach. He scrutinized the lifeless body of the python, wary of a possible feigned death that could catch him off guard at that moment. The head of the black-horned rock python was a gruesome sight. Its life force extinguished. Despite this, he remained uneasy. Bringing his index and middle fingers together, he pointed at the creature, prompting the spirit's sword hanging at his waist to shoot forth. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal resonated sharply. The spirit sword pierced the bloodied head of the black-horned rock python, only to be thwarted by its resilient skull. At this point, Lin Jianren exhaled a sigh of relief that it was finally dead. Initially, he had intended to target the python's eyes, which were evidently remarkable and could fetch a handsome price. However, if he had overthought the situation, he would have faced considerable losses. Now, it seemed his foresight had served him well. Having confirmed the demise of the black-horned rock python, Lin Jianren smiled at Liu Yu and inquired, "Where is Miss Li Zi? I haven't seen her." Liu Yu's expression darkened as he replied, "Senior sister was gravely injured by this beast's dying counterattack and is currently unable to move. Thus, I came out to fulfill your task." Lin Jianren wore a mocking expression, wholly unconvinced. Miss Li Zi was a formidable force, rarely facing opponents of her caliber at the nascent soul stage. Could she truly have been injured? "Liu, you must be jesting. Just now, you witnessed the black beam that pierced the mountains and split the sky." Liu Yu retorted indignantly. Even a body-refining cultivator would be left severely wounded by such an attack. "Ah, and what of the stalactite spirit liquid I requested? I can return to retrieve it from the cave, or you could go yourself." Lin Jianren stepped back, suspicion rising. "You are attempting to lure me into the cave, are you not?" He produced a soul contract from his robe. "Summon her forth." "What do you mean, Lin Shixiao?" Liu Yu's face darkened, his fists clenching involuntarily. "We have completed your instructions, and we do not wish to keep the body of the black-horned rock python. We offer it all to you, hoping merely that you will honor your promise that I shall not repeat myself. Summon her now." Lin Jianren ripped off his facade, his face contorted with malice. The menacing aura he exuded was palpable. Liu Yu remained silent, his unwillingness evident. Just as Lin Jianren prepared to tear up the soul contract, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows of the cave. Liz's expression mirrored his own displeasure. "We have fulfilled the task you set. What more do you desire?" Lin Jianren did not respond to her query, but erupted into maniacal laughter. "Huh, you truly sought to deceive me into entering, laying a trap to catch me off guard. Miss Z, you are renowned as a genius in array formations of the Qingxuan Sect. I suppose you have laid countless traps within the cave, waiting for me to step in. You cannot strike against me, but Liu Yu can. You intend to use him to do your bidding. Regrettably, my nature inclines towards wariness. How could I possibly fall into your snare?" His words caused Liu Yu and Li Zi to exchange incredulous glances, particularly Liu Yu, whose shock was palpable. "What the hell? When did I become so sinister? I am a good person." Lin Jianren misinterpreted Liu Yu's expression, believing he had discerned the entirety of their scheme, which only fueled his arrogance further. Pointing at Li Zi, Lin Jianren commanded, "Break Liu Yu's limbs, otherwise I shall destroy the soul contract." Liu Yu's face turned ashen, while Lin Jianren awaited the ensuing spectacle with eager anticipation. Even if he tore up the soul contract, Li Zi would not perish. Yet, she would suffer grave spiritual trauma, her cultivation would regress, and her consciousness would become muddled. In that state, she would be left vulnerable. Ha! Yet, as he focused intently on Liu Yu and Li Zi, an unseen threat loomed behind him. The once dead black-horned rock python suddenly rolled its eyes, the milky film replaced by golden vertical pupils. The pill Liu Yu had fed it had worn off, and it revived from its feigned death state. Upon opening its eyes, it wasted no time. Like a bolt of lightning, it lunged and seized half of Lin Jinren's body. "You foolish creature! You brought these two plagues to me, didn't you? You dare desecrate my corpse? I shall devour you, you great fool!" Enraged, the black-horned rock python showed no mercy, biting off half of Lin Jinren's body in one swift motion. The hand that held Li Zi's soul contract was severed cleanly, falling to the ground amidst a pool of blood, an utterly tragic sight. Yet, not a single soul felt pity for his plight. He had it coming to it is often said that villains perish due to their elaborate schemes, and there is truth in that. Liu Yu chuckled lightly as he pried open the severed hand still clutching the soul contract. Retrieving it and tossing it towards Li Zi, he disdainfully kicked the severed hand aside. With the master of the contract dead, the soul bond would dissolve. Liu Yu was aware of this. Thus he regarded the half-bodied Lin Jinren with indifference. This man had long overstayed his welcome, wasting air and tarnishing the beauty of the world. The black-horned rock python seemed equally resentful towards Lin Jinren, its razor-sharp jaws clamping down on the remnant of his body, shaking its head violently to vent its frustration. Once a law cultivator was caught in the clutches of a robust spirit beast, the outcome was all but certain: utter domination, with no hope of retaliation. Yet, even in his diminished state, Lin Jinren clung to life, for the vitality of Golden Core Cultivator was remarkably tenacious. If he were to be released now, he would likely survive. Coughing violently, he expelled blood mixed with fragments of his own organs, his visage a grotesque display of crimson and disbelief. How could a spirit beast possibly heed human commands? Unless raised from a young age through a prolonged taming process, they would never collaborate with humans. "What vile sorcery have you wrought? You wouldn't want to know. Just resign yourself to death," Liu Yu replied, digging into his ears, uninterested in further conversation, his patience waning. "I am of the Lin family. If you kill me, they will not rest until they seek vengeance." He was still grappling for a lifeline. "Oh, how frightful," Liu Yu retorted dismissively, gesturing for the black-horned rock python to cease its antics. "Give me a moment. I must thoroughly torment this fellow before his demise. Only then will I find satisfaction." The black-horned rock python seethed with rage. Reflecting on its recent tribulations only fueled its ire. Had it known better, it would never have let this human escape. He had indeed brought about its ruin. "You wish for death too?" Liu Yu's question, laced with doubt, doused the python's fury like a bucket of cold water. Now, with a chance to survive, it cherished the opportunity dearly. Only when faced with the brink of death does one truly grasp the value of life. Frustrated, the black-horned rock python flung Lin Jinren high into the air, opening its gaping maw below. "No, please, I do not wish to die. I am not ready to go." Lin Jinren's face contorted with terror. The chilling aura of death enveloped him, and in that moment, he truly felt despair. Thud! As the jaws of the black-horned rock python, adorned with sharp teeth, closed shut, Lin Jinren, the cultivator from the Lin family, was utterly extinguished from this world. After devouring Lin Jinren, the python slightly recoiled, warily observing Liu Yu and Li Zi. Hesitating to flee at once, that it was uncertain whether it could escape. In its prime, it could not defeat that woman, let alone in its currently wounded state. However, what if these humans suddenly changed their minds? Narrowing its golden eyes, it began to seek an escape route, and one wished to sit idly by, and the spirit beast felt the same way. Suddenly, an idea seemed to strike it. Its golden eyes narrowed sharply as it gazed at Liu Yu. A hypothesis emerged. Meanwhile, Li Zi looked down at the soul contract in her hand, witnessing the name in the contract's principal section gradually fading away, followed by the entire contract igniting into nothingness. A profound sense of liberation surged within her. Unbeknownst to her, tears welled in her eyes, cascading down her delicate cheeks, seemingly washing away the grievances and repression of the years. She wiped away her tears, smiling as she raised her gaze to Liu Yu. That moment, she also noticed a shift in the python's expression, an ominous premonition flooding her senses. "This is bad." Without a moment's hesitation, She dashed toward Liu Yu before the black-horned rock python could act. Faster, even faster, hurry. It was her fault. Liu Yu had previously warned her that after Lin Jinren's demise, she must be cautious of the black-horned rock python, for it might turn against them. She cursed herself for becoming lost in the joy of freedom. Just when they were at their most vulnerable, the black-horned rock python struck. Its limestone-colored tail lashed out like a whip towards Liu Yu. Despite Liu Yu's vigilance, he ultimately underestimated the terrifying might of a Yuaning tier spirit beast. The tail transformed into a fleeting shadow, and before Liu Yu could react, it was upon him. I'm going to die. This was the instinctive thought that crossed Liu Yu's mind. Bang. Contrary to his expectation of being utterly crushed by the python strike, it was Li Zi who intervened. She barely managed to catch up, using her body to shield him. Yet, in her current golden core cultivation, she was incapable of withstanding such a blow. The physical strength of a Yuaning tier spirit beast was extraordinarily formidable. Aside from those specializing in physical cultivation, few cultivators of the same realm could endure its might. This strike sent her, and Liu Yu hurtling away, crashing violently against the rocky wall. Ha! I will not sit idly by. Just wait. When I transform into a dragon, I will surely take your lives. The black-horned rock python harbored no desire to pursue its advantage and decisively chose to flee as it sped away. It did not forget to utter a few venomous threats. Had it not been so cowardly, glancing back, it would have noticed that Li Zi had been gravely injured by its tail and was no longer able to fight. You wretched serpent, do not let me see you again. Li Zi struggled to rise from the shattered rock wall, her expression icy as she watched the python retreat. Her condition was dire. Blood streamed down from her head, staining her exquisite face, a gruesome sight. Even though she had covered her body with spiritual energy, she was still gravely injured from that blow, and her consciousness began to waver. Liu Yu was also suffering, but his condition was relatively better compared to Li Zi. Senior sister, are you all right? I'm fine. Liz shook her head. Though her thoughts were beginning to blur, she understood she could not afford to lose consciousness now. She glanced at the sky, realizing dusk was approaching. Given their current state, they could not remain in this area overnight. The sun is setting. We must leave here quickly. She steeled her resolve, took out a healing elixir, and summoned her spirit sword. Let us go. Liu Yu nodded, and together they mounted the spirit sword, departing from this perilous place. Should the black-horned rock python realize something was amiss and return, they had no confidence in their current state to defeat it. After their departure, a woman clad in a sheer white garment appeared at the cave entrance. She watched Liu Yu and Li Zi leave, yawning out of boredom. Oh, how delightful. I don't even need to intervene. Youngsters ought to hone their skills and learn from a few beatings. That Wai Li rubbed her eyes. Looking somewhat drowsy, I should head back to sleep. Perhaps I'll hide with my disciple for a while, to avoid being pestered by that annoying woman Baijio. Even after relocating to Qingfeng town to serve as the town chief, she still wouldn't let me be. It's outrageous. Li Zi led Liu Yu away from the black-horned rock python's lair, fleeing toward the outskirts. Their previous location was somewhat centrally positioned at the periphery of the endless mountain range. The journey there had taken several hours of sword flight, and the return would be no different. Fortunately, with their golden core cultivation, once they reached the edge, they would be considerably safer. The golden sun in the horizon began to dip towards the western mountains. Its radiant glow cascaded over the land, draping the peaks along their path in a golden cloak. The view above was breathtaking. Yet neither Li Zi nor Liu Yu had the heart to appreciate the scenery at that moment. After pushing through to the edge of the endless mountain range, Li Zi felt her strength waning. The black-horned rock python strike had indeed been terrifying. It was no wonder it had charged directly at her in the cave, attempting to pull her into its domain of battle. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Li Zi could no longer suppress the chaotic spiritual energy within her, her vision darkening as she collapsed. Without her spiritual energy to support her, the spirit sword beneath her seemed to lose its fuel. Plummeting downwards? Oh no. Senior sister, you can't sleep while driving. It's dangerous. In free fall, Liu Yu grasped the sword with one hand while clutching Li Zi with the other, shaking her vigorously, but to no avail. Oh no. Driving while fatigued is truly perilous. Liu Yu held Li Zi close, glancing down to gauge their altitude above the ground. After 2 seconds, he could no longer maintain his composure. Damn it! How am I supposed to know how many meters that is? I am a liberal arts student, Liu Yu grumbled, but his actions were swift. He stowed Li Zi's spirit sword and retrieved a mundane sword from his storage pouch. Li's spirit sword recognized its master, so he could not wield it. Although his ordinary sword had poor spiritual energy conduction efficiency, it would suffice for a brief use, when they were still at a considerable height above the ground. Liu Yu infused his spiritual energy into the sword, using it to slow their descent. The energy poured forth like a torrent, flowing freely, and Liu Yu could hardly sustain it for long. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize their fall, gradually returning to solid ground. Once his feet touched the earth, Liu Yu let out a sigh of relief. The sensation of solid ground beneath his feet was truly delightful. He then looked at the unconscious Li Zi, feeling a wave of frustration. Senior sister, you seem to be sleeping quite soundly, but how are we supposed to return? Liu Yu sighed deeply. He gazed at the setting sun, feeling somewhat troubled. They were now at the edge of the endless mountain range, and walking back would likely take several hours. Liu Yu could only hope that this last stretch of their journey would be free of any unforeseen incidents. Huff, huff. The sound of heavy breathing gradually became clearer in her ears. When Li Zi awoke once more, she found herself being carried on Liu Yu's back. Let me go. She attempted to struggle free, but Liu Yu held her firmly. Stop fussing. Just admit you're injured. You didn't die at the hands of Lin Jianren or the black-horned rock python. Instead, you nearly met your end by falling just now. I'm fine. I truly am fine, aside from feeling dizzy. I am perfectly well. No. That is not the case at all. Liz caused a ruckus once again. Liu Yu found it somewhat bothersome, clicking his tongue before freeing one hand to deliver a heavy slap to her backside. Stop messing around. We'll be back soon. If you keep this up, I'll toss you back to feed the snakes. It seemed that Liu Yu's threat had taken effect, for Li Zi ceased her antics. However, her lowered face was flushed crimson, reaching the roots of her ears. Having received no guidance on how to navigate life since childhood, she had never been taught how to interact with others, forcing her to rely on her own instincts. That on one occasion, she had inadvertently injured a disciple of the Lin family who had bullied her. Although she was punished, that disciple never dared to trouble her again. Eventually, she discovered that possessing sufficient strength could shield her from bullying and even allow her to bully others, which gradually cultivated a demeanor akin to that of a wicked woman, that if someone sought trouble, she would confront them. If she found someone displeasing, she would strike. When faced with uncertainty, she would act. Upon regaining her senses, she found no obstacles before her. When she looked back, all those behind her were vanquished. She had slowly begun to develop an air of pride and confidence that it seemed that no one had ever witnessed this vulnerable side of her. After a moment's hesitation, she softly murmured, "Thank you." Liu Yu, who was walking, stumbled slightly, nearly falling over. What the hell? That "thank you" sounded rather soft, and I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? I'll hit you. Ouch, you still want to hit me? Don't think that just because you've regained your golden core cultivation, you re-impressive. Be careful, or I might just shake the bell and topple you. The two exchanged playful banter until they gradually quieted down. After walking for a while, Liu Yu felt that trudging along in silence was rather dull. So he initiated a conversation. Why the sudden urge to thank me? Do I need a reason to express my gratitude? Li Zi replied, somewhat speechless. After contemplating for a moment, she finally said, "Perhaps I should thank you for granting me freedom." Freedom? No. You still have to work for me for a while. Liu Yu chuckled mischievously. The beast lurking in the shadows, poised to ambush, fled at the sound of his devilish laughter. Humans are terrifying. Li Zi rolled her eyes. After a brief silence, she inquired, "Why would you go this far? This isn't to your concern." This fellow was particularly cautious of his own life, even more so than De Huang. Remarkably, he had chosen to risk entanglement in her affairs with the Lin family for his own sake. Who knows? Perhaps I simply don't want my maidservant to be distracted by other matters and unable to properly earn me sparkling spirit stones. His response left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Feel disheartened all you want. Just obediently work for me. By the way, sister, you have quite a good figure. Your legs feel amazing. You're insufferable. Li Zi rested her chin on Liu Yu's shoulder. softly chiding him with a laugh. She leaned against his back, closing her eyes to savor this peculiar sensation. Liu Yu's back was warm and comfortable, emanating a refreshing, natural fragrance. Quite pleasant. She found herself quite fond of this feeling. Just as Li Zi was about to drift off into slumber, the howl of a wolf suddenly pierced the air. Birds took flight in panic from the trees. Liu Yu was taken aback. What are we afraid of? Just as I feared. The last time he had been here, he had been pursued by these very wolves. These wolves were the predators lurking at the edge of the boundless mountain range. Although they typically possessed a cultivation level of only the 3rd or 4th layer of qi refinement, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Upon hearing the sound, Liu Yu immediately bolted, summoning every ounce of strength. The rustling of the surrounding foliage signaled the approach of several massive black-furred wolves, drool dripping from their jaws as they relentlessly pursued. Run, run. They're gaining on us. Li Zi tightened her legs around Liu Yu's waist, urging him to flee faster. That I'm running, with all my might. Huh, you call that running? I'm not your horse, Liu Yu protested, carrying the raucous girl on his back as they sped away under the autumn sunset. Li Zi, sprawled on Liu Yu's back, felt an unprecedented lightness of spirit. She unexpectedly unveiled a pure, sunlit smile reminiscent of a youthful girl. Two lonely souls had discovered each other. Past grievances were forgotten, and the future held promise. One hand rested on Liu Yu's shoulder while the other pointed ahead, playfully urging him to run faster. Laughter echoed through the twilight when Liu Yu and Li Zi returned to Qingxuan town. It was already deep into the night. The journey had turned out to be farther than Liu Yu had anticipated. He had originally intended to fetch De Huang as well, but considering the late hour, he had to abandon that plan. Early the next morning, he intended to venture out. Liz had wanted to accompany him, but was stopped by Liu Yu. Take care of your injuries. It's no small feat to withstand a blow from a nascent soul beast. Without waiting for Li's response, he set off alone. She glared at his departing figure, fuming. Scoundrel. Just because I'm no longer of use, you discard me. As Liu Yu walked along the familiar streets, the crisp morning air invigorated him. Qingfeng town remained a bastion of harmony and tranquility. There were no treacherous intrigues, as in the boundless mountain range, no bloody skirmishes with spirit beasts, and no need for constant vigilance. This was the essence of a town, offering a haven for the brave cultivators who dared enter the boundless mountain range, providing them a place to rest and heal their spirits. Liu Yu found great beauty in this simplicity. Then, he witnessed a beggar's money being stolen by a fool. He saw a blind man signaling to a nearby mute to take notice, prompting the mute to shout loudly for help, startling the deaf passerby. Soon after, a hunchback stepped forward to block the thief, and a cripple kicked him down, while a wanted criminal bound him and turned him over to the enforcement team. During the proceedings, a pockmarked man interjected, suggesting they let it slide for his sake. Liu Yu thought to himself, what a mess. What had happened in the short time he had been away? It felt as though the world had gone awry. With a sense of helplessness, he arrived at the tailor shop and knocked on the door vigorously. Open up, delivering warmth from the community. Stop sleeping and open the door. Early in the morning, are you trying to get yourself killed? A deep voice resounded from within the tailor shop. A burly man on the second floor abruptly swung open the window, cursing at Liu Yu below. Wong Wong, Wu Wu. De Huang, upon hearing Liu Yu's voice, whimpered excitedly. The tailor shop owner picked him up and brought him to the window. Upon seeing Liu Yu, De Huang's eyes sparkled, breaking free from the owner's grasp and leaping down toward Liu Yu. Is it really necessary for both humans and dogs to be this excited? The owner murmured, not overly concerned for De Huang's safety. After all, the one waiting below was someone De Huang would leap from a building to see. Anyone who could inspire such trust in him certainly wouldn't let him down. When Liu Yu caught De Huang, who was bounding toward him with an ecstatic grin, his eyes suddenly felt a bit moist. This dog was the only one who could express such unreserved affection toward him. After just one day apart, he had missed him dearly. He steadied himself and laughed heartily while rubbing De Huang's head. The dog wiggled its backside, joyfully licking Liu Yu's face. Its happiness was simple and its joy unmistakable. De Huang, I miss you so much. Wang. Wu Wu. The tailor shop owner descended and opened the door, unable to bear the touching reunion between man and dog any longer. Enough already. How disgusting can you two be? Liu Yu shot him a glance, a disdainful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Don't mind him, De Huang. This old bachelor doesn't understand the ironclad bond we share. Wang. The proprietor of the tailor shop had prominent veins bulging on his forehead. This rascal resembled a durian, bristling with thorns and exuding a foul odor. Suddenly, Liu Yu squinted at the tailor, patting the head of his large yellow dog to signal it to remain quiet. The dog obediently ceased its antics. Though it continued to gaze longingly at Liu Yu, its tail wagging enthusiastically. What is wrong? Why such a piercing gaze? Is there something on my face? The tailor continued. Have you been indulging again lately? You mustn't speak so recklessly. How could I possibly be that sort of person? I'm a paragon of virtue. Indeed, I'm a paragon of virtue. You must not spread baseless rumors. The increasingly flustered tailor spoke with growing confidence, to the point where he almost convinced himself. Yet, Liu Yu found the words increasingly familiar, as if he had heard them somewhere before. He interrupted the tailor's incessant rambling. Shouldn't you take a look at your own complexion? My complexion? What about it? Liu Yu retrieved a mirror from his storage pouch and tossed it to him. Take a look for yourself. Those dark circles under your eyes and your pallid complexion. TSK. You should exercise some restraint, my friend, lest you find yourself dead in bed one day. If it comes to that, I can share a folk remedy with you that might help you recover a bit. The tailor raised an eyebrow and replied solemnly, Oh, pray tell. I mean to say, I have a friend who is in need. Conjuring friends out of thin air again, are we? Liu Yu shot him a disapproving glance and declared, 10 dogs in a cage, 9 females and 1 male. After being confined for days, release them and observe what they eat. Eat alongside the dogs, and you shall surely gain strength. The tailor, upon hearing this, lowered his head in contemplation before shifting his gaze to the large yellow dog. I swear on my mother. What are you plotting? My dear Yellow is still a pup. Liu Yu, sensing the tailor's intentions towards the dog, immediately became agitated, swiftly shielding the dog behind him and glaring at the anxious proprietor. That moment, their friendship was on the verge of collapse. Recognizing the perilous nature of the tailor's intentions, Liu Yu swiftly scooped up the large yellow dog and fled, not allowing the tailor a moment to speak. This treacherous dog servant lacks loyalty. I merely wish to take the yellow for some joy. How petty he is! After muttering a few words, the tailor glanced at the mirror once more. His surprise, he indeed appeared considerably more haggard than before. Yet he remained as handsome as ever. It is no wonder I am so striking. Even Liu Yu must concede that I surpass him in looks. He nodded in satisfaction. But the moment Liu Yu's words echoed in his mind, he could no longer smile. Initially, he had no intention of taking Liu Yu's words to heart. But he gently touched his aching waist. Although he insisted he was fine, his body seemed to express otherwise. It had its own thoughts. Perhaps it would be prudent to heed the warning. After all, dying in bed in such a manner would tarnish his lifelong reputation. It appeared he had no choice but to retreat for now. Hopefully, the newcomer Chui would not miss him too much. The tailor, supporting his waist, returned to his quarters with a face full of reluctance. Recently, a brothel had opened in Qingxuan town, where the second floor was accessible to mortals, the third to cultivators, and the fourth to those of the golden core level and above. Even the second floor had been enough to keep him entranced. One could only imagine the celestial wonders of the third and fourth. Will I ever have the chance to visit the third or fourth floor in this lifetime? Liu Yu remained oblivious to the tailor's thoughts. After leaving, he took the large yellow dog to buy 10 buns, all filled with its favorite pork, thin-skinned and generously filled, a true testament to quality. He found a staircase to sit upon, feeding the dog 2 buns while indulging himself as well. As the morning progressed, more pedestrians began to appear, in stark contrast to the hurried pace of the crowd. Liu Yu and the large yellow dog savored their buns in a scene of tranquility and warmth. After consuming 2 buns, the dog was unable to eat any more. Liu Yu, having eaten 3, also felt a bit overwhelmed. Yet having purchased them, it seemed wasteful to simply discard them. Suddenly, he recalled that he had yet to express gratitude to a certain someone. He glanced at the buns in his hand, and an idea sparked. He led the large yellow dog to the residence of the current town mayor. The guards, upon seeing Liu Yu, nodded in acknowledgement and allowed him entry without hindrance. Liu Yu navigated effortlessly to a particular door and knocked gently. "Master, do not sleep. Your disciple brings delicacies to express gratitude." Yili had come to Qingfeng town on by Jiu's recommendation to purchase wine. And during their casual conversation, Liu Yu had noted her arrival, but he had thought that if he ever encountered someone too formidable to confront, he would seek her assistance. Liu Yu indeed followed through with that plan. Yili was aware of Lin Jinren's situation, yet she chose to remain uninvolved, preferring to luxuriate on a soft bed, blissfully sleeping away the days. Despite Liu Yu's entreaties, she feigned ignorance, driving him to frustration. Finally, with a flourish of her sleeve, she declared, "I shall seek by Jiu to become my master instead. I will return your gifts later." Upon hearing this, Liu Yu felt an immediate heaviness in his legs. Looking down, he found the beautiful, slumbering figure on the bed had unwittingly wrapped her arms around his leg, wearing a smile akin to that of the large yellow dog seeking favor. Yili had relented, but she made it clear that she would only intervene at critical moments to save them. "If I have to step in, what fun will you have left?" True growth comes from experiencing life and death crises firsthand. Only by overcoming such challenges can one truly mature. With that, she unceremoniously pushed Liu Yu out. In truth, she simply found it too bothersome to intervene. Now that matters had settled, Liu Yu thought it wise to express his gratitude. Although she had not played a significant role, the door creaked open. Liu Yu, with a large yellow dog in tow, stepped inside. His nominal master lay propped up on the bed, one hand supporting her head. Eyes still heavy with sleep, her pristine white attire barely concealing her form. "What delicacies have you brought?" Liu Yu tossed a paper bag to her. Wiley caught it, and upon seeing the large pork buns inside, wore an expression of disbelief. "Really, as my disciple, could you not show a modicum of respect? You call these few buns gourmet food? Did you and the large yellow dog merely eat the leftovers?" It seemed her disciple had little understanding of the concept of honoring one's teacher. "I must take time to teach him proper etiquette," she thought. Liu Yu remained unfazed. If his master lacked the demeanor of a teacher, how could he be expected to embody the essence of a diligent disciple? With the foundation askew, how could the structure stand straight? After conversing for a while, Liu Yu took his leave. He departed. Yili mentioned that she would visit him soon to fulfill her responsibilities as a mentor and guide him, her foolish disciple. Liu Yu initially dismissed her words as mere trifles, but a few days later, he discovered she was quite serious. One morning, a knock at the door roused Liu Yu from slumber. Irritated, he trudged downstairs, opening the door to find his master's foolish-faced. Yili greeted him with a broad smile. "My dear disciple, I've come to seek refuge." Bang! Liu Yu slammed the door shut. What a ghastly sight to behold so early in the morning. Bang, 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 rebellious disciple. "Open the door." Yili persisted outside, with a creak. Liu Yu opened the door, eyeing her warily. "What do you want?" "I missed you, so I came." Bang! The door was shut once more. Bang, bang, bang. "By Jiu, that workaholic, said you were preparing to establish your foundation, that I've come to help you suppress your cultivation." "Open the door." Upon hearing Yili's words, Liu Yu's expression subtly shifted. "Indeed, Master Bai Jiu is commendable, always considering my well-being and remaining concerned about my cultivation, unlike a certain inept master." Ultimately, Liu Yu opened the door and allowed Yili to enter the tavern. Li Zi, who was upstairs, overheard their conversation and, filled with curiosity, descended to see what Liu Yu's master was like. Liu Yu's master has arrived. As she descended the stairs and caught sight of Yili, she suddenly found herself momentarily captivated. Yili was undeniably beautiful, exuding an ethereal aura. If she were to remain silent and stand still, her expression slightly aloof, she could easily be mistaken for a celestial being who had descended from the heavens. A true beauty among mortals. However, once she spoke, the charm dissipated. Yili also noticed Li Zi. Upon seeing her come down from upstairs, Yili raised an eyebrow, her gaze laden with unspoken significance. My disciple, are you still indulging in the art of concealing your beloved? One wouldn't expect such playfulness from the youth, but remember, your current task is to solidify your foundation. Moderation is key." With a mischievous elbow nudge to Liu Yu, Yili chuckled lewdly. Her knowing demeanor made Liu Yu want to kick her out. What kind of shameless master is this? After witnessing the affectionate exchange between Yi Li and Liu Yu, Li Zi instinctively narrowed her eyes, sensing that this woman might not be easy to deal with. Yi Li, however, paid little mind to Li Zi. She was too weary to think. Upon entering the room, Yi Li had a singular focus. By the way, disciple, where is my bed? Where shall I sleep? Liu Yu led her upstairs and pointed to Da Huang's dog bed. Sleep there. Yi Li, coming back to her senses. She looked as if she might cry, tremblingly pointing at the dog bed. You must be joking, right? This is a joke, isn't it? Not a joke. There truly is no bed available. You will sleep where Da Huang sleeps. No, no, no. While I am not picky about my sleeping arrangements, a dog bed is simply unacceptable. Is this how you treat your master? Yi Li's face was one of utter shock. If the cultivation world learned that she slept in a dog bed, how could she possibly hold her head high? Liu Yu gazed at her in confusion. What are you talking about? Da Huang's dog bed is not for you. I will move it over here. And in that spot, I will place a bed for you. His words. Yi Li sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Her disciple still possessed some sense. The dog bed is precious. I handcrafted it and cannot allow you to sleep in it. Liu Yu's vigilant gaze made her heart ache that moment. Li Zi interjected, saying, Don't you think it's a bit cramped for 3 people here? Why don't we leave and rent a small courtyard outside, so each person can have their own room? Liu Yu's eyes brightened at the idea. However, remembering his meager supply of spirit stones, the brightness dimmed once more. Never mind. You all can rent a place. I will not go. I cannot afford to waste my spirit stones like that. Yi Li yawned nonchalantly. I came here for my disciple. Wherever my disciple goes, I shall follow, to spare myself from that woman's incessant chatter. Li Zi. Liu Yu raised an eyebrow, glancing at Li Zi. Indeed, now that she has reached the golden core stage, she can access her storage bag and has spirit stones, so there is no need for her to squeeze into the second floor with them. Sensing Liu Yu's gaze, Li Zi hurriedly turned her head away, avoiding his eyes. I was merely suggesting, I don't have many spirit stones either, and this place is closest to the tavern. I'm too lazy to run around. Liu Yu sighed regretfully, stroking Da Huang's head. Very well. It seems that Da Huang's space on the second floor will once again be reduced. Poor thing. Da Huang. Bear with it a little longer. It won't be long before I save up for another 2 or 3 years' worth of spirit stones. Then we shall find a spacious spot in the sect to build a house, where you can frolic to your heart's content. Woof! Da Huang nuzzled up to Liu Yu, looking quite pleased. The passage of time brought forth 2 years. Over these 2 years, Liu Yu had matured considerably. His demeanor and appearance markedly different from 2 years prior. He appeared more refined and composed. Dressed impeccably, he radiated an aura reminiscent of a jade-like gentleman, unparalleled in the world. After experiencing 2 cycles of seasons, on this wintry day, Liu Yu successfully ascended to the foundation establishment stage. His advancement was remarkably smooth. He had already reached the 10th level of Qi refinement a year and a half prior, achieving perfection, and was ready to break through to foundation establishment. However, Yi Li instructed him to delay his ascension, using her own power to suppress his cultivation. There's no rush. A little restraint is beneficial for future cultivation. With that, Yi Li tossed a remark over her shoulder and returned to her slumber. Whenever he was on the verge of breaking through, Yi Li would awaken and help him maintain his composure. This continued for over a year until, on this day, he naturally broke through. Exhaling slowly, Liu Yu emerged from his meditative state, his eyes flickering with a pale blue light. The aura of the foundation establishment stage emanated from him. Liu Yu meticulously sensed the changes within his body, clenched his fist, and felt an unprecedented surge of power. From this day forth, I too am a foundation establishment practitioner. The sheer joy of feeling his progress so vividly was exhilarating. With a swift leap, he sprang from his bed. Sister Zi, come spar with me. 10 minutes later, Liu Yu, with a bruised face, cowered behind the counter, groaning pitifully. Da Huang looked on with concern. He simply could not understand Liu Yu's sudden bout of madness. Seeking a fight for no reason, was it really necessary to go so hard? It was merely a sparring session. Da Huang, let us ignore her today. Come, let us play by ourselves. Liu Yu scooped up Da Huang and exited the tavern. Li Zi watched him storm off in a huff, unable to suppress a wry smile. Ascending in cultivation was indeed a momentous occasion. Let him vent his frustrations as long as he doesn't head to a brothel. It's fine. After leaving the tavern, Liu Yu dashed out of the city, retrieving a second-hand spirit sword he had acquired for 100 spirit stones at the city gate, though it appeared ordinary. Once infused with spirit energy, it could soar. A spirit sword, indeed, was remarkable. Its efficiency in converting spirit energy far surpassed that of his previous sword. Previously, when riding on Liu and the other spirit swords, he felt an overwhelming sense of security, devoid of any fear. But now, it was different. This was his first attempt at flying on his own. Liu Yu felt a surge of excitement. Back when he was a high school student, he had often daydreamed in the corridor on evenings painted with fiery clouds. The corridor was bustling with students, some chatting, some fooling around, and others engrossed in their books, all radiating youthful exuberance and smiles. Yet, there were always a few unfortunate souls who preferred solitude amidst the lively crowd, gazing dreamily at the beautiful horizon. In those moments, he would wonder how magnificent the view was up there, painted in hues of fiery red and golden yellow, and what it would feel like to soar up and see it for himself, to imagine the ground beneath him disappearing, everything around him fading away. He would look down upon the world, the ground receding further and further, witnessing the entire teaching building, the playground, the school, the streets, the city, and the rivers, as the wind howled fiercely around him, tousling his clothes and hair. When he looked ahead, he was met with clouds transformed into a golden-red hue by the setting sun. The distant horizon now bore a curvature, no longer a mere straight line. A resplendent and battle-scarred moon emerged before his eyes. The mere thought of it filled him with an exquisite sense of beauty. That moment, he mused on how delightful it would be if he could soar through the skies on a sword. Now he was on the verge of realizing the dreams of his childhood. Huang. He exclaimed, "I once encountered the musings of those eccentric poets in a forum, and one phrase resonated deeply within me." Liu Yu laughed heartily as he rubbed the head of Huang, recalling the words. The sky is an ocean turned upside down. Such simple yet profound 7 characters. I couldn't help but think this person must possess a romantic spirit. Let us embark on an adventure in that inverted ocean today. With that, Liu Yu lifted Huang, performed a gesture with one hand, and his spiritual sword immediately soared beneath his feet. Upon stepping onto it, he guided the sword to ascend slowly. The sensation of defying gravity was truly wondrous. Liu Yu reveled in this extraordinary feeling, as if he had been transported to an entirely new world. He gazed downwards, watching as mountains and towns gradually diminished in size, as the spiritual sword rose higher. Piercing through the clouds, his garments danced in the wind, and Liu Yu laughed joyfully, savoring the exhilaration of freedom. He felt the gentle caress of the breeze, and heard Huang's excited barks. In that moment, he forgot all his worries and confusion, focusing solely on the breathtaking scenery and the joy within his heart. That evening, Liu Yu returned to the shop with a light heart, accompanied by Huang. After a day of revelry in the skies, he was thoroughly exhilarated, and his proficiency in swordsmanship had surged dramatically. "Zi, let us eat," he called as he entered, but strangely, Li did not respond. Liu Yu felt a twinge of confusion. He ascended to the second floor to check, only to find her absent from her room. Li rarely left the tavern and was usually by his side. What could have happened today? Li, unusually awake, leaned against the door and said, "Don't bother looking. She's not here. She just stepped out to— Oh, Master, you're still here. I thought you had left," Liu Yu exclaimed, astonished. Li's expression, a mix of disdain and disappointment, bore an ugly countenance that made her feel a rare chill in her heart. "Master, why do you look so glum? Unworthy disciple. I have no apprentice like you." Li scooped up the bewildered Huang and stormed off in a huff. Liu Yu, anxious, chased after her. Seeing his worried demeanor made Li feel satisfied. It seemed he still cared for his master. However, upon hearing Liu Yu's urgent cries, her smile abruptly vanished. "Hey, you left my brother behind. Don't leave my brother behind. Huang, my Huang. That wretched woman can remain single. But she can't let me be single too." Li, incensed, quickened her pace. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of the town, Li gazed solemnly at the man before her. He was handsome, yet a sinister glint lurked in his eyes. Cleverly concealed, he dreaded encountering him, for he was the instigator who had urged her to trouble Liu Yu over 2 years ago. Lin Yin, what brings you here? At a barbecue stall by the riverbank. Liu Yu embraced a Huang, and after downing another drink, he feigned a melancholic demeanor, slightly tipsy. The other day, old Wang from the clinic asked how, at such a young age, my teeth had worn down so severely. I replied, what can I do? I've endured these years gritting my teeth. Thankfully, the heavens reward the diligent. I have finally established my foundation. Looking back now, I realize that past hardships were merely fleeting storms. Across the table, Yili stuffed her cheeks with food like a hamster. Her large, intelligent eyes stared wide as she chewed rapidly. Upon hearing Liu Yu's words, she looked at him with disdain, as if unable to comprehend such shamelessness. After a laborious swallow, she scoffed, you haven't even reached your coming-of-age year, and you speak of hardships. Moreover, don't make establishing your foundation seem so arduous and grandiose, with that broken bead aiding your cultivation. And with me suppressing your prowess, you sleep at night, hide behind the counter during the day to play with the Huang, and flirt with your senior sister, occasionally being dragged off by the tailor to fish. Tell me, where's the hardship in that? She realized this boy was even more shameless than she did. Oh, don't sweat the small stuff. The important thing is that I've established my foundation. Continue, just be happy for your disciple as progress. You've merely established your foundation. What do you want me to be happy about? At 18, establishing your foundation is dreadfully slow. In our place, one can establish their foundation by the age of 2 and reach the golden core by 5. Your master doesn't boast like that. Yili rolled her eyes and changed the topic. What are your plans moving forward? Liu Yu pondered for a moment, glancing at the content Huang beside him. He felt certain matters could now be addressed. After some time, I shall return to the sect and seek a place to construct my own cultivation abode. Ah, returning to the sect sounds good, Yili replied, resuming her eating with a mouthful of food. Mumbling, the sect has a massive gathering array, and the spiritual energy there is much more abundant than here. Facilitating faster cultivation. Let us finish eating first. You're starting to lose your composure once you gain experience and strength, you'll realize that notions of image are the concerns of the weak. The strong live freely and pursue their happiness. Yili was enjoying her meal, lamenting why Liu Yu had never taken her out for food before. Liu Yu retorted that she slept like a log and was impossible to wake. Not to mention that at her level and age, she ought to be indifferent to such things by now. Yili sighed deeply, speaking earnestly. I have lived for over 2,000 years, reached the pinnacle, and experienced all the world has to offer. Yet, in the end, it becomes tiresome, leaving only boredom and solitude. Life is quite pleasant now, with food and drink and someone to bicker with, after reaching our level. Happiness becomes the most elusive treasure. Unworthy disciple, do not always think about hastening to the summit. The scenery while climbing is equally beautiful. Her serious demeanor exuded charm, leaving all around her captivated, even Liu Yu momentarily lost in thought. He was unaccustomed to this side of her. Though beautiful, it felt too melancholic. Liu Yu contemplated for a moment before changing the subject. Master, do you have a partner? Yili extended a finger. Point one. Not a single one. Liu Yu gasped, a 10-year-old virgin, a true heroine of the anti-Japanese war. No wonder you remain so naive after all this time. Yili seemed to sense Liu Yu's thoughts, downing a bowl of wine and muttering. I don't know how to love others, nor can I discern if I like someone. Liu Yu pondered before saying, Master, extend your hand. Yili, confused, complied and extended her delicate hand. Liu Yu gently grasped it. Do you feel anything? What feeling? No feeling is precisely the point. You feel nothing for those you dislike. Yet for someone you do, even a simple touch can stir your heart. Their every glance and smile can evoke waves of emotion within you. Whether joy, grievance, or discomfort, it's that simple. Liu Yu released her hand, rubbed a Huang's head, and ignored Yili, who was lost in contemplation as he picked up a skewer of barbecue to eat. In truth, the matter of love could very well be left unexamined. Those who have frequently encountered emotional setbacks and have been torn apart from romantic partners understand that a pair of leather pants over cotton trousers must surely have its reasons. In the realm of affection, one is carried with ease. In times of resentment, one is dragged with reluctance. The luggage, woven bags, women's cases, men's pouches, all filled with delightful treasures, cast aside when distant, buried when close. Better to bear the weight oneself than to seek assistance from another. She runs, he pursues, and amidst the crowd, no one can take flight. In love, garments are shed one by one. In resentment, daggers pierce deeply. In moments of love, they unite, often finding poetry and distant horizons together. In moments of resentment, they fracture, with the specter of death and the police arriving to collect debts. So, I ask you, will you continue to pursue romance? Yes? Very well. Amidst the throng, a seat awaits you. Not dwell too long. Drink, drink, for fate shall arrive when the time is ripe. Liu Yu observed Yi Li's conflicted expression and, with a hearty call, began to encourage her to drink. The love of this era remains overly conservative, save for the Qingxuan Sect. Several hours later, Liu Yu could not recall how he had succumbed to intoxication. When he regained consciousness, he found himself draped across Li Zi's back as she carried him slowly along the path home. He only remembered consuming the liquor Yi Li had procured from a tavern, finely brewed by Uncle Fu, potent enough to render him unconscious after just 3 cups. In his hazy recollections, he might have done something foolish, perhaps transformed into a KTV deity belting out songs, or engaged in an exuberant dance he could not remember, but Yi Li did. Upon seeing Li Zi arrive, she had promptly relinquished Liu Yu to her care and fled. She understood that Liu Yu would inevitably seek her out the following day to settle the score for the night's escapades. Senior sister, Liu Yu called out, his voice hoarse. Where did you go today? I was hoping to wait for you to dine together, but master whisked me away. I met someone. Nothing of concern. Liz's voice was somewhat subdued, a lingering sense of discontent apparent. Liu Yu noticed this and interjected. Hey, if something is troubling you, just say it that I'll help you think of a solution. You know I have plenty of clever ideas. Liu Yu, I wish to hear you sing. A few lines? Sing what? I'm not sure. I feel a bit lost. A flicker of confusion danced in Li Zi's eyes, her tone light, yet laden with uncertainty. Feeling lost? What is there to be lost about? Just move forward, and you won't feel adrift. Liu Yu, still in a haze, began to hum a tune. Do not feel lost. Do not panic. When the sun sets, the moon shall rise. It will illuminate the path of life, guiding you to where you wish to go. Not hesitate. Do not despair. When the moon slumbers, the dawn awaits. Look up at the sky. Brightness will surely return, and those you love will be by your side. Liu Yu's singing was rather mediocre, likely to extinguish the lights in a singing competition, yet he dared to sing, hoping to lift his friend's spirits, even if he couldn't offer comfort. Remember this. Attempting to do something is far better than sitting idly by watching her weep. Fortuitously, Liu Yu's efforts seemed to bear fruit, as gradually, Li Zi let out a soft laugh. Yet, no one could see the sadness that lingered behind her smile, that a gentle moonlight enveloped them, casting a dreamlike glow. The path home was serene and elongated. She wished to carry this inebriated soul upon her back for a lifetime. As they traversed, the shadows of trees swayed gently. After indulging too much the previous night, Liu Yu had truly let go of himself, completely. Upon waking the next day, he could recollect nothing of the previous night's events. He had blacked out as dawn broke. He discovered Yi Li was nowhere to be found, leaving only Li Zi bustling downstairs, preparing to open the door. How fortunate it is to have a senior sister as a maid. Good morning, senior sister, Liu Yu yawned. Li Zi smiled in return. I'm taking to Huang outside to buy some buns. Would you like some? No, thank you. Nodding, Liu did not pry further and stepped out with De Huang. The crisp breeze brushed against his face, gradually awakening him. Liu Yu walked down the street as he always did, with De Huang bouncing about, sometimes hopping, sometimes meandering, never quite walking straight. However, he soon sensed something was amiss. Passers-by seemed to be looking at him, their gazes oddly peculiar. As he pondered this, a woman dashed around the corner, inadvertently colliding with him and tumbling to the ground. Apologies, miss. Are you all right? Liu Yu helped her up. I'm fine. It's just that as the woman looked up to meet Liu Yu's gaze, Her words faltered, a look of stunned recognition taking hold. Miss? Miss? Ah! With a sudden exclamation. The woman's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly fled. Liu Yu was left bewildered. She shy or trying to entice me. He had no inclination to dwell on her peculiar behavior so early in the day. Boss, 5 meat buns, please. The bun shop owner, upon seeing Liu Yu, also gasped and covered her mouth shyly. The 30-something proprietress, robust in stature, made the gesture awkwardly, sending a jolt through Liu Yu. Here he hastily took the buns and fled with De Huang. As he walked, the reactions of passers-by mirrored those of the woman and the bun shop owner. Strange indeed. Something was off. He felt as though he had forgotten something significant. He passed by a tailor's shop, only to retrace his steps moments later. He needed to inquire about this. Upon entering the tailor's shop, the owner, upon seeing Liu Yu, covered her face in shyness. Why are you acting so strangely? Liu Yu asked, somewhat irritated. What is going on? Why does it feel like the world has changed since I stepped outside today? Don't you remember? The tailor's owner replied, astonished. Remember what? Last night, after you got drunk. Do you recall what you did? A wave of foreboding washed over him. Don't say anything. Let me think first. Liu Yu covered his face and raised a hand to halt the tailor's words. His mind drifted back to the previous night, as he remembered drinking and feasting with his master at a barbecue stall, engaged in lively conversation. As the merriment escalated, they polished off the stall owner's liquor, and his master, feeling it insufficient, dashed back to the tavern for a fresh batch of Uncle Fu's potent brew. During the delivery, Uncle Fu had warned him that the liquor was powerful. 2 cups would be the limit for a golden core cultivator. Liu Yu, undeterred, drank 3 cups. Then it's so hot. Why on earth wouldn't they turn on the air conditioning? This owner truly wait. Why can't I take off my clothes? Fine, I'll just take off my pants. What? Not even my pants. Where's the live singing? Why isn't there any music? Forget it, I'll perform. Esteemed guests, esteemed leaders, allow me, Liu, to present a song for you. What? Not lively enough? Then I'll show you my original dance. Let us have some applause. His consciousness finally settled on one vivid image. Amidst a throng of admirers, he stood atop a table, cup raised high, shouting, "Long live world peace! Cheers!" Last night, the atmosphere in the town was extraordinarily vibrant and lively. Even the law enforcement officers came to partake in the festivities, applauding incessantly. The mayor, leading the charge, was the loudest among them, unburdened by concerns of salary deductions. After that evening, no one in Qingxuan town was unfamiliar with June. Liu Yu, covering his face, felt utterly despondent that if you were present, why did you not stop me? How could a mere mortal like me hinder a cultivator like you? Moreover, there is a breathtaking fairy said to be your master. She thwarted anyone attempting to impede your path, declaring that her disciple enjoys such antics, and that others need not concern themselves with him. I can't go on living like this. Liu Yu writhed on the ground. Burying his face in despair, the tailor shop owner sighed, crouching down to console him. Fear not. This is not necessarily a bad thing. Consider it positively. Last night, you danced with such joy, and those maidens gazed at you with shining eyes. Reveling in the spectacle, as well as least both parties found delight in the affair, that if you lack the ability to comfort, perhaps you ought to refrain from doing so. Damn it, that wretched person should not have meddled in his affairs. Since then, Liu Yu seldom ventured outside. However, his tavern business flourished remarkably. Every patron came to steal a glance at him. Some wished to invite him for a drink, others yearned to hear a tune, and still others simply wished to witness his antics. Although business thrived, Liu Yu remained devoid of joy. He suddenly comprehended the transgressions he had committed against his senior sister. This boomerang of fate ultimately struck him down. At Qingxuan Sect, the direct disciple Lin Yin arrived at a precipice. His figure gradually descended until he beheld the entrance of a cave dwelling. Upon reaching the door, he knocked gently, bowing respectfully as he spoke. Ancestor, your disciple Lin Yin seeks an audience. As his words faded, the heavy stone door creaked open and a robust elder clad in dark crimson emerged. The elder was tall, with eyes as sharp as an eagle's, exuding an ethereal yet profound aura akin to that of Baijio. Observing Lin Yin, the elder nodded approvingly before inquiring, "How long has it been since I entered seclusion?" Replying to the ancestor, It has been 15 years that, for cultivators, time seems to lose its meaning. One blinks, and a decade has passed. Yet, without ascension, eternal life remains elusive, and thus one can only squander the years. The Lin family elder sighed, self-deprecatingly. Now then, what prompted you to awaken me so suddenly? Ancestor, there's a matter I still find perplexing. You refer to the message I sent you 2 years ago, instructing you to eliminate that rascal Liu Yu? Lin Yin replied respectfully, Indeed, please illuminate me, Ancestor. Over 2 years ago, when he sought to trouble Liu Yu once more, the head of the Lin family intervened, informing him of the situation and relaying it to the sequestered elder. It was then that he discovered the Lin family seemed to harbor some entanglement with Liu Yu. The Lin family elder, the second grand elder of Qingxuan Sect, had always maintained a low profile within the sect, rarely intervening in matters. However, those who had encountered him seldom forgot his piercing gaze, which seemed to strip away any semblance of privacy, rendering one's actions and thoughts laid bare. Faced with his ancestor, Lin Yin felt immense pressure. In response to Lin Yan's inquiry, the elder did not provide a direct answer, but instead posed a counter-question. You are aware of the invasion by the demonic sect over a decade ago. Yes, the practitioners of the demonic path are cunning, driven solely by self-interest, and would not engage in such reckless endeavors without a worthy cause. Can you guess the true purpose behind that sudden conflict? Lin Yin had indeed heard of the battle from over a decade prior. The Qingxuan Sect boasted a sect leader, 10 grand elders, and 20 main peaks, each representing a lineage of inheritance. Following that battle, the lineage of the Dao Law peaks suffered devastating losses, nearly annihilating its peak master and disciples, with even the former 4th grand elder perishing in the fray. It was a calamity of the highest order. It was rumored that the infamous demon lord had whimsically sought to attack Qingxuan Sect for sport. That madman had already committed numerous outrageous acts, and this was merely another addition to his list. In the absence of answers, people could only attribute the event to his madness. After all, he was a madman, and madmen are prone to absurdity. However, why did the elder bring this up? Suddenly, Lin Yan's expression shifted, and a terrifying suspicion took root. Are you implying that the invasion of the demonic sect was connected to you? Lin Yin gasped, incredulous as he gazed at his ancestor. The Lin family elder nodded calmly. I utilized a fragment of a celestial artifact to enlist the aid of the demonic path to eliminate Liu Yu and his supporters, including the former 4th grand elder, Zheng Lao. Furthermore, do you truly believe that Liu Yu is inherently foolish? No, that too is my doing. Lin Yin felt a chill run down his spine. His ancestor was genuinely audacious. If this were to be discovered, the Lin family would surely face the scorn of everyone in Qingxuan Sect, and even the sect leader might directly obliterate them. The Lin family elder was aware of his actions, yet he bore no trace of fear. Instead, he sighed with a hint of regret. Had I not undertaken so many actions at that time? Continuing further would risk drawing attention. Liu Yu would not have survived to this day. Lin Yin was perplexed. But how do these events relate to Liu Yu? The Lin family elder suddenly chuckled. Do you think I went to such lengths merely to eradicate the Dao Law Peak lineage? That was but a distraction. The true purpose of all my actions was him. Liu Yu. Lin Yin furrowed his brow. You sacrificed an entire lineage for the sake of one person. For that fool Liu Yu. The Lin family elder discerned his confusion and elucidated. That lad is somewhat special. He is a protector of the heavenly path. Protector of the heavenly path? This was a legend whispered throughout the Zhenwu realm, known to very few. Making Lin Yan's ignorance understandable, he had stumbled upon ancient texts chronicling such fateful encounters during his travels. Recalling the contents of those ancient texts, the Lin family elder remarked, should an individual make significant contributions to the world, upon their death and subsequent reincarnation, they shall receive the protection of the heavenly path. In their next life, those favored by the heavenly path will find success in their endeavors, unbound by the constraints of fate, and may ascend to the celestial realm. Lin Yin grasped the concept, murmuring in realization. So that is why the Buddhist monks of the Western Desert are so eager to perform good deeds. The Lin family elder regarded his descendant with approval. You are indeed astute to connect those dots. You are correct. Those Buddhist practitioners seek to amass merit to ascend to Buddhahood, which drives them to vanquish demons and save the world in order to accumulate virtue. Furthermore, the Buddhist teachings are unique. With notions of reincarnation, some highly accomplished monks can carry over merit from their previous lives and even awaken memories, which explains their fervent search for a Buddhist child. The Lin family elder narrowed his eyes. Reflecting, Liu Yu is a protector of the heavenly path, possessing the qualification to ascend to the celestial realm, while I fervently crave this very thing. Thus I employed soul's secret arts to attempt to usurp his fortune. Lin Yan's expression grew serious as he inquired, "Were you successful?" "I succeeded, albeit not entirely did I remain curious. Despite having stripped him of his soul, consolidating his fortune, I spent these years in seclusion to refine his soul and fortune. For many years, everything proceeded smoothly, and with another decade or so, I would have been poised for ascension. At this point, the Lin family elder's visage also betrayed a hint of confusion, as if the events that transpired had exceeded his expectations. Yet, over 2 years ago, that very soul was inexplicably obliterated by the heavenly path's rules, dissipating without a trace, and the fortune I had refined subsequently vanished entirely. I once believed that my actions were a transgression against the natural order, inviting divine retribution for correction. That it was not until I received a letter from the current patriarch of the Lin family that I discovered Liu Yu had inexplicably regained his intelligence, and that you had previously clashed with him. Had it not been for the need to contend with the backlash of the soul, seizing secret technique, I would have emerged from seclusion 2 years ago, rather than orchestrating your schemes until this moment." Lin Yan suddenly understood. A chill surged through him, raising goosebumps across his body. The reason for Liu Yu's previous folly stemmed from a cunning plot by our ancestor, resulting in the loss of a soul fragment that rendered him incomplete. But why has he suddenly regained his intelligence? And wasn't one of his soul fragments supposed to have vanished completely? Who, then, is the Liu Yu of present? An unexplainable terror enveloped Lin Yan entirely. It felt as if invisible eyes, a terrifying unknown presence, were fixated upon him, leaving him unaware that he lingered on the precipice of death. Now you comprehend why I sought to prevent you from pursuing further troubles with Liu Yu. Those trivial skirmishes are inconsequential. What I desire is a decisive strike. A glimmer of cold light flickered within the depths of his eyes. Eradicate the root of the problem is paramount. One cannot allow it to flourish anew with the gentle caress of spring. For the sake of preventing any leaks that might bring calamity to the Lin family, and for the sake of my fervent aspiration for ascension, Liu Yu must perish. This time, I shall directly strip him of his soul and transfer his fortune to myself, aiding my ascent to breach the gates of the celestial realm. The patriarch of the Lin family exuded an aura of sheer terror. The air around him warped, his towering figure resembling that of an ancient deity, radiating overwhelming pressure. During his travels across the continent, he had once served as a national advisor and military strategist in the realm of mortals. Mortals have fleeting lives, unlike cultivators who can afford to retreat into seclusion for years. Yet, it is precisely this brevity that allows them to exert pressure upon themselves to grow at an astonishing pace. He had even witnessed cultivators falling at the hands of mortals in that realm. He gleaned certain truths. One may lack extraordinary power or unparalleled intellect, yet one must possess a heart willing to employ any means necessary to achieve one's goals. I will emerge from seclusion and personally deal with that rascal Liu Yu. This serves as your first lesson today. Do not underestimate your adversary. Even when hunting a rabbit, one must exert their full strength. Stay by my side, observe keenly, and learn well. Once I ascend to the celestial realm, you shall stand the best chance among the Lin family to inherit my position as the second elder and safeguard the clan. The patriarch of the Lin family retracted his imposing aura as he approached Lin Yan, placing a hand on his shoulder. He seemed to hold Lin Yan in high regard and smiled, saying, "Do you know why I have involved you in this? Disciple does not know. I implore the patriarch to enlighten me." Lin Yan could not fathom the answer, "Because you remind me of myself in my youth." Among the generations of Lin family disciples, your cultivation talent is not the most exceptional, yet your mindset mirrors mine remarkably. He gazed skyward. The sun hung high in the morning sky. Throughout my journey, I have encountered countless stars, yet most have ultimately dimmed and fallen. Only I have transformed from dust into the sun. Within the Spirit Dew Tavern, Liu Yu was dragged from behind the counter by the tailor shop owner, who insisted on sharing a drink. However, after just 2 cups, this incessantly loquacious individual would not cease his chatter. Liu Yu, listen to me. I once had a beloved named Bai Jia and a former wife named Wang Jing. Though we did not end up together, we truly loved one another passionately. But recently, I saw them at Chunyu Tower. The tailor shop owner wept mournfully, eliciting excitement from Liu Yu that if you're going to say that, then I'm not sleepy anymore. And then, why do I feel like you're rather pleased? You're overthinking it. Continue quickly. The tailor shop owner took another swig of alcohol, sobbing, my brother Ho Long Tao, friends A Bin, and Li Xiong. Upon hearing this, all came to comfort me, urging me not to be saddened. They had long known those 2 women were of loose morals. They simply refrained from saying anything out of consideration for my past affections. They advised me to let it go, merely 2 women, and even offered to take me to enjoy some performances in the brothels to cheer me up. Liu Yu interjected, what the hell? Are you keeping a pet here? What kind of misery is this? With friends like those, your head must be greener than grass. The tailor shop owner continued. At that moment, I was so moved. I thought how fortunate I was to have such friends. And then, a few days later, I saw them enter the rooms of my former lover and ex-wife. They even formed a group. Cough, cough, cough. Liu Yu nearly choked to death. Won the world, good brothers, helping to take care of the business of the elder sister. The tailor shop owner, splattered with wine, wore a resentful expression, leaving Liu Yu feeling somewhat nauseated. Water, the tea that moment. Li Zi offered Liu Yu a cup of tea. Thank you. Liu Yu accepted the drink and smiled at Li Zi. What about me? The tailor shop owner pointed at himself with a beaming smile. Liz retorted, you don't deserve it. Go away. The tailor shop owner. Is this preferential treatment? Li Zi noticed some droplets of water still clinging to Liu Yu's face. Her brow slightly furrowing as she produced a handkerchief to gently wipe him clean, finally nodding in satisfaction. Her sudden gesture bore a hint of intimacy, leaving Liu Yu momentarily dazed, realizing what she had done. Li Zi froze, her ears turning red as she hurriedly left with a stern expression. How blissful it would be if I too had such a beauty. The tailor shop owner propped his chin up, his face filled with envy. What are you saying? She is my senior sister. TSK, you young man are truly unaware of the fortune you possess. Tread carefully if your senior sister were to become angry. I fear both of you would be shown the door. This establishment relies entirely on senior sister Li Zi for support. She holds the authority, and even I, the idle manager, must act according to her whims. Although the conversation between Liu Yu and the tailor shop owner was quiet, Li Zi still overheard. Out of Liu Yu's sight, she clutched the handkerchief, her expression dimmed. After enjoying a hearty meal and drinks, Liu Yu embarked on his next daily endeavor. He took Da Huang for a stroll through the streets, intending to express his grievances regarding his troublesome master. It had taken him nearly half a month to emerge from the shadows of that fateful night. Yet the architect of his troubles still dared not face him. Strolling with Da Huang, he arrived at the mayor's residence and decided to drop in for a chat with his master. The guard nodded in acknowledgement. They now recognized this young man as the mayor's apprentice, thus treating Liu Yu with great respect. Liu Yu also responded with a smile, making his way to Yi Li's door with ease. Come out, master. There is no need to hide that I can't defeat you anyway. No, you'll scold me that I want to scold you. I have matters to discuss. Let me in for a chat. What matters? My realm has completely stabilized. It is time to change the cultivation technique. Surely, as my master, you haven't forgotten to prepare a new technique for your disciple. With a creak, the tightly shut door opened a crack, and Yi Li's voice drifted out. Come in. I do have a technique, but I'm unsure if you can cultivate it. Liu Yu entered with Da Huang, casually pulling a chair from the surrounding table to sit beside Yi Li's bed without a hint of hesitation. Yi Li pouted, saying, I say, you only bully me because of my good temper. Had it been anyone else, you would have long been thrown out. It's fine. I only act this way because I know you have a good temper. I wouldn't behave like this with anyone else. Liu Yu is incapable of introspection, that he's the sort of despicable person who blames others whenever possible, that I hope everyone can treat themselves a little better. If you can blame your partner, never blame yourself. Why, Eli? My fists are clenched. I really want to strike this rebellious disciple. What about my cultivation technique? Liu Yu shamelessly extends his hand, becoming exactly what he once despised, a freeloader. Don't worry, you won't be left out. Why, Eli casts him a sidelong glance, then scrutinizes Liu Yu closely. You've battled spirit beasts, haven't you? Yes. Good. Got to be brief, but it's a lengthy tale. Your next lesson is to engage in combat with others. Eli's expression turns serious, her voice icy as she adds, you must remember this. The greatest danger in the realm of cultivation isn't the spirit beasts or the forbidden zones, but the hearts of men. Liu Yu understands. He doesn't resent this, but the thought of being thrust into a confrontation with a stranger is daunting. I know your concerns. Rest assured, I won't send you to indiscriminately kill. Why, Eli's eyes gleam with mischief. You should participate in the Inner Sect Disciple Assessment. It's winter now, and the year is drawing to a close. Typically, the sect holds many activities to motivate disciples around this time. Although Liu Yu is already a direct disciple, he has just begun to establish his foundation, so he is still eligible for the Inner Sect Disciple Assessment. She smiles, her eyes bright. Here, essay task for you. Secure first place in this Inner Sect Disciple Assessment. The Inner Sect Disciple Assessment is the primary means for Outer Sect disciples to ascend to the Inner Sect, held once a year. Any Outer Sect disciple who reaches the foundation level can participate. The top 10 can become Inner Sect disciples, and Outer Sect Foundation cultivators have 3 opportunities to compete. This is a rule of the Qingxuan Sect, as well as the majority of sects across the Jinwu continent. The techniques practiced by Outer Sect disciples are the most fundamental methods of the Qingxuan Sect, while becoming an Inner Sect disciple allows one to choose to join one of the 20 peaks and learn its unique techniques passed down through generations. Of course, this assessment is not without its unfairness. However, the lofty cultivators of the Qingxuan Sect pay little heed to such matters. Who hasn't fought their way up from the bottom? They too faced similar predicaments in the past. Only those who can transcend adversity and soar against the wind are the talents they seek. There is no fairness in the realm of cultivation. All that matters is who can smile and reach the Eli's room. Upon hearing her task for him to secure first place, Liu Yu couldn't help but frown slightly. Securing first in the sect is quite uncertain. I have yet to carve my own path. Liu Yu did not readily agree. He was well aware of his own circumstances. His current means are limited, lacking unique characteristics or hidden cards. For instance, senior sister Li Zi has already forged her own path, becoming a master of formations. Both offensive and defensive capabilities can be realized through various formations, which are immensely powerful. Moreover, those independent formations can be interconnected to create larger arrays, catching enemies completely off guard. And one expects such a grand formation to be summoned so swiftly. After all, laying out and activating a large formation requires an extraordinary amount of time. And once set, it cannot be moved. Hence, Li Zi, possessing such prowess, is undoubtedly one of the pinnacle figures of her realm. As for Liu Yu, he currently only knows some basic techniques common to the cultivation world, as well as how to envelop his sword with spiritual power to slay spirit beasts. What? Do you doubt your capabilities? Yili yawns, extending her delicate hand to rub her eyes, appearing slightly drowsy again. If I were to face an average foundation cultivator, I could win, but against exceptionally strong prodigies, I would surely lose. Liu Yu shakes his head in resignation. This is why you need me as your master. Is it not? Yili chuckles. Now that you have a goal, all that remains is to strive to achieve it. Young man, ease and comfort are reserved for those who have already reached the summit. Those like you, just beginning your ascent, are destined to toil and exert effort. Work hard. I shall await you at the peak, hoping you will soon join me to witness what I behold, for otherwise it would be exceedingly dull. Why Eli harbors her own selfish desires. She wishes for Liu Yu to grow safely, thereby needing to enhance his strength to ensure he does not perish on his journey upward. Those of them standing at the summit can no longer ascend further. Above the peak lies only a seemingly within reach sky. Yet, they can no longer climb like before. They must seek out some means of transportation. Perhaps a rocket that can carry them a distance. Liu Yu is that rocket. Why Eli wishes to hitch a ride on his ascent. No, to catch a free ride on his rocket. She tosses a jade slip to Liu Yu. Take this back and see if you can cultivate it. This technique is quite formidable. I exerted all my strength to slay that cultivator for 3 days before finally defeating him. It was quite troublesome. At this point, Yili adds, if you cannot cultivate it, I shall help you steal a water element technique. Steal? Liu Yu feels as though he has misheard. Did his master just utter something extraordinary? Of course. It is stealing. The technique I cultivate is beyond your capability, and I am not adept at deducing techniques, nor can I tailor a system for you. Hence, stealing is the only option. Yili states matter-of-factly. Suddenly, Liu Yu feels the technique in his hands growing warm. Is this technique reliable? Cultivating it won't draw unwanted attention. Will it? Rest assured, it absolutely will not. This was left to me by that individual before his demise. Asking me to find a successor to carry on his teachings. Yili's assurances do little to ease Liu Yu's concerns. Instead, they heighten his apprehension. Who knows if there is a conspiracy behind something left by an enemy? Yet, at this point, there is no choice but to take it back and investigate further. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. Just as Liu contemplates, Yili wriggles her body like a maggot, moving to the edge of the bed and beckoning to Huang. Silly dog, come here. I want to check on your condition. Woof. Hearing Yili call it, De Huang scampers over eagerly. Yili pets its head with satisfaction, muttering, good boy, so well behaved, far better than my foolish disciple. Liu Yu hears this, but considering Yili's assistance in checking on De Huang's health, decides to overlook her comment this time. Yili's spiritual power flows through De Huang's body, instantly providing her with a comprehensive understanding of its condition. She informs Liu Yu, your canine companion is in excellent health, but you must remain vigilant. Liu Yu. De Huang is merely an ordinary dog. Its lifespan cannot compare to yours. You need to quickly obtain a spiritual herb that can extend its life. Liu Yu sighs, feeling somewhat powerless as he responds, I've already asked Uncle Wu to keep an eye out, but that is merely a temporary solution. Master, do you think there is any way for De Huang to cultivate as well? This is not the first time he has asked this question. Yili knows well how much De Huang means to Liu Yu, yet she cannot help but deliver a harsh truth. Your desire is akin to granting a mortal suddenly possessing spiritual roots. The difficulty is only greater, but I still wish to try. Liu Yu's gaze is resolute. After establishing his foundation, the tasks ahead of him have multiplied. First, there is the cultivation of a new technique. Then participation in the inner sect disciple assessment in 2 months, followed by returning to the Qingxuan Sect to find land to build a home. He may be an orphan, but De Huang is not. It deserves a home. Once these tasks are completed, he must also seek spiritual herbs to extend De Huang's life or find a way for it to cultivate as well. Time is of the essence. Thus, you have little time left. Liu Yu. Yili states with a serious demeanor. From now on, you will become exceedingly busy, and do not underestimate yourself. Once you engage with cultivators of the same realm, you will recognize your worth. You possess the qualifications to command their attention. Go forth with confidence. The inner sect disciple assessment will clarify your current level. You are my disciple. You will only be stronger than them, never weaker. Is that so? Liu Yu is unaware. He only knows that he cannot match Li Zi. Even when she suppresses her cultivation to the foundation establishment stage, he could not even brush against the hem of her garment. Well, let us leave it at that for now. There is still about 2 months until the sect competition, and you will have ample time to practice the new cultivation method that, if you fail to secure first place, be prepared to face my wrath. Yili forced a fierce expression as she glared at Liu Yu. Although it lacked any real intimidation, on the contrary, Liu Yu was tempted to pinch her cheeks. That little face must feel delightful to touch. It would be even more charming if his sweet, ample-chested master were to cry out, of course. Liu Yu only dared to think about it. After leaving Yi Li's residence, Liu Yu returned to the Linglu Tavern. He allowed De Huang to entertain himself in the tavern while he ascended to the 2nd floor to prepare for practicing the new cultivation method. He took out a jade slip and probed it with his consciousness in an instant, his awareness was transported into a white space. This is a transmission space? Previously, Liu Yu had obtained a secret method jade slip from a barbecue stall owner named Yu Juanxiu. But the presentation of the 2 jade slips was quite different. Just as Liu Yu was surveying the surrounding space, a portion of his consciousness was suddenly drawn away by the jade slip, and a figure began to coalesce before him. It was an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe, with white hair and beard. Though his appearance resembled that of an old man, his skin was as rosy as that of an infant, emanating an aura strikingly similar to that of Baijiu and Yili. Once the old man's phantom materialized, he could not help but let out a long sigh, revealing a look of melancholy on his face. He gazed at Liu Yu and spoke. If you are able to see this jade slip, it is likely that I have already perished. Death is but a part of life. To die in pursuit of the Tao is not in vain. Far better than living a life of mediocrity. You may call me the elder of limitless. Throughout my life, I have sought the Tao with single-minded devotion, with no children or relatives, yet I did not wish to pass away in obscurity. If you are willing to cultivate this method, please remember my name and pass it along with the method for posterity. This is my proof of existence in this world. After the old man finished speaking, he extended his hand and lightly tapped Liu Yu's forehead with his finger. Information regarding the cultivation method surged into Liu Yu's mind, as if he had perused the method countless times. The sudden influx of information gave Liu Yu a headache. Experience it well. Carry this method forward for me. The old man's voice echoed, his gaze toward Liu Yu filled with envy. Pain is also a form of sensation. This was a deceased person's attachment to the living. Living is truly wonderful. His form gradually dissipated, ultimately fading into nothingness, as if he had never existed in this world. The weather grew increasingly cold, and the leaves began to fall. Over a month passed. The number of people in Qingxuan town continued to rise. The inner sect disciples of the Qingxuan Sect were preparing for their upcoming assessment, and all outer sect disciples who had reached the foundation establishment stage were gearing up for it. Those who had yet to establish their foundations could only look on with envy, while those who had succeeded wore solemn expressions, causing the atmosphere in Qingfeng town to grow somewhat heavy. However, thanks to the assessment, the influx of patrons to the tavern increased. After the last cultivator left with their purchase, Li Zi leaned against the counter. She watched the departing figure and softly inquired, "Do you feel confident in defeating them?" Hiding behind the counter, Liu Yu raised his head and pondered before shaking it and replying, "To be honest, I don't know." "You don't know, but the assessment is approaching. I feel like I should be quite formidable now, yet I haven't fought against those individuals, so I truly cannot gauge." Liu Yu shrugged, wearing an expression of bewilderment. Despite this, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Rather, they sparkled with anticipation. "How about we have a sparring match?" "No, I don't want to get hit." Liz halted her eager gestures, a look of disappointment on her face. "Then, why not go to the training ground in the central square and seek out an opponent? Many of the outer sect disciples who have already established their foundations are gathering there to spar and gain insight into their rivals before the inner sect assessment." Liu Yu stroked his chin, considering that it might be a good idea to take a look. "Shall we go together, senior sister?" "I won't go. To me, sparring among those in the foundation establishment stage resembles a child's play fight, especially the part where they boast and throw around threats. Just thinking about how I used to do that makes me want to cover my face and run away." "Very well then." Since Li Zi chose not to accompany him, Liu Yu took to Huang and set off on his own. After their departure, Li Zi gazed at Liu Yu's retreating figure, lost in thought. His demeanor has changed somewhat. Li Zi noticed that while Liu Yu's manner of speaking and appearance had not altered much since a month ago, the aura he exuded had transformed, taking on a sense of tranquility. She recognized this change, having found her own path only after reaching the foundation establishment stage. It was a form of confidence. Rooted in a belief in one's own strength, he had acquired his own unique essence. When the tavern opened, Li Zi usually wore a mask. Yet even with it, her current joy could not be concealed. The eyes are the windows to the soul. The heart cannot deceive. It seems you are gradually beginning to find your own path. Liu Yu, strive to succeed. I will await you on the road ahead. After leaving the Linglu Tavern, Liu Yu, accompanied by the Huang, made his way toward the central square of Qingfeng Town. The main street of Qingfeng Town was exceptionally wide. The sides of the street were lined with shops, and under the eaves hung vibrant red lanterns. When night fell, lantern lighters would illuminate these lanterns, making the street one of the most bustling places. It was now midday, though it was not yet nightfall. The street was lively with people coming and going, the hustle and bustle of life palpable. Passing by a dry goods shop, Liu Yu paused to purchase 2 large bags of nuts and seeds. These were essential supplies for watching the performance. They could not be overlooked. The shopkeeper was a young man in his 20s, sporting a neat, short haircut that he appeared quite energetic and was of robust build. Having spent over 2 years in the town, Liu Yu had become quite familiar with most of the residents, and they treated him with ease, not distancing themselves due to his status as a cultivator. The shopkeeper, noticing the absence of Liu Yu, seemed somewhat regretful. "Liu, brother, you left your beautiful senior sister all alone in the shop while you took the dog out for a stroll?" "Yeah, what's wrong with that?" "Nothing," the shopkeeper murmured, unable to restrain himself. "You deserve to be single. You'd rather walk a dog than take your stunning senior sister out for a stroll." Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, both Liu Yu and De Huang's expressions darkened. "Woof! What the heck? De Huang, don't bite." "Yes, just joking." De Huang, however, was unyielding, its face set in a frown as it continued to bite. "What do you mean? Is it embarrassing to take me out to play? I am the beloved dog among all the little female dogs in the town, you know." "Liu Yu, aren't you going to manage your De Huang?" "What did you say? My ears must be clogged. I can't hear you." Liu Yu chuckled as he grabbed a handful of seeds from the bag and began to crack them open, displaying an unscrupulous, cunning landlord's demeanor. After a bout of playful banter, Liu Yu finally prepared to leave, his face radiating pride alongside De Huang. I could see that moment. The disheveled shopkeeper, having picked himself up from the ground, suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, Liu Yu, be careful these days." "What do you mean?" Liu Yu furrowed his brow. "Some newcomers have arrived in our town, and they have been discreetly inquiring about you. Although they believe they are hiding well, they have underestimated our vigilance as mere mortals." As this was said, a hint of derision appeared on the face of the dry goods shop owner. Most of those cultivators look down upon mortals, and even the mere touch of a commoner can evoke their disdain. Though they may believe otherwise, they are, in truth, deceiving themselves. Even I can discern this from subtle nuances, and the ladies at the bun shop are even more perceptive. They have refrained from informing you because they remain uncertain of the cultivator's intentions. They are still keeping an eye on those individuals for you, and if you have the time, it would be wise to converse with them, that we all share the sentiment that those cultivators are not to be trusted. Caution is advisable. Liu Yu narrowed his eyes. Numerous speculations flooded his mind, yet none could escape the shadow of the Lin family. Perhaps the situation is not as straightforward as it appears. He nodded towards the dry goods shop owner, waved his hand, and turned to leave. "Woof woof." De Huang barked a couple of times in thanks. "If you wish to thank me, next time, be gentler. Do you realize what a mess you've made of my clothes? At this rate, I might as well take a bowl and beg." The dry goods shop owner shot a glare at De Huang, who, with a wide grin, wagged his tail and scampered after Liu Yu. As the figures of Liu Yu and De Huang faded from sight, the dry goods shop owner couldn't help but sigh, hoping that the information he provided would aid the young man. In these times, encountering a cultivator who so seamlessly integrates with them is a rare delight. Over the years, Liu Yu has unwittingly assisted many in the town, while it may seem to him merely a casual act. For some, it has been akin to a sudden ray of light piercing through the darkness. An inadvertent gesture can indeed save a life, perhaps even the lives of an entire family. Good souls are few and far between. May he live longer, but who could possibly wish to do me harm? Lin Yin, the Lin family, or perhaps another faction? Strolling through the streets, Liu Yu allowed himself to become lost in thought amidst the throng of people. The surrounding cacophony faded into the background as he pondered the situation. With insufficient information, he could only conceive of a few possibilities that if my suspicions hold true, this time, danger looms large. Let us entertain another hypothesis. What if the enemy's strength is significantly higher? It is said that the ancestor of the Lin family is the second elder of the Qingxuan Sect. If the adversary is a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage, then should I encounter them, it would mean certain death. Even if I am merely walking down the street, a Great Ascension cultivator could strike me down in an instant before vanishing. That if my master could catch up, he might manage to avenge me. But what good would that do if I were already dead? It would merely serve to vent my master's wrath. Ultimately, it cannot alter my fate, yet the ancestor of the Lin family would likely not take direct action against me, as he is bound by the Lin family and the sect. Should he suddenly eliminate me, the sect would surely not stand idly by, and my master would undoubtedly retaliate against the Lin family. Unless he forsakes the Lin family and relinquishes his status and privileges within the Qingxuan Sect, the means at his disposal would be limited to other great ascension cultivators, Lin family disciples, or hired assassins to eliminate me. Let's not even consider great ascension cultivators. I am no match for those above the golden core stage. Even a casual encounter with a nascent soul assassin could lead to mutual destruction. For now, they likely believe I pose no threat to them. This is fortuitous. It must be utilized wisely. As Liu Yu made his way towards the central square, he contemplated numerous strategies, only to dismiss them upon discovering their flaws. After much deliberation, only one viable plan emerged. Thus, he halted his advance towards the square, where Foundation establishment cultivators were dueling, and instead took a different path that a little over 10 minutes later, Liu Yu found himself in Yi Li's room. Master, I have returned. After a month apart, I have missed you dearly. Recently, I discovered a newly opened tavern with an exceptional chef. Shall we try his culinary skills? By the bedside of Yi Li, Liu Yu rubbed his hands together. A visage of ingratiation, the dog, ever the faithful companion, wagged its tail in agreement, reflecting a similar eagerness. After a month, seeing her disciple again did not bring joy to Yi Li. Instead, her expression was one of concern. Especially when met with Liu Yu's fervent gaze, her sense of unease deepened. After much contemplation, she reluctantly spoke. Rebellious disciple, what should I say to you? You neglect your cultivation to pester me. What is your intent? Have you reached an age where you are captivated by your master's allure and wish to fulfill some unmentionable desire? That will not do. While you may be handsome, that is not permissible, and our age difference is too great. I find the guilt of an old cow consuming tender grass rather hard to bear. Return to your training, do not harbor aspirations of instant success. It is far better to focus on diligently improving your cultivation. Indeed, this cursed and uncontainable charm of mine has ensnared even my rebellious disciple. Why, Ili mused, scratching her head in frustration. The truth of her being the foremost fairy in the celestial realm cannot be concealed. Alas, even when one falls from grace, brilliance still shines through. It is not my fault. The fault lies with my wretched beauty and that insufferable charm. Liu Yu, is she truly foolish for a fleeting moment? He considered turning to leave, but the thought of his life hanging by a thread compelled him to endure. This is nothing short of an invisible torment. Ah, so you wish to provoke me? Who wouldn't he? Liu Yu shifted his strategy, donning a mask of sorrow. Master, I feel I'm on the brink of death. Yi Li raised an eyebrow. Liu Yu sighed. There are those who wish to kill me. I have accepted my fate. I once thought I was unafraid of death, but the thought of you being left unhonored after I am gone fills me with reluctance to perish. I am a man shrouded in darkness. Yet I yearn for your radiance. Truly, my greatest fortune is encountering you, Master. I'd hoped to honor you in the future, but now it seems I have merely indulged in my own fantasies. Liu Yu opened his mouth to continue, but Yi Li could no longer bear it. Even with her body having reached an indestructible state, goosebumps still erupted across her skin. Stop. Enough. If you continue, I shall be ill. Yi Li hastily interrupted Liu Yu. This is too nauseating. Where did you learn such drivel? You are bound to become a notorious rake. What then do you wish to discuss? Yi Li urged him to get to the point. Lest you be compelled to kick him out that moment. Liu Yu flashed an innocuous smile and suggested, Master, why not stay at my place for a while? Yi Li understood. You wish for me to act as your protector? To remain by your side for your safety? Indeed. No, that sounds dreadfully dull. I am far too tired. I wish to sleep. Yi Li unhesitatingly refused, stifling a yawn. Instead, you should stay with me. Unless absolutely necessary, do not venture out. This will ensure your safety. It is not I who should accommodate you, but rather you who should accommodate me. I am a cultivator at the great ascension stage. Even as your master, it does not mean I will resolve all your troubles. You must earn your own experience. Yi Li's refusal was anticipated by Liu Yu. After all, neither party owed the other anything. Rather, Liu Yu had been unilaterally seeking Yi Li's assistance. This did not adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange. To compel a great ascension cultivator to act on one's behalf, one must present something of interest in return. Remember this. Goodwill will eventually be exhausted, but benefits endure. Liu Yu suddenly laughed. He was well aware of the nature of his master, but a cultivator in the Great Ascension stage possesses an exceptionally long lifespan, which inevitably leads to a profound sense of boredom. They either engage in secluded cultivation to expand horizontally, seek ways to ascend to the celestial realm, or find interesting pursuits to pass the time. Some, like Yi, are so overwhelmed by ennui that all they desire is to sleep. Thus, Liu Yu resolved to alleviate her tedium. Rather than squander an eternity on sleep, he believed it far better to partake in more stimulating activities that, to be honest, Yi somewhat regretted taking on apprentice. She understood her own disposition, averse to trouble. She cherished simplicity and joy, relishing uncomplicated pleasures such as feasting, revelry, and slumber. In terms of sustenance, she held particular preferences. Ideally, she would remain in bed, with food delivered directly to her lips. The thought of rising to procure her own meals was so unappealing that she would rather go hungry. She was the type to remain in bed unless starvation was imminent. Furthermore, she often felt a general disinterest in all things. Having lived for over 2 millennia, she had visited countless places and witnessed breathtaking landscapes. Yet all she felt was a profound sense of tedium at times. A sense of irritability would also wash over her. She could not quite grasp why, but it seemed as though nothing was worth her anticipation. 2 years prior, after Baizhou, a rare alchemy master, was compelled to emerge from her seclusion due to a disastrous furnace explosion, she sought Yi out for a drink. Within their sect, there were only 4 female cultivators in the Great Ascension stage. Aside from the reclusive sect leader, only Yi, a slothful individual, and a conniving green tea woman remained. Baizhou and Yi shared a disdain for the taste of a millennium-old Longjing tea. They preferred to indulge in alcohol, which naturally brought them together. As they sat atop the mountain, drinking and watching the sunrise, they beheld the golden sea of clouds cascading over the peaks, a scene of unparalleled beauty. After consuming a fair amount of wine, Baizhou's tongue loosened, and she spoke of encountering a young man under the protection of the heavenly Tao, describing him as a fine individual with an intriguing personality. Yi had faith in Baizhou's judgment. She had a keen eye for people, as evidenced by her invitation for Yi to join the sect. Baizhou then mentioned that the young man shared her water attribute and inquired if Yi possessed any top-tier water attribute techniques that could be shared in exchange for fire attribute techniques. Yi recognized her intention to take on an apprentice, preparing the young man for cultivation. Initially, Yi had agreed to the exchange, but then Baizhou abruptly urged her to quickly take on an apprentice to establish a lineage, warning that if she delayed further, she would be expelled from the sect, leaving her without a proper place to rest. In that instant, Yi was rendered speechless, the allure of her wine lost on her. After returning home, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The Qingxuan Sect was enveloped in a spirit-gathering array, rich in spiritual energy, ensuring that no one would disturb her slumber. The fortune of this place was also denser than elsewhere, making it exceedingly comfortable, akin to home, ideal for an endless sleep. She had no intention of being cast away. She had not yet siphoned enough benefits. Suddenly, she jolted awake, as if revived from a near-death state. She recalled Baizhou's words. Indeed, was there not an ideal candidate before her? Baizhou had already assessed his character, leaving only the apprenticeship to be established. In that moment, enlightenment struck her. Thus, she took on an apprentice. She had anticipated enjoying the fruits of her labor, yet it seemed she had overestimated the situation. The tribulations of her rebellious apprentice were indeed numerous, and now she found herself tasked with safeguarding his path. How bothersome! I'm a cultivator in the Great Ascension stage. Even as your master, it does not imply that I shall resolve every trouble you encounter. What opportunities for growth would you have otherwise? Yi lay on her side in bed, her face etched with frustration that a child who cannot win a fight runs home to call for their mother. What nonsense is this? You must strive for yourself. I offer all support except intervention. Yi waved her hand, signaling him to depart. Liu Yu, upon witnessing her refusal, was not taken aback. He revealed a smile, one he believed to be benevolent. Yet to Yi, It appeared rather grotesque. Disciple, has anyone ever told you that your smile is rather lewd? Liu Yu replied. The next moment, he ceased smiling. Very well. No smile then. Master, do you often find yourself feeling bored? Do you struggle to muster enthusiasm for anything? Do you spend entire days in bed, only to sleep? Do you sometimes feel as though you have become useless, akin to a salted fish? Liu Yu inquired. Indeed, and what of it? Yili replied wearily. You have been lonely for too long, master. How about taking a stroll with me outside? Gazing at the scenery alone is a lonely affair, lacking in interest. Impossible. What nonsense are you speaking? I am not lonely. Yili turned away from Liu Yu, covering her ears with her hands, indicating her disinterest in listening. You can deceive others, but do not fool yourself that I am not listening. Not listening. Not listening. Yili rolled around on her bed like a petulant child. Despite being a cultivator in the great ascension stage, her dignity seemingly discarded. How about I propose a deal? A deal. Yili smirked, regarding her foolish disciple with disdain. What is it? Are you selling yourself? What could a foundation-building cultivator possibly have to trade with her? Liu Yu paused, then reconsidered. Perhaps it was not entirely unfeasible. Rich lady, we would not incur a loss. With newfound resolve, he shyly loosened his collar, revealing his shoulder and collarbone. If master desires, I am not opposed. Get lost. Yi Li's face turned pale. That a surge of spiritual power erupted from her, manifesting as a colossal hand that hurled Liu Yu into Huang out. Bang! The door slammed shut, clearly indicating her desire to prevent Liu Yu from re-entering. Hey, you started this banter. Why can't I tease you back? Liu Yu chuckled. His master truly had a playful side. He settled at her door, leaning against it, one hand resting on his knee, while the other gently stroked the concerned Huang. Calm down, master. I merely wish to inform you that I might encounter unforeseen circumstances in the near future, with an 80% likelihood that it involves members of the Lin family. If you wish to seek vengeance afterward, feel free. If you prefer to remain uninvolved, that is acceptable as well. After all, our relationship is not that of a traditional master and disciple. I possess nothing of value that would entice you to act on my behalf. You have already given me much, and I shall not selfishly exploit our bond. If you ever find yourself bored, feel free to visit me for a chat. Engaging in banter with you is quite enjoyable. However, do not hold too high expectations. All I can offer is a modicum of companionship. Well, I've rambled on for quite some time. You probably find me bothersome. I shall take my leave, master. Liu Yu pinched Huang's face, smiling brightly. Afterward, he stood up, taking Huang with him, leaving without looking back. After Liu Yu departed, Yili did not fall asleep, but rather lay sprawled on her bed, eyes wide open, lost in thought. This was not the first time she questioned whether she was a failing master. Yet, it was her first experience in the role of mentor, and the complexity of nurturing someone else left her feeling somewhat bewildered. Was she too irresponsible toward her disciple? But she had traversed a similar path herself, navigating through hardship alone, using her own strength to break through obstacles. And loneliness? Ah, how vexing. It was all this foolish disciple's fault for disrupting her sleep. Now she couldn't even rest. Yili buried her head in the blankets, striking the covers with her fists, resembling a young girl overwhelmed with frustration. It was all this foolish disciple's doing. Sooner or later, she would pin him to the ground and give him a good thrashing. After departing from Yili, Liu Yu made his way towards the central square, with Huang in tow. The winter sky perpetually bore a somber hue, as if it were poised to either snow or rain. His countenance reflected neither regret nor dismay. Instead, it radiated a serene composure. Rejection was not a surprise to him, as he had approached the situation without any expectations of success. Liu Yu had contemplated leveraging the knowledge from his previous life to craft something endearing to win her favor, to entice her to remain by his side and assist him. However, just as he was about to voice his intentions, he suddenly found it devoid of meaning. Forget it, Huang. Let us go watch a performance. He murmured, and upon lifting his gaze, his face had reverted to its usual carefree expression. The man and his dog swiftly arrived at the martial arts arena in the central square, which was already thronged with spectators. Despite the winter chill, most attendees were dressed in light clothing, with some even baring their upper bodies. The majority were disciples of the Qingxuan Sect, some seeking to hone their skills, while others aimed to gauge their progress compared to the previous year. The arena was adorned with several small platforms designed for resolving conflicts within the town. Liu Yu guided De Huang to a platform bustling with activity and lively cheers. Above them, two figures were engaged in a fierce duel. One was clad in the garb of an outer disciple of the Qingxuan Sect, possessing a youthful visage that suggested he was no older than 20, with an initial foundation-building cultivation level. His aura was remarkably stable, demonstrating a balanced approach to offense and defense. His hands glowed a deep crimson, and at intervals, fiery blades shot from his palms, striking his opponent with ferocity. Senior brother Chun, he had ranked around 200 in last year's inter-disciple assessment, showcasing formidable prowess. His opponent was equally impressive, a short, muscular man with dark skin, bare-chested yet remarkably robust. Liu Yu overheard the crowd referring to him as Xiao Shidi. For some inexplicable reason, Liu Yu felt a flicker of familiarity toward Xiao Shidi, as if he had encountered him before. This individual appeared to be a practitioner of physical cultivation, engaging in close combat with ferocity, yet his aura mirrored Liu Yu's, suggesting he too had recently broken through to a new level. Seeking to test his abilities in this arena, the two combatants exchanged blows. Each move was marked by distinct flair. Liu Yu munched on sunflower seeds, thoroughly captivated by the spectacle. The presence of a commentator enhanced the experience, making it all the more delightful. While a senior sister might find such an event embarrassing, it was perfectly suited for a vibrant 18-year-old like Liu Yu. Woof! De Huang anxiously spun around Liu Yu's feet, unable to see. The crowd obstructed his view. Wait a moment, let me lift you up, Liu Yu said, finishing the last few seeds, brushing off the remnants, and hoisting De Huang onto his shoulders for a better vantage point. Meanwhile, the battle on stage approached its climax. After repelling Xiao Shidi with a powerful strike, Chen Yi declared with an imposing demeanor, "Xiao Shidi, be cautious. This is my final move. Come!" With a fierce roar, Xiao Shidi erupted in a golden glow. Exuding an aura of unmatched sharpness, he propelled himself forward like an arrow. Chen Yi, no longer engaging in idle chatter, inhaled deeply, a ghostly red light igniting in his eyes. Clenching his fists, flames enveloped his hands. "Flame fist!" he shouted, launching a fiery strike towards Xiao Shidi, the flames coalescing into a pillar that struck the advancing challenger. Just as the audience anticipated the conclusion of the duel, Chun Yi's gaze inadvertently settled upon a canine head amidst the crowd. A dog? A dog's head? The sudden distraction allowed Xiao Shidi to seize the opportunity, charging forward through the searing flames that, oh no, Chen Yi thought, realizing it was too late to create distance, engaged in close combat. Xiao Shidi unleashed a series of fluid strikes, fist, palm, elbow, knee, culminating in a spinning kick that sent Chun Yi tumbling from the platform. As he descended, he locked eyes with the foolishly panting De Huang. Such humiliation! Chun Yi gasped, accepting defeat with grace. The stocky Xiao Shidi bowed towards the audience, and could see that moment. Chen Yi exhaled, rising from his predicament, a hint of envy in his voice as he remarked, "Your cultivation has improved significantly. Junior brother, to your jesting. Senior brother, if you hadn't feigned a weakness during our match, I might not have triumphed, especially against your flame fist, which even I could only evade. Ha! A loss is a loss. I concede gracefully that I hope we do not cross paths in the inter-disciple assessment. Likewise, I hope not to encounter you, senior brother. Very well, farewell." As Chun Yi laughed heartily and passed by Liu Yu and De Huang. He shot them a glare. "It's your fault. Engaging in such antics distracted me." Liu Yu and De Huang exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions mirroring confusion. Does this senior brother have poor eyesight and enjoy glaring at people? Just as Liu Yu turned to lead De Huang away to another platform, a chilling voice called out to him, "Itsu." The tone was frosty and menacing. Liu Yu turned to see Xiao Shidi pointing at him. His expression one of ferocious wrath. In an instant, a space formed around Liu Yu as the crowd instinctively recoiled. Liu Yu and De Huang glanced at one another, then at the furious disciple. And Liu Yu, perplexed, extended a finger towards himself to me. The disciple's anger flared at Liu Yu's innocent expression. "It's you. What is wrong with me? Liu Yu, fool. You still pretend not to recognize me." Xiao Shidi's face contorted in rage. his eyes blazing with fury. I swear, even if you turn to ashes, I would still recognize you. Wow. Why do I feel like he wants to devour me? Liu Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. After a brief hesitation, he asked, "Do we know each other?" The question sent Xiao Shidi into a fit of rage, smoke literally rising from his taut muscles as he shouted, 2 years ago. Right here. You blasted my egg." The crowd collectively gasped, the arena falling silent. In an instant, all eyes turned towards Liu Yu, including those engaged in other matches who paused to observe. The people surrounding Liu Yu subtly distanced themselves. Sensing the danger that moment, Liu Yu finally recollected the incident. His eyes brightened as he pointed at Xiao Shidi, exclaiming, "You're that little melon." His stature was somewhat diminutive, his skin a deep hue. Yet his muscles were remarkably exaggerated. Indeed, it was he. Over 2 years ago, when Lin Yin had reached the 4th or 5th level of the Qi refinement stage, he had sent someone to trouble him. Bound by the sect's rules, they could only dispatch a Qi refinement cultivator to challenge Liu Yu on the arena, hoping to teach him a lesson. However, at that time, this fellow had been careless and failed to evade, resulting in Liu Yu delivering a kick that shattered his pride. That it was uncertain whether he had healed since then. Xiao Woguo roared, "I'm not to be called a little Japanese melon." Rounding up, it's practically the same, you. Xiao Woguo trembled with fury that he soon noticed that Liu Yu had also reached the foundation establishment stage, prompting him to issue a challenge without hesitation. "Liu Yu, you are now also a foundation establishment cultivator. Do you dare to face me in battle once more?" Instantly, all eyes turned towards Liu Yu. Of course, one could refuse another challenge, but such an act would invite disdain. The Qingxuan Sect had never known cowardice. Liu Yu, too, felt his expression darken, an aura of chilling intensity emanating from him. "You shall not regret this." Xiao Woguo sensed the danger. As a body cultivator, his senses were exceedingly sharp, and their instincts unparalleled. His breathing quickened involuntarily. Yet having already spoken, he gritted his teeth and declared, "No regrets. Come at me." Seeing that Xiao Woguo was undeterred, Liu Yu dropped the pretense, chuckling, "A 1T fight. The Qingxuan Sect has never known cowardice. Now it does. Liu the fool. Come up here, come up, you bastard. Hiding below, cowering behind women. What use are you?" Xiao Woguo bellowed from the stage, nearly rushing down to engage in a brawl. Hey, don't get too worked up. You just finished a match that, if I go up and win, you'll be unsatisfied again. Let us save it for next time, all right?" Liu Yu remarked, turning to leave with De Huang. Next time he would unleash all his skills. He had to make a hasty retreat. "Stop. I command you to stop." Xiao Woguo's eyes reddened with rage. The nemesis who had shattered his pride stood before him. Yet he found himself unable to exact revenge. How could he not be furious? Yet his ire did not faze Liu Yu in the slightest. As he watched Liu Yu's figure recede into the distance, his voice unconsciously turned plaintive. "Just one match. Liu the fool, please agree." "You must agree. I can no longer endure this. I have awaited this opportunity for far too long. Even if I must perish, I wish to die a swift death. Liu Yu, I implore you, engage me in battle. Just once, let me put my obsession to rest." Countless nights, he would awaken suddenly, throwing off the covers, checking to ensure his pride was still intact before he could breathe easy and return to slumber. He had had enough of this life. Ultimately, Liu Yu halted his steps, letting out a barely audible sigh. "Perhaps I should go up, lest he succumbs to madness. That would lead to trouble for me." Liu Yu muttered. Each arena had a designated referee to mediate disputes between disciples who, having unleashed their tempers, continued to engage in combat, even after a victor had been declared. Liu Yu entrusted De Huang to him and ascended the stage. Upon witnessing Liu Yu finally accept his challenge and step onto the arena, Xiao Woguo snapped out of his disbelief, followed by a surge of exhilaration. You finally agreed. You're finally here. Liu Yu, thank you. I can finally exact my vengeance. Ha 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 ha." He laughed maniacally, prompting the crowd to shake their heads in dismay. Tragic, utterly tragic. The crowd began to focus on Liu Yu. Who is this person? I have no recollection of him. Didn't that senior just call him Liu the fool? You mean Liu Yu? That fool? Indeed. Impossible, impossible. Wasn't he a fool? How could he possibly cultivate now? Having not seen him in the sect for over 2 years. Many were taken aback by the transformation of the usually disheveled Liu the Fool.My. He cleans up rather well. His appearance and demeanor rival my own. Junior brother, have some self-respect. How long has he been cultivating? He is already at the foundation establishment stage. Did he not solidify his foundation? Perhaps he consumed spiritual herbs to forcibly elevate his rank. Achieving this in just over 2 years is something we could also do. But we prefer not to gamble our futures. Some who were less acquainted with Liu Yu were skeptical of his abilities. Xiao Junior brother is a body cultivator. Body cultivators are formidable, with high attack, thick defenses, and substantial vitality. A true numerical anomaly. Liu, you better not lose. If you do, I'll tell your senior sister to supervise your training. Get lost, Liu Yu. She is mine, mine. Back off. She is mine, Liu Junior brother. If you lose, will the drinks at Linglu Tavern be free tonight? I'll treat. Having spent 2 years here, some cultivators who frequently purchased wine in Qingxuan town recognized him. They would buy wine and request Liu Yu to perform a tune, which he often felt was an insult. Yet, when they produced glimmering spirit stones, Liu Yu's spirits would brighten, and he would cheerfully start performing. This would be the first time they witnessed Liu Yu in action. Wondering if his fists were as tough as his tongue, they hoped he wouldn't end up weeping from the fight. Ignoring the jeers from the crowd below, Liu Yu focused solely on the figure Xiao Wowa standing in the center of the arena. Xiao Senior brother, will you show mercy? Not a chance. Xiao Wowa was exhilarated beyond words. His body quivered with excitement, envisioning the moment he would finally avenge his humiliation. Wait for it. Liu Yu, the shame you brought upon me. The shadow that lingers in my heart. I shall end it here and now. He hesitated not a moment longer. His internal spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping him in a golden aura, particularly protecting his lower body this time. The strength of body cultivators lies in their combination of speed, power, and defense. Once in close proximity, magic cultivators could only expect to be thoroughly outmatched. Thus, maintaining distance during battle is of utmost importance. Just as in the boundless mountain range, even Li Zi had to rely on various defensive formations to thwart the ambush of the Blackhorn rock python, fearing it would close in. Yet Liu Yu stood calmly as Xiao Wowa barreled toward him, delivering a punch that should have pierced his chest. In that moment, not only was Xiao Wowa left stunned, but the spectators, including the elders, were equally dumbfounded. Not so fast. Xiao Wowa sensed something amiss. The impact lacked the expected sensation, and Liu Yu's chest showed no sign of bleeding, as if his punch had plunged into water. Senior brother Xiao, do you strike with such ferocity? Liu Yu's voice rang out, and as Xiao Wowa looked up, he met Liu Yu's smiling face. A wave of foreboding washed over him. He attempted to withdraw his fist, only to discover it was ensnared within Liu Yu's chest, as though something was tugging at it, making it exceedingly difficult to extricate. Moreover, this entity was even devouring his spiritual energy. What sort of bizarre technique was this? A chill crept into Xiao Wowa's heart, that he unleashed his spiritual energy without hesitation, finally managing to withdraw his fist, retreating a step to distance himself from Liu Yu. This was too strange. He gazed at his damp fist, an inkling of realization dawning upon him. What sort of technique is this? Xiao Wowa had never encountered such a tenacious method. Could one truly transform a part of their body into water to evade harm? Was this a technique viable for a foundation establishment cultivator? You needn't worry about that. As long as I can strike you, that is sufficient. With a mere lift of his hand, Liu Yu summoned the moisture in the surrounding air, which swiftly coalesced into serpentine streams of water that surged toward Xiao Wowa. The latter desperately attempted to evade, but the sheer number of water serpents soon ensnared him. He struggled with all his might, yet each time he broke free, the serpents would regroup in an instant, gradually enveloping him in a watery prison. Witnessing this spectacle, Liu Yu felt a twinge of emotion. It was no wonder his master believed he could secure the top position in the inner disciple assessment. If one could not achieve first place after mastering this technique, it would be better to bash one's head against a tofu block. Even the infinite elder would likely be enraged to the point of resurrection. The technique passed down to him was called the infinite formula. This supreme water-based art, according to the infinite elder, promised a chance to grasp the laws of water if one could fully comprehend the infinite formula. It is well known that only the celestial beings I wish to kill you, but you are not worthy. Lin Yin seemed to have lost his patience, his tone laced with menace. Choose, will you complete the task I assigned to you? Or will you simply watch as I crush this pearl? Li Zi lowered her head, trembling all over. The once proud figure now appeared somewhat disheveled. Why? Why has it come to this? If only she were stronger. If she were a great cultivator now, they would never dare to coerce her so. A tumult of unwilling emotions surged within her. Yet she understood that no amount of self-reproach could alter the present circumstances. A choice must be made. As dusk fell, Liu Yu returned to the Ling Lu Tavern. Upon entering, he beheld Li Zi, who had removed her mask, sitting by the window in tears, lost in thought. The joy of a resounding victory was instantly extinguished. What has transpired? Liu Yu inquired in a hushed tone. His words received no reply. Li Zi seemed to be in a daze, her expression vacant. Wang. Big Yellow sensed that something was amiss with Li Zi and approached her, gently nudging her leg with his head. Unable to speak, he could only express his feelings in this manner. Liz reached out to stroke his head, her gaze drifting to the bustling pedestrians outside. More specifically, to a mother-daughter pair walking hand in hand. The mother and daughter strolled together, the little girl occasionally begging for candied hawthorn, while the mother pretended to scold her in mock anger. When the little girl displayed a look of disappointment, the mother would helplessly reach into her pocket, producing a few coins, and buy her a skewer, to which the little girl's face lit up with joy. However, after a moment's hesitation, she still offered her favorite treat to her mother. The mother, taken aback by the girl's gesture, smiled in disbelief, ruffled her hair, took a bite, and encouraged her to enjoy the rest, which the little girl did with delight. The duo gradually melted into the crowd, disappearing from Li Zi's sight. As she watched, a smile unconsciously crept on her face. How wonderful it must feel to be cherished by someone. Yet Liu Yu, dissatisfied, clicked his tongue and leaned closer to Li Zi, pinching her face to direct her gaze towards him. Look at me. You must tell me what has happened. It seems you are prone to overthinking. When faced with a problem, you keep it bottled up inside. How am I to know if you don't tell me? You need to let me in so that I can find a way to help you. Li Zi, upon witnessing Liu Yu's vexed expression, felt her tears flow even more fiercely. I'm sorry, Liu Yu. I'm so sorry. You have done nothing to wrong me. What is truly going on? Li Zi took a deep breath. Striving to calm her emotions, she spoke. Lin Yin came to find me. He demanded that I take you out of the city to a designated location before complete darkness falls, where he would ambush you. He despises any contact between you and Wu Xiener, thus intending to incapacitate you. He possesses my mother's soul pearl, a fact I've only just learned. If I do not comply with his orders, they will destroy my mother's soul pearl, ensuring her complete obliteration. Liu Yu stared intently at Li Zi. What did he say? Liu Yu's eyes narrowed as he silently observed Li Zi. Moments later, he exhaled slowly. So this is the angle he is approaching. Liu Yu pinched Li Zi's cheek, his expression complicated. Let us go meet him. Rising, he led Big Yellow towards the door. You wait for me at the entrance of Qingfeng Town. I will take Big Yellow to the tailor to ensure he is looked after for a while, and I will be there shortly. With that, he exited. Liz gazed at Liu Yu's departing figure. Her eyes dimmed. After leaving the Ling Lu Tavern, Liu Yu brought Big Yellow to the tailor's shop. Upon hearing that Liu Yu intended to leave Big Yellow there for a time, the tailor was indifferent. When do you expect to return? I don't know. You don't know? I'm truly unsure that if I do not return, please take Big Yellow to the mayor's residence and ask him to help send Big Yellow back to the sect's martial manor. You are being overly cautious. It's simply a precaution. You know I prefer to be prepared. Liu Yu smiled, crouching down to stroke Big Yellow's head, softly murmuring, Big Yellow, you must remember to eat on time. I'm leaving now. Woof. Big Yellow seemed to sense something, barking anxiously. It's all right. I will be back soon. Without hesitation, Liu Yu turned and left. Time was of the essence. There were still arrangements to be made. Big Yellow attempted to chase after him, but was stopped by the tailor. Observing Big Yellow baring its teeth, the tailor waved his hand, explaining, Your brother is off on business. Your presence would only complicate matters. Stay here and wait patiently for him. You must trust him. He doesn't seem like one destined for a short life. If he truly does not return, then I won't stop you from grieving later. But the fact remains he hasn't perished yet. If you go after him, you might inadvertently put him in danger, and that would be quite the farce, the tailor reasoned. Were it any other dog, he would not have expended so many words, but Big Yellow was different. It could understand human speech. Last time, after mumbling about wanting to find a female dog to mate with, it nearly got bitten. Hearing the tailor's words, Big Yellow could only lower its ears, watching Liu Yu's figure grow distant with longing. The tailor sighed, gazing at Big Yellow. What a good dog! If only it were mine. Every attempt to steal a dog has ended in failure. How frustrating. After leaving the tailor's shop, Liu Yu visited the dry goods store. Upon exiting, he hurried towards the entrance of Qingxuan town. As he stepped through the gate, he spotted that slender figure. She stood amidst the biting wind, her brow furrowed with worry. Liu Yu exhaled deeply. Feeling a twinge of headache that it was perhaps his excessive influence that had altered her. The old version of her would never have displayed such emotions. She would have faced adversity with unwavering determination. This situation, however, presented an opportunity. If all went smoothly, her troubles could be resolved, and he would finally learn the truth, allowing her to reclaim her freedom. She had aided him immensely, saving him on multiple occasions. After this matter, they would each return to the sea of humanity, resuming their own paths. Who could say if staying with him would lead her to further misfortune? And then there was Lin Yin and the Lin family. How deep had their machinations run? Was it worth it? As he walked, he contemplated the various possibilities that might unfold next, along with potential countermeasures. There was no choice. He wished he could disregard such thoughts like Yi Li. But his strength did not permit such luxury. Until he possessed sufficient power to shatter all obstacles, it was prudent to ponder, for it could enhance the chances of survival. Upon seeing Liu Yu emerge, Li Zi's eyes brightened, as if she had found a pillar of support. Liu Yu nodded at her, donning a confident smile. Let us go, to face our fate, to the edge of the endless mountain range. By the shores of Nightmare Lake, Lin Yin, clad in white, gazed at the dimming sky, unable to suppress a frown. Ancestor, do you truly believe Li Zi will follow our instructions and bring Liu Yu here? Beside him stood a tall, imposing elder in dark red robes, distinguished by a white beard and piercing eagle-like eyes. Upon hearing Lin Yan's concerns, the elder nodded affirmatively. With the elder's reassurance, Lin Yan finally felt a sense of relief. Indeed, she would come. I know Li Zi's character. Even with a soul contract, her inherently lowly nature is hard to suppress. If she could betray her family to survive, then she could just as easily betray Liu Yu. However, I am indeed curious. How could a man who has only been acquainted for less than 2 years possibly compare to the nurturing and cultivation we, the Lin family, have provided over the years? Lin Yin instructed Li Zi to escort Liu Yu beyond the city, thus enabling the eventual retrieval of her mother's soul pearl. Yet, Lin Yin still found himself perplexed. Why did Li Zi hesitate for so long before agreeing? In the past, she would have acted without a moment's thought if there were benefits to be gained. Indeed, it seems that with the advent of emotions, one becomes vulnerable. He seemed to grasp a profound insight. Squinting his eyes and murmuring to himself, this is the significance of maintaining one's true self. After waiting for a while, the gray sky succumbed entirely to darkness, and the distant mountains echoed with the roars of wild beasts. The peculiar plants surrounding Nightmare Lake emitted an ethereal glow, rendering this realm strikingly beautiful. Just as Lin Yan's impatience began to surface, the venerable ancestor of the Lin family, resting against a tree with eyes closed in contemplation, suddenly spoke. They have arrived. That he opened his eyes and gazed toward the direction of Qingfeng village. Approximately 10 kilometers away, 2 figures were soaring toward them, one at the nascent soul stage and the other at the foundation establishment stage. Before long, the 2 figures descended from the sky, landing by Nightmare Lake. These figures were none other than Li Zi, now clad in purple robes after restoring her cultivation, and Liu Yu, dressed in greenish-white garb. They too spotted Lin Yin and the imposing elder beside him. Upon seeing the Lin family ancestor, Li Zi furrowed her brow in contemplation, quickly recalling this individual, accompanied by an overwhelming chill. Her pupils dilated in disbelief as she fixed her gaze on the Lin family ancestor. "You are the second elder, Lin Jixian?" Finally, she understood the source of that familiar feeling. The only time she had encountered the Lin family ancestor was in her childhood, yet that moment left an indelible impression due to his piercing gaze. The Lin family ancestor's eyes were sharp and incisive, akin to the indifferent gaze of an eagle surveying the world from on high. "The blood of the Lin family flows within you. Thus, you should address me as ancestor." The Lin family ancestor spoke with an air of detachment. Liz suddenly felt regret. She should not have brought Liu Yu along. She had assumed Lin Yan would summon merely a powerful figure at the transformation stage to deal with her. Yet it turned out to be the Lin family ancestor. This was a practitioner of the ascended stage. The Lin family ancestor paid Liz no mind. After all, she was merely a bait. He turned his attention to Liu Yu, scrutinizing him from head to toe before stating, "Liu Yu, it has been a long time." Liu Yu replied with a bitter expression, "I possess no memories of you. It seems something must have transpired between us when I was very young. Otherwise, you would not have said such a thing. Furthermore, I thought you would refrain from taking action. Come out swinging right from the start is quite excessive. Is this not akin to the Soul Palace blocking Xiao Yan in Wutan City? The issue is I am not Xiao Yan. I lack his determination and have no intention of making enemies. I merely wish to lead a tranquil life, but fate has dealt me a cruel hand." Liu Yu now found himself reflecting on the saying about whether tomorrow or misfortune would come first. What a distressing predicament. The Lin family ancestor, upon hearing Liu Yu's words, wore a look of mild surprise. "You are quite astute, yet your experience leaves much to be desired. When you resolve to undertake something, you must give it your all from the outset. Procrastination will only lead to self-destruction. You are quite ruthless. No wonder you have managed to ascend to the position of second elder within Qingxuan Sect." Seizing the moment, Liu Yu voiced his lingering doubts. "Is it for my identity as the favored of the heavenly Tao?" In an instant, the Lin family ancestor's eyes narrowed. "You are aware of this." Upon receiving the answer, Liu Yu felt a sense of relief. Indeed, this was the reason. He had suspected he had offended no one. "Why Master and Uncle Baijio are also aware, yet their gazes toward me lack the fervor you exhibit. Akin to a dog encountering, akin to a thief stumbling upon hundreds of billions of spirit stones." Liu Yu scrutinized the Lin family ancestor closely, discerning the answer in his eagle-like eyes. "You possess some secret method capable of stripping me of my status as the favored of the heavenly Tao. Do you not? It appears you know quite a bit. All of this is merely conjecture." Liu Yu sighed and tentatively inquired, "If I cooperate, will I survive?" The Lin family ancestor chuckled, finding this youth rather amusing. Thus, he replied, "No, what a calamity." Liu Yu was on the verge of despair. He had mentioned that both his master and Uncle Baijio were aware of this matter, hoping to instill some hesitation in the elder. Yet his efforts elicited no response. The Lin family ancestor was resolute in his intent to eliminate him. What a misfortune it is to be the favored of the heavenly Tao. What is this but a walking opportunity in the eyes of others? He reiterated, "Are you truly intent on taking action against me? Are you not concerned about my master's retribution? I informed her prior to my arrival that if I were to perish, she should hold the Lin family accountable for my demise." The Lin family ancestor displayed no sign of fear in response to Liu Yu's threat. He maintained his indifferent demeanor, speaking in a dispassionate tone. "Though I have not personally encountered her master, I have heard some rumors. It is said she is languid and unconcerned, and no one has ever witnessed her take action. Should you perish, if she seeks to trouble me, I would endeavor to fulfill her every demand, even offering all my possessions to placate her wrath. If that fails, I can only make her understand that there exists a disparity in strength among ascendant stage practitioners. The same principle applies to the sect. Decisions will be made post factum, and they too must accept this reality. Besides, you are merely a foundation establishment disciple yet to mature, while I am an ascendant stage practitioner." As he spoke, the Lin family ancestor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a formidable aura. A tremendous, terrifying spiritual power emanated from him, creating an overwhelming pressure. Liz formed a protective barrier of spiritual energy around Liu Yu, shielding him from this oppressive force. The Lin family ancestor gazed toward the direction of the sect, speaking languidly. As long as I can present a gift that the sect cannot refuse, your sacrifice will be deemed justifiable, aside from your master and your family and friends, who would wish to oppose an ascendant stage practitioner. No one. This is the realm of cultivation, a place where the weak are devoured by the strong. So, rest assured and prepare for your demise. Liu Yu. This was the first time he had encountered such a thoroughly prepared antagonist. This could be quite lethal. What should he do? With a sigh, Liu Yu resignedly spoke. Well, since I've already come this far, why not return my master's belongings to her first? This matter was a consequence of my involvement. The Lin family ancestor nodded. Lin Yin, beside him, chuckled lightly at Liu Yu and Li Zi. He retrieved a soul pearl containing Li Zi's mother's essence from his storage bag and tossed it to her. At this moment, Li Zi was of little consequence to them. After all, Liu Yu had already been brought to them. Upon receiving the soul pearl, however, Li Zi's expression bore no trace of joy. She gazed at the soul pearl in her palm and murmured, "My mother may not have loved me, but she is still my mother, my only family in this world. Even if she has lost her mind, she has suffered enough. My birth brought her misfortune. It is my fault. She did nothing wrong. She was once so gentle and beautiful, yet I have turned her into a shadow of herself. Even in death, she finds no peace, her spirit used as a means to control me. I am guilty. I owe her." Suddenly, she looked at Liu Yu, her face a mask of sorrow. "Yet now, I find myself feeling even more indebted to you. For my own sake, I have repeatedly put you in peril. Unbeknownst to me, I have developed a reliance on you. Yet, it is this very reliance that has led to your plight. Do not display such an expression. I'm not dead yet." Liu Yu forced a smile and conveyed telepathically. "According to the plan, senior sister, it's time for you to leave. Do not worry. My master will come to rescue me. That if a conflict arises here, it will only hinder you. Liz nodded in agreement. She did not linger, but just before departing, she suddenly leaned closer to Liu Yu and, before he could react, planted a kiss on his cheek. Liu Yu, taken aback, covered his face in bewilderment. "Sister, do you even realize the timing? Is this really the moment for such antics?" He could never comprehend a woman's thoughts. At times, they seemed utterly perplexing. Liz communicated again. "If you perish here, I shall slay every member of the Lin family, and then I will join you in death. If we survive, I will heed your every command, even if it means becoming your servant." Her gaze was filled with yearning, yet there was an indescribable madness in her eyes. Liu Yu felt a chill run down his spine. This expression reminded him eerily of the deranged protagonist he had encountered in his past life. "Please, spare me from such theatrics." After uttering this, Li Zi departed without hesitation. Neither the Lin family patriarch nor Lin Yin attempted to stop her. In fact, it was deemed a favorable turn of events. She had a master at the great ascension stage. And although he seemed indifferent towards Li Zi, it was best to avoid provoking trouble. If she were to perish here, it would drag her allies into chaos, complicating matters further. Once Li Zi had left, Liu Yu redirected his attention towards the Lin family patriarch. He had just lied. Before arriving here, he had sent the shopkeeper to seek help, yet he remained uncertain whether his unreliable master would actually come. Furthermore, what was the situation with the Lin family patriarch? His patience was astonishing. Were he in that position, he would have struck a lethal blow without hesitation. The Lin family patriarch seemed to perceive his thoughts, and, with a smile, spoke first. "Do you understand why I possess such patience, conversing with you so extensively?" "I do not, because your master has arrived." "Oh." Liu Yu's brow arched, sensing a glimmer of hope for survival. However, the patriarch appeared to be toying with him. Before he could savor his momentary joy, a bucket of cold water was poured over him. "I am awaiting the outcome of my old friend's negotiations with your master, to see if these two great ascension cultivators can intimidate him." The Lin family patriarch smiled faintly. In my opinion, the best outcome for tonight's operation would be to refrain from using force and instead by your life." "Damn it." Liu Yu's mouth fell agape, his lips twitching. He had grossly underestimated the enemy's desire to eliminate him. The Lin family patriarch was a great ascension cultivator. If he had a friend bold enough to confront Liu Yu's master, that individual must also be a great ascension cultivator. This meant that not one, but two great ascension cultivators were involved in this operation. This was truly dire. He could only hope that if his master were to sell him, It would be for a high price. Liu Yu forced a bitter smile, shaking his head in resignation. He felt that this time, he was doomed. The Lin family patriarch had truly lost his sanity, decisively aiming to deliver a fatal strike. It was terrifying. Have you given up? The Lin family patriarch gauged the passage of time, sensing that a conclusion was imminent, and thus approached Liu Yu. His spiritual energy surged outward, causing the surrounding space to distort ominously. His tall, muscular figure exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. The mobilization of two great ascension cultivators could obliterate even a top-tier sect. Now they are here for me. I find myself at a loss regarding whether to feel pride or despair. Under the patriarch's oppressive aura, Liu Yu realized he was rendered immobile, able only to speak. His body was powerless, except for his mouth, which remained somewhat defiant. As the Lin family patriarch advanced, he declared, "There is much to be proud of. You shall become the cornerstone of my ascension. I shall not forget the contributions you have made. Regardless of whether the negotiations succeed or fail, I will instantaneously end your life and strip your soul from existence. You are refraining from killing me out of fear of provoking my master. Aren't you? You think too much. The more you ponder, the longer you may survive. I too have contemplated a great deal, yet it seems I am still destined to die. Your power is insufficient. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and machinations become mere jest." Indeed, Liu Yu scoffed at himself. Just as he awaited the arrival of death, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. In the distance, a figure was violently hurled from the sky into the ground, tearing through the earth as if it were plowing, toppling trees in its wake, transforming the serene landscape into chaos, until it finally crashed into a mountain range, coming to a halt. Rebellious disciple. The negotiations fell through. Spit. 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 I have come to save you. Yi Li's voice rang out. Her tone remained as disjointed as ever. Yet Liu Yu couldn't help but smile. How had he never noticed how reassuring his master's voice could be? Alas, it was too late. The Lin family patriarch's hand was already upon him, his fingers expanding ominously within Liu Yu's pupils. It seems I am to perish here. What a pity, for I have so much left to accomplish. I wanted to provide De Huang with a home, extend his lifespan, and transform it into a dog capable of cultivation. I envision a life of wandering the world with my dog, admiring the beauty around us, and addressing injustices along the way. If possible, I would like to find a wife as well. A dog, a home, a wife, and children. What a perfect life. Yet the enormous hand before him seemed intent on erasing his future, obliterating all his cherished dreams. No, how could he simply accept his demise? The calm acceptance of death that he had initially felt was suddenly replaced by a fierce unwillingness. Liu Yu's face contorted in rage as he let out a roar. Move, move, I command you. When the specter of true death loomed, Liu Yu still felt feared. He refused to die like this. No matter how disheveled or ridiculous he appeared, he was determined to survive. God, you have cast me into this predicament. Surely you do not wish to see me perish like this. Liu Yu's forehead throbbed with veins, and under the oppressive weight, he felt as though he was submerged beneath a vast ocean. Blood seeping from his skin in a horrifying display. Summoning all his spiritual energy, he delivered a punch directly to the Lin family patriarch's chest, yet it inflicted no harm. The towering figure clad in dark crimson robes seemed to cast a shadow over the heavens. The Lin family patriarch's expression remained indifferent, though a glimmer of appreciation flickered in his eyes. Your courage is commendable, but ultimately futile. And no matter how fiercely Liu Yu struggled or prayed, the Lin family patriarch's colossal hand continued its descent upon him. That indifferent gaze and the looming hand became the last image Liu Yu beheld. Death enveloped him. Old bastard. Damn you. Liu Yu's last memory was of cursing the Lin family patriarch in his mind, before darkness consumed his vision, plunging him into unconsciousness that he believed he would never awaken again, that he would eternally lose consciousness. But in the next moment, his awareness was inexplicably yanked back into existence. I'm not dead. The scene before Liu Yu left him utterly bewildered. The Lin family patriarch, who had been grasping his head, was now at a distance of 10 meters, with 2 trails etched into the ground leading to the patriarch's feet. As if he had been forcefully repelled from Liu Yu's side, Liu Yu gazed at himself, astonished and incredulous. What was happening? As he pondered, he looked down to see a luminous object, a pearl, hovered at his chest, radiating a glow akin to the purest moonlight. He also noticed that he had been draped in a gossamer silver garment, as if someone had embroidered it with silver threads, bestowing upon him an ethereal, otherworldly appearance. What is this? My fortune pearl. How did it come out? It possesses such capabilities. Is this a celestial artifact? The Lin family patriarch lost his composure for the first time that a mere foundation establishment cultivator possessed a celestial artifact. This was truly madness. Is this the fortune bestowed upon the protector of the heavenly way? He muttered to himself, self-mockingly, reflecting on how he had lived for over 10,000 years, only to acquire a piece of a celestial artifact so flawed it was utterly unusable. How unjust the heavenly way is. Old man, what do you intend to do to my foolish disciple? At that moment, Yi Li's voice resounded once more. The ancestor of the Lin family looked up to see Yi Li hovering above them, arms crossed, gazing down at him. Upon witnessing Yi Li's swift arrival, the ancestor furrowed his brow, perplexed. Could it be that that fellow Mo-Se-Bei failed to stop you? It seems he possesses some skill. Yi Li let out a scoff. That old man, having endured a punch from her and still standing, must be suffering immensely. He dared to obstruct her, dreaming indeed. With Yi Li's presence, Liu Yu's anxious heart finally settled. No, it was finally at ease. He beamed a broad smile at Yi Li, the shadow of death dissipating in that moment. Master, I knew you still cared for me. Your disciple is utterly moved, long accustomed to her disciple's insufferable tongue. Yi Li rolled her eyes and retorted, rebellious disciple, you truly know how to trouble me. It has been a while since I faced two ascendant realm cultivators at once. From now on, you must heed my every word, treating me like your father, and serve me well. Understand? Yes. Liu Yu made a hard gesture to Yi Li, exclaiming, Master, I love you. To Yi Li's expression turned to one of disgust. She nearly lost her composure and sent him on his way. By the way, what is the situation with the creation pearl? It possesses a protective function. Liu Yu pointed to the creation pearl, curiosity evident in his tone. Upon hearing Liu Yu's inquiry, Yi Li's mood soured. For heaven's sake, this is a celestial artifact. A celestial artifact. There are hardly any celestial artifacts in this small world. When you're on the brink of death, the protective function of the creation pearl will activate automatically. Otherwise, how could I have trusted you to roam freely? Did you think that broken pearl had only the function of aiding cultivation? Do you believe I would give you such trash? Oh dear. Look at you, frightened to the point of losing color. Yi Li teased. Liu Yu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Indeed, he had always thought that this broken pearl possessed only the function of aiding cultivation. Now, it seemed that his lack of strength prevented him from unleashing the pearl's full potential. As Liu Yu conversed with Yi Li, the ancestor of the Lin family refrained from attempting to strike Liu Yu down again. The protective function of a celestial artifact makes it no easy task to breach its defenses. That it would require some time, that he was waiting, anticipating the arrival of the fourth elder to join forces against Yi Li. Tonight, his ally was the fourth elder, Mo-Se-Bei. Yet, what had happened to the fourth elder? Was he not merely struck into the mountainside? With the physique of an ascendant realm cultivator, he should have sustained no serious harm. Just as the ancestor of the Lin family pondered this, Liu Yu spoke up. Master, shouldn't we escape while we can? Liu Yu was unaware if Yi Li could prevail against two opponents. Moreover, if she were to sustain injuries, he would have no means to repay her. He could only offer himself. Yi Li was indifferent. But Liu Yu's words reminded her of the remaining enemy, prompting her to fix her gaze back on the ancestor of the Lin family. Let us settle this once and for all. So you keep troubling my disciple, forcing me to intervene. Yi Li crossed her arms, looking down upon the assembly below. She regarded the ancestor of the Lin family with a detached demeanor, as though he were merely an insignificant insect, easily squashed. An aura of death emanated from her. That moment, the ancestor's heart raced, his pupils constricting as fear crept into his very core. After more than 2 millennia, the shadow of death loomed over him once again. Mo-Se-Bei. If you do not show yourself soon, I shall reveal the good deeds you did during the invasion of the demon sect. he shouted without hesitation, tensing his body to guard against Yi Li. Far away, under the rubble of a collapsed mountainside, a pair of eyes ignited in the darkness, followed by a series of blood-coughing sounds. Cough, cough, cough. The scent of blood permeated the debris. Huff, huff. No one told me that the 10th Elder was this terrifying. Damn it, I find myself in a predicament. I hope that old man Lin Ji has some hidden trump cards. Boom! A flash of azure light was followed by a deafening crash. The already half-destroyed mountainside was suddenly blasted apart, and a figure resembling a 7- or 8-year-old child slowly floated into the air. Enveloped in azure radiance, one of his hands lay in ruins. His azure garments tattered, he appeared utterly disheveled. The 4th Elder, Imo Sei-Bei. This little old man gritted his teeth and transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards Yi Li and the ancestor of the Lin family. This time, it was a fight for his life. The ancestor of the Lin family's shout ignited a sense of foreboding within Lin Yan. The ancestor must have sensed pressure, otherwise he would not have urgently called for the 4th Elder. Damn it, what on earth is this master of Liu Yu? The 10th Elder was rumored to have been brought in to fill the shoes of the deceased former 10th Elder after the Demon Sect invasion battle over a decade ago. No one had witnessed her in action, yet her first appearance was so ferocious. Instinctively, he took a step back. Both Yi Li and the ancestor of the Lin family sensed his subtle movement. Yet none thought out a place in battles between Ascendant Realm cultivators. Others could hardly be considered mere cannon fodder. You must leave here first. I cannot guarantee I can protect you later. Without turning back, the ancestor of the Lin family conveyed this to Lin Yan. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan immediately turned and fled without hesitation, summoning his spiritual sword beneath him and fleeing at the fastest speed he could muster. It was not that he lacked confidence in his ancestor and the 4th Elder. Rather, he feared that their battle would affect him to his current stage as a Golden Core cultivator. A single move from an Ascendant Realm cultivator could easily lead to his demise. After witnessing Lin Yan's decisive departure, Liu Yu suddenly wondered if he too should run. Surely, the ancestor of the Lin family would not allow him to escape. After a moment's contemplation, he decided it was faster to simply ask. So he turned to the ancestor of the Lin family and inquired, "Old man, can I leave too?" The ancestor of the Lin family. Is this kid completely oblivious or simply foolish? What nonsense. You caused this situation. Stay here and watch the show. Besides, you have the protection of the creation pearl, so you won't die. This is a perfect opportunity for you to witness a battle between Ascendant Realm cultivators. To gain experience and strive towards that goal. Yi Li's exasperated voice extinguished Liu Yu's thoughts of fleeing that moment. A streak of azure light sliced through the night, landing beside the ancestor of the Lin family. The 4th Elder, Imo Sei-Bei, had also arrived. However, upon seeing his wretched state, the ancestor of the Lin family involuntarily furrowed his brow. What happened to you? Imo Sei-Bei spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression grave as he regarded Yi Li. Beware, she is quite extraordinary. Her speed is astonishing, and her strength is the most formidable I have ever encountered, bar none. As he spoke, his tattered arm twisted and contorted, restoring itself to its original state. Witnessing this scene, Liu Yu couldn't help but exclaim in a "It was his first time witnessing someone regenerate from a severed limb. Although he knew that many great cultivators possess this ability, seeing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Hearing Imo Sei-Bei's warning, the ancestor of the Lin family nodded. From their first meeting, he had never underestimated the 10th Elder. This woman feels as dangerous as the sect master. All right, both of you old fools are here. I shall finish this quickly. Yi Li cracked her neck and clenched her fists. Now, allow me to send you on your way. She stood in the void, raising her arms to assume a striking posture. The moment Lin Ji's ancestor and Imo Sei-Bei beheld Yi Li's stance, they instinctively distanced themselves, flanking her from either side with remarkable synchronicity. In the hands of Lin Ji's ancestor, a dark red flame materialized, its terrifying heat causing the very fabric of space to warp. He hurled the flame toward Yi Li, which surged violently as it caught the wind. Meanwhile, the 4th Elder, Imo Sei-Bei, concentrated his spiritual energy at his fingertips. With a mere gesture, A beam of azure light shot forth with such speed and force that it seemed destined to tear through the void. Yili scoffed disdainfully, first directing her gaze toward the fourth elder, and with what appeared to be a delicate and feeble fist, she swung it in his direction. Boom! An enormous transparent fist imprint, towering higher than the mountains, shattered the azure light beam. The momentum of the fist imprint did not wane as it instantaneously appeared before Mo-Sei-Bei. In a state of sheer horror, was sent crashing into the ground, creating an unfathomably deep pit. Rumbling. Only after several seconds did the sound resonate, as the residual force of the punch caused the earth to tremble, mountains to crumble, and the roar echoed throughout the realm. The beasts and spirit creatures at the edge of the boundless mountains, filled with terror, tucked their tails and fled.